As the apocalypse descended, Yifan found himself inadvertently thrust into a lawless survival game. In this brutal contest, he witnessed the true essence of human nature. Betrayed by his fiancée and persecuted by those he held dear, he narrowly escaped death, only to be drawn back into this merciless game once more. This time, however, he awakened an unparalleled innate talent from the very beginning. He vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of this world and gaze down upon all living beings from above. Chapter 1. Heartless Abandonment. In a desolate and ruined city, Yifan sprinted desperately through the streets. Blood streamed incessantly from the wound on his leg, yet he dared not slow his pace. For hordes of grotesque monsters pursued him relentlessly. A single moment of hesitation could mean his final farewell to this absurd world. At last he caught sight of his sanctuary, the safe house. This refuge promised absolute security. Once inside, survival was assured. Open the door quickly. Yifan pounded frantically on the door. The monstrous creatures were now less than 100 meters behind him. Under such circumstances, any rational person would struggle to maintain composure. But instead of opening immediately, a small window on the door slid open, revealing the anxious face of his girlfriend, Li Ru. Yifan, did you find a fever medicine for Asia? Her first concern was not for Yifan's safety, but whether he had retrieved the medication for her close male friend, Wang Zhe. Hurry and let me in. The monsters are almost here. Yifan was astounded that Li Ru would prioritize such a question at this critical moment, his voice seething with fury. I asked you, did you find the medicine for Asia or not? Li Ru repeated her query in a hushed tone. Yes, I have the medicine. Yifan hastily raised the blood-stained box of fever reducers in his hand. A flicker of excitement crossed Li Ru's beautiful eyes upon seeing the medication, and she promptly unbolted the door to why Yifan dashed inside, aware that a delay of even 1 second could have meant his demise at the hands, or jaws, of the pursuing zombies. Once inside the safe house, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. He had nearly paid with his life for that single box of medicine, and the prolonged sprint had drained him completely, leaving him utterly exhausted and frail. Yet, neither Li Ru nor her parents offered a single word of concern for Yifan. Li Ru snatched the medicine from his grasp and administered it to Wang Zhe without hesitation. Watching her, Yifan couldn't help but feel a bitter amusement. Her primary concern remained her male friend, not him. But perhaps he had grown accustomed to such disregard. Xiao Yi, you must be tired. Here, have some water and get up. Just then, Li Ru's father, Li Ping, approached and reached out to help Yifan to his feet. A glimmer of warmth stirred in Yifan's heart as he allowed Li Ping to assist him in rising. But in an instant, Li Ping's expression shifted dramatically. He produced a coil of rope from behind his back and looped it around Yifan's neck, shouting, Quick, help me hold him down. Li Ru's mother lunged forward, pinning Yifan firmly to the ground. Li Ping strained with all his might, tightening the rope around Yifan's throat. Under normal circumstances, Yifan could have easily overpowered Li Ru's parents. But in his current state of utter exhaustion, he lacked even the strength to struggle. Li Ru stood to the side, her delicate frame trembling slightly, yet she made no move to intervene. Save me. Yifan thrashed wildly, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to plead with Li Ru. Yifan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Li Ru's voice quivered with emotion as she spoke to him. Why? Why are you killing me? Yifan's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as his breathing grew labored. Yifan, my father checked our supplies. The food and water in the safe house will only last 2 more days, but the monster siege won't end for another 4. One of us has to die, so the rest can survive. Li Ru explained in a low voice, but I gathered all these supplies. I built this safe house. Why kill me instead of that useless Wang Zhe? Yifan roared in frenzied desperation. Yet Li Ping only tightened his grip, knowing full well that this was their best chance to eliminate Yifan. If they let him live now, he might turn on them later. Within seconds, Yifan's face turned purple, his pupils dilated, and all signs of life faded from his body. In his final moments, a flood of memories surged through his mind. He felt like the ultimate fool. Half a month earlier, Yifan, along with his fiancée Li Ru and everyone around them, had been inexplicably pulled into this so-called apocalyptic game. The rules were simple: survive. However, some participants awakened as enlightened ones, gaining extraordinary abilities, while others remained ordinary. Yifan was among the unfortunate latter. Nevertheless, he refused to give up, tirelessly supporting Li Ru and her family as they struggled to endure in this post-apocalyptic game. He had constructed and upgraded the safe house himself, and he alone ventured out at great personal risk to scavenge for essential supplies. Meanwhile, Li Ru's family and her male friend, Wang Zhe, stayed sheltered inside, reaping the benefits of his labor. 3 days ago, Wang Zhe had fallen gravely ill with a persistent high fever. Li Ru had pressured Yifan to venture out during the peak of monster activity to find medicine. But Yifan never imagined that, after exploiting his efforts, Li Ru's family would choose to kill him outright, In his last breath, he saw himself as the greatest fool alive. No one in this world could rival his absurdity. And Li Ru's family had epitomized the darkest facets of human nature. Ye Fan. My mother said the bride price must be at least 500,000. Have you borrowed the money yet? What are you doing sleeping at a time like this? A familiar voice echoed in Yi Fan's ears. He jolted awake, his eyes meeting Li Ru's visibly irritated face. Was that game just a dream? Yi Fan took a deep breath and quickly checked the time on his phone. It was one day before the game began. Bam, star. The door burst open violently. A stout middle-aged woman stormed into Yi Fan's home. Yi Fan. I'm telling you, not a single cent less than 500,000 for the bride price. Short even 1 yuan, and I'll never agree to let my daughter marry you. The woman began shouting at the top of her lungs the moment she stepped inside. I simply cannot fathom how my daughter could ever set her eyes on a worthless man like you. Back then, Mr. Wong offered a dowry of 1 million and was turned down. Yet now you can't even scrape together 500,000. What on earth have you been doing with your life? You good for nothing? A middle-aged man chimed in with scorn. Indeed, a grown man like you, unable to produce 500,000 and still having the audacity to lounge around sleeping? Hurry up and go borrow the money. The middle-aged woman continued to humiliate Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan remained expressionless as he gazed upon the 3 individuals before him. His mind was reeling with astonishment. Only at this moment did Yi Fan realize that everything he had just experienced was no mere dream. He had been reborn. For the words spoken by Li Ru's parents now were identical to those uttered just before the apocalyptic game began in his previous life. Back then, in order to be with Li Ru, Yi Fan had resorted to borrowing 500,000 from loan sharks. But before they could even marry, the apocalyptic game commenced. Yi Fan then struggled to survive in the game alongside Li Ru and her family, only to be ultimately betrayed and killed by her parents in a safe house due to scarce resources. It seems heaven has been rather kind to me. Seeing how pitifully I died in my last life, it has granted me a chance at rebirth in this one. A sudden, grim smile spread across Yi Fan's lips. Yi Fan, are you deaf to what I'm saying? What are you grinning about? Go borrow the money now. Li Ping, Li Ru's father, shouted at Yi Fan in a raised voice. You're in such a rush to get money from me to pay off your son's gambling debts. Is that it? Yi Fan's tone was icy as he directed the question at Li Ping. Li Ru, Li Ping, and the middle-aged woman were all momentarily stunned upon hearing Yi Fan's words. Get out. Yi Fan slowly rose to his feet and commanded Li Ping. Yi Fan, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you still want to marry my daughter or not? Li Ping, his eyes bulging with fury, yelled back in agitation. I'll marry your mother. Finally pushed beyond his limits, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick straight into Li Ping's abdomen. Li Ping was sent flying backward instantly, crashing violently against the wall. In his past life, Yi Fan had slaved away for the Li family, only to be heartlessly discarded in the end. But now, with his second chance granted by fate, he refused to live as meekly and submissively as before. Chapter 2. Can I draw cards limitlessly? After being unceremoniously kicked out by Yi Fan, Li Ping was utterly oblivious to the pain coursing through his body. His eyes filled with incredulity as he gazed at Yi Fan. It seemed beyond his wildest imagination that Yi Fan would dare to lay a hand on him. Yi Fan, how dare you strike my father? Li Ru exclaimed, her expression mirroring the disbelief that clouded her mind. For it was the first time she had witnessed Yi Fan resorting to violence. I'll have my revenge. Li Ru's mother, in a moment of fervor, charged toward Yi Fan. Without a trace of hesitation, Yi Fan retaliated with a resounding slap that connected sharply with Li Ru's mother's face, sending her sprawling backward. Yi Fan, are you out of your mind? Why would you strike my parents? Li Ru cried out, her voice laced with anguish. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold, and he leaned closer to Li Ru, murmuring, remember this, Li Ru. One day, your family will pay dearly for their transgressions. Li Ru stood there, stunned and bewildered, struggling to comprehend Yi Fan's ominous words. Yi Fan, are you going too far? How can you resort to violence? At that moment, a dashing young man approached Yi Fan, his tone filled with indignation as he confronted him. This young man was none other than Wang Zhe, Li Ru's close friend. Wang Zhe? Yi Fan scoffed at the youth before him, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Without a moment's pause, he delivered a powerful kick to Wang Zhe's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Yi Fan wasted no time, swiftly mounting Wang Zhe, seizing his collar and unleashing a relentless barrage of slaps upon his face. The sound of slaps echoed as Yi Fan struck Wang Zhe repeatedly. After delivering more than 10 resounding blows, Wang Zhe succumbed to unconsciousness. Satisfied, Yi Fan finally rose to his feet. What are you doing, Yi Fan? Have you lost your mind? Li Ru exclaimed, rushing to Wang Zhe's side, her tears flowing freely. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Li Ru, originally intent on annihilating her family to avenge his past grievances. However, considering the impending commencement of the apocalyptic game, he deemed it unnecessary to squander time on these individuals. His priority was to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Once the game truly began, Li Ru's family would be nothing more than ants before him. He had ample means to torment them, ignoring Li Ru and the others. Yi Fan retrieved the property deed from his drawer and departed hastily. This so-called apocalyptic game was intricately tied to a virtual online game. Only players who reached level 100 in that game could become awakeners. Yi Fan had never played this game before, so upon the onset of the apocalyptic game, he remained an ordinary person. This time, he had to be thoroughly prepared. Only awakeners were deemed worthy of survival in this so-called apocalypse. After leaving his home, Yi Fan promptly pawned his car and house, ultimately amassing approximately 2,700,000 in cash. This sum would suffice for him to elevate his account to level 100 in a short span of time. With everything arranged, Yi Fan returned home and downloaded the game titled Survival of the Apocalypse. Once inside the game interface, he bypassed the inconsequential preliminary steps, investing heavily to purchase experience points. 3 hours later, his game account ascended to level 100. Yi Fan understood that reaching level 100 would grant him the status of an awakener. However, when the game truly commenced, the abilities that awakeners manifested would vary, each carrying its own tier of distinction. The most basic abilities included enhanced strength, while the more advanced awakenings remained a mystery to Yi Fan. Having completed all necessary preparations, Yi Fan exhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. Once the time arrived, the apocalyptic game would officially commence, and he would discover the true nature of his awakened abilities. As the clock struck midnight, Yi Fan felt a terrifying rumble resonate within his mind, and he promptly lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself still in his home. Had the game begun? He rushed to the window to observe the surroundings, which mirrored the scene from his previous life upon entering this game world. If the game had commenced, then why had he not become an awakener? His body appeared unchanged. After inspecting himself, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Congratulations. You have awakened the SSS-level talent, card sign-in system. This system is unique and exclusively yours. As this voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind, he felt a surge of confusion. He understood that awakeners' abilities were categorized into 5 tiers, S, A, B, C, and D, yet he had never encountered an SSS-level talent before. As for cards, they were all too familiar to Yi Fan, who had survived in this game for 3 months previously. The game world was rife with formidable monsters. Players who managed to slay particularly powerful foes would randomly receive cards. These cards could be utilized by players, albeit with varying levels of rarity. Most players would obtain low-tier cards that provided basic resources, while high-tier cards could unlock rare classes, equipment, items, and skills. What use does this talent hold? Yi Fan queried. Puzzled. Players bound to the card sign-in system will randomly receive 5 cards of A grade or higher upon completing weekly sign-ins. Additional card draws can be earned by accomplishing system tasks. The system clarified. Yi Fan stood frozen in disbelief. Securing cards was inherently challenging. He recalled that during his previous life, it took 10 awakeners half a day to slay a single monster, yielding merely 1 D-grade card. Now, he was being granted 5 A-grade or higher cards simply by signing in each week. For a moment, Yi Fan was at a loss, questioning the authenticity of this revelation. Would you like to proceed with today's sign-in? The system prompted once more. Sign in. Yi Fan eagerly nodded. Congratulations. Sign-in successful. You may now activate 5 cards. Would you like to proceed? Activate. Yi Fan responded without hesitation. 5 cards gradually materialized before him. The first card slowly turned over. Congratulations to the player for acquiring an A-grade weapon, the Kusanagi sword. The second card gradually flipped. Congratulations to the player, strength, speed, and agility have each increased by 10 points. The third card gently revealed itself. Congratulations to the player for obtaining an A-grade protective suit. The fourth card slowly unveiled itself. Congratulations to the player for receiving a spatial backpack. Please note that the spatial backpack can only store items generated by the system, such as materials for upgrading safe houses and weapons obtained from cards. Real-world items cannot be stored in the spatial backpack, so players are advised to use it wisely. The system reminded. What use is this spatial backpack? Yi Fan muttered in exasperation, then fixed his gaze on the fifth card. The card turned over slowly, and a blinding golden light flashed. Could it be the legendary S-grade card? A flicker of excitement passed through Yi Fan's eyes. Chapter 3. Is it possible to change classes? A dazzling beam of golden light appeared before Yi Fan. After a moment, the golden radiance slowly dissipated. Congratulations to the player for acquiring an S-grade card. A rare class change book for the summoner profession. The system's notification echoed softly. Yi Fan's expression was one of utter shock as he gazed at the card before him. He had never anticipated that his card signing system would be so extraordinarily powerful. The previous 4 A-grade cards had already been sufficient for him to establish a foothold in this game. But what was even more terrifying was that Yi Fan had managed to unlock a remarkably rare summoner class. And this was merely from signing in for a single day. If he continued to sign in for a month, wouldn't he become invincible in this game? The system detected new equipment in the player's backpack. Would the player like to equip it? The reminder chimed. Equip. Yi Fan nodded eagerly. The first tier Kusanagi sword equipped. The first tier protective suit equipped. The spatial backpack equipped. The player has transitioned to the summoner class, currently at level 1. capable of summoning a wolfhound to assist in battle. Reminder: as the player's summoner level increases, the level of summoned companions will also rise. Yi Fan gazed at the protective suit on his body and the weapon in his hand, his expression brimming with exhilaration. He felt an overwhelming sense of power. Attention all players, the post-apocalyptic survival game has officially commenced. The objective is quite simple: survive. At that moment, a voice broadcasted suddenly. The broadcast went on to outline the general rules of the game. In truth, the game lacked extensive regulations. It merely involved various monsters roaming the city, and players would gain experience points by defeating them to level up. Moreover, players were not dissimilar to real humans. They too required food and water to sustain their strength. Although the safe house provided security, it needed continual upgrades. Otherwise, monsters could potentially breach its doors. With only an hour remaining before the first wave of monsters attacked, players were urged to gather supplies swiftly. As the broadcast concluded, it reminded everyone: Yi Fan was not new to this game. He was quite experienced. Now was the opportune moment to collect resources, as many players had yet to comprehend the situation. After half an hour, once most of them grasped what was happening, the streets would be crowded, making it difficult to gather supplies. However, for Yi Fan, there was an even more pressing matter. He had to quickly locate his dear friend from his previous life, Song Cece. In his last life, Song Cece had been killed by a monster as soon as she entered the game, while Yi Fan had wasted time searching for Li Ru's family and Wang Jia, thus missing the best opportunity to save her. This time, Yi Fan was determined to rectify that regret. Yi Fan swiftly exited his home and arrived at the community, where the area was already filled with bewildered residents, their faces etched with confusion. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned dark? What did that broadcast mean? Are we really participating in a game? Is someone playing a prank on us? Can someone please explain? If this continues, we might have to call the police. The crowd buzzed with loud discussions. Yet, Yi Fan had no time to concern himself with them. He understood that within an hour, they would all realize the nature of the game. However, due to the throngs of people in the community, it took him a full 20 minutes to finally exit. Song Cece's home was at least an hour's walk from his current location. Given the time constraints, he could not afford to walk, so he hastily found a vehicle and, after forcefully starting it, sped towards Song Cece's residence. Along the way, Yi Fan saw numerous confused citizens wandering aimlessly. In fact, if players did not act quickly to gather supplies, the game ahead would prove to be exceedingly challenging. With less than half an hour remaining before the monsters emerged, collecting resources would become increasingly difficult once they appeared. Yi Fan initially thought half an hour would suffice to reach Song Cece's community, but he was taken aback by the sheer number of people on the road, rendering driving impossible. Thus, he abandoned the car and sprinted towards Song Cece's home. An hour passed swiftly, and the sky darkened further. Suddenly, countless zombies and other monsters emerged from the shadows. Ordinary citizens, still bewildered by the unfolding events, were swiftly overwhelmed by the monstrous horde. A cacophony of wails, screams, and pleas for help filled the air. In that moment, the reality of the game's implications truly dawned upon them. The once bustling city had devolved into a hell's cape in the blink of an eye. Those who had previously experienced apocalyptic survival games found this scene eerily familiar, reminiscent of the game's promotional trailers. Yi Fan was too focused to spare a thought for anyone else. He was running for his life, knowing that Song Cece could not hold out for long. He had to reach her before the zombies breached her door. Minutes later, he finally arrived at the entrance of Song Cece's community. Countless residents were frantically fleeing. Yet Yi Fan was the only one moving against the tide. Is this person insane? Why is he heading back in? Young man, there are zombies inside. Why are you going in? Hurry and come with us. Some concerned residents shouted after him. But Yi Fan had no intention of explaining anything to these people and continued striding forward. However, just at this moment, 4 or 5 zombies suddenly charged straight toward him. But before Yi Fan could even react, the wolfhound suddenly leapt out of nowhere and directly knocked all those zombies flying. Even just the lowest level wolfhound was actually this powerful? Yi Fan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of shock as he witnessed this scene. Chapter 4, Peril at hand. In just a matter of seconds, the wolfhound summoned by Yi Fan had easily killed off the few zombies that had surrounded him. And with every zombie it killed, Yi Fan would gain the corresponding amount of experience points. When all 4 of those zombies had been slain by the wolfhound, Yi Fan had gained a total of 4 experience points, leaving him still 6 points short of leveling up. At this moment, Yi Fan couldn't help but start looking forward with anticipation. If his summoner level increased, would the helpers he could summon become stronger and stronger? Because Yi Fan had already lived in this apocalypse game world for 3 months, he knew very well just how terrifyingly useful these wolfhounds he summoned would be for him. Meanwhile, the surrounding residents were all looking at Yi Fan with eyes full of disbelief. After all, these people still hadn't figured out the rules of this apocalypse game. When they faced zombies, all they could think about was how to run away, never once considering fighting back. Yi Fan didn't have the time to think too much. After dealing with the zombies in front of him, he immediately rushed deeper into the residential complex. Because now, with a wolfhound at his side and an A-class protective suit on his body, Yi Fan was practically like a cheat existence, able to completely ignore zombie attacks. Relying on his memory, Yifan quickly found the building where Song Cc's home was located. "Handsome guy, save me please." Just then, a sexy, anxious voice rang out beside Yifan's ear. He froze for a moment, then looked up, only to see a beautiful, delicately featured, hot-figured woman in a black lace nightdress standing on the balcony of the 5th floor. At that moment, the beautiful woman had already wedged a chair tightly against the balcony door, but Yifan could still clearly see that several zombies had already entered her room. Those zombies were constantly pounding on the door, their faces twisted in grotesque ferocity. "Please, save me. As long as you save me, I can do anything for you." The woman deliberately struck a seductive pose toward Yifan, her expression excited as she shouted down at him. Under normal circumstances, Yifan might have lent a hand. But unfortunately, zombies had already entered the residential building, which meant Song Cc's situation could be extremely dangerous as well. Time was the most precious thing to Yifan now. He couldn't waste such a valuable resource on someone he didn't know at all. So, without the slightest hesitation, Yifan simply continued striding into the complex. When the woman saw Yifan leave so mercilessly, a trace of despair flashed in her eyes. Because at that moment, the balcony door had already been pried open by the zombies inside, leaving a gap. It wouldn't take long before those zombies broke through onto the balcony, and her fate needed no explanation. On the other side, inside a unit of the residential building, Song Cc, dressed in light blue home clothes, was hiding in her bedroom. At that moment, she had pushed all the furniture in the room against the door. Her delicate face was full of tension and panic. She felt as if everything she was experiencing now was like a dream, so unbelievable that she couldn't even understand how zombies could suddenly appear in the community. Bang, bang, bang. Loud thuds came one after another. The zombies outside the bedroom were pounding on the door again and again, the door trembling violently. Song Cc was clearly at a loss, because she knew very well that under these circumstances the wooden bedroom door couldn't hold much longer. Once the zombies broke into the room, she would likely have only one choice left, jumping out the window. But her home was on the 8th floor, and below in the courtyard were nothing but zombies. Even if she jumped, it would almost certainly be a dead end. Just as Song Cc was wondering what she should do, boom. Another loud crash came from outside the door. A bloodstained hand suddenly burst through the door and reached into the bedroom. When Song Cc saw this scene, she was so frightened she went stiff, letting out an uncontrollable scream. At that very moment, Yifan, who had just found the unit where Song Cc's home was, happened to hear her scream. A trace of nervousness flashed in his eyes, because he had no idea what condition Song Cc was in right now. "Cc, you must hold on." After saying this, Yifan didn't hesitate in the slightest and rushed quickly into the building. Although the residential building was full of zombies, for Yifan, equipped with an A-class protective suit and an A-class weapon, they posed no threat at all. Not to mention that the wolfhound at his side was assisting in the fight. This wolfhound's combat power was comparable to that of 10 normal humans. At this moment, Yifan was like a god of slaughter, his eyes blood red with fury. His mind holding only one thought: reach the 8th floor where Song Cc was as quickly as possible. On the other side, inside Song Cc's bedroom, the bedroom door was already in tatters. The zombies outside, having seen Song Cc inside, seemed to grow even more frenzied, pounding the door with all their might. Song Cc's delicate face was filled with terror, her body trembling nonstop. She couldn't think of any way she might escape alive. As the door was finally smashed completely through by the zombies, a flash of despair crossed Song Cc's beautiful eyes. The leading zombie let out a roar, then charged straight at her. With no hesitation, Song Cc ran quickly toward the window, though she knew full well that jumping from the building might still give her a sliver of life. If she didn't jump, then death was almost certain. Rip. But she was still a step too slow. The leading zombie reached out and tore at her clothes, ripping open a huge section and revealing a large swath of pale skin. Immediately after, a second zombie pounced on Song Cc, pressing her down onto the floor. Opening its bloody maw, it lunged straight at her white neck. Chapter 5, This is Heaven. Zombies are monsters generated by the survival game. They possess no subjective consciousness at all. Their minds harbored but a single thought: to eliminate the player. Song Cc's eyes brimmed with tension and terror, to the extent that she had relinquished any final struggle or resistance in such dire circumstances. Yet, at this critical juncture, a figure abruptly soared through the air, forcefully colliding with and hurling the zombie, pinning Song Cc away. With wide, glistening eyes, Song Cc stared in utter disbelief at the unfolding scene before her, her expression saturated with astonishment beyond measure. For she had never anticipated that, in this moment of peril, it would be a canine that emerged to rescue her. After the wolfhound tackled the zombie, it swiftly delivered a lethal bite to the creature's neck, dispatching it without delay. Immediately following, Yifan rushed forward, engaging in combat with the remaining zombies that had encircled Song Cc. Were Yifan merely an ordinary individual, his physical capabilities would have rendered him utterly incapable of confronting such a horde. However, equipped entirely with grade A gear and enhanced by card-based augmentations to his physique, coupled with the assistance of the wolfhound, Yifan effortlessly dispatched the zombies on the balcony with minimal exertion. Lying on the ground, Song Cece gazed at Yi Fan, her countenance etched with profound incredulity. She felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, having resigned herself to certain death. She was astounded that Yi Fan had ultimately intervened to save her. Upon vanquishing the zombies on the balcony, a system notification resonated within Yi Fan's mind. Congratulations, player, on leveling up. Current player level 2. Speed, strength, and agility each increased by 1 point. Hearing this, Yi Fan experienced a modicum of surprise, as he had not expected a single level advancement to yield such modest enhancements. In contrast, during his previous card draws, a single card had granted him a 10-point boost. It was at this moment that Yi Fan began to grasp why his bound card drawing system was classified as an SSS-tier awakened ability. With this system's aid, Yi Fan could be considered a veritable cheat-like entity within this apocalyptic game. Moreover, as Yi Fan's level ascended, his summoner rank concurrently elevated to level 2. He could now summon 2 wolfhounds to assist in battle, both of which had also received upgrades in speed and strength. Yi Fan, how did you end up at my place? And what exactly is going on with these zombies? Song Cece, finally emerging from her state of shock, hurriedly inquired. I can't explain everything right now. You need to come with me and leave this place immediately. Yi Fan replied in a hushed tone. All right. Song Cece nodded, attempting to rise, but a flicker of pain crossed her face. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked, while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. My leg was injured by the zombies earlier, and it hurts terribly. Song Cece instinctively glanced at her slender, pale leg, where blood trickled steadily from the wound. Without hesitation, Yi Fan retrieved a pair of stockings from the wardrobe to briefly bandage the injury, then scooped Song Cece into his arms, preparing to exit the bedroom. However, as he lifted her, he noticed that her clothing had been torn open by the zombies, revealing glimpses of her alluring figure and seductive black lingerie beneath. Song Cece, becoming aware of Yi Fan's lingering gaze, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Could you fetch me something to wear? She murmured softly. Of course, Yi Fan responded, snapping back to attention and hastily draping a coat from the bedroom closet over her shoulders. Once she was adequately clothed, Yi Fan carried Song Cece out of the residential complex. Given that the zombies outside were of the lowest tier and he was accompanied by 2 protective wolfhounds, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. Sprinting through the city streets with Song Cece in his arms, he pressed onward. Yi Fan, with zombies everywhere. Where are you taking me? Song Cece queried, perplexed. To a safe location, Yi Fan replied impassively. A safe place? Song Cece still seemed bewildered. Yi Fan offered no further explanation, as most people remained unaware of the situation's intricacies. As a reincarnated individual, he possessed an intimate understanding of the game's mechanics. The initial wave of zombies consisted of the lowest level variants. Ordinary people could survive by finding suitable hiding spots during this 3-hour assault. Afterward, the zombies would cease their attacks and conceal themselves throughout the city. The system would then grant all players a 2-hour window to construct safe houses and gather essential supplies. The location chosen for the safe house would play a pivotal role in the subsequent stages of the game. In his previous life, Yi Fan had failed to grasp the rules promptly, resulting in his safe house being situated in a remote suburb, which immensely complicated his resource-gathering endeavors. This time, he intended to learn from his mistakes. He carried Song Cece directly into the city's largest shopping mall. The interior was devoid of living souls, littered with corpses and awash with blood, while countless zombies wandered aimlessly in search of prey. Song Cece was instantly petrified by the gruesome spectacle. Yi Fan is this really the safe place you mentioned? She stammered. Indeed, this is the safest location within the game, Yi Fan affirmed with a faint smile, then proceeded to perform an action that left Song Cece even more astounded. He bolted the mall's entrance shut. Yi Fan, what are you doing? If you lock us in, how will we get out? Song Cece cried out in terror, observing the zombies drawing nearer. This place is truly paradise. I never had any intention of leaving. Yi Fan chuckled in response. Chapter 6. The true game begins. Paradise? Yi Fan, you must be joking. Song Cece exclaimed, lifting her head to watch the encroaching zombies, her face a mask of confusion. Although Yi Fan was undoubtedly formidable, the mall housed hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. Should they all converge, even a deity would struggle to escape unscathed. Yet, Yi Fan remained composed, lighting a cigarette and calmly checking the time on his phone. In his previous life, Yi Fan made a critical error in selecting the location for his safe house, resulting in it being situated in a remote suburban area, which rendered the collection of supplies exceedingly inconvenient. In this new life, he vowed never to repeat such a mistake. Within this apocalyptic game, a regulation exists stipulating that no other players may establish a safe house within a 500-meter radius of a player's safe house. This rule grants a significant advantage to players who grasp the game's mechanics early on, as those who construct their safe houses first typically choose prime locations in the city center, facilitating easier access to resources. Conversely, players who are slower to react, like Yi Fan, find themselves relegated to placing their safe houses in resource-scarce suburbs. Moreover, a player's safe house can accommodate others, allowing stronger players, albeit slower to respond, to inhabit more advantageous locations. drawing upon his memories from his past life. Yi-Fan was acutely aware that the optimal site for constructing a safe house within this game was near a large shopping mall. Malls typically house supermarkets that provide a plethora of essential supplies, as well as pharmacies, which play a crucial role in this game. However, establishing a safe house within a mall presents two significant drawbacks. The first is that malls are marked as high-priority zones, resulting in a higher concentration of zombies compared to other areas, thus heightening the danger for players. The second drawback is that if one individual monopolizes the resources within a mall, it can incite animosity among other players, rendering them a target of collective ire. In this game, the absence of laws means that humans can often pose a greater threat than the zombies themselves. For instance, in his previous life, Yi-Fan did not perish at the hands of zombies, but rather fell victim to the Li family. Typically, a large group of players would collaborate to seize a mall, with a leader responsible for distributing the resources within. This strategy allows them to collectively withstand most dangers. However, Yi-Fan felt that given his current capabilities, he had no desire to cooperate with anyone, nor did he wish to place his trust in others. In this game, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive, and compassion and kindness are utterly worthless. Yi-Fan, they're coming. As Yi-Fan pondered these matters, Song Cici suddenly shouted. A zombie lunged at her, grasping her arm. Fortunately, the wolf dog beside Yi-Fan reacted swiftly, pouncing on the zombie and pinning it to the ground. Are you alright? Yi-Fan asked urgently. I'm fine. Song Cici shook her head. To Yi-Fan's astonishment, the zombie that attacked Song Cici was engaging in a back-and-forth struggle with his wolf dog. This indicated that this particular zombie appeared to possess greater combat prowess than the others outside. This shouldn't be possible. The game had only just begun. How could a second-tier zombie appear? Yi-Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. According to his recollection, only first-tier zombies would emerge during the initial hour of the game, while second-tier zombies would not appear until the following day. Could it be due to the location being a mall? A thought flickered in Yi-Fan's mind. Yi-Fan, this place is too dangerous. We should leave quickly. Song Cici exclaimed, her expression filled with terror as they became encircled by zombies. Yi-Fan glanced at the time on his phone and whispered, they will all vanish in 3 seconds. How do you know that? Song Cici asked, puzzled. 3, 2, 1. As Yi-Fan's countdown concluded, the zombies that had surrounded them abruptly vanished, including the one that had been wrestling with the wolf dog. Yi-Fan, what just happened? Song Cici stared at him in complete bewilderment, questioning whether what she had witnessed was merely a figment of her imagination. You'll soon understand, Yi-Fan replied, refraining from explaining further, knowing that someone else would elucidate the situation. Stay here, I'll go find some supplies. After leaving this remark, Yi-Fan strode into the mall. Song Cici remained rooted in place, her eyes reflecting confusion and disbelief as she grappled with the extraordinary events of the day. The sudden emergence of zombies was perplexing, and Yi-Fan's behavior was equally enigmatic. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the first round of testing. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Song Cici's mind. Only by passing the first round of testing can you truly be considered players of this game. The game system has now been activated within your bodies. This system will accompany you until the game's conclusion. I will now transmit the entire gameplay mechanics to your minds. Players, please read carefully. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into Song Cici's consciousness. She observed the surrounding items undergoing astonishing transformations. Even a simple bottle of mineral water bore a concise explanation. She began to comprehend why the zombies had suddenly vanished earlier. Zombies exist for a fixed duration. During the initial testing phase, only the lowest tier zombies appear, and their lifespan is 1 hour. This was why Yi-Fan had been so confident that the zombies would dissipate. As the game progresses, the zombies' levels will rise, and their duration will extend. Once the zombies vanish, the game system grants players a set amount of time to gather resources and upgrade their safe houses. This time is also predetermined. For instance, the system currently allocates players merely 2 hours. This duration is sufficient for players to procure the necessary resources for constructing safe houses and to gather supplies for survival before the next tier of zombies emerges. Safe houses are indeed secure, provided their level exceeds that of the current zombies. Otherwise, zombies can still breach them. As Song Cici processed the information in her mind, she couldn't shake the feeling that everything felt surreal and hard to believe. Yet, the recent events suggested that she might indeed be within a game world. Yi-Fan, on the other hand, demonstrated little surprise at the emergence of the game system within his body, for this system was a universal feature among players. In his previous life, Yi-Fan had also possessed such a game system. However, in this life, an additional card sign-in system had manifested within him. The true game had finally commenced. Yi-Fan smiled faintly and continued his quest for supplies. Chapter 7, Poisoning. The gaming system holds little significance for the players. To put it simply, it bears a striking resemblance to the system within that apocalyptic game. Its primary function is to provide players with essential game information, and it is utilized when constructing or upgrading safe houses. Upon reaching level 5, players can activate the chatroom feature. which grants access to a public communication channel where most individuals seek teammates and exchange resources. As for the other functionalities, Yifan is not particularly well informed. After approximately half an hour, Yifan successfully gathered all the necessary materials. It must be said that the card sign-in system has proven to be a remarkable asset for Yifan's spatial backpack, as most of his collection consists of materials for upgrading the safe house. These materials do not exist in reality, but are merely virtual game components. To collect these materials, players must deposit them into the system's backpack, which has a capacity that varies with the player's level. Initially, the backpack has a very limited capacity, sufficient only for the materials needed to construct a safe house, making it impossible to upgrade. If players wish to enhance their safe houses, they must confront zombies to level up themselves. In simpler terms, the game compels players to battle the undead. Fortunately, due to the spatial backpack, Yifan not only amassed enough materials to build the safe house, but also had a surplus adequate for upgrading it to level 3. In his previous life, Yifan took a full 3 months to elevate the safe house to level 3, whereas in this life, he accomplished it in under half an hour. The disparity is astonishing. Yifan, where have you been? I just heard a strange voice in my mind. What on earth is happening? Upon seeing Yifan return, Song Cece's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to his side. You can think of it as being in a game, but in this game, if you die, it is truly the end. Yifan briefly explained to Song Cece. Are you saying that everything I am experiencing now is real? The world has genuinely transformed into what I see. Song Cece inquired urgently. Indeed. Yifan nodded once more. In that instant, Song Cece was engulfed in profound shock, unable to articulate her emotions. Yifan chose not to elaborate further. He had felt the same way when he first entered the game in his previous life. No explanation from others would suffice. Time would reveal the truth to her. Yifan surveyed the surroundings of the mall and then approached the entrance. To enter the mall, one must pass through this door, and Yifan intended to construct the safe house at this location. This way, he would be the first to notice any disturbances outside. Construct the safe house. Yifan spoke softly. Player, you are currently in a dangerous area. Do you wish to proceed with the construction of a safe house? Came the system's prompt. Construct. Yifan replied calmly. A blinding light flashed, and before Song Cece's astonished gaze, a small house of approximately 10 square meters materialized. The safe house has been successfully constructed, and the corresponding materials have been deducted from the player's backpack. Upgrade the safe house. Yifan commanded again. Materials in the player's backpack are sufficient to upgrade the safe house to level 3. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Yifan affirmed with a nod. Another blinding flash ensued. The safe house has been successfully upgraded. Yifan opened the door to the safe house and stepped inside. The safe house now boasted an area of roughly 60 square meters, featuring a separate bedroom, living room, kitchen, and a bathroom. Yifan understood that the higher the safe house's level, the larger the space would become, along with more advanced facilities. Come in. Yifan observed that Song Cece was still standing outside, lost in thought, and gently called to her. After a moment's hesitation, Song Cece stepped into Yifan's safe house. From the outside, it appeared to be merely a small house, but upon entering, she was taken aback by the spaciousness within. The current level of this safe house is 3, so there is only 1 room. You'll stay in the bedroom, and I'll occupy the living room. When we upgrade to level 4, we should have 2 rooms. Yifan explained softly while seated on the sofa. This is simply unbelievable, Song Cece remarked, remaining in a state of shock and confusion. There are many more incredible things to come. Yifan, feeling a bit fatigued from all the activity, replied. Song Cece then gracefully approached Yifan, her long, fair legs gliding across the floor as she took a seat beside him, surveying the interior of the safe house. Yifan, why do I feel as if you are exceptionally familiar with this game? Song Cece suddenly sensed an unsettling calmness about Yifan, who seemed to know precisely what needed to be done. It was implausible for an ordinary person to react as he did when thrust into such an apocalyptic game. Because I previously played a game with a similar premise to our current situation, Yifan refrained from revealing his status as a reborn individual. What shall we do next? Song Cece blinked her beautiful large eyes, hesitatingly asking Yifan, what to do next? Yifan paused for a moment before softly stating, now? We have only one task, to survive. Song Cece gazed at Yifan in silence, sensing a significant change in him, making him feel somewhat unfamiliar. Is there a bathroom here? I would like to take a shower, she said softly. There is a bathroom, but there is currently no water. We'll need to collect some ourselves. Yifan responded. In this dire situation, water is the most precious resource. The concept of a shower seems rather foreign to those living in an apocalypse. In his previous life, Yifan couldn't even afford to be wasteful with water, let alone take a shower. Then let us go find water. Perhaps due to Yifan's influence, Song Cece seemed unaware of the true dangers of this apocalypse. There isn't enough time. The moment has arrived. Yifan shook his head slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, countless zombies suddenly appeared, rushing towards the direction of the safe house. Upon seeing the frenzied undead through the window, Song Cece leaped into Yifan's arms, clinging tightly to him. At that moment, Yi Fan could distinctly feel her warmth and the unique fragrance she emitted. The closeness ignited a rapid heartbeat within him, intensified by the softness of her embrace. Yi Fan, is it safe here? Will those zombies break in? Song Cece whispered to Yi Fan, rest assured. The security level of this safe house is adequate to fend off the zombies outside. Yi Fan replied with remarkable composure, that's good to hear. A long sigh of relief escaped Song Cece's lips, only for her to realize the rather intimate position she was in with Yi Fan, prompting her to swiftly release him. This zombie attack will last for 3 hours. We should wait until then to venture out. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Fan noticed Song Cece suddenly collapsing towards him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he caught her delicate, slender waist and inquired, what's wrong? I don't know. I just feel so dizzy. Song Cece's lips turned pale, her voice noticeably weak. Yi Fan promptly examined her arms and discovered 2 fresh wounds, still oozing blood. Yi Fan, am I? Before she could complete her thought, she succumbed to unconsciousness. This symptom appears to be indicative of poisoning. Yi Fan realized that her body temperature had significantly dropped, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Chapter 8. Still in the mood for such matters? Yi Fan was acutely aware that the wounds on Song Cece's arms were likely inflicted by the zombies in the mall. However, ordinary zombie attacks are not toxic unless they are inflicted by second-tier virus zombies. In his previous life, Yi Fan had a friend who tragically succumbed to a virus zombies attack, passing away 7 days later. Yi Fan hastily transported Song Cece to the bedroom. Card sign-in system. Is there any way to cure the poison? He silently pondered. Response to the host. If you wish to completely eliminate the zombie virus from the player's body, an antidote can be utilized. Came the system's reply. How can I obtain the antidote? Yi Fan continued his inquiry. Host, you can acquire it through random card draws. The card sign-in system responded. Is there any other method? Yi Fan was well aware that signing in for a week would only yield 5 cards, and those 5 draws might not even result in an antidote. More importantly, Song Cece might not last that long. Another option is for the host to exchange cards for the antidote. 3 cards can be exchanged for 1 bottle. The prospect of a direct exchange sparked a glimmer of excitement in Yi Fan's eyes. However, he quickly remembered that he had no cards left. Had he known earlier that cards could be exchanged, he would not have squandered all 5. Reminder for the host. In addition to obtaining cards through sign-ins, you can also earn them by completing tasks. The system seemed to intuit his thoughts, prompting him. What tasks? Yi Fan inquired eagerly. Currently, you can accept only 1 task. A line of blue text appeared before him. Task information. Eliminate 3-tier zombies. Task level. Novice. Time limit. 5 hours. Task reward. 3 D-grade cards. Given that D-grade cards are of relatively low quality, it would likely be challenging to obtain anything useful. Therefore, exchanging these 3 cards for an antidote was a prudent decision. Will the host accept this task? The system inquired. Accept. Yi Fan responded without a moment's hesitation. The novice task has commenced. The countdown is now activated. Please complete the task promptly. Task reminder. Possible locations for 3-tier zombies include schools and hospitals. Yi Fan took a deep breath and immediately turned to rush outside the safe house. As the safe house was of level 3, the zombies outside could not breach its defenses, ensuring Song Cece's temporary safety. The moment Yi Fan stepped out, countless zombies charged towards him as if driven mad. He swiftly summoned 2 wolfhounds and, under their protection, wielded his Kusanagi sword to carve a bloody path through them all. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies, it took Yi Fan over half an hour to break free. His level had also risen to 3, and the summoner class had similarly advanced to level 3. The 2 wolfhounds he could originally summon transformed into a single fire wolf, radiating a fiery aura. Although the game had only begun less than 5 hours prior, the streets were already in disarray, littered with abandoned vehicles and the bodies of strangers strewn across every corner. Yet, Yi Fan understood that this was merely the beginning. As the city fell into ruin, the electric and water companies would cease operations, and factories housing explosive materials would soon erupt in a series of catastrophic blasts. The city would rapidly metamorphose into a desolate wasteland. The authorities, perhaps convening emergency meetings to strategize in the game's early moments, would meet their doom the instant the zombies emerged. However, such circumstances would not persist for long, as the demise of one civilization inevitably heralds the rise of another. Yi Fan observed that although zombies roamed the streets, their combat prowess, speed, and numbers paled in comparison to those in the mall, granting him a rare moment to catch his breath. Perhaps the zombies sensed his elevated level, or perhaps the presence of the fire wolf deterred them. They showed no inclination to attack him. After enduring the previous wave of zombie attacks, those who survived were largely either fortunate or had come to terms with their grim reality. Thus, these individuals adhered to the game's rules, constructing safe houses and now hiding within them, awaiting the zombies' departure to scavenge for supplies. Yi Fan, well versed in the city's layout, knew that a hospital lay less than 10 kilometers from the mall. He decided to head there, hoping to encounter 3-tier zombies. Given the abundance of abandoned vehicles and corpses littering the roads, conventional cars were rendered inoperable. Yet fortune smiled upon him. After walking a few hundred meters, he discovered a motorcycle, its owner half consumed by zombies. Yi Fan paid no mind to the motorcycle's former occupant, swiftly mounted it, and sped through the city streets. The individuals who had been sheltering in the safe house stared in disbelief as they witnessed someone daringly riding a motorcycle down the highway. This person has the audacity to venture out? Is he courting death? They marveled at his audacity, while most were astonished by Yi Fan's bravery. A small number noticed that the zombies wandering the streets seemed disinclined to attack him. About 10 minutes later, Yi Fan burst into the hospital building on his motorcycle. Much like a shopping mall, the hospital is a perilous area, with the zombies inside classified as second tier, in comparison to first-tier zombies. Second-tier zombies not only exhibit enhanced combat prowess and speed, but also possess the potential to harbor toxins, some even capable of contagion. Should these infectious zombies breach a human skin, the toxins would infiltrate the body, resulting in a transformation into one of the undead within just an hour for an ordinary person. Fortunately, Song Sisi had merely been attacked by a toxin-bearing zombie and had not succumbed to infection. Were she to be infected, even Yi Fan's formidable abilities would be of no avail to save her. The number of zombies in the hospital's ground floor lobby was not particularly overwhelming, and Yi Fan was disinclined to squander time battling these second-tier zombies. Thus, he delegated most of the combat tasks to Firewolf while he scoured each room in search of third-tier zombies. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had elapsed. Yi Fan had made his way from the first floor to the 5th floor of the hospital, but regrettably, he still had not encountered any third-tier zombies. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, he stumbled upon a rather vexing issue. The floors above were designated as the doctor's offices, with many doors requiring key card access. Lacking a card, Yi Fan had no choice but to resort to brute force to gain entry, which would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of his time. Just as Yi Fan contemplated this problem, a jarring sound suddenly echoed from a distance. Upon hearing it, he momentarily paused, furrowing his brow in disbelief, and mused to himself about the chaos outside, questioning how anyone could still find time for such antics amidst the turmoil. Chapter 9. The pants are off. In an office within Nanyang City People's Hospital, a corpulent middle-aged man leered at a woman cowering in the corner. "Chanchian, just give in to me," he implored. The woman, clad in a pristine white coat, possessed an alluring figure with long, shapely legs and striking beauty. Yet her gaze towards the man was one of utter disdain. "Get away from me," she retorted vehemently. "With the zombies outside, we are both bound to perish here sooner or later. Why not seize this opportunity to enjoy ourselves?" The man, Dr. Wang Daxiang, rubbed his palms together, inching closer to the woman. The woman, Jean Chanchian, was a newly arrived intern at the hospital, seemingly oblivious to the sudden emergence of the zombies outside. For her safety, she had chosen to remain hidden in the office rather than venturing out. Wang Daxiang had long harbored lustful thoughts towards Jean Chanchian's enticing physique, having hinted on multiple occasions that should she acquiesce, he would leverage his connections to secure her a permanent position. However, Jean Chanchian harbored nothing but disgust for the oily, lascivious middle-aged man and had resolutely rejected his advances. Initially, when the zombies first appeared, Wang Daxiang had displayed a degree of fear and restraint. But as time passed and he realized their escape from the office was unlikely, he shed his pretense and revealed his most depraved desires. At a time like this, you should be thinking about how we can survive, yet your mind is consumed with such thoughts. Jean Chanchian shouted from her corner, her expression one of fury. "I can't think about surviving anymore. With zombies outside, we are all doomed. We might as well enjoy ourselves before the end," Wang Daxiang yelled, lunging towards Jean Chanchian. In the confines of the office, Jean Chanchian had no weapons to defend herself, while Wang Daxiang weighed at least 180 pounds. As he pounced, her resistance felt utterly futile. With a tearing sound, Wang Daxiang ripped apart Jean Chanchian's white coat and continued to tug at her shirt beneath. "Get away, no?" she screamed in a frenzy, struggling desperately for help. But outside the office, only the incessant shuffling of zombies could be heard. No one was there to heed her cries. Moments later, as Wang Daxiang tore open her shirt, exposing her fair skin, he became increasingly exhilarated. In such an apocalyptic environment, the malevolence within a person can be magnified infinitely. Jean Chanchian found herself sinking into a profound despair as she witnessed Wang Daxiang's depravity. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully kicked open. Both Jean Chanchian and Wang Daxiang froze, turning abruptly to face the intruder. Yi Fan stood at the doorway, his expression devoid of emotion. "Help! Help me!" Jean Chanchian cried out, her voice filled with desperation as she saw Yi Fan, akin to a drowning person grasping for a final lifeline. Wang Daxiang swiftly covered Jean Chanchian's mouth and turned to Yi Fan with a menacing glare. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business." At that moment, Wang Daxiang had completely lost his sanity. Upon seeing Yi Fan enter, his instinct was not to flee, but rather to protect his sordid intentions from interruption. Ugh! Jean Chanchian struggled violently beneath Wang Daxiang, her torn clothing revealing her enchanting figure, which only served to heighten Wang Daxiang's excitement. Yi Fan stepped further into the office, seemingly unfazed by Wang Daxiang's furious shout of, "I told you not to meddle." Instead, He approached the desk and picked up some materials lying atop it. These materials were not real. Rather, they were randomly generated by the game and could be utilized to upgrade the safe house. While searching for third-tier zombies, Yifan also made sure to collect these materials, for once everyone comprehended the game's mechanics, gathering them would become a daunting task. After securing the materials, Yifan showed no inclination to assist the woman, turning to exit the room instead. Jin Qianqian watched in despair as Yifan's back receded, utterly taken aback by his chilling indifference in such dire circumstances. Unbeknownst to her, Yifan had witnessed countless such scenes in his previous life. Initially, he might have intervened, but he soon realized that in this world, kindness towards others often equated to cruelty towards oneself. He had no personal connection to the woman and saw no reason to waste time on her plight. Furthermore, rescuing her would only invite an additional adversary. The harsh realities of this world had long since extinguished the last remnants of compassion within Yifan. Who would have thought you were such a coward? Wang Daxiang remarked as Yifan exited the office, a sense of relief washing over his features as he resumed his assault on Jin Qianqian's clothing. Please no? Jin Qianqian's anguished cries echoed throughout the hospital. However, just as Wang Daxiang had removed Jin Qianqian's shirt, Yifan, who had originally departed, unexpectedly returned. What on earth do you want, you brat? Wang Daxiang glared at Yifan and shouted. Hand over your employee card. Yifan had no intention of rescuing Jin Qianqian. However, he believed that both individuals were doctors at the hospital, and obtaining an employee card would greatly facilitate his search for third-tier zombies. I don't have my employee card. Just get the hell out of here. Wang Daxiang dismissed Yifan with contempt. Unable to comprehend why Yifan would want an employee card amidst the multitude of zombies outside. I have an employee card. If you save me, I will give it to you. Jin Qianqian reacted swiftly, urgently calling out. Yifan cast a cold glance at the now half-clothed Jin Qianqian and replied icily, fine. What do you mean, kid? Wang Daxiang rose abruptly, confronting Yifan. I need to take this woman. She is of value to me. Yifan replied expressionlessly. I told you to get lost. Do you not understand? Wang Daxiang seized an ashtray from the table and hurled it at Yifan's head. Bang! Yifan's reflexes were beyond those of an ordinary person. He swiftly grasped Wang Daxiang's wrist and calmly stated, You are no match for me. I suggest you comply. Wang Daxiang opened his mouth to curse, but Yifan, without a moment's hesitation, thrust a sword into Wang Daxiang's abdomen and then kicked him away. You! Wang Daxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yifan would strike so ruthlessly, turning against him. Blood began to flow from his wound. Yifan's gaze was as cold as ice, as though taking a life was but a trivial matter to him. He understood that in this world, one must show no mercy to anyone, for one could never predict the threat posed by a foe spared in the past. Jin Qianqian was utterly stunned, her body trembling uncontrollably. For her, still grappling with the rules of this grim game, the act of killing seemed a distant and terrifying concept. Hand over your employee card. Yifan extended his right hand toward Jin Qianqian. Seeing the fear in Yifan's eyes, she trembled as she fished her employee card from her clothing and handed it over. After receiving Jin Qianqian's employee card, Yifan strode toward the office door. However, after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly turned to Jin Qianqian and commanded softly, Take off your pants. Chapter 10. As long as you agree, I can do anything. Take off your pants. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Jin Qianqian's body involuntarily shivered, her expression one of incredulity as she looked at him. Didn't we agree? I give you the employee card, and you save me? Jin Qianqian, pale and her voice trembling, implored Yifan. No more nonsense. Hurry up and take them off. Yifan responded coldly. Despair washed over Jin Qianqian, and with a trembling right hand, she slowly began to remove her pants. She realized that against an ordinary person like Wang Daxiang, she had no power to resist, and struggling against a cold-blooded killer like Yifan was a dead end. Her fitted jeans slid down, revealing her long, fair legs to Yifan's gaze. A profound sense of humiliation engulfed Jin Qianqian, making her feel as though she were a mere plaything at someone else's whim. Yifan approached her side and gradually knelt, examining the wound on her thigh. A scar, nearly 10 centimeters long, was oozing blood. After a moment's hesitation, Yifan reached out and gently touched Jin Qianqian's wound. She had kept her eyes tightly shut, but upon feeling the warmth of his hand, her body trembled slightly, as if electrified. Do you feel anything? Yifan inquired. What feeling? Jin Qianqian opened her eyes, surprised to find Yifan merely inspecting her. Does it hurt? Yifan asked softly. Yes. Jin Qianqian nodded without a second thought. That shouldn't be a zombie scratch. It might be a self-inflicted wound. It shouldn't be life-threatening. Yifan stood up and prepared to exit the office. Wait, can you take me with you? Jin Qianqian, having not anticipated that Yifan's request was solely for checking her wound, hastily donned her white coat and rushed after him. Our transaction has concluded. I am under no obligation to take you with me. Having you by my side will only be a liability. Yifan expressed his lack of interest in Jin Qianqian, knowing that he would not take on a burden simply because of her beauty. But if you don't take me with you, I'll die here. Jin Qianqian implored. her tone desperate as she perceived Yi Fan as a cold, unfeeling automaton. Your life or death is of no concern to me, Yi Fan retorted bluntly. Jin Qianqian was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond to his statement. Meanwhile, Yi Fan glanced at the time, noting that only 3 hours remained before his task was complete. He had no intention of wasting time on a voluptuous doctor, so he charged toward the 6th floor with his fiery wolf companion. Although the zombies continued their relentless assault on him, the presence of the fire wolf meant Yi Fan need not squander time dealing with them. Jin Qianqian was astonished. She had not expected the fiery wolf beside Yi Fan to be so formidable, capable of dispatching a zombie with a single bite. She closely followed in Yi Fan's wake, understanding that escaping the encirclement of zombies alone was impossible for her. Thus, her best option was to stay close to Yi Fan. Noticing Jin Qianqian trailing behind him, Yi Fan said nothing as they ascended the stairs to the 6th floor. The number of zombies on the 6th floor was significantly lower than on the 5th, but most were second-tier zombies, and the fire wolf alone could not handle them. Yi Fan had no choice but to draw his Kusanagi sword and plunge into the horde of zombies. Jin Qianqian watched in disbelief as Yi Fan boldly engaged the zombies. While others sought to evade them, Yi Fan swung his sharp Kusanagi sword, effortlessly cleaving a second-tier zombie in half. Dark green blood splattered against the wall. At that moment, another zombie lunged at Yi Fan. Without hesitation, he turned and delivered a powerful kick, exploding the zombie's head. Due to the significant enhancements provided by the card signing system, Yi Fan's strength and speed have seen remarkable improvement. Although he is currently only at level 3, his various attributes are already comparable to those of a typical level 10 player. Faced with these second-tier zombies, Yi Fan remains remarkably composed. With the assistance of the firewolf, he manages to eliminate nearly 40 to 50 zombies on the 6th floor in just over half an hour. Consequently, his level has ascended to 4. Upon reaching level 4, all of Yi Fan's attributes, speed, strength, agility, and endurance, have reached a remarkable 14 points. For an ordinary player to achieve such capabilities as Yi Fan possesses, they would need to attain level 10 first. Prior to level 10, players gain a mere 1 point in attributes with each level up, whereas after level 10, they receive a 2-point increase for each subsequent level. Yi Fan is uncertain about the attribute increments beyond level 20, as he had only reached level 12 in his previous life before his demise. Moreover, Yi Fan's summoner level has also risen to 4. However, the firewolf has not undergone any changes in form, save for a noticeable increase in size, roughly doubling its previous stature. Jin Qianqian, who had been sheltered behind Yi Fan, witnessed firsthand as he slaughtered nearly 50 zombies within half an hour. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, her expression a portrait of incredulity. She simply could not comprehend how this man could possess such strength. For an ordinary individual, confronting a single zombie would be an insurmountable challenge, leaving them no choice but to flee. Yet Yi Fan dispatched the zombies with the ease of chopping vegetables. Just as Jin Qianqian resolved to follow Yi Fan out of this dire situation, a hand suddenly seized her arm. Instinctively, she let out a piercing scream. Yi Fan swiftly turned his head, while the fire wolf, reacting even faster, lunged at the zombie lurking behind Jin Qianqian, pinning it to the ground. Jin Qianqian instinctively glanced at the zombie, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she stammered, "How is this possible? How did Xin become a zombie? Do you know this person?" Yi Fan approached Jin Qianqian and quietly inquired, "Is she someone you recognize? She was my university roommate. We came here to intern at this hospital together. How could she have turned into a zombie? What on earth is happening?" Jin Qianqian exclaimed, her emotions in turmoil. It appears that zombies capable of infecting humans have emerged within the hospital. If one of these zombies were to break the skin, the virus would enter the bloodstream, leading to transformation within an hour. Yi Fan calmly elucidated, "There is a stark distinction between human zombies and those generated by the game. The former have red blood, while the latter possess green blood. This is, in fact, one of the most perverse aspects of this game. Game-generated zombies dissipate after a designated safe period, granting players a moment to breathe. In contrast, the infected zombies will not vanish unless killed. They will persist indefinitely." Jin Qianqian, witnessing her roommate transformed into a zombie, felt a profound, indescribable sensation within her. Is there any way to avoid killing her? Jin Qianqian implored Yi Fan. "Do not be naive. Your roommate is already dead. She is no different from those zombies now," Yi Fan replied coldly. In the next moment, the fire wolf severed the zombie's neck with a single bite, crimson blood splattering onto Jin Qianqian's white coat. Stunned, she stood frozen, her lips trembling as she struggled to articulate her feelings at that moment. Observing that less than 2.5 hours remained, Yi Fan felt little inclination to comfort Jin Qianqian. He proceeded to inspect each room, clutching her employee card. His anxiety heightened as time dwindled. If no third-tier zombies were present in the hospital, then Song Sisi would undoubtedly face death. After a thorough search, he found no third-tier zombies on the 6th floor, leaving him to place his final hope on the 7th floor. "What is your name?" Jin Qianqian, demonstrating admirable composure, hurried after Yi Fan as he ascended the stairs. "Yi Fan, I am Jin Qianqian. Were those voices in my head just now real?" Is the outside world truly teeming with zombies? She continued to question him. Yes, the apocalypse has indeed arrived. Yifan affirmed with a nod. Then I wish to stay by your side, Jin Qianqian declared suddenly. Yifan paused, taken aback. I have watched numerous films about zombie apocalypses. To survive, I must find someone to protect me, and you are the best choice, Jin Qianqian asserted with unusual seriousness. I have already stated that having you by my side would be a burden. Yifan rejected her without hesitation. I am not a burden. If you allow me to stay by your side, I can be of assistance in any way you need, Jin Qianqian fervently insisted. Anyway, Yifan could not help but appraise Jin Qianqian's alluring figure and her exquisitely beautiful face. Noticing Yifan's gaze, Jin Qianqian instinctively took a couple of steps back. Stammering, that is not what I meant. There is no need to be nervous. I have no interest in your body, Yifan replied with an impassive expression. I am a doctor, and in this apocalyptic scenario, doctors are still quite valuable, are they not? I believe I have qualities you can utilize. We would mutually benefit from this arrangement, Jin Qianqian quickly explained. Yifan regarded her with a neutral gaze. Her words did indeed stir something within him. Given the current circumstances, a doctor would be a highly sought-after asset in any team. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance to you, Jin Qianqian added. Sensing Yifan's silence, let me think it over. Perhaps due to the betrayal he experienced in his previous life, Yifan was now exceedingly cautious and refrained from giving a prompt agreement. All right, but can you tell me what you were looking for in the hospital? Jin Qianqian inquired, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she approached Yifan. A zombie, Yifan replied tersely, choosing not to waste further time and making his way to the 7th floor. After a moment of hesitation, Jin Qianqian followed him to the 7th floor. However, neither Yifan nor Jin Qianqian anticipated that the conditions on this floor would starkly contrast with those below. Upon ascending the stairs, they were met with a suffocating stench of blood, and Jin Qianqian, upon witnessing the hellish scene, immediately retched. The floor was devoid of any zombies. Littered instead with dismembered corpses. Blood flowed sluggishly across the floor, pooling in grotesque puddles. Jin Qianqian reacted so intensely because she instantly recognized that these bodies belonged to the hospital staff. It seems that fortune has favored us. In the face of such a scene, Yifan did not exhibit any signs of anxiety or fear. Rather, he wore an expression of palpable relief. For Yifan understood that the absence of any zombies on the 7th floor, coupled with the plethora of corpses, strongly suggested the presence of a 3rd-tier zombie in the vicinity. Yifan, what is that thing? Jin Qianqian hastily pointed toward her left front. Following her gesture, Yifan beheld a colossal creature, its back turned to him as it ravenously consumed the corpses strewn across the ground. The creature seemed to sense the presence of the living, slowly rising and turning its gaze toward Yifan. At that moment, as the beast stood, Jin Qianqian was rendered utterly speechless, for this zombie towered at least 2 to 3 meters in height, its decaying skin a grotesque sight. She could even see viscous fluids dripping slowly from its body, an unprecedented wave of nausea washing over her, leaving her breathless. Get inside, Yifan urged Jin Qianqian in a hushed tone. Are you sure you can contend with this monster? She asked, concern etched on her face. If you wish to avoid death, hurry inside, Yifan repeated coldly, lacking the patience to elaborate. After a moment's hesitation, Jin Qianqian bolted into a nearby office, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Bang! In the next instant, the monstrous creature lunged toward Yifan like a freight train barreling down the tracks. The beast, not only immense in size but also astonishingly swift, closed the distance of at least 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Now mere 10 meters away from Yifan, its crimson maw let out a furious roar. Firewolf, too, sprang into action, charging at the creature. Bam! The monster swatted Firewolf aside with a single, powerful blow, sending it crashing into the wall. In truth, Yifan had never encountered a 3rd-tier zombie in his previous life, and anxiety gripped him as he questioned whether he could stand against such a foe. Yet, at this moment, he felt he had little choice. Taking a deep breath, Yifan dashed toward the 3rd-tier zombie, raising his Kusanagi sword and striking fiercely at its neck. Based on his past experiences, he knew that to truly eradicate a zombie, one must sever its head, the hardest part of its body. Thus, targeting the neck was the most prudent course of action. With every ounce of strength, he swung the sword, delivering a brutal blow to the zombie's neck. The blade sliced through its flesh, dark green blood gushing forth. However, regrettably, such an attack would not suffice to kill a 3rd-tier zombie. The creature roared in fury, swiftly bringing its massive hand crashing down toward Yifan. He suddenly realized he had been overly complacent, underestimating both the brute strength and speed of a 3rd-tier zombie. He could only watch as that gargantuan hand descended upon him, and though a part of him wished to evade, the creature's speed was insurmountable. Jin Qianqian, hiding in the office, observed the unfolding chaos, her face a mask of tension and fear. Just as the zombie's hand was about to crush Yifan, Firewolf unexpectedly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the zombie's arm. The creature let out another enraged roar. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Firewolf clung tenaciously to the zombie's arm, while the beast attempted to strike back with its other hand. Yet Firewolf showed no signs of relinquishing its grip. For a moment, Yifan was lost in thought. Despite Firewolf being merely a summoned creature devoid of emotions or the capacity for independent thought, it appeared to be more trustworthy than anyone else in that moment. Warning. Summoned creature's health is below 50%. Warning. Summoned creature's health is below 30%. Please prepare for retreat. The system's voice echoed in his mind. What happens if the summoned creature's health reaches 0? Yifan hastily inquired. The creature will not perish completely, but will enter a cooldown period of 1 week, during which you cannot summon it for battle, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yifan felt a sense of relief. As long as Firewolf did not die entirely, he could manage. He understood that with his current abilities, defeating a third-tier zombie was a daunting task, but if Firewolf could distract it, he might have a chance. With only an hour remaining until the task's conclusion, Yifan took advantage of the zombie's focus on Firewolf, swiftly darting behind the creature and accelerating. In the blink of an eye, he was at the zombie's rear, disregarding the repulsive ooze on its body, and leaped onto its neck. With one of the zombie's arms firmly gripped by Firewolf, it could not reach Yifan, but it was not entirely devoid of intelligence. It forcefully slammed its right hand down against the ground. Warning. Summoned creature's health is at 0, entering cooldown period. Yifan paid no heed to the system's warning, striking his sword down upon the zombie's neck. After the blow, he could see the bones of the third-tier zombie. The creature emitted a furious roar, quickly retreating in an attempt to slam its back against the wall, hoping to crush Yifan in the process. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. Yifan shouted in defiance, thrusting his sword once more into the creature's neck. Dark green blood erupted forth. If one strike was insufficient, then another would suffice. He yelled as he withdrew the Kusanagi sword and plunged it back into the zombie's neck. Thus, he repeated this action a total of 5 times. Boom. With a tremendous crash, the third-tier zombie collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, host. The task of defeating the third-tier zombie has been completed. A voice resonated slowly in Yifan's mind. Chapter 12. Do you suffer from gynecological issues? After vanquishing the third-tier zombie, Yifan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He felt utterly drained, a state of complete exhaustion enveloping him. Within a day of the game's commencement, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary player to defeat a third-tier zombie. Had it not been for his desire to rescue Song Cece, he would never have taken such a perilous risk. Congratulations, host. The task of defeating the third-tier zombie has been completed. The rewards for your first kill of a third-tier zombie are as follows. 100 experience points. To upgrade the safety house. 1 requires 500 units each of first-tier materials, iron sheets, wood, and glass, along with 3D grade cards. The voice of the card sign-in system resonated in Yifan's mind, and he was momentarily taken aback by the realization that slaying a third-tier zombie could yield a staggering 100 experience points. Typically, a player earns 1 point for defeating a first-tier zombie, 2 points for a second-tier zombie, and 3 points for a third-tier zombie. Thus, the reward from the card sign-in system was indeed formidable. As for the materials needed for the safety house upgrade, they were exceedingly rare and crucial within the game. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up. Your current level is now 7. You require an additional 110 experience points for the next upgrade. Strength, speed, and agility attributes each increased by 3 points. The chat hall function has been activated. Following this, the game system's notification echoed once more. At this moment, Yifan's speed, strength, and agility had reached 17 points, a figure that significantly surpassed the average player, most of whom, like Jin Xianxian, remained at level 0. In the presence of these ordinary individuals, Yifan appeared as a superhuman. Regrettably, due to the death of the fire wolf at the hands of the third-tier zombie, Yifan's summoner level had not risen and remained at level 4. The chat hall was currently of little use, as Yifan was the only player who had surpassed level 5, leaving the channel devoid of conversation. To conceal his strength, Yifan chose not to speak in the chat channel. System, can I exchange 3 cards for an antidote? Yifan queried internally. Affirmative. The host may enter the shop interface for the exchange. The shop is now open. After the card system's announcement, a shimmering interface appeared before Yifan. Perhaps due to his level, the shop offered a limited selection of basic medicines and food. It was evidently impractical to use cards for such items. However, the antidote and the serum for preventing infection were imperative. The antidote required 3 D-grade cards for exchange, while the serum necessitated 10 B-grade cards. Without hesitation, Yifan exchanged 3 cards for an antidote. Upon its appearance in his backpack, he exhaled a sigh of relief. In his previous life, before the apocalypse descended, Yifan had borrowed money from many in a bid to gather the bride price for Li Ru, yet none had truly offered him assistance. Upon learning of his plight, Song Cece had secretly sold her car, purchased less than 3 months prior, and lent Yifan 200,000 yuan. This kindness remained etched in Yifan's heart. In his former life, he had been unable to protect Song Cece. However, in this life, he vowed to ensure her safety at all costs. Yifan, are you alright? Jin Qianqian rushed to his side, her tone laced with concern. Her worry was genuine. although she and Yi Fan shared no romantic ties. If he were to perish, her own escape from the hospital would be exceedingly difficult. I feel a bit fatigued. Could you fetch me some water? Yi Fan replied softly. Of course. Jean Qianqian nodded eagerly before darting towards a nearby office. The 7th floor housed a pharmacy stocked with medications, and since there were no first or second-tier zombies present, Jean Qianqian quickly located several bottles of glucose and returned to Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan took the glucose and drank heartily. In the apocalypse, such a resource was undeniably invaluable, as it rapidly replenished both hydration and energy. Minutes later, feeling revitalized, Yi Fan stood and addressed Jean Qianqian. You mentioned wanting to stay by my side, correct? Indeed. Jean Qianqian nodded without hesitation. You may accompany me, but you must adhere completely to my commands. Should you defy my orders, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Yi Fan's tone was grave. In this world of desolation, he had witnessed too much betrayal. The will to survive could awaken the darkest aspects of human nature. You make it sound as though I am your slave. Jean Qianqian retorted, somewhat exasperated. If you disagree, I can escort you out of the hospital, but once outside, do not follow me. Yi Fan stated coolly. I am willing. From this moment on, you are my master, and I shall obey your every command. Jean Qianqian seemed to be deliberately teasing Yi Fan, casting him a flirtatious glance. There's no need to call me master. It feels a bit odd. Yi Fan responded awkwardly, unable to withstand the allure of such a beautiful woman. Fine. I shall call you whatever you wish. What shall we do next? Perhaps feeling safe under Yi Fan's protection, Jean Qianqian appeared considerably more relaxed. She understood that had it not been for Yi Fan's abrupt arrival, she would likely have perished in the hospital, and worse, been defiled by Wang Daxiang before her demise. For this reason, Yi Fan had become her savior. Even if he treated her as a slave, she would not protest. In fact, she found the dynamic to be somewhat thrilling. Can you access the hospital's pharmacy? Yi Fan suddenly recalled the glucose Jean Qianqian had procured and inquired. Of course, although I am merely an intern, I often assist various departments, granting me access to all rooms in this hospital. Jean Qianqian affirmed eagerly. Let us head to the pharmacy. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he strode toward the pharmacy. In this world of desolation, medicine was a precious commodity. Upon entering the pharmacy, Yi Fan and Jean Qianqian quickly located 2 burlap sacks and began filling them with supplies. Do you have any gynecological issues? Yi Fan abruptly asked Jean Qianqian. Taken aback by the question, Jean Qianqian's expression shifted to one of indignation. While I jest about you being my master, you cannot insult me like that. I have never even been in a relationship. How could I have such issues? If you have no such problems, why are you gathering so many gynecological medications? Do you believe they are crucial in this world? Yi Fan countered. Realizing her error, Jean Qianqian blushed, explaining. I was so focused on collecting medicines that I didn't even check the names. No need to gather every type of medicine. Some common ones can be found in the pharmacy. Focus on collecting prescription medicines that cannot be easily located. Yi Fan has finally grasped the meaning of the phrase large bosom, empty mind. Jean Qianqian, with her ample figure, seems to lack a certain depth of thought. All right, I understand, she replied, her cheeks flushed, before resuming her task of filling the sack with medicine. However, upon discovering contraceptives and some small balloons in the pharmacy, her face reddened once more, and, almost instinctively, she added a few to her sack. These might come in handy later, she mused silently. After a brief foray into the storeroom, Yi Fan and Jean Qianqian had filled 2 sacks to the brim. Initially, Jean Qianqian intended to take more, but Yi Fan declined her suggestion. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he believed they had gathered sufficient supplies, and secondly, carrying too many would draw unnecessary attention. The current wave of zombie attacks was nearing its end, and soon many would emerge to scavenge for resources. If they flaunted their abundant supplies, they risked attracting unwanted attention and potentially becoming victims of robbery. More importantly, he felt it unnecessary to hoard all the medicine. Sometimes, it was vital to leave a lifeline for others. By the time Yi Fan and Jean Qianqian exited the hospital, it was already the early hours of the morning. A crimson moon hung ominously in the sky, a familiar sight to Yi Fan, as it marked the progression of the game. With the passage of time, the moon's color would deepen. Attention, all players, the zombie attack has concluded. This round of safety lasts for 6 hours. Please allocate your time wisely for scavenging and resting. The system's announcement reverberated in everyone's minds. Jean Qianqian gazed around, and the once bustling streets now lay in ruins. The roads were littered with wrecked vehicles and human corpses, with some areas resembling small hills of bodies, most of which were mangled beyond recognition. Blood flowed sluggishly down the streets, and faint cries of anguish echoed from a distance. It was hell, a true purgatory on earth. Despite her mental preparations, the reality of the scene made her tremble involuntarily. The apocalyptic imagery portrayed in movies and dramas paled in comparison to the grim reality before her. Yi Fan, however, remained indifferent, fully aware that during the initial days of the game, casualties were at their peak. As humanity adapted to the game's mechanics and the existence of zombies, the death toll would gradually decline. Isn't this supposed to be a safe period? Why are there still zombies on the streets? Jean Shanshan suddenly noticed a few zombies wandering about and hurriedly hid behind Yi Fan, stammering her question. These are humans infected by the zombies. The zombies generated during the safe period will vanish, but those who have been infected will not, and they pose a greater risk as they can still transmit the virus, making them more dangerous than regular first-tier zombies, Yi Fan explained calmly. Jean Shanshan paused, digesting his words, before quietly remarking, then those people might as well be dead. Their suffering is unbearable. This is not the worst of it. The true agony lies in surviving while your loved ones have turned into zombies, Yi Fan replied. Walking towards the motorcycle, Jean Shanshan appeared lost in thought, standing still. What are you standing there for? Get on, Yi Fan exclaimed, kicking aside a corpse that lay on the motorcycle and casually wiping the blood off with a piece of clothing from the ground. Such scenes were all too familiar to him. Has the entire world turned into this, or is it just our city? Jean Shanshan asked, visibly agitated. The whole world has become like this, Yi Fan answered flatly. In his previous life, he had naively believed that only Nanyang had succumbed to this fate, attempting to escape to other cities, only to find them equally devastated. Are my parents in danger now? Jean Shanshan bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Yi Fan glanced at her, but remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Jean Shanshan slowly approached and sat on the motorcycle beside him. As Yi Fan revved the engine, they sped through the desolate streets. Yi Fan, why do I feel like you know this world so well? Jean Shanshan asked, clinging tightly to his waist. Her body pressed against his back due to the motorcycle's speed. Because this world resembles a game I played before, Yi Fan casually explained. How did you get that firewolf? Jean Shanshan continued her inquiries. I don't know. It has been with me since the apocalypse began. Yeah, right. Jean Shanshan scoffed. Sensing his dismissive tone, Yi Fan remained silent. What about the high-ranking officials and the military? They have weapons. Why aren't they helping us? Jean Shanshan's curiosity led her to ask further. Most have perished at the hands of zombies, and those with formidable combat capabilities and heavy weaponry have prioritized their own survival. In this chaotic era, everyone is out for themselves, and they have little regard for the plight of ordinary people. Yi Fan's response was blunt, yet starkly realistic. In such an apocalyptic scenario, one could hardly expect selflessness from others. The previous order had disintegrated, leaving no constraints on human behavior. Yi Fan also understood that as time passed, many would recognize the importance of forming groups, and those armed with destructive capabilities would establish their own factions, forcibly monopolizing resources and relegating ordinary individuals to subservience. The world was regressing at a visible pace. Jean Shanshan fell silent, her gaze fixed on the corpses lining the road. After about 10 minutes of riding, they noticed an increasing number of survivors on the streets. These individuals seemed to have adapted to the game, frantically looting nearby shops. Luxury boutiques and jewelry stores were overlooked, as such items held little value in the apocalypse. Some shopkeepers, still clinging to life, emerged to defend their stores. But their efforts were in vain. In this dire situation, humanity had lost not only the constraints of law but also their moral compass. Originally, Jean Shanshan believed that the emergence of zombies signified the apocalypse. She thought that once the zombies departed, the city would return to tranquility. However, she never anticipated that the true end of the world was only just beginning. The screams echoing through the streets were even more piercing and shrill than during the zombie outbreak. Jean Shanshan watched in horror as a middle-aged man brutally hurled a young boy from a building, all for the sake of snatching the bread from his tiny hands. Had these people lost their minds? Jean Shanshan felt a surge of anger and shouted at Yi Fan. Isn't it about time? Yi Fan replied with remarkable calmness. Help me. Someone help. At that moment, a burly man was dragging a woman towards a corner of the street. The woman was pleading desperately. But those around her turned a blind eye, as if they had not heard her cries for help. Yi Fan, Jean Shanshan called softly, her heart heavy with compassion. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to suppress any futile kindness or sympathy you harbor. Yi Fan responded coldly. But, Jean Shanshan attempted to continue. I do have the ability to save that woman, but I cannot save everyone in this world. Moreover, if I intervene now, it may invite unforeseen troubles later. Yi Fan was not devoid of compassion. He simply preferred to avoid entanglements that could complicate his own life. Taking a deep breath, Jean Shanshan chose to remain silent, acknowledging that Yi Fan had a point. Just then, Yi Fan abruptly slowed down the motorcycle. Have you changed your mind? Jean Shanshan quickly inquired. No. Yi Fan shook his head gently, squinting ahead. At that moment, about 7 or 8 individuals were slaughtering the infected humans in the street. The lower ranked among them were at level 2, while most were at level 3. This indicated that these individuals had previously engaged in combat during the zombie outbreak, and their current goal was not to hoard food, but to eliminate zombies to enhance their levels, suggesting they understood the rules of this game. Neighbors stockpile food. I stockpile weapons. Neighbors are my granaries. This was no mere jest, as these individuals' levels far surpassed those of ordinary people. The food that the common folk scrambled for would ultimately be destined for them. It seemed that this world still harbored many astute individuals. Their ability to adapt to the game's rules in such a short time was quite impressive. Yi Fan mused to himself. To avoid unnecessary complications, He suddenly altered the motorcycle's course, heading towards another intersection. However, just then, the group seemed to have noticed Yi Fan, as a black SUV sped towards him, blocking the path he intended to take. The car door swung open, and a pair of long, fair legs emerged from within. Yi Fan would have given those legs a perfect score of 100. Chapter 14. Just kill a few. Yi Fan had no intention of inviting trouble, which is why he had changed direction to evade that group. Yet, no one anticipated that they would pursue him instead. Even more surprising to Yi Fan was the fact that the pursuer was a woman, a stunningly beautiful woman with legs that seemed to go on forever. Her breathtakingly cold yet captivating face, along with her alluring figure and a queenly aura, stood in front of him. She wore a black bodycon dress and high-heeled shoes that elevated her stature. Yi Fan felt as though she embodied the essence of a mob boss woman, exuding an inherent air of authority. More importantly, he was astonished to discover that her level was 5. To ascend to level 5 in such a short span implied that she, like Yi Fan, was likely an awakened one. The woman was also scrutinizing Yi Fan. Is there something you need? Yi Fan asked, taking the initiative. Have you killed zombies? She countered directly. Never. Yi Fan shook his head without a moment's hesitation. The woman smiled faintly and said softly, there are traces of zombie blood on you. You must have killed zombies. Why can't I see your level? It dawned on Yi Fan why she had pursued him. According to the game's rules, higher-level individuals could see the levels of those below them, but could not perceive the levels of those above them. She assumed her level was sufficiently high, yet was unable to discern Yi Fan's level, leading her to suspect something was amiss. What level are you referring to? I'm not quite sure I understand. Yi Fan continued to feign ignorance. He didn't wish to waste time with this tall woman. Not sure, are you? She scoffed, then suddenly swung her right hand. A flying knife shot through the air. Indeed, she was an awakened one. Yi Fan swiftly turned and evaded the knife. Her speed clearly indicated that she was no ordinary individual. Even a professionally trained woman would struggle to match such swiftness. Do you understand my point now? The woman inquired. A faint smile gracing her lips as she observed Yi Fan's effortless evasion. I understand, but I advise you not to provoke me. You are no match for me, and I have no desire to waste time with you. Yi Fan noted a marked seriousness in her expression. You misunderstand. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoya. The woman beamed at Yi Fan, extending her delicate hand, as white as jade. Xiaoya? Yi Fan momentarily froze upon hearing the name. In his previous life, he had heard of this name. In Nanyang City, there were 7 major organizations. Joining one of these organizations was the dream of every ordinary person, including Yi Fan. For once a person became a member, they would no longer worry about the scarcity of resources for survival, and their camps were the safest. Among these 7 organizations was one called the Rose Organization, led by none other than Xiaoya. Do you know me? Xiaoya asked with a smile, surprised at Yi Fan's reaction. I don't. Yi Fan gently shook his head. Xiaoya took a couple of steps forward, and at that moment, Yi Fan could distinctly catch a whiff of her enchanting fragrance. I know your level surpasses mine. You must be an awakened one as well. Thus, I wish to recruit you into my team. I lack someone like you. Her lips, rosy and alluring, glimmered. I'm not looking to join any team at the moment. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Although Yi Fan acknowledged Xiaoya's beauty, he felt no interest in joining her organization, so he declined outright. Xiaoya appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a swift rejection. Meanwhile, 2 burly men rushed forward, brandishing their firearms and aiming them at Yi Fan's head. Kid, don't you dare reject a toast, and instead drink a punishment. One of the men bellowed, with guns in hand. It seemed that this Xiaoya was not an ordinary individual even before the apocalypse. Yi Fan silently lamented to himself. Denyo, Ernyo, lower your weapons. If he chooses not to join us, it is his prerogative. Xiaoya calmly admonished, then gently patted Yi Fan's shoulder, saying, Handsome, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. If you encounter any troubles, I would be quite interested in assisting you. All right. Yi Fan nodded slowly. Xiaoya flashed a charming smile and stepped aside. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan revved his motorcycle and sped ahead. To think there could be someone of a higher level than mine. How intriguing. Xiaoya smiled knowingly as she watched Yi Fan's retreating figure. Yi Fan, do you have a thing for that woman? Jin Qianqian questioned, seemingly displeased. What sort of thoughts could I possibly have? I just turned down her invitation. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. If you have no interest, why were you staring at her legs? Jin Qianqian pressed further. Her legs are quite attractive. Isn't it perfectly normal to admire them? Yi Fan retorted with conviction, then glanced at Jin Qianqian and added, You seem mistaken. I am your master. Not the other way around. What is wrong with me looking at another woman's legs? Humph. Jin Qianqian scoffed. In response, Yi Fan abruptly slammed on the brakes. Jin Qianqian's body lurched forward due to inertia, colliding softly against Yi Fan's back. What are you doing? Was that intentional? She exclaimed, visibly agitated. Yi Fan ignored her and continued riding the motorcycle. After more than 10 minutes, the pair returned to the safe house within the mall. Upon entering, Jin Qianqian was taken aback by the scene before her. From the outside, the safe house appeared to be a mere small dwelling, yet inside, it revealed an entirely different world. This is astonishing. Jin Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Fan had no time to explain, heading straight to Song Cece's room. At that moment, she remained in a state of unconsciousness, occasionally calling out Yi Fan's name, likely trapped in a nightmare. Yi Fan retrieved the antidote from his backpack and instructed Jin Qianqian to administer it to Song Cece's arm. After the injection, Song Cece's temperature noticeably decreased, indicating that she was no longer in imminent danger, though it remained uncertain when she would awaken. Is she your girlfriend? Jin Qianqian inquired hesitantly. No, we are merely friends. Yi Fan replied coolly. You sought the third-tier zombies to save her, correct? Jin Qianqian continued to question. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded. She is truly fortunate to have a friend like you. Jin Qianqian's voice carried a hint of envy. Yi Fan chose not to elaborate further, instead using the materials rewarded by the system to upgrade the safe house to level 4. A radiant light flashed, and the layout of the safe house transformed once more. The previous 60 square meter space expanded to over 90 square meters, adding an additional bedroom. This is incredible, Jin Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Now that I have 2 bedrooms, you can occupy the other one. Yi Fan informed her. And you? Jin Qianqian asked. I will stay in the living room. Yi Fan replied matter-of-factly, then turned to exit Song Cece's room, intending to rest on the sofa. Bang! Bang! Yet. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed before a series of violent impacts erupted at the mall's entrance. Yi Fan swiftly emerged from the safe house and, peering through the glass, observed a crowd of approximately 100 individuals gathered outside, collectively employing various means to force open the mall's doors. It appeared they were intent on seizing the supplies within. What should we do? Jin Qianqian asked softly, having heard the commotion and approaching Yi Fan. No one is taking the supplies here. Yi Fan replied with an impassive expression. With so many people out there, are you certain you can hold them off? A flicker of concern crossed Jin Qianqian's beautiful eyes. A few will suffice to deter them. Yi Fan's calm demeanor was chilling. Chapter 15, Line Crossers, No Mercy. Jin Qianqian's expression was one of confusion upon hearing Yi Fan's words. She seemed to struggle to comprehend what he meant by casually eliminating a few. Was he suggesting to kill zombies? Or humans? Bang bang bang. The sounds of impact grew increasingly intense, as those outside began searching for vehicles to use as battering rams against the doors. Yi Fan, at this rate, they will inevitably breach the entrance. Perhaps you should just open the door and share some supplies with them? Jin Qianqian urged, her expression turning frantic. Human desire knows no bounds. The supplies within this mall could last me a lifetime, yet I cannot share them. Once that line is crossed, there will be no stopping it. Yi Fan responded coolly, then approached the main entrance of the mall. The massive iron gate had already been smashed open to form a hole roughly the size of a basketball, but another glass door remained intact. This glass door was as formidable as the iron gate, and any intruder would need to shatter it to gain entry. Through the opening, Yi Fan noticed the crowd of nearly 100 survivors outside. There are people inside the mall, they exclaimed joyfully. Young man, hurry and open the door. Let us in. Please. Yi Fan could see the desperate faces of those outside, who in turn could see him. The crowd began shouting in unison. After a moment of yelling, they seemed to sense something was amiss. Young man, what is your intention? Why not open the door? Do you intend to hoard all the supplies for yourself? The frontmost individuals questioned him. You are correct. I will not be sharing the supplies within this mall with anyone. So you might as well save your energy and look elsewhere. Yi Fan finally spoke up. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of curses directed at him. On what grounds do you monopolize the goods inside the mall? Why are you so selfish? Indeed, if you don't believe us, we could just smash the door open, and then you'll be the one to suffer. Yi Fan's words ignited a wave of fury among the crowd. Jin Qianqian stood behind Yi Fan, her delicate face etched with worry. She feared that Yi Fan's provocations might push these individuals too far, leading to irreparable consequences. Yi Fan, you should just obediently open the door. Otherwise, it will be disastrous for you when we charge in. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man suddenly stepped to the front, threatening Yi Fan through the glass. Wang Biao. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing this man. Wang Biao was the manager of Yi Fan's company. Before the apocalypse began, he had taken a liking to Li Ru and, upon discovering that she was Yi Fan's girlfriend, had gone to great lengths to bully him. Once the apocalypse started, Wang Biao, emboldened by a few lackeys, repeatedly extorted supplies from Yi Fan. He even attempted to coerce Li Ru into doing unspeakable things, only to be stopped by Yi Fan's friends. Little did Yi Fan expect to encounter his nemesis so soon. Yi Fan grinned broadly. He had not anticipated that Wang Biao would so conveniently present himself. Yi Fan, Brother Wang is speaking to you. Don't pretend to be deaf. Hurry up and open the door. You worthless fool. Do you really think you can hoard all the supplies in the mall? Wang Biao's 2 young followers echoed his sentiments. These 2 individuals were also familiar with Yi Fan. Throughout both the pre-apocalyptic and post-apocalyptic eras, they had frequently joined forces with Wang Biao to humiliate him. How could I not listen to Brother Wang's words? Yi Fan replied with a cheerful grin. It seems you've made some progress, kid. Wang Biao chuckled at Yi Fan's response. Yi Fan squatted down, ready to unlock the glass door, but Jin Qianqian swiftly intervened, whispering, I believe your earlier words were correct. Once we let these people in, They will undoubtedly seize all the supplies. I told you, just kill a few of them, and they will fall in line. Yi Fan replied softly before directly unlocking the glass door. Once the glass door swung open, he proceeded to unlock the large iron door outside. As the crowd witnessed Yi Fan actually opening the door, their eyes gleamed with greed, and they surged forward like a pack of wild animals, eager to rush into the mall. Everyone, calm down, Wang Biao shouted, glaring at them. The crowd momentarily hesitated. Don't forget, it was I who had Yi Fan open the door. Do you not understand the rules? Why is everyone rushing in? Wang Biao continued to threaten the crowd. After hearing his words, they finally began to regain their composure. That's right, it was Brother Wang who had Yi Fan open the door. He should be the first to enter. There are plenty of supplies inside. Let Brother Wang take what he wants first, and we will take ours afterward. The crowd clamored in agreement. Wang Biao surveyed the crowd, and the thought of monopolizing the mall flickered in his mind. After all, if he could seize control of the mall, he would no longer have to worry about supplies. While Wang Biao plotted how to maneuver these individuals, Yi Fan unexpectedly produced a can of spray paint and drew a red line at the mall's entrance. Yi Fan, what do you mean by this? Wang Biao asked, frowning at him. Brother Wang, it's nothing personal. From now on, anyone who crosses this line, I will kill one for each who crosses. If 10 cross, I will kill 10. Yi Fan replied with a cheerful smile. Ha ha. Wang Biao erupted into laughter upon hearing Yi Fan's declaration, stroking his chin as he said, Yi Fan, I didn't see you for just one day, and you've become quite amusing. So, Yi Fan, are you saying that if we cross this line, you'll kill us? I don't believe you have the guts to do it, Wang Biao's lackeys chimed in. Jin Xianqian stood frozen, finally grasping what Yi Fan meant by casually killing a few. Wang Biao, still smiling, stepped over the red line, followed closely by his two lackeys. Yi Fan, didn't you say you would kill anyone who crossed this line? I'm here now, what are you going to do? Wang Biao boasted, looking down at Yi Fan. However, before he could finish his sentence, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. Yi Fan hurled his Kusanagi sword, and in an instant, it pierced through Wang Biao's chest. Uft! Wang Biao's words were cut short as a mouthful of blood erupted from him, and he collapsed onto the ground. For a moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. The crowd outside, along with the two lackeys who had crossed the red line, stood dumbfounded. They had only just begun to adjust to life in the post-apocalyptic world, and the thought of murder instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Yet, Yi Fan had executed Wang Biao without so much as a blink, as if he were nothing more than a blade of grass. The two lackeys, who had known Yi Fan before the apocalypse, could hardly believe their eyes. He had transformed from a cowardly waste into a figure of ruthless ferocity. Yi Fan strode toward Wang Biao's lifeless body and bent down to retrieve the Kusanagi sword embedded within him. It was only then that Wang Biao's lackeys regained their senses and turned to flee. But it was too late. A flash of cold steel illuminated the air once more, and two heads soared from the confines of the mall, landing at the feet of the onlookers. Crimson blood sprayed upwards, reaching heights of over half a meter. Murder! Help! Murder! The crowd erupted into chaos, their cries of despair and horror reverberating through the air. Yi Fan, meanwhile, wiped the blood from his Kusanagi sword using Wang Biao's clothing. His expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the pandemonium outside. Death is forever the most profound source of reverence and fear. The malevolence inherent in humanity will always outweigh its goodness. Likewise, the cowardice within human nature will forever eclipse courage. Chapter 16. Dying is also a form of liberation. After Yi Fan had cleansed the blade of blood, he casually kicked Wang Biao's corpse and the others out of the mall. As the three bodies tumbled into the crowd, a fresh wave of horrified screams erupted. Yi Fan then slowly walked to the entrance of the mall and gazed up at the ominous crimson moon hanging in the sky. Does anyone still wish to enter? Yi Fan asked, his face a mask of indifference. The crowd shook their heads in unison, having witnessed Wang Biao's fate. Even with 1,000 times their previous bravado, they dared not venture inside. Yi Fan smiled faintly before retreating back into the mall. Young man, we may not enter, but could you spare us some food and drink? The supplies outside have been nearly exhausted, and we will starve to death. An elderly man trembled as he called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned to glance at the old man before replying coolly, in this world, for some, death is indeed a form of liberation. Upon uttering these words, Yi Fan promptly shut the doors of the mall. Outside, the onlookers gazed at the firmly closed iron gates, their eyes brimming with despair. Inwardly, Yi Fan pondered whether there was any means to fortify the mall's entrance through the card signing system after he had secured the doors. He understood that his actions today were merely an intimidation tactic against the ordinary individuals. As the game progressed and most players advanced in levels, with Awakeners gradually realizing their powers, it would not be an easy feat for Yi Fan to single-handedly defend the mall. Response to the host. The mall is classified as a public area, and thus the doors cannot be reinforced. However, the host has the option to assemble a team. As the number of team members increases, the host's concerns will be alleviated. The system replied. How could you discern my worries? Yi Fan inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. I am intrinsically linked to the host. The system declared. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a team formation quest. Quest details. Establish a team of 20 members. Quest level, beginner. Quest time limit, 15 days. Quest reward, 5 D-grade cards. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Yi-Fan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I did not anticipate such a straightforward task. Host, this quest is far from simple. Finding like-minded allies who will wholly obey you in a post-apocalyptic world is an arduous endeavor. The system cautioned. Beware of hastily recruiting companions merely to fulfill the quest, as this may lead the host into peril. Yi-Fan acknowledged the system's warning as valid. In this world, no one could be deemed trustworthy. Therefore, recruiting teammates required careful deliberation. Nonetheless, Yi-Fan felt little enthusiasm for the task, as the allure of 5 D-grade cards held scant appeal for him, and he preferred not to have a multitude of individuals surrounding him. Upon returning to the safe house, Yi-Fan reclined on the sofa, intending to rest. Jin Qianqian accompanied him back to the safe house, perhaps due to the gruesome scene where Yi-Fan had just slain Wang Biao and his cohorts. Jin Qianqian felt a twinge of fear towards him. After a brief greeting, she retreated to her room. That night, Yi-Fan's slumber was anything but peaceful. Periodically, individuals attempted to knock on the mall's door, seeking entry, but ultimately departed in disappointment. At 5:30 in the morning, Yi-Fan was roused from his dreams by the game system's alert. Congratulations, players, on safely completing the first day of the game. You have 30 minutes until the next wave of zombies attacks. Please allocate your time wisely. The upcoming zombie assault will last for 3 hours. A reminder to players, the first 1,000 players to reach level 20 will receive a system reward. The reward consists of 3 antidotes and 1 infection serum. Instantly awakened by the system's words, Yi-Fan realized that the level-up rewards had always been available. In his previous life, he had paid little heed to such matters due to his low level. The rewards were indeed enticing. Antidotes were invaluable, and Yi-Fan had to exert immense effort to obtain even one by vanquishing a 3rd-tier zombie. The infection serum held immeasurable worth in this world, as once infected by a zombie, one would succumb to zombification within an hour, leaving no time to seek a serum. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to carry one at all times for emergencies. Although Yi-Fan's abilities and level far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, it did not exempt him from the risk of poisoning or infection. Should he fall prey to infection, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, Yi-Fan swiftly made his way to Jin Qianqian's room. Ah, Yi-Fan, you pervert. Why did you come in without knocking? Jin Qianqian's shrill voice followed immediately. Why are you not dressed while sleeping? Yi-Fan awkwardly retorted, taken aback by her unexpected state. He had not anticipated that she had a habit of sleeping nude. Regrettably, in his haste, he had only caught a glimpse of her outline before she swiftly covered her alluring figure with the blanket. Get out now, Jin Qianqian commanded, pointing towards the door. Yi-Fan, feeling helpless, turned and exited her room. A few minutes later, Jin Qianqian emerged, now clothed, and approached him. What was the reason for your intrusion into my room? She asked, still slightly irritated. The zombies will appear in 20 minutes. Come with me to the mall to gather some supplies. Once the zombies arrive, I may have to leave the mall, so you must remain in the safe house and take care of my friend. No matter what transpires outside, do not leave the safe house, understood? Yi-Fan spoke with utmost seriousness. Understood. Jin Qianqian's expression softened slightly upon realizing Yi-Fan's visit was of importance. Without further delay, Yi-Fan strode out toward the safe house's exit. The mall's supermarket housed a substantial stockpile of food and fresh water. Thus, Yi-Fan and Jin Qianqian utilized a transport cart meant for supermarket staff to convey a considerable amount of supplies back to the safe house. However, Jin Qianqian primarily collected bottled water, as she wished to indulge in a comfortable bath. Yi-Fan observed the towering stacks of bottled water, reflecting on his previous life where he had been deprived even of a refreshing drink, let alone a bath. A single bottle of water equated to his weekly ration. Aware of the abundant supply of bottled water in the supermarket, Yi-Fan chose not to intervene with Jin Qianqian's choices. 20 minutes later, the zombies arrived as anticipated. Given that the mall was inherently a perilous zone, a multitude of 1st and 2nd-tier zombies emerged outside the safe house. After consuming a modest meal to replenish his energy, Yi-Fan prepared to leave the safe house. However, just before departing, Jin Qianqian suddenly seized his arm, her voice laced with anxiety as she implored, Yi-Fan, are you certain these zombies won't breach the safe house? I'm a bit frightened. Rest assured, as long as you stay inside, these zombies cannot enter. Yi-Fan softly reassured her. Just be careful and make sure to come back alive, she urged earnestly. All right, Yi-Fan nodded, then stepped out of the safe house. The moment he crossed the threshold, it seemed as if the surrounding zombies had caught wind of the scent of blood emanating from him. Only the 2nd-tier zombies dared approach him, while the 1st-tier ones recoiled in fear. Yi-Fan opted not to engage with the zombies within the mall. Instead, he skillfully dodged their attacks and sprinted towards the exit. He understood that, despite the threat posed by the zombies, they served as an additional layer of protection for the safe house where Jin Qianqian resided. Any rational person would hesitate to charge into a mall teeming with such formidable foes. In the sanctuary of their safe house, Jin Shanxian and Song Sisi found a semblance of security. Upon bursting out of the mall, Yifan promptly secured the entrance. The number of zombies roaming the streets was considerably fewer than those within the mall, and Yifan soon observed groups of humans scavenging the streets, hunting the undead. After a brief calculation, he realized that he was currently at level 17, 3 levels shy of 20, requiring 450 experience points to advance. Killing a first-tier zombie yielded 1 point, a second-tier 2 points, while a third tier offered 3 points. At this rate, Yifan pondered how many zombies he would need to slay to reach level 20. A prompt from the system interrupted his thoughts. Would the host like to check in today? The voice of the card system chimed in. Sign in. Yifan responded without hesitation. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. 6 days remain until the next reward. System, do you know of any methods to expedite leveling up? Yifan queried suddenly. Host, there are 2 ways to gain experience, slaying zombies or completing tasks. Based on the host's current level and stats, I deduce that targeting third-tier elite zombies will yield the fastest results, as each elite zombie grants 30 experience points. The system elucidated. Third-tier elite zombies? A flicker of intrigue crossed Yifan's eyes upon hearing this. In his previous life, he had heard tales of these formidable creatures. Elite zombies were known to possess strength surpassing that of third-tier zombies, and their numbers were scarce. It was said that each third-tier elite zombie was unique, akin to awakened humans, possessing distinct abilities. The most terrifying aspect was that an elite zombie's level would increase with each human it dispatched. At this early stage of the apocalypse, most elite zombies were at tier 3, but as time progressed, they would ascend to tier 4 and 5. Their power becoming increasingly formidable. Alerting host, a new task has emerged. Task details, eliminate 10 third-tier elite zombies. Task level, novice. Time limit, 5 days. Task rewards, 2 A-grade cards, 200 experience points, and 1,000 of each tier 1 material required to upgrade the safe house. Just then, the card sign-in system's voice echoed again. Yifan realized that the tasks from this card system were randomly triggered, each varying according to his experiences. Alerting host, this task is classified as special. Failure to complete will result in a deduction of 100 experience points as punishment. Will the host accept the task? What? If I fail, I lose experience points? Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief. Host, greater risks yield greater rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan recognized that accepting the task would allow him to accumulate 30 experience points per third-tier zombie, combined with the system's reward of 200 points, enabling him to leap to level 20. This may well be the fastest path to advancement. I accept the task, Yifan declared. The hunt begins. Please complete the task within the designated time. A countdown appeared before Yifan. 5 days felt ample, yet the greatest challenge lay in locating the third-tier elite zombies. System, do you know where I can find third-tier zombies? Yifan inquired. I do not know, the system replied succinctly. Without further ado, Yifan mounted his motorcycle and sped through the city. Recalling tales from his previous life, he remembered that a particularly vicious zombie had been sighted at Nanyang University, where nearly all students and faculty had fallen victim to its wrath. Subsequently, the university had become a forbidden zone, with even awakened individuals hesitant to venture within its grounds for supplies. When the card system had previously indicated the location of third-tier zombies, it had also mentioned schools. Thus, Yifan surmised that Nanyang University was likely to harbor a third-tier elite zombie, and possibly more than one. Otherwise, awakened beings would not have deemed it a taboo area. With no other options, he resolved to test his luck at the university. As he rode towards Nanyang University, he noticed the zombie population on the streets steadily increasing. While more humans emerged, emboldened to confront the undead, most appeared to have grasped the rules of survival in this new world, while a small fraction remained naively huddled in shadows, praying for the apocalypse's end or rescue from higher authorities. The fate of these individuals was grim. They would either succumb to starvation or fall prey to zombies. Yifan also observed that some ordinary individuals, not yet awakened, had reached level 3. Their progression was swift, but ultimately futile, as the gap in levels would widen with the awakening of abilities among the awakened. To put it plainly, the end result would be a competition primarily among the awakened, rendering the existence of ordinary people merely a means to add vibrancy to this apocalyptic world. Half an hour later, Yifan arrived at Nanyang University. As he had suspected, the number of zombies was not overwhelming, yet most were at least tier 2, with some third-tier zombies wandering the playground. Disturbingly, he witnessed numerous zombies clad in school uniforms, feasting upon human remains, a scene that was both grotesque and repulsive. These uniformed zombies were evidently former students, victims of the infection. Given the overwhelming number of corpses on the playground, Yifan opted to abandon his motorcycle and proceed on foot into the campus. As the zombies caught wind of his presence, they turned their attention towards him. Yifan stretched his limbs briefly before wielding his Kusanagi sword, embarking on a new wave of slaughter. Perhaps due to his level, the zombies posed little resistance. He dispatched them with ease, one swift strike at a time. The only challenge he faced was the sheer volume of zombies, which would inevitably consume some time. Inside the teaching building of Nanyang University, Approximately a dozen students huddled in the corners of a classroom, their expressions tense, silent in their fear. Among them, one young man with tousled blonde hair appeared notably less anxious, casting glances out the window, seemingly awaiting rescue. Fengfugue, can you please settle down? If you keep pacing like that, you might attract zombies. A handsome young man admonished, his brow furrowed. Wang Peng, are you lacking in common sense? I'm observing when help will arrive. We are the nation's flowers. I refuse to believe the country would so easily abandon its nurtured blossoms. Fengfugue retorted, his eyes wide with determination. While it is true that others may resemble flowers, you, in your appearance, are akin to a toad that has transformed into a spirit. What kind of flower do you think you are? The girl beside Wang Peng pouted in disdain. Li Qian, you have gone too far. He retorted. To compare me to a toad is an utter insult. Have you ever seen a talking toad? Just at that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl clad in a white knitted sweater furrowed her brow and admonished. How can you still find the time to bicker? Zombies are incredibly sensitive to sound. What if you attract them? Upon hearing her words, Fengfugue, Wang Peng, Li Qian, and the others immediately fell silent. The girl who had spoken was Xiao Ning, renowned as the belle of Nanyang University. Not only was she stunning, but she was also remarkably intelligent. She was the first to realize that zombies were far more responsive to sound than to scent. Thus, she had led her classmates to take refuge in this classroom. They had been hiding for an entire day, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Although Xiao Ning's words quelled the argument, the earlier commotion had already drawn a multitude of zombies, who began to pound frantically on the classroom door. In mere minutes, the door frame began to splinter, and a gaping hole appeared in the door itself. Xiao Ning, it seems the zombies are about to break in. What should we do? A girl beside her asked with palpable anxiety. We must prepare to retreat through the back door. As is customary, one person must stay behind to divert the zombies' attention. Xiao Ning replied with remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, the group collectively lowered their heads. Originally comprising over 30 students, they had been leaving one person behind to distract the zombies each time they transitioned from one classroom to another, thus buying time for the others to escape. Since no one is speaking, let us resort to our usual method, drawing lots. Xiao Ning declared as she produced several twigs. This had been their established practice. The group swiftly snatched the twigs from Xiao Ning's hands, and in the end, it was Wang Peng, the handsome second-generation rich kid who had quarreled with Fengfugue, who drew the shortest twig. Wang Peng stood frozen in place. Wang Peng, you will stay behind to attract the zombies. Once we leave, you can follow us. Good luck. Xiao Ning whispered to him. Wang Peng stared blankly at the twig in his hand, speechless. In the next moment, the door was finally breached by the zombies, and an overwhelming tide of them surged into the classroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ning, Fengfugue, and the others dashed towards the rear of the classroom. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Peng, who was supposed to remain behind, inexplicably ran along with them. Wang Peng, have you lost your mind? If you don't stay behind, we're all going to perish here. Fengfugue shouted angrily, his voice hoarse. To hell with that. Whoever wants to stay can do so. I certainly don't want to die. Wang Peng shot back, his eyes wide with defiance. Chaos erupted as Wang Peng's sudden change of heart led the zombies to pursue the students relentlessly. Li Qian, Wang Peng's girlfriend, tripped and fell in her panic. Wang Peng, save me, she cried out as she saw the zombies closing in. Yet, Wang Peng did not look back, running for his life while callously uttering, your death might just buy us some time. Li Qian was swiftly engulfed by the horde of zombies, her screams echoing in everyone's ears. At this rate, we're all going to die? That fool Wang Peng is utterly unreliable. I'll buy you some time. You take everyone and escape. Fengfugue shouted, eyeing the approaching zombies with dread. He abruptly seized a nearby fire axe and stopped in his tracks. Xiao Ning was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that the most seemingly irresponsible member of their group had stepped up as their only hope for survival. In the face of the apocalypse, some resort to cunning machinations to cling to life, while others face death with unwavering sincerity, seeking only to act with honor. Chapter 18. Has the immortal appeared? Xiao Ning and the remaining survivors stood frozen in shock as they watched Fengfugue charge towards the zombies wielding the fire axe. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Perhaps to many, Fengfugue had always seemed the least reliable among them. In school, he typically appeared carefree and nonchalant. Yet, no one expected him to take a stand at this critical juncture. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Peng dashed to the front of the group while everyone remained momentarily stunned. What are you all waiting for? If we don't run now, we'll all die here. Wang Peng shouted, wrenching open a classroom door to ensure his own safety before remembering his classmates. Everyone hurry inside. If we don't act quickly, Fengfugue's sacrifice will be in vain. Xiao Ning called out as she regained her composure. The surrounding students scrambled into the classroom. Once all had entered, Wang Peng instinctively moved to lock the door. Xiao Ning, unable to bear the sight any longer, blocked his path, her large, watery eyes glaring at him. Wang Peng, what are you doing? What do you think? I'm locking the door. Wang Peng replied defiantly. Fengfugue is still outside. If you lock the door, how will he get in? Xiao Ning's voice quivered as she spoke, struggling to comprehend why such selfishness existed in the world. Yet, the naive Xiao Ning perhaps failed to grasp a harsh reality. In this apocalyptic world, those who are selfish, like Wang Peng, tend to survive longer, while the sacrifices of fools like Feng Fuguei are soon forgotten. Xiao Ning, don't be naive. Feng Fuguei has no chance of survival. If I don't lock the door and the zombies burst in, we'll all perish. Wang Peng retorted coldly. I won't allow you to lock the door. Xiao Ning stood resolutely before him. Wang Peng, dismissing her protests, shoved her aside and reached for the lock. Thud. A burly male student kicked Wang Peng aside. Wang Peng, have you lost all sense of decency? Feng Fuguei stayed behind to hold off the zombies because of you, and now you want to lock him out of his last hope. Are you even human? The boy shouted, his eyes filled with fury. Yes, Wang Peng. How have you become so selfish? If you hadn't run away, your girlfriend wouldn't have died. Others chimed in, their voices rising in condemnation. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to confront a privileged figure like Wang Peng. However, now they had all witnessed his true selfish nature, and they were no longer willing to tolerate it. Wang Peng was acutely aware that the boy had practiced Sanda, so after a moment's hesitation, he rose and moved aside, opting not to continue the dispute regarding whether or not to lock the door. Xiao Ning, on the other hand, swiftly made her way to the classroom window. Given that the windows were equipped with railings, she felt no trepidation about zombies breaching through. Feng Fuguei may not have excelled academically, but he certainly did not neglect his physical conditioning. He vigorously wielded the fire axe in his hands, striking down the approaching zombies. Fortune smiled upon him, as most of the zombies in the corridor were merely first tier, allowing Feng Fuguei to ascend to level 2 after dispatching 7 or 8 of them in quick succession. He felt an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through his body, significantly increasing the speed at which he swung the axe. Who would have thought Feng Fuguei was so formidable? Indeed, he often appeared frail, yet possessed considerable strength. The students in the classroom could not help but whisper among themselves as they witnessed Feng Fuguei fend off the zombies. However, Feng Fuguei was no fool. He understood that if he continued to fight, the number of zombies would only multiply. Thus, he chose not to linger in combat, but to retreat towards Xiao Ning and the others' classroom, while simultaneously blocking the zombies. 20 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters. As Feng Fuguei drew closer to the classroom door, Xiao Ning dashed to the entrance, ready to assist him in opening it. Wang Peng, observing the unfolding scene, felt an undeniable sense of anxiety swell within him. He knew that with the fire axe in Feng Fuguei's possession, should he survive, Feng Fuguei might seek to retaliate against him for not having provided cover and for wanting to lock the door. Just as Feng Fuguei found himself less than 3 meters from the door, a scene of despair unfurled before them. Perhaps drawn by the sounds of the struggle, over a dozen more zombies emerged from the far end of the corridor, and these were all second-tier zombies. In an instant, Feng Fuguei found himself trapped amidst a throng of the undead in the narrow corridor. He could neither advance nor retreat. The students in the classroom watched Feng Fuguei's face contort with urgency, yet none dared to rush in to assist him. Is my luck truly this abysmal? I must have neglected my training. Had I known this day would come, I would have done 10 push-ups daily. Feng Fuguei recalled his mother's words about his fortune, that he would face a hurdle this year which he would struggle to overcome when anxious. At that moment, he regretted not believing the predictions of that old fortune-teller. Yet, despite being cornered, Feng Fuguei managed to maintain a semblance of calm, though his words betrayed his rising panic. He had likely foreseen his fate the moment he chose to stay behind. With a fierce cry, he once again swung his fire axe. Unfortunately, the sheer number of zombies surrounding him was overwhelming. Just as he felled one zombie before him, another emerged from behind. The zombies on both sides were now less than a meter away from him. One zombie seized Feng Fuguei by the shoulder, opening its gaping maw to bite down. This is it, I'm done for. A thought flashed through Feng Fuguei's mind. Xiao Ning could only close her eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending horror. Bang! At that moment, a long sword flew through the air, piercing the zombie's skull with precision. Green blood splattered across Feng Fuguei's face. What on earth? Is my mother's fortune-teller truly manifesting? He shouted, startled by the substance that had splashed upon him. The students in the classroom were equally astonished. A figure charged forward with terrifying speed, making the zombies appear as fragile as paper, effortlessly smashing one with a punch and kicking another away. It seems the fortune-teller really has intervened. Feng Fuguei stammered as he witnessed Yi Fan obliterate a zombie's head with a single blow. Yi Fan had long noticed Feng Fuguei and the others. However, he had not come to school to rescue anyone and had initially chosen to ignore the students. Yet, upon seeing Feng Fuguei selflessly choose to remain behind to protect his classmates, he felt a pang of compassion. Yi Fan withdrew the Kusanagi sword embedded in the zombie's head and commenced a relentless slaughter. The corridor was teeming with nearly 30 zombies, yet within a mere 10 minutes, Yi Fan had dispatched them all. The students in the classroom, including Xiao Ning, stood in stunned silence, for in their eyes, even defeating a single zombie was a formidable task. Yet here was Yi Fan, single-handedly vanquishing so many in the blink of an eye. Feng Fuguei stood dumbfounded. Overwhelmed by shock, acutely aware that had it not been for Yi Fan's timely intervention, he likely would have perished at the hands of the undead. Great benefactor, I bow to you, Feng Fuguei exclaimed as he prepared to kneel before Yi Fan. Great benefactor? Yi Fan instinctively glanced at Feng Fuguei, momentarily stunned into silence. Chapter 19. The Rarely Seen Ugly World. Yi Fan's astonishment upon encountering Feng Fuguei was not due to any prior acquaintance or connection, but rather a profound shock at Feng Fuguei's appearance. Previously, Yi Fan had been too distant to discern Feng Fuguei's features, but now, he finally got a clear view. Yi Fan had never encountered anyone so extraordinarily unattractive. In fact, he felt that the term ugly scarcely did justice to Feng Fuguei. With eyes as small as mung beans and a distinctly turned-up nose, combined with thick lips and the green blood of zombies splattered across his face, Feng Fuguei resembled nothing less than a toad transformed into a human. He seemed to embody every conceivable flaw in appearance. Yi Fan could not help but wonder what kind of parents could produce such a child. Benefactor, your unwavering gaze is making me blush, Feng Fuguei grinned at Yi Fan. You possess quite a unique appearance. Yi Fan replied softly. You can just say I'm ugly. There's no need for euphemisms, Feng Fuguei responded, possessing an accurate self-awareness of his looks. Yet, he remained unconcerned, believing that a man's character was paramount. I didn't want to hurt your pride. What's the big deal? I was often called the ugliest on Biling Road in my youth, and later, they dubbed me the ugliest at Nanyang University. I've grown accustomed to it. Feng Fuguei chuckled. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh at this remark. This may very well be the first genuine smile he has worn since his rebirth, elicited by the absurdity of Feng Fuguei's demeanor. Feng Fuguei, are you alright? At that moment, Xiao Ning and the others rushed to Feng Fuguei's side, inquiring about his condition. I'm perfectly fine, thanks to my benefactor's timely assistance. Feng Fuguei replied nonchalantly, then turned to Xiao Ning and asked, So, how was I? Did I look dashing? Quite dashing. Xiao Ning answered candidly. Women are truly pragmatic. Just a couple of days ago, when I asked you to watch a movie, you berated me for looking like a toad and told me to take a good look in the mirror. And now you're saying I look handsome. Oh. I find it utterly perplexing to fathom the female heart. Feng Fuguei feigned a profound expression as he lamented. Xiao Ning could only gaze in exasperation at the expression on Feng Fuguei's face and couldn't help but mutter under her breath, what an idiot. Excuse me, may I know how to address you? Wang Peng, uninterested in Feng Fuguei's antics, swiftly approached Yi Fan and inquired, Is there something you need? Yi Fan replied coolly, casting a brief glance at Wang Peng. My father is Wang from Nanyang City, Wang Peng began, intending to establish his identity. I don't care who your father is. In this world, even if your father is the wealthiest man alive, it's irrelevant. Speak quickly. Yi Fan interrupted coldly, clearly uninterested in Wang Peng's trivialities. Wang Peng was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly stated, Brother, I merely wanted to ask if you could take me out of this school. No. Yi Fan dismissed him, unwilling to waste time on these students, and continued walking forward. For him, the pressing matter was to find the third-tier elite zombies. Wang Peng, would you kindly rein in your obnoxious rich kid demeanor? You've scared off my benefactor. Feng Fuguei chided Wang Peng quietly before hastily running to Yi Fan's side. Benefactor, where are you headed? Feng Fuguei asked eagerly. To find zombies. Yi Fan replied matter-of-factly. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Feng Fuguei's eyes. In this situation, most people were devising ways to avoid zombies, making Yi Fan's proactive approach quite rare. Benefactor, what do you need zombies for? Feng Fuguei pressed on. To kill them. Yi Fan responded indifferently. Brother, could you articulate your thoughts more clearly? Although you saved my life, I truly cannot comprehend your fragmented words. Feng Fuguei exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yi Fan turned to look at Feng Fuguei, momentarily surprised. He suddenly found this rather unattractive boy to be quite amusing, at least in his authenticity. Moreover, Yi Fan had witnessed Feng Fuguei's willingness to sacrifice himself to save a classmate, indicating that his character was not entirely flawed. Benefactor, I mean no harm. You saved my life, and I certainly wish to repay you. I simply want to know your intentions, so I can see if I can assist you. Feng Fuguei earnestly stated. I'm searching for some particularly special zombies, ones that are significantly stronger than the ones we just encountered. Have you seen any? Yi Fan inquired. Feng Fuguei shook his head, pouting as he replied, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. The sight of zombies disgusts me, so I observe them closely. Then kindly keep your distance. Yi Fan snapped, visibly annoyed. Benefactor, why are you angry? Is your mood so unstable? Feng Fuguei quickly replied. Realizing he couldn't extract useful information from Feng Fuguei, Yi Fan decided against continuing the conversation and walked ahead. I've seen one. Suddenly, Xiao Ning shouted at Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned to her, frowning as he asked, Are you certain you have seen one? Yes, there was a zombie emitting a faint green glow. While most zombies do not emit any light, only a select few emit a faint white glow. I believe that zombie is the one you're looking for. Xiao Ning said, her keen observation skills shining through. Where is the zombie that glows with a faint green light? Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with excitement. He knew Xiao Ning was not lying. The third-tier zombies indeed radiated white light, while the elite zombies emitted a faint green glow. This was, in fact, a method to discern the zombie's capabilities. First, you must promise me something before I tell you. Xiao Ning hesitated before speaking. Speak. Allow us to accompany you. Xiao Ning was astute. Having hidden in the school for a day and a night, they were famished, while sheltering in the classroom could evade zombie attacks. It was not a long-term solution. The best course of action was to leave as soon as possible. Even after the zombie attacks ceased, many infected zombies would still linger in the school, preventing their escape. Yi Fan's display of combat prowess had already proven he was capable of leading them to safety. Hence her request. Allowing you to accompany me is acceptable, but I make no promises. When danger arises, I will not hesitate to abandon you. Yi Fan replied bluntly. Benefactor, you're not that kind of person. I believe you won't abandon us. Feng Fugue shouted anxiously. Xiao Ning hesitated for a moment, understanding that their chances of survival were far greater alongside Yi Fan than remaining hidden. Thus, she agreed to Yi Fan's terms. I saw that zombie near the library. It should still be in this building, though I'm not sure of its exact location. Xiao Ning informed Yi Fan. Where's the library? Yi Fan continued to inquire. Benefactor, I know where it is. I'll take you there right now. Feng Fugue eagerly exclaimed. Yi Fan chose not to refuse this time, recognizing that these students were familiar with the school's layout, and their guidance could save him time. Thus, Yi Fan, led by Feng Fugue and the others, made his way toward the upper floors of the teaching building. Initially, there were only a little over a dozen of them. However, as they navigated through the teaching building, many students who witnessed Yi Fan slaying zombies joined their ranks. In their eyes, Yi Fan had become their protector. Yi Fan, however, paid no mind to these followers. If they wished to accompany him, so be it. A rather attractive female student, with an alluring figure, squeezed her way from the back of the crowd to Yi Fan's side, intentionally raising her skirt a few centimeters and lowering her neckline to reveal an enticing cleavage. Fan Go, as long as you can help me leave this school, I'll do anything you ask, she purred sweetly to Yi Fan. Yi Fan could not help but glance at the girl upon hearing those words. It must be said that her cleavage was indeed somewhat enticing. Get lost. Go flaunt somewhere else. How could my benefactor possibly be interested in someone like you? Before Yi Fan could utter a word, Feng Fugue shouted hoarsely. You ugly hag. Who do you think you are to speak? The girl retorted angrily. Get away. Feng Fugue kicked her hard in the backside. The girl shot Feng Fugue a furious glare before turning on her heel and departing. Benefactor, that woman is no good. She's trouble. You mustn't entertain her. If you're really interested, I can introduce you to some decent, sane ones, Feng Fugue hurriedly said to Yi Fan as he watched her leave. Trouble? Yi Fan paused momentarily, caught off guard. Indeed, a nuisance. Feng Fugue nodded with utmost seriousness. Chapter 20, The Mantis Zombie. Yi Fan regarded Feng Fugue with a flicker of doubt in his eyes, then furrowed his brow and inquired, how can you be so certain she's a nuisance? Do you know her? I don't know her, but I can tell at a glance if someone is a nuisance. Feng Fugue replied with unwavering confidence. What gives you that insight? With the surrounding zombies being relatively few, Yi Fan engaged in casual conversation with Feng Fugue. Instinct. Get lost, I thought you might actually possess some understanding. Yi Fan raised his leg and kicked Feng Fugue in the backside. Benefactor, I can read faces. Would you like me to give you a reading? The farther you go, the better. Bang. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from a distance. Feng Fugue's expression shifted instantly, and he hastily exclaimed, Brother Fan, the library is just ahead. And something seems off over there. Of course it's off. Yi Fan smiled at Feng Fugue, fully aware that the more unusual the commotion emanating from the library, the greater the likelihood of encountering a Tier 3 elite zombie. The expressions of the students trailing behind Yi Fan began to shift to one of anxiety. Yet, they chose not to flee, knowing that leaving now would surely lead to their demise. Before long, Yi Fan arrived at the entrance of the library. Bang! A loud crash resounded as a young man was hurled out from within. Brother! The young man cried out in sheer agony as he was thrown from the library. Get out of here, the farther the better. A middle-aged man's voice soon echoed from inside the library. The young man seemed reluctant, preparing to rush back inside. Did you not hear me tell you to leave? Coming back now is nothing but a burden. Yet, before the young man could re-enter, the middle-aged man shouted again. Nevertheless, the young man charged into the library without hesitation. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Yi Fan dashed forward. Inside the library, a towering zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, was gnawing on the young man's corpse. This particular zombie was markedly different from the others. It emitted a faint green glow and possessed an enormous frame, its head resembling that of a mantis, with its arms wielding bloodied scythes. The scythes had pierced the young man's abdomen, his entrails spilling forth from the wound. Upon witnessing such a gruesome scene, Xiao Ning and the others could not help but feel nauseous. However, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations, host. You have encountered a Tier 3 elite zombie, the Mantis Scythe Zombie. The Mantis Scythe Zombie, an insect-type zombie, possesses rapid attack speed and average strength. Please exercise caution. The card system's reminder resonated in his mind. Brother. Yet before Yi Fan could take action, the middle-aged man standing before the Mantis zombie roared in fury. Lu Ziqiang? Yi Fan's eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing the man. In his previous life, Lu Ziqiang was a notably renowned figure in Nanyang City. His fame did not stem from any extraordinary prowess before the apocalypse, but rather from the terrifying combat abilities he displayed shortly after the onset of the apocalyptic game, far surpassing ordinary individuals in level. More importantly, unlike many awakened individuals, Lu Ziqiang did not exploit or hoard resources from ordinary people. On the contrary, he frequently distributed resources to those unable to find food or water. This earned him considerable respect and influence in Nanyang City. Yi Fan had once received Lu Ziqiang's assistance, albeit it was merely 2 bottles of water and a bag of biscuits. Nonetheless, those supplies had been a lifeline for Yi Fan at that time. Without Lu Ziqiang's help, Yi Fan might have perished on the streets long ago. As Yi Fan reminisced, Lu Ziqiang charged towards the mantis zombie. Lu Ziqiang's body transformed. He appeared to turn to stone, his skin becoming a shade of brownish green, indistinguishable from the stones scattered along the street. Yi Fan understood that Lu Ziqiang's awakened ability was petrification, a relatively low D-grade talent. While this ability did not significantly enhance combat power, it primarily bolstered defensive capabilities. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, it proved quite useful, as the attack power of zombies was not high, making it difficult for ordinary zombies to breach Lu Ziqiang's defenses. Brother Fan, how did that man's body turn to stone? Am I dreaming? Am I hallucinating? Feng Fuguei stammered, bewildered. It's not a hallucination. That person is an awakened one. Xiao Ning spoke softly. What is an awakened one? Feng Fuguei asked, utterly perplexed. I'm uncertain how to explain it. Xiao Ning replied quietly. Yi Fan turned to Xiao Ning, then quietly asked, you must be an awakened one as well, right? Indeed. Xiao Ning confirmed without denial. What is your awakened ability? Yi Fan quickly continued to inquire. Xiao Ning glanced at Yi Fan before remaining silent. Meanwhile, Lu Ziqiang and the mantis zombie had already engaged in combat. The mantis zombie's scythe struck Lu Ziqiang repeatedly, while they could not inflict true harm. Each blow sent Lu Ziqiang flying. He struggled to find a way to approach the zombie. Moreover, Lu Ziqiang was acutely aware that the petrification had a time limit. If he could not eliminate the mantis zombie before it ended, he would meet his demise. However, perhaps spurred by the death of his brother, Lu Ziqiang tapped into his utmost potential. After being repelled 4 or 5 times, he abandoned the frontal assault and dashed behind a bookshelf in the library. The mantis zombie, being quite large, had difficulty moving and could only swing its scythes to clear the obstacles in its path, searching for Lu Ziqiang's location. Lu Ziqiang was exceptionally astute. He stealthily approached the zombie from behind, using the bookshelf as cover. Now is the moment. Die, monster! With his eyes aflame with rage, Lu Ziqiang let out a furious roar and launched himself into the air, charging directly at the mantis zombie. At that moment, Lu Ziqiang was at level 10, and his physical attributes had undoubtedly improved significantly. His leap was at least 2 meters high, and he brought down his already petrified fist with tremendous force upon the zombie's head. According to Yi Fan's assessment, Lu Ziqiang's punch could easily dispatch a 3rd-tier zombie. However, it was unfortunate that he was facing an elite 3rd-tier zombie. True to expectations, upon impact, Lu Ziqiang's fist created a deep indentation in the zombie's skull. Yet, the creature did not falter. Instead, it retaliated with a vicious swipe that struck Lu Ziqiang's body. He was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall. The students trailing Yi Fan were now utterly paralyzed by fear, some so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Brother Fan, let us leave quickly. This monster is too terrifying. Indeed, if we stay, we will surely perish at its hands. Let us take advantage of this person's distraction and escape. The crowd clamored at Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan paid them no heed, resolutely striding towards the library with his kusanagi, sword in hand. They were unaware that Yi Fan had come specifically to confront this monster. Having finally located it, he had no intention of departing so easily. Brother Fan is truly ruthless. Even in such a situation, he presses forward. He would undoubtedly be a general in ancient times. Feng Fuguei remarked enviously. Bang! Another deafening sound erupted as Lu Ziqiang was once more sent flying by the mantis zombie. However, as he landed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His skin was gradually regaining its normal hue, indicating that the petrification period had ended. The mantis zombie rushed towards him, and instinctively, he attempted to flee, but alas, his leg had been broken during the impact with the ground. The crimson scythe whistled through the air. A glimmer of despair flickered in Lu Ziqiang's eyes. Just then, an ear-piercing clash of metal rang out. Yi Fan suddenly charged forward, intercepting the deadly blow with his kusanagi sword. Chapter 21, An Indestructible Monster? Lu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Yi Fan's intervention. Having battled the mantis zombie himself, he understood better than anyone the terrifying power of its attacks. Yet, Yi Fan stood firm, unwavering after withstanding the blow, suggesting that his strength likely surpassed Lu Ziqiang's by a considerable margin. To Lu Ziqiang's astonishment, he realized he could not ascertain Yi Fan's level. Yi Fan was the first awakened being he had encountered who was above him in rank. The mantis zombie, seeing Yi Fan block its strike, showed no signs of hesitation and abruptly swung its other arm. The sharp scythe, accompanied by a rushing wind, aimed straight for Yi Fan's head. Without a moment's pause, Yi Fan positioned his Kusanagi sword before him. Clang! Another resounding crash echoed as the mantis zombie's scythe and Yi Fan's sword collided, producing a cacophony of metallic sound. Leave this place. Take this opportunity. Yi Fan urged Lu Ziqiang in a hushed tone. Understanding that his petrification had ended, Lu Ziqiang realized that remaining would only hinder Yi Fan, so without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the library's exit. Feng Fugui, watching Yi Fan within the library, wore a face of concern and turned to Xiao Ning, asking, "Do you think Brother Fan can contend with that monster?" "No," Xiao Ning replied, shaking her head without a moment's doubt. "How can you be so certain? Why do you believe Brother Fan cannot defeat that zombie?" Feng Fugui exclaimed, filled with agitation. Xiao Ning cast a calm glance at him, but remained silent. Deep down, she understood that Yi Fan was not a match for the mantis zombie, yet she recognized that he still had a glimmer of possibility to vanquish it. Meanwhile, Yi Fan charged towards the mantis zombie with the Kusanagi, sword in hand. Such speed. Lu Ziqiang could not help but exclaim in awe. As a fellow awakened being, he discerned that Yi Fan's pace surpassed his own by 3 or 4 times, leaving him astonished about Yi Fan's current level. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan reached the mantis zombie. With his overwhelming speed, there was no need for him to employ stealth like Lu Ziqiang. Moreover, the library's bookshelves had been thoroughly ravaged. Leaving no cover for a surprise attack, Yi Fan leaped into the air, raising the Kusanagi sword high before delivering a fierce strike aimed at the mantis zombie's head. Although the mantis zombie possessed formidable attack power, it bore a critical weakness. Its reaction speed was not particularly swift. Yi Fan's strike landed with tremendous ferocity, cleaving the triangular head of the mantis zombie in two. Lu Ziqiang, Feng Fugui, and the others were overwhelmed with exhilaration at the sight. They had never anticipated that Yi Fan would so effortlessly dispatch the mantis zombie. Only Xiao Ning stood at a distance, her expression devoid of excitement. Brother Fan is incredibly impressive, cleaving the zombie's head with a single stroke. Feng Fugui began to exclaim, but before he could finish, the mantis zombie suddenly swung its scythe-like arm down towards Yi Fan. Having just seen his strike sever the zombie's head, Yi Fan had momentarily relaxed. Although he quickly reacted and attempted to retreat, he was just a fraction too slow. The sharp scythe sliced through Yi Fan's chest, instantly staining his shirt with blood. Ignoring the wound, Yi Fan dashed away, creating a safe distance between himself and the mantis zombie. That was close, just by a hair's breadth. Yi Fan realized that had he reacted even a moment slower, the zombie could have severely injured him. He was also astonished that despite cleaving the mantis zombie's head in two, it appeared unaffected. This query echoed in the minds of Feng Fugui and Lu Ziqiang as well. They had all encountered zombies before and were aware that a zombie's most significant weakness lay in its head. Yet, this mantis zombie seemed to defy that norm. As the group stood in shock, the mantis zombie's head miraculously reformed. Yi Fan's actions had enraged the creature, which now charged at him furiously, its sides flailing about like a meat grinder. Yi Fan hastily retreated, recognizing that the mantis zombie had entered a frenzied state, and he resolved to evade its wrath for the time being. After sprinting a distance of over 10 meters, the mantis zombie crashed into a bookshelf, causing the 3 to 4 meter high structure to collapse in an instant, sending up a cloud of dust. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Fan leapt once more, raising the Kusanagi sword and plunging it fiercely into the zombie's head. The sword penetrated deeply, dark green blood gushing forth. However, to Yi Fan's despair, the mantis zombie showed no signs of dying and retaliated with a scythe aimed directly at him. "I will fight you to the end," Yi Fan thought, when unexpectedly, Feng Fugui burst into the library. In the very moment the scythe descended, he pushed over the bookshelf in front of Yi Fan. The bookshelf crashed down decisively upon the mantis zombie, altering the scythe's trajectory so that it struck the ground before Yi Fan. Yi Fan retreated and shouted at Feng Fugui. "Who told you to come in? Get out of here. What kind of attitude is that? I just saved you." Feng Fugui replied, utterly perplexed. "Get out now," Yi Fan shouted in agitation. Feng Fugui hesitated for a moment, then turned and dashed towards the library exit, muttering curses as he ran. "What a joke. I risked my life to save you, and you tell me to leave? You don't see me as human at all." After Feng Fugui exited, Yi Fan gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the mantis zombie struggling to emerge from beneath the fallen bookshelf. He had never anticipated that a Tier 3 elite zombie would be so formidable. Most disheartening was the realization that his attacks to the zombie's head had been utterly ineffective. The sword had penetrated halfway, yet the creature remained entirely unfazed. If the mantis zombie had no weaknesses, then defeating it through sheer strength would be an impossible endeavor. At that moment, the mantis zombie burst forth from beneath the bookshelf, charging once again towards Yi Fan. Xiao Ning, who had been hesitating, finally shouted at Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, the zombie's weakness isn't its head, but its chest. You must pierce its heart to kill it." Yi Fan paused, momentarily stunned by Xiao Ning's words. "Xiao Ning, you don't understand. Could you stop spouting nonsense? Aren't all zombies weak at the head? How do you know this one's weakness is in the heart?" Feng Fuguei blurted out. Shut up, Xiao Ning retorted sharply. What's with you two? One tells me to leave and the other to shut up. Do you think I'm not human? Feng Fuguei's face was a canvas of fury. When he had saved everyone earlier, Xiao Ning had not treated him this way. Yi Fan, trust me. The mantis zombie's weakness is its chest, not its head. Xiao Ning shouted again. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan picked up the Kusanagi sword and charged towards the mantis zombie's position. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the creature. The massive scythe whistled through the air, but Yi Fan, relying on his speed, dodged the attack and leaped, thrusting the Kusanagi sword directly towards the mantis zombie's chest. Yi Fan was uncertain if Xiao Ning's claim held any truth, yet he had no alternative. His previous 2 attempts to strike the zombie's head had yielded no result, so he resolved to test the attack on its chest. If he failed again, he would have no choice but to flee, knowing that Feng Fuguei and Xiao Ning would likely perish at the hands of the zombie. Yet, in this dire apocalypse, his survival took precedence above all else. The sharp Kusanagi sword pierced the mantis zombie's tough hide, causing its body to momentarily falter before it toppled backward with a thunderous crash. Congratulations, host. You have slain a Tier 3 elite zombie. Only 9 more Tier 3 elite zombies remain to complete this mission. The system's notification echoed in Yi Fan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He gasped for breath, utterly awestruck. For he had not expected Xiao Ning's words to ring true. The mantis zombie's weakness indeed lay in its chest. Feng Fuguei, Lu Ziqiang, and the others turned to gaze at Xiao Ning in disbelief. Xiao Ning, how did you know that the zombie's weakness was its chest and not its head? Feng Fuguei asked, blinking his finely shaped eyes in surprise. Yet, Xiao Ning did not respond. Seriously? You don't even acknowledge me anymore? Feng Fuguei's frustration boiled over. Yi Fan quickly assessed his own injuries. Though wounded, the mantis zombie's attack bore no poison or contagion. Thankfully, for had it been otherwise, the situation would have been dire. He approached Xiao Ning, lowering his voice to express gratitude. Thank you for your earlier advice. We should talk privately. Let us do that. Xiao Ning replied with a determined look, leading the way. Yi Fan followed, casting a sidelong glance at her. You must be an awakened as well, right? Indeed. Xiao Ning confirmed without hesitation. She had long wished to conceal her identity as an awakened, but circumstances had forced her to reveal the truth. Knowing that if Yi Fan were to die, her chances of survival would diminish significantly. What is your awakened ability? Yi Fan inquired. Xiao Ning hesitated, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Your life is in my hands right now. I acknowledge that you saved me, but can you truly guarantee that I am not ungrateful? After all, unlike Feng Fuguei, you saved me because I hold some value to you, not out of genuine concern for my well-being. Yi Fan's words were brutally candid. My awakened ability is insight. I can analyze the combat capabilities of both you and the zombies, and I'm aware of their weaknesses. Xiao Ning finally divulged the truth, realizing she had no choice in the matter before Yi Fan. This was also why she had aimed to keep her awakened identity hidden. Her ability bore no offensive or defensive power, rendering her almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Should she be discovered by stronger individuals, she would quickly become a mere tool in their hands. You seem to have omitted one detail, Yi Fan remarked with a sardonic smile. Xiao Ning froze. If I'm not mistaken, you can also sense the presence of zombies within a certain range, can't you? Yi Fan observed her intently. Xiao Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the young man before her would possess such keen intelligence. How did you figure that out? Xiao Ning inquired softly. Firstly, there are not many who have survived in this building, yet you have managed to bring so many with you. The most plausible explanation is your ability to sense the density of zombies, allowing you to consistently choose optimal hiding spots. Yi Fan analyzed with an impassive expression. Xiao Ning did not refute him, for he was indeed correct. Furthermore, your classroom is on the 3rd floor of this building, while the library resides on the 5th. Since you were with your classmates when the zombies appeared, it indicates that you have not ventured beyond the 3rd floor. The mantis zombies could not possibly have reached your 3rd floor. Your astonishment upon encountering the mantis zombies suggests that you have never seen them before. Instead, you relied on your perceptive powers to sense the presence of 3rd-tier elite zombies here. Yi Fan continued to gaze at Xiao Ning as he spoke. For a moment, Xiao Ning found herself at a loss for words. Yi Fan's analysis was entirely accurate. You are aware that I am searching for these 3rd-tier elite zombies. So you deliberately withheld mentioning your ability, as you do not wish for me to continue taking risks, right? Yi Fan asked directly. Xiao Ning looked at Yi Fan and couldn't help but let out a wry smile, then whispered, I may have underestimated your intelligence. It seems that leveling up can indeed enhance one's intellect. I am not a particularly virtuous person, but I certainly cannot be deemed a villain. Yi Fan scrutinized Xiao Ning for a moment before continuing. Let us strike a bargain. Use your insight to help me locate all the 3rd-tier elite zombies in this school and inform me of their weaknesses. Once I have vanquished them, I shall ensure your safe departure from the school. How does that sound? You have already agreed to assist me in leaving. A flicker of anger flashed in Xiao Ning's beautiful eyes. I only agreed to let you all accompany me. I never promised to guarantee your safety. My current offer is different. Yi Fan replied with a smile. You are quite shameless. Xiao Ning exclaimed, biting her silver teeth. The term shameless when applied to one striving to survive in an apocalypse hardly carries a negative connotation, Yifan said softly, despite her deep-seated anger. Xiao Ning realized she had little choice. Yifan was her sole hope for survival. I can accept your terms, but you must team up with me, Xiao Ning stated expressionlessly. Team up? Yifan looked at Xiao Ning, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. You have reached level 17. Yet you are unaware of the team function? Xiao Ning pouted and continued. Players can use the system's team function, accommodating up to 50 members. What is the purpose of forming a team? Yifan asked, thoroughly perplexed. Having never used the team function in his previous life, he was entirely ignorant of its benefits. Once in a team, any experience points gained from defeating zombies will be shared among teammates. To put it simply, if you and I team up, and you kill a second-tier zombie that would normally grant you 2 experience points, you would only receive 1 point, with the remaining point going to me. Xiao Ning explained to Yifan. So you intend to benefit without any effort? Yifan exclaimed, realizing the situation. What do you mean by benefiting without effort? Xiao Ning replied, somewhat exasperated. Firstly, my ability will save you a considerable amount of time in locating those elite zombies. Secondly, when you confront the elite zombies, I can inform you of their weaknesses, making your battles significantly easier. I am contributing, am I not? Yifan remained silent as he regarded Xiao Ning. You are already at level 17. Are you really unwilling to share even this small amount of experience with me? Xiao Ning felt that Yifan was being rather stingy. Meanwhile, Yifan calculated that defeating 10 third-tier elite zombies would yield him 300 experience points, plus the 200 experience points from the system, totaling 500. He needed 450 points to reach level 20. If he teamed up with Xiao Ning, he would only receive 350 points upon completing the task. This meant he would need to slay additional first-tier and second-tier zombies. However, Xiao Ning could indeed help him save considerable time and conserve energy in battle. What are you two lovebirds discussing? How long will this take? Can we wrap it up? Feng Fuguei seemed to be growing impatient and shouted. Be quiet. Yifan and Xiao Ning shouted in unison. Feng Fuguei stood there, looking exceptionally dejected. What are you thinking? If you refuse to team up, I will absolutely not assist you. Xiao Ning asked Yifan. All right, I agree to your terms. Yifan nodded at Xiao Ning. Since Yifan's level was higher than Xiao Ning's, it was up to him to initiate the team invitation. However, Yifan was unsure how to utilize the team function. Just say in your mind to the game system to invite me to team up. Xiao Ning observed Yifan with a hint of exasperation in her beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that Yifan, having reached level 17, was still unfamiliar with some basic operations of the game. Oh, I see. Yifan scratched his head and then thought to himself, System, invite Xiao Ning to team up. Would you like to confirm teaming up with a player of significantly lower level? The system's voice echoed slowly. Yes. Yifan nodded. Team formation successful. The current squad consists of 2 members, with a maximum capacity of 48 additional players. Both Yifan and Xiao Ning received the system's notification simultaneously, and a team interface appeared before Yifan, displaying information about him and Xiao Ning. Your level is 1. How do you know all this? Yifan noticed that Xiao Ning seemed to understand the system better than he did, prompting his curiosity. I previously played a game remarkably similar to our current reality, and its system resembles the one in our minds. Xiao Ning explained. It dawned on Yifan that all those who became awakeners in this apocalypse must have played that game. Unfortunately, he had focused solely on leveling up, neglecting to learn about the game mechanics. Can you still sense the presence of other third-tier elite zombies elsewhere? Yifan shifted the conversation back to serious matters. Ready to proceed. I can sense them, but very faintly. My insight has a range limit. Currently, I can only clearly perceive the distribution of zombies within this building. I am not very aware of the situation outside. Xiao Ning replied softly. All right, let us head out. Yifan nodded and walked towards Feng Fuguei and the others. When Feng Fuguei saw Yifan and Xiao Ning approaching, he grimaced and muttered, what a couple of dunderheads. They finally finished their chat. However, as Yifan approached Feng Fuguei, the latter's demeanor instantly transformed, his face breaking into a beaming smile as he inquired, Brother Fan, what shall we do next? Let's leave this building first, Yifan replied coolly, then turned his gaze to Lu Ziqiang, who was seated on the ground. At that moment, Lu Ziqiang had suffered a broken leg and was utterly incapable of walking unaided. It seemed that Lu Ziqiang gleaned something from Yifan's expression after lighting a cigarette. He chuckled and said, Little brother, I appreciate your earlier assistance. In these times, merely surviving is a challenge enough. There's no need to waste time on me. Just leave me here to fend for myself. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at Lu Ziqiang's fortitude. Were it anyone else, they would surely be begging Yifan not to abandon them in such dire circumstances. Yet Lu Ziqiang, in an effort not to impede Yifan, voluntarily chose to stay behind. Had Lu Ziqiang not aided Yifan in a past life, the latter would have indeed deemed it a waste of time to linger over a man with a broken leg. However, given Lu Ziqiang's previous kindness, he certainly could not abandon him. Feng Fuguei, find someone to carry him out of here, Yifan commanded. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqiang's hand, which held the cigarette, trembled slightly. He never anticipated that Yifan would choose not to forsake him. Little brother, is that really necessary? Lu Ziqiang chuckled. We're all men here. Let us not dally like children. Yi Fan replied tersely. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Xiao Ning's eyes flared with indignation as she shouted at him. Are you casting insinuations? Who are you referring to? Yi Fan merely smiled at Xiao Ning, ruffling her hair as he remarked. It appears you possess a modicum of sense. You. Xiao Ning trembled with rage. Meanwhile, Feng Fuguei scanned the crowd briefly before calling out to Wang Peng. Wang Peng, carry brother Lu out. What the hell do you mean? Feng Fuguei, why should I be the one to carry him? Wang Peng retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. The students had already gone an entire day and night without food, their strength utterly depleted. Carrying another person would undoubtedly exacerbate their difficulties. Just do it without further ado. Feng Fuguei snapped, delivering a kick to Wang Peng's rear. He continued, if you hadn't suddenly bolted earlier, I wouldn't have taken such risks to help you fend off those zombies. Do you even realize I nearly lost my life because of you? I can't. Wang Peng hesitated, finally admitting. Fine, if you can't, then I will carry him, but you'd better not follow us. Go perish wherever you wish. Feng Fuguei stepped forward to Lu Ziqiang. Wait, let me carry him. I can manage. Wang Peng, aware of the grim fate that awaited him if he were left behind, quickly altered his stance and hoisted Lu Ziqiang onto his back. The group then made their way down the stairs in a grand procession. Thanks to Xiao Ning's keen insight, they adeptly evaded the majority of zombies, with the occasional few being easily dispatched by Yi Fan. After a little over 10 minutes, they emerged from the teaching building. The sight of the vast horde of zombies on the playground made everyone's expressions tense with anxiety, for the number of zombies outside far exceeded those within the teaching building, most of them being the infected remnants of humanity. Can you sense the location of the third-tier zombies? Yi Fan asked Xiao Ning. There's one near the cafeteria, and I think there are more by the boys and girls' dormitories. Xiao Ning softly replied. Brother Fan, I suggest we head to the cafeteria first, as I'm rather hungry. You handle the zombies, and I'll see if there's any leftover food to tide us over. Feng Fuguei urgently urged. The surrounding students echoed Feng Fuguei's sentiment. Their hunger palpable. Even at this juncture, you're still thinking about food? Yi Fan questioned Feng Fuguei. To be honest, I'm ravenous. Feng Fuguei grinned. Very well. Then let us proceed to the cafeteria. Yi Fan acquiesced, motioning for Feng Fuguei to lead the way. Chapter 24, the first lesson of the apocalypse. The path from the teaching building to the cafeteria was singular, necessitating a traverse across the playground. At that moment, a multitude of zombies congregated on the field, and Xiao Ning's perceptiveness was rendered moot, as there were no obstacles or cover to conceal them. To reach the cafeteria, they had no choice but to cross through this perilous expanse. However, this entailed the imminent risk of danger, not directed at Yi Fan, as the first and second tier zombies posed no threat to him, but rather to the ordinary individuals who might find themselves in peril. Yi Fan could not possibly expend his energy safeguarding so many people simultaneously. Feng Fuguei led the way at the front, while Yi Fan wielded the Kusanagi sword, engaging the zombies in combat. Xiao Ning and the others followed closely behind Yi Fan, though cries for help occasionally pierced the air. What should have been a mere 200 or 300 meters saw 4 or 5 of Xiao Ning's companions fall victim to the zombies. Initially, Xiao Ning had intended to request Yi Fan's assistance for these individuals, but she ultimately abandoned the thought, understanding that Yi Fan would never squander time on students who were of no concern to him. After a little over 10 minutes, they finally reached the entrance to the cafeteria. Perhaps due to the presence of a third-tier elite zombie within, the zombies on the playground did not pursue them further. Can you sense the elite zombie's presence now? Yi Fan quietly asked Xiao Ning. I can feel it. Xiao Ning slowly nodded. Yi Fan inhaled deeply before pushing open the cafeteria doors. The cafeteria of Nanyang University boasted 4 floors. As the doors swung open, countless zombies turned their attention towards Yi Fan. The number of zombies inside the cafeteria appeared to far surpass those in the teaching building. A flicker of resignation crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he turned to Xiao Ning and Feng Fuguei, saying, You all wait here. I will first deal with the zombies on the first floor. With so many zombies, can you handle it alone? Xiao Ning asked, her tone laced with concern. And if I can't, what assistance can you provide? Yi Fan retorted expressionlessly as he examined his own chest wound. Xiao Ning shot him a fierce glare, but remained silent. She had intended to dissuade him from entering the cafeteria, yet upon reflection, she recognized that the majority had gone too long without food and were utterly exhausted. If Yi Fan could clear the first floor of zombies, they would have access to sustenance and water, which would undoubtedly benefit them all. At this moment, Yi Fan's thoughts were rather straightforward. As there remained less than an hour until the current zombie assault concluded, his physical strength was evidently waning. Thus he resolved to first clear the first floor of the cafeteria to establish it as a base for their group. Once the zombie onslaught subsided, they would be able to rest here. When the undead re-emerged, Yi Fan would ascend to the upper floors. Of course, he could opt to refrain from engaging with these zombies and simply wait for this wave of attacks to conclude. However, such a choice would likely result in the demise of most individuals present, for the zombies would actively seek them out. Additionally, due to his partnership with Xiao Ning, he required 100 experience points, and the zombies within the cafeteria provided the swiftest and simplest means to acquire them. Armed with the Kusanagi sword, Yi Fan charged into the cafeteria. In an instant, a cacophony of terrifying roars erupted from countless zombies. Nevertheless, for Yi Fan, who had reached level 17, these creatures were woefully inadequate opponents. Xiao Ning stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, observing Yi Fan's actions. She had done nothing but lean on Yi Fan's efforts to eliminate the zombies, and had directly ascended to level 5. Approximately half an hour later, after Yi Fan had nearly eradicated the zombies on the first floor of the cafeteria, he waved towards Feng Fugue and the others. The group promptly entered the cafeteria. Upon witnessing the remaining food and water within, their expressions were filled with excitement. Yet, none dared to indulge, as they awaited Yi Fan's command. Feng Fugue, gather a few people to block the entrance to the cafeteria and the staircase leading to the second floor. Otherwise, the zombies from other areas will soon arrive. Yi Fan, now utterly exhausted, whispered to him while seated at a table. Understood. Feng Fugue nodded vigorously and beckoned several boys to start stacking tables and chairs at the entrance and staircase. 10 minutes later, both access points to the first floor of the cafeteria were sealed. Yi Fan then gestured to the crowd. Understanding his intent, they began to frantically seize the remaining food in the cafeteria, and the small supermarket on the first floor was swiftly emptied. The students, driven by hunger, seemed to have forgotten who had led them into the cafeteria and who had guided them away from the classroom building. Even those who had appeared weak moments earlier suddenly unleashed a boundless potential upon seeing the food, resorting to physical confrontations with their classmates. Everyone, stop fighting. Leave some for Brother Fan, Feng Fugue shouted, wielding a cafeteria ladle in an attempt to restore order. Yet, his voice was drowned out by the chaos as the students continued their frantic scramble for the scant provisions. Yi Fan and Xiao Ning stood expressionless, observing the pandemonium in the cafeteria. Now I finally understand you a bit better, Xiao Ning spoke slowly to Yi Fan. This is the first lesson the apocalypse teaches you. These people will not remember that it was you and I who brought them here, nor will they understand gratitude. If your classmates perish, the food here could sustain 3 to 5 individuals for half a month, yet now it will barely suffice for one meal. Yi Fan replied, his expression unchanged. Xiao Ning cast a fleeting glance at him, but remained silent. A few minutes later, Feng Fugue emerged from the throng, clutching 5 or 6 steamed buns and a few bottles of mineral water, and approached Yi Fan and Xiao Ning. These people have gone mad. No matter how much I shouted, I could only manage to grab this little bit of food. Let's share it, he exclaimed, placing the water and buns on the table. His tone tinged with frustration. Thank you. Xiao Ning, equally famished, took a bun and a bottle of water without hesitation. Yi Fan hesitated momentarily before opening the bottle of water and drinking nearly half of it. He then picked up a bun, tore it in half, and said, Fugue, please take this bottle of water and this half bun to Brother Liu. Brother Fan, I still have several buns here. You should eat one. I'll just share one with Brother Liu. Feng Fugue boisterously insisted. You can save the remaining buns for tomorrow. The supplies in the cafeteria will likely be consumed swiftly by these people. They are only focused on their immediate comfort, without a thought for what will happen once the food is gone. Yi Fan replied. Having eaten prior to their arrival, half a bun was sufficient to replenish his energy. In this apocalyptic world, the distinction between being full and merely not hungry was profound. I understand your point. Feng Fugue nodded lightly before taking the half bun and the leftover bottle of water to Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang looked momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. After entering the cafeteria, Wang Peng had cast Lu Ziqiang aside, completely disregarding his needs. With a broken leg, Lu Ziqiang naturally lacked the means to compete for food. Chapter 25. The Reality of Wang Peng. Why are you looking at me with such a suggestive gaze? This bun and water were set aside for you by Brother Fan. Not me. Your look is a bit unsettling, Feng Fugue called out to Lu Ziqiang with a hearty laugh. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ziqiang reached out to accept the half bun and the bottle of water, offering a faint smile in Yi Fan's direction. Yi Fan returned the gesture with an equally warm smile. Perhaps due to his experience from previous apocalyptic games, Lu Ziqiang chose not to consume the entire half bun, instead opting to eat only a quarter of it, and merely took a small sip from the bottle of water without draining it completely. Both Feng Fugue and Xiao Ning, prompted by Yi Fan's advice, also consumed only a small portion of the food and water, reserving the rest. In contrast, the surrounding students demonstrated no such foresight, ravenously devouring the food they had fought so hard to acquire. Wang Peng, in a desperate attempt to snatch a loaf of bread from another boy, even resorted to breaking the boy's leg. However, everyone was too preoccupied with their own struggles for food to pay heed to such trivial matters. Xiao Ning, witnessing the scene unfold, merely furrowed her brow but refrained from intervening, fully aware that she could not alter the course of events. In this new world, the law of the jungle had become the paramount principle of survival. No one could hope to change this reality. System notification: the time for zombie attacks has ended. The next 2 hours will be a safe period. Players are advised to manage their time wisely. The system's prompt echoed in everyone's minds. They all looked up towards the windows, noticing that the zombies outside the playground had seemingly vanished. Most of the students, now satiated and rejuvenated, began to realize that Yifan no longer held any utilitarian value for them. After a brief discussion among a few young men, they approached Yifan directly. "Brother Fan, thank you for saving me. We wish to leave the cafeteria now," Wang Peng said with a cheerful smile. "I have blocked the door. No one may exit." Yifan replied calmly. "But it's safe now. You're staying to fight the zombies, and we have no obligation to join you in this peril." Wang Peng whispered. "Indeed. You cannot be so selfish. Why deny us the chance to leave when we clearly can? Are you planning to use us as bait to attract the zombies?" The other boys exclaimed with heightened agitation. "Wang Peng, you are quite pragmatic, aren't you? You plan to leave now that you've had your fill?" Feng Fuguei shouted, somewhat irate. Wang Peng, however, disregarded Feng Fuguei and turned to Yifan, saying, "Brother Fan, keeping us here serves no purpose. Please let us go." Upon hearing this, Yifan smiled faintly and slowly rose to his feet. As he did, Wang Peng instinctively stepped back 2 paces, fully aware of Yifan's formidable prowess. "Are there any others who wish to leave?" Yifan surveyed the students in the cafeteria, his tone serene. Approximately 4 or 5 students cautiously emerged from the crowd, while the others remained hesitant. Yifan smiled again and proceeded to the window. With the door long blocked, he seized a stool and shattered the window's glass, then forcefully yanked down the iron bars. Though the bars could withstand a zombie's assault, they were no match for Yifan. Feng Fuguei looked on in disbelief as Yifan effortlessly dismantled the barriers, unable to fathom the sheer strength he possessed. "All right, you may exit through this window." Yifan carelessly tossed the bars aside and gestured to the students eager to leave. The group exchanged glances, then hastily dashed toward the window and leaped outside. Wang Peng, being astute, was the last to jump out. Once they had all exited, Yifan softly called out, "Is there anyone else wishing to depart? There is still time." A few more students stepped forward and jumped through the window. After confirming that no one else desired to leave, Yifan instructed Feng Fuguei to barricade the window with tables, chairs, and other furniture. Meanwhile, those who had not yet left gathered at other windows, watching the students who had made their escape. If those individuals succeeded in leaving the school, it was likely that even more would want to follow suit. After Wang Peng and his companions exited the cafeteria, they chose not to rush away but instead surveyed their surroundings. Only when Wang Peng was certain that no zombies were present did he signal for the group to move forward. They ventured approximately 10 meters without encountering any issues, their confidence visibly growing as their pace quickened. Just as they believed they might truly escape the school, an unexpected event transpired. Over a dozen zombies suddenly leaped from the classroom windows, charging directly at Wang Peng and his group. These zombies were clad in the school's uniforms. In an instant, Wang Peng and his companions were paralyzed with fear. "Back! Quickly!" Wang Peng shouted at the top of his lungs. Yet, Feng Fuguei had already sealed the window. The zombies were alarmingly swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. 2 boys at the rear were swiftly dismembered, their arms and thighs torn away. The stench of blood permeated the school as other zombies from various locations surged toward Wang Peng and his group. "Brother Fan, help me. Quickly, open the window." Wang Peng frantically pounded on the window beside Yifan, pleading for assistance. Yifan regarded him with a cold, indifferent glance. "Brother Fan, I know you can remove the bars from the window. I beg you, save me. I'll do anything you ask if you help." Wang Peng's face was etched with panic as the zombies drew nearer, but Yifan remained unresponsive. Even Xiao Ning appeared oblivious to Wang Peng's desperate cries. Seconds later, a zombie lunged from behind Wang Peng, sinking its teeth into his neck. The students in the cafeteria watched in horror as Wang Peng and his companions were devoured by the zombies, the scene gruesomely bloody and terrifying. In that moment, the surviving students finally grasped why Yifan had sealed off the cafeteria and prevented them from leaving. Although the zombie attack time had indeed ended, the campus remained infested with those infected. The notion of escaping the school alive was utterly impossible for them. Chapter 26, The Serpent Zombie. Once the screams outside faded into silence, the remaining students in the cafeteria cast unusual glances at Yifan. Perhaps they were unnerved by his earlier indifference, but more so, they began to genuinely fear him. "You knew all along that Wang Peng and the others could never leave the school, didn't you?" Xiao Ning inquired hesitantly. "Indeed." Yifan did not deny the truth. "Then why didn't you warn them? Those were lives at stake." Although Xiao Ning had also refrained from intervening to save Wang Peng, she found Yifan's actions perplexing. She could not fathom the coldness it took to watch those individuals march toward their demise. "Do you truly believe that had I advised them, they would have heeded my words and stayed behind?" Yifan countered directly. Xiao Ning fell silent, momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a flicker of realization. "Deep down, you know that no matter what I said, Wang Peng and his friends would have chosen to leave." Yifan continued. "But," Xiao Ning began, still intent on speaking. "Indeed, I could have forcibly kept them from exiting, but the majority would have harbored resentment toward me, potentially uniting in vengeance. I have no time to waste on such individuals." Yifan paused, then looked at the remaining students in the cafeteria. "After experiencing these events, the remaining individuals will undoubtedly obey my commands and act according to my wishes, thus saving me considerable effort." Xiao Ning inhaled deeply. Although Yifan's words were rather blunt, They bore a profound truth that left her unable to refute him. Make the most of your time to rest. In less than an hour, the next zombie attack will occur, and you will need to accompany me upstairs to fight once again. With that, Yifan closed his eyes and began to rest. However, Xiaoning chose not to continue the conversation. An hour swiftly passed. Attention, players. The new wave of zombie attacks will commence in 5 minutes and will last for 6 hours. The system's alert echoed through the hall, causing a palpable tension among the students in the cafeteria. Fuguwei, have everyone clear the stairway in the cafeteria. After Xiaoning and I head upstairs, block the entrance. You and the others wait for us on the first floor, Yifan declared, his eyes wide open as he addressed Feng Fuguwei. Brother Fan, if you block the stairway, you and Xiaoning might not be able to come down. Feng Fuguwei hesitated, as clearing the obstacles from the stairway would require considerable time. It's of no concern. These zombies pose no real threat to me. Just do as I instruct. Yifan replied calmly. Understood. Feng Fuguwei acquiesced and began directing the others to move the items. A few minutes later, the obstacles at the stairway were mostly cleared. Yifan and Xiaoning ascended directly from the first floor to the second. Meanwhile, Feng Fuguwei and the others replaced the obstacles. System notification, zombie attack initiated. As the system's voice resonated, dozens of zombies manifested on the second floor of the cafeteria. Once Yifan confirmed that there were no third-tier elite zombies among them, he surged towards the third floor, with Xiaoning closely trailing behind. Thanks to her level increase, Xiaoning's speed had significantly improved, allowing her to barely keep pace with Yifan. Upon reaching the third floor, Yifan still found no presence of third-tier elite zombies. So he continued his dash towards the fourth floor. Damn it, could you slow down a bit? You're going to exhaust me, Xiaoning exclaimed in exasperation. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Yifan's speed remained unchanged. With resignation etched on her face, Xiaoning quickened her pace to stay right behind him. Before long, the two reached the fourth floor of the cafeteria. Upon witnessing the scene, Yifan stood frozen in shock. Even Xiaoning was taken aback. In the center of the cafeteria, a creature was voraciously gnawing at a corpse beside it. Indeed, it was a creature. Yifan found it impossible to categorize this being as merely a zombie. It transcended his understanding of the undead. The creature's head bore no difference from that of an ordinary woman, with hollow black eyes and a pallid complexion reminiscent of a lifeless fish. Its mouth stained with crimson blood. Most terrifying of all, its body was that of a serpent, adorned with grayish-green scales. The scales were caked with dirt and dried blood, with a viscous, transparent slime oozing between them, exuding a nauseating stench. The serpent's tail swayed carelessly on the ground. What in the world is this monster? Yifan stammered in disbelief. A third-tier elite zombie, serpent-bodied. Its movement speed is average, and its attack power is also average, but it can spit venom. Anyone struck by the venom will perish within 3 hours. Xiaoning relayed the information she had gleaned, her voice trembling. What about its weakness? Yifan inquired softly. Its weakness is in its tail. Xiaoning glanced at Yifan before continuing. Yifan, at our current speed, if we escape now, we might still make it. This serpent-bodied zombie is far too dangerous. Even a mere touch from its venom would be fatal for you. Before Xiaoning could finish, Yifan, brandishing his Kusanagi sword, charged forward. This lunatic. Xiaoning's composure shattered in an instant. As the serpent-bodied zombie noticed Yifan approaching, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a jet of dark green venom towards him. Yifan's reflexes were lightning quick. He evaded the venom and closed in on the serpent zombie. Initially, he aimed to strike at the zombie's tail, but the creature swiftly concealed it behind its body. Yifan's sword struck the zombie's torso. Yet the scales were as resilient as steel. Sparks erupted upon impact, and the zombie remained unaffected. Reluctantly, Yifan shifted his angle to continue his assault. The zombie was not particularly difficult to contend with, as its speed was slow and its primary attack relied on venom. As long as Yifan could dodge the venom attacks, he faced little danger. However, the impenetrable scales posed a significant challenge, preventing him from finding a way to strike its tail. For 5 or 6 minutes, Yifan grappled with the serpent zombie. Xiaoning, can you devise a way to deal with this zombie? I can't land a hit on its tail. Yifan fretted, concerned that prolonged engagement would deplete his stamina, leaving him vulnerable to the venom. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiaoning's beautiful eyes before she dashed toward another corner of the cafeteria. The serpent zombie immediately redirected its attention towards her, abandoning its assault on Yifan to unleash a torrent of venom at Xiaoning. She narrowly dodged the attack. In its urgency, the serpent zombie twisted its body and charged at her. Seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's distraction, Yifan struck decisively at its tail. The serpent zombie collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, host. You have slain a third-tier elite zombie, serpent-bodied. 8 zombies remain to complete the task. The card system chimed. Yifan exhaled a long breath of relief. Meanwhile, Xiaoning did not pause. She sprinted to a nearby flower pot by the window and plucked a seemingly ordinary flower from it, concealing it behind her back. What do you have there? Yifan asked, sensing something amiss in Xiaoning's demeanor. It's nothing, just an ordinary flower, she replied, her gaze evasive, clearly lying. Just an ordinary flower? Yi Fan chuckled lightly at her words, then remarked with a stoic expression, "If it were truly an ordinary flower, your reaction wouldn't warrant such anxiety. Moreover, I noticed that the zombie chose to abandon its attack on me only after it saw you reaching for that flower. Are you certain it's just an ordinary flower?" Xiao Ning fell silent, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness in response to Yi Fan's assertion. "Show it to me," he insisted, noticing her reticence. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ning finally murmured, "I found this first. Why should I give it to you? Don't forget that we are teammates, not your subordinates. Had I not slain that snake-bodied zombie just now, you would already be dead," Yi Fan remarked coolly to Xiao Ning. A flicker of hesitation passed through Xiao Ning's beautiful eyes. "Furthermore, if I were to end your life right now, you would possess no means of resistance. Thus, I strongly advise you to relinquish your possessions," Yi Fan continued, addressing Xiao Ning with unwavering resolve. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ning ultimately decided to present the flower she had concealed behind her back to Yi Fan. As Yi Fan's fingers brushed against the delicate bloom, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It was a first-tier spiritual herb, which upon consumption would enhance one's strength, speed, and agility, each by a notch, while ensuring robust vitality for a fortnight. Yi Fan gazed at the seemingly inconspicuous flower in his hand, astonished. The spiritual herb was a phenomenon from that online game, and he had not anticipated its existence in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, its effects appeared to be even more extraordinary than in the game. The notion of surviving 15 days without nourishment was simply unfathomable. In a month, resources would dwindle to critical levels, and these spiritual herbs would play a pivotal role. More importantly, Yi Fan finally grasped the magnitude of Xiao Ning's awakened talent. Not only could she sense the presence of zombies, but she could also perceive things invisible to ordinary people. Take this first-tier spiritual herb, for instance. Had Yi Fan not touched the flower, he would have remained oblivious to its true nature. For an ordinary person to find such a herb, they would need to touch each plant individually, which would consume a significant amount of time. After all, one cannot simply walk along a path, prodding every flower and tree with their hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning stood beside Yi Fan, her eyes aflame with fury, inwardly cursing his ancestors for the injustice of having her discovery snatched away so callously. Enough with that accusatory gaze. Here, take it back. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan returned the spiritual herb to Xiao Ning. She was momentarily taken aback, her expression laden with confusion. "You actually gave it back to me?" The astonishment on her face was palpable. "This trinket offers little significance to me, merely enhancing my attributes slightly. Its primary benefit lies in allowing one to forego food and water for 2 weeks. For now, my supplies are still plentiful, thus, I suggest you keep it. It may serve you well when you find yourself in dire straits," Yi Fan explained gently. Xiao Ning's surprise deepened as she regarded Yi Fan. She had always perceived him as a self-serving individual, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. She never expected him to voluntarily return the herb to her. "Stop looking at me like that. We are allies. Should you discover anything similar in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall keep what benefits me, and I will not claim what is rightfully yours," Yi Fan assured her softly. "Given your commendable conduct earlier, I shall consider notifying you first should I encounter anything of value." Xiao Ning responded with a radiant smile, delighted at the prospect of collaborating with Yi Fan, thereby avoiding unnecessary risks by simply directing him to valuable finds. After dealing with the snake-bodied zombie on the 4th floor of the cafeteria, Yi Fan and Xiao Ning made their way back to the ground floor. "Brother Fan, you finally returned. You have no idea how worried I was while you were gone. I was silently praying for your safety," Feng Fugue exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement upon seeing Yi Fan. "Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly clear the objects blocking the cafeteria entrance," Yi Fan interrupted, exasperated. "Understood." Feng Fugue rallied others to assist in moving the obstacles. After exiting the cafeteria, Yi Fan and Xiao Ning headed directly towards the girls' dormitory, as Xiao Ning sensed the presence of third-tier elite zombies within. For the ensuing hours, Yi Fan and Xiao Ning traversed various areas of the school. With Xiao Ning's ability to pinpoint the zombies' locations and weaknesses, Yi Fan's efficiency soared. Within a mere 5 hours, he had slain 5 third-tier elite zombies, including the one on the 4th floor of the cafeteria, leaving only 4 more to complete his mission. Xiao Ning had discovered 5 spiritual herbs along their journey, albeit all were of the first tier. Yi Fan chose to retain one that would enhance his attributes by 50% for 1 hour, while he generously gifted the remaining herbs to Xiao Ning, who was quite pleased with the arrangement, given her lack of combat prowess. According to Xiao Ning's assessment, only 1 third-tier elite zombie remained on the campus of Nanyang University, regrettably situated deep within the school. It would take at least 20 minutes for Yi Fan and Xiao Ning to reach it. And with less than an hour remaining until the zombie onslaught concluded, Yi Fan resolved to return to the cafeteria for the night. He planned to seek out the last zombie the following day during the next wave of attacks. However, a pressing issue loomed. As a result of their separate endeavors in dispatching zombies, the surviving students had followed them closely, viewing Yi Fan as a savior. Upon returning to the cafeteria with this throng, Yi Fan realized the space could scarcely accommodate so many. Moreover, Many of these students had not eaten for a considerable time. Their energy nearly depleted, making it untenable for them to stand throughout the night. Reluctantly, Yi Fan awaited the conclusion of the zombie attack, intending to ascend to the second floor of the cafeteria to eliminate the infected individuals. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning and Feng Fugui would oversee ensuring no students were infected, isolating any injured ones to prevent sudden transformations. Once Yi Fan had thoroughly cleansed the second floor, Feng Fugui led a team to dispose of the zombie corpses through the windows. The group labored until nightfall, finally securing the first and second floors. To avert any unnecessary complications, Xiao Ning assigned all female students to the second floor, while the males remained on the first. Yi Fan found a quiet corner in the cafeteria to lie down. Most students seemed to harbor a sense of trepidation towards Yi Fan, deliberately maintaining their distance. The power outage cast the cafeteria into darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Yi Fan gradually closed his eyes, only to suddenly reopen them after a brief interval. A faint sound of footsteps gradually approached his direction. Yi Fan feigned ignorance, keeping his eyes closed. Yet his heart was keenly assessing the distance between himself and the approaching individual based on the sound of the footsteps. Chapter 28. Feng Fugui falls into the mire of love. The soft footfalls drew ever closer to Yi Fan. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Yi Fan silently counted the distance in his mind, curiosity piquing within him as to who intended to take action against him. Was it Lu Ziqiang, Xiao Ning, or perhaps Feng Fugui? Regardless of who it was, Yi Fan had long prepared himself to eliminate the threat immediately. However, just as the figure was less than a meter away, the footsteps abruptly ceased. Following that, he heard a rustling sound, reminiscent of someone undressing. Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The dim light of the cafeteria made it difficult to discern the person's features, but he could vaguely perceive that the figure had an attractive physique, standing at least 7 meters tall. Could it be that a girl was approaching him with romantic intentions? Yi Fan couldn't help but muse within himself. As expected, a remarkably alluring girl gracefully approached Yi Fan, hesitating for a few moments before leaning down and asking, "Brother Fan, may I sleep beside you?" At that moment, she had surprisingly discarded her outer clothing, donning only her undergarments. With the faint red moonlight, Yi Fan could make out her appearance. She had long black hair, and although she could not be compared to the stunning Xiao Ning, she certainly stood out among the ordinary. Yi Fan recognized her. She was the same girl who had once approached him in the teaching building, only to be chased away by Feng Fugui. In the middle of the night, for a girl to strip off her clothes and approach him with such a request was something any sane person could interpret. Naturally, Yi Fan had no inclination to engage with this girl, so he opened his mouth to refuse. However, before he could utter a word, Feng Fugui suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting, "Brother Fan, how many times must I tell you? This girl is trouble. Why won't you heed my advice?" Feng Fugui's loud voice roused all the boys on the first floor, who turned to look at Yi Fan's direction. Upon seeing a girl standing before him in her underwear, they instantly grasped the situation, with some even beginning to murmur amongst themselves. The girl, frightened, hurriedly threw on her clothes. Yi Fan stared at Feng Fugui with an expression of utter disbelief. "Brother Fan, what on earth were you thinking bringing this girl over? What if you catch some disease? Why can't you ever listen to my advice?" Feng Fugui lamented, his voice filled with exasperation. "This girl is here of her own accord," Yi Fan attempted to explain. "Enough. Brother Fan, I am truly disappointed in you. If you wish to entertain her, do as you please. I can't control you anymore. Keep it down. I need to sleep." After saying this, Feng Fugui laid back down on the floor. "Are you out of your mind?" Yi Fan's expression was one of sheer frustration, as Feng Fugui's words made it seem as though he had lured the girl over himself. "Feng Fugui, are you an idiot? Who do you think has a problem?" At this point, the girl had finished dressing and charged towards Feng Fugui. "You have a problem, preventing me from speaking?" Feng Fugui retorted, rolling his eyes. "You're the one with the problem. You've been pursuing me, confessing your feelings, and when I refuse, you resort to slandering me, don't you?" The girl was thoroughly incensed by Feng Fugui's provocations and lunged at him. "Li Jiaojiao, stop being so handsy. If you keep this up, I might just fight back." Feng Fugui shouted, eyes wide. "What will you do if you fight back?" The girl's movements were fierce, and Feng Fugui found himself in a scuffle with her. Perhaps due to the commotion they were causing, Xiao Ning and some girls from the second floor rushed down. Yi Fan sat on the ground, an expression of utter despair on his face, inwardly lamenting, "It's over. This embarrassing incident will be known to all." 10 minutes later, Feng Fugui bore the marks of the altercation, his face bloodied, as he was finally pulled away by onlookers. Xiao Ning inquired about what had transpired. Feng Fugui, sitting on the ground and sniffling, recounted how Yi Fan had called Li Jiaojiao over, and how he had attempted to prevent this unexpected encounter for Yi Fan's health, only to end up receiving a thorough beating from Li Jiaojiao. Yi Fan sat in an awkward corner, feeling too embarrassed to defend himself. Knowing that any justification would be futile, Li Jiaojiao seemed unwilling to admit she had approached Yi Fan voluntarily, tacitly accepting Feng Fugui's narrative. Xiao Ning shot Yi Fan a glare filled with disdain before leading Li Jiaojiao and the other girls back upstairs. Once the girls had departed, Feng Fugui hurried over to Yi Fan, grinning broadly. Brother Fan, I know you must hate me for ruining your chances, but one day you will thank me. I just saved you. You absolute fool. Yi Fan raised his hand as if to strike, but hesitated, realizing that if he were to hit Feng Fugui, it would only validate Feng Fugui's claims. Brother Fan, if you want to hit me, go ahead. I want to retaliate, Feng Fugui said solemnly. It was that girl who came to me. Yi Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. That is no longer significant. Feng Fugui waved dismissively. This concerns my reputation. How can you say it's not important? Yi Fan was utterly exasperated by Feng Fugui's antics. Which is more important, reputation or health? Feng Fugui countered directly. Yi Fan took a deep breath before murmuring. Enough, stop pretending. I can see you have feelings for Li Jiaojiao, which is why you claim she had a problem. Feng Fugui paused, then quietly replied, Brother Fan, how did you figure that out? You've already advanced to level 3. Li Jiaojiao is level 1. During the scuffle, you didn't fight back at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been beaten so badly. You must like her. Yi Fan hesitated before frowning and asking. But I can't comprehend one thing. Li Jiaojiao seems rather improper, not the kind of girl one should pursue. Why would you like someone like her? A great poet once said, to love someone is to love all of them. Late at night, I often gaze at the starry sky, pondering why I find myself ensnared in this quagmire of love. Get lost. Yi Fan thoughtlessly kicked Feng Fugui in the rear. Brother Fan, why are you getting so worked up? I haven't finished speaking. Feng Fugui shouted in bemusement. Your mouth spouts nothing but nonsense. Yi Fan retorted, his irritation palpable. In truth, Brother Fan, Li Jiaojiao is not at all like that. I have known her since elementary school. She has never even been in a relationship. Feng Fugui finally adopted a serious demeanor. Then why is she transformed in such a manner? Is it merely to survive? Upon hearing Feng Fugui's words, Yi Fan's curiosity about Li Jiaojiao intensified. Chapter 29, the second lesson of the apocalypse, life and death. Feng Fugui regarded Yi Fan in silence for a few seconds before softly stating, Brother Fan, I truly understand Li Jiaojiao's character. If she were merely trying to survive, she would not resort to such actions. She must have some ulterior motive concerning you. Some ulterior motive regarding me. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Li Jiaojiao lost her father at a young age and has lived with her mother ever since. A few years ago, her mother fell ill and lost her sight, so she brought her to our school. When the teachers discovered her mother, instead of expelling her, they arranged a room for the two of them in the school basement. Feng Fugui continued now. Li Jiaojiao is unaware of whether her mother is alive or dead, and she seeks your assistance in locating her. How do you know all this? Yi Fan asked. Perplexed. She had asked me for help quite some time ago, requesting that I speak to you. She promised to do anything, as long as you could help her find her mother. However, I hesitated to trouble you, as in this apocalyptic world, everyone is primarily concerned with their own survival. Why would you help her without reason? Feng Fugui smiled at Yi Fan. And you believe Li Jiaojiao's mother has likely perished in the basement, which is why you attempted to dissuade her from such foolishness, correct? Yi Fan inquired. Yes. Feng Fugui nodded. Yi Fan turned his gaze towards the sky, enveloped in silence. Enough, Brother Fan. It is getting late. You should rest. I shall not disturb you any longer. Feng Fugui rose to leave. Fugui, if you had the means to save Li Jiaojiao's mother, would you do so? Yi Fan suddenly posed the question. Upon hearing this, Feng Fugui was momentarily stunned, then grinned and replied, Brother Fan, to be honest, if I truly had that capability, even with a mere 1% chance, I would certainly attempt to find her. After all, I am a man ensnared in the mire of love. Heh. Yi Fan chuckled at Feng Fugui, then softly remarked, You spoke the truth earlier. In today's world, most are solely living for themselves. However, sometimes friendship holds significant importance as well. If I find the time tomorrow, I will assist you and Li Jiaojiao in searching for her mother. Feng Fugui trembled slightly at Yi Fan's words. The ever-jovial Feng Fugui chose not to jest this time and earnestly expressed, Brother Fan, thank you. Go get lost. Yi Fan waved him off. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the group, still nestled in their dreams, was abruptly awakened by the system's alert. A new wave of zombie attacks commenced as scheduled. With the passage of game time, the levels of zombies were also evolving. The number of first-tier zombies drastically diminished, while second- and third-tier zombies proliferated. Originally, Yi Fan intended to eliminate the last remaining third-tier elite zombie within the school, but considering that Li Jiaojiao's mother had been in the basement for an extended period, he ultimately decided to search for her mother first before confronting the zombies. Naturally, Feng Fugui and Li Jiaojiao wished to accompany Yi Fan. As Yi Fan was unfamiliar with Li Jiaojiao's mother, he consented to their presence. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night and Yi Fan's decision to prioritize finding Li Jiaojiao's mother over hunting zombies. Xiao Ning's misunderstanding regarding Yi Fan and Li Jiaojiao's relationship deepened. The fragile truce between the two crumbled, and throughout the journey, Xiao Ning did not utter a single word to Yi Fan, who was disinclined to offer any explanations. The quartet traversed the playground and directly approached the entrance of the basement. The basement was dark and damp, an environment ideally suited for zombies, resulting in a significantly higher concentration of them compared to outside. Fortunately, Yifan's level was commendable, and thanks to being in a team with him, Xiao Ning had also leveled up to 7, granting her the ability to slay zombies. With Feng Fu Gui being the lowest level, his sole responsibility was to protect Li Jiao. The group braved an onslaught of approximately 50 to 60 zombies as they pressed into the depths of the basement. Upon entering, Li Jiao dashed toward her mother's room. Soon, she arrived at the door, just as she was about to retrieve her key to unlock it. A zombie lunged at her, its jaws opening wide to bite at her neck. Yifan's reflexes were remarkably swift. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's head, causing it to explode. Li Jiao glanced at Yifan and hurriedly retrieved her key to open the door. As the door swung open, Yifan, Xiao Ning, and Feng Fu Gui stood frozen in shock. Beneath a narrow bed sat an elderly woman, her legs ravaged by the zombies to the point of being mere bone, and a gaping hole marred her chest, her innards devoured. Moreover, the old lady appeared to have been infected, as her arms and head still exhibited movement. Mom. Upon witnessing this horrific sight, Li Jiao screamed and rushed into the room. No. Yifan instinctively reached out to grab Li Jiao, but alas, he was a moment too late. As she entered the room, a zombie pounced on her, sinking its teeth into her neck. Jiao. Feng Fu Gui's eyes turned crimson at this sight, and he gripped his fire axe, ready to charge in. Yifan had anticipated this and swiftly restrained Feng Fu Gui. Yifan, let me go. I must save Jiao. Feng Fu Gui shouted, his veins protruding as he pleaded desperately. There are zombies in there that can infect you. If you get bitten. Yifan began, but Feng Fu Gui was beyond reason, tears streaming down his face, his expression a mask of anguish. I don't care. Let me go. I must save Jiao. Feng Fu Gui cried out, his voice filled with despair. Xiao Ning, seemingly paralyzed by the gruesome scene, stood frozen, speechless. Yifan, let me go. I need to save Jiao. Feng Fu Gui continued to struggle, but Yifan remained resolute, dragging him towards the exit of the basement. Having witnessed the zombie bite into Li Jiao's neck, Yifan understood that if they did not leave now, he would be forced to kill the already turned Li Jiao before Feng Fu Gui's eyes, a fate far more brutal than the current horror. Brother Fan, I implore you, allow me to rescue Jiao. There may still be hope. I beseech you, I beg you. Feng Fu Gui's pleas pierced the heart like a dagger. Yet, Yifan's expression remained devoid of emotion. He understood better than anyone else. The agony of life and death was the second lesson that the apocalypse imparted to humanity. Chapter 30, 4th Tier Zombie. Yifan, employing the most straightforward and forceful method, dragged Feng Fu Gui from the basement onto the playground. Brother Fan, I beg you. Let me return. Perhaps Jiao is still alive. I wish to save her. Feng Fu Gui cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling as he pleaded with Yifan. Xiao Ning stood beside Yifan, her heart heavy with compassion, for she could feel the depths of Feng Fu Gui's torment. Feng Fu Gui, can you not behave like a man? What good does it do to weep and plead with me? Tell me. Yifan shouted, glaring at Feng Fu Gui. Brother Fan, if I leave now, I would feel like less of a man. I want to save Jiao. Feng Fu Gui cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Yifan halted, releasing his grip on Feng Fu Gui, and declared, very well, if you wish to save Li Jiao, then go. I shall not stop you. Upon hearing this, Feng Fu Gui wasted no time and dashed towards the basement. Feng Fu Gui, remember this. If you manage to find Li Jiao's corpse alive today, I shall share your surname. Do not think of saving her. You won't even reach the room where she died. If she is still alive, would she willingly watch you throw your life away like this? In this world, people die every moment. What of their families? Should they too follow your path to demise after witnessing their loved ones perish? Yifan's furious shouts resonated in Feng Fu Gui's ears. In this world, no one comprehended the brutality of the apocalypse better than Yifan. A fiancée who had survived for months could, in times of scarcity, turn against her own. What then? Could not happen? Was Yifan inherently cold-hearted? Not at all. In his previous life, he had been a remarkably kind-hearted individual. However, the harsh reality had dealt him a resounding blow. Had it not been for the opportunity of reincarnation bestowed upon him, his body might have already been reduced to mere bones by zombies. Feng Fu Gui stood frozen, gritting his teeth as tears streamed down his face. Feng Fu Gui, I tell you, the best way to honor Li Jiao is to live well. I admit it was my fault for not stopping her earlier, but I cannot bear to watch you throw your life away. Yifan continued to shout at him. Feng Fu Gui wiped his tears away forcefully, turning back to Yifan. Moving like a lifeless being, Yifan hesitated for a moment before wrapping his arm around Feng Fu Gui's shoulder. In that instant, Feng Fu Gui's emotions erupted once more. He collapsed against Yifan's shoulder, weeping inconsolably. Brother Fan, I do not wish to cry, yet my heart aches. Why did Jiao rush in? Feng Fu Gui, lacking in education, struggled to articulate his feelings. In this world, survival was paramount. Everything else was but fleeting. Yifan offered a few comforting words. Half an hour later, Yifan and Xiao Ning escorted Feng Fu Gui back to the cafeteria. After the ordeal with Li Jiao, Feng Fuguei seemed transformed, lying in a corner of the cafeteria, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Yi Fan felt a pang of sorrow witnessing Feng Fuguei's state, for had he not agreed to assist Feng Fuguei, perhaps these events would never have transpired. Xiao Ning approached Lu Ziqiang, presenting him with a spirit herb. "Miss Xiao, what is this?" Lu Ziqiang asked, momentarily taken aback. "Brother Lu, you'll find out once you touch it," Xiao Ning replied softly. Lu Ziqiang slowly extended his hand to touch the herb, a first-tier celestial herb, which aids in healing injuries upon use. A flood of information surged into Lu Ziqiang's mind. Lu Ziqiang was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Such a miraculous item exists? Brother Lu, your leg is injured, isn't it? You should take this herb. It will likely heal quickly." Xiao Ning smiled. "Miss Xiao, such a precious item should be kept for yourself. My leg will heal with time." Lu Ziqiang hastily refused, waving his hand. "I would prefer to keep it, but I am genuinely concerned about Feng Fuguei's current state. He may act recklessly. Moreover, the students in the cafeteria require supervision, and I do not trust anyone else. Thus, I must entrust this task to you, Brother Lu." Yi Fan explained, as he and Xiao Ning prepared to hunt down the last third-tier elite zombie in the school, which meant they could not remain in the cafeteria for long. "My leg is nearly healed. I can handle the matters you mentioned. Please take the herb back," Lu Ziqiang said quietly. "If only you had even half of Yi Fan's audacity, Brother Lu. Why must you be so honest?" Xiao Ning replied, somewhat exasperated, before tossing the herb to Lu Ziqiang and departing. Lu Ziqiang caught the herb, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. In this apocalypse, he felt a glimmer of kindness and warmth from Yi Fan, Xiao Ning, and Feng Fuguei. This warmth, so common in a normal world, became exceedingly precious in the face of calamity. Without Yi Fan and the others, Lu Ziqiang believed he would have perished within the library. After addressing the matters concerning Feng Fuguei and Lu Ziqiang, Yi Fan and Xiao Ning left the cafeteria once more. Perhaps due to their levels far exceeding that of the zombies, the creatures on the playground dared not approach them, save for a few mindless infected humans, who were swiftly dispatched by Yi Fan. "What is going on between you and Li Jiao?" Xiao Ning asked hesitantly. "There is nothing between us. I merely assisted Feng Fuguei in searching for her mother," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. "And what about last night?" Xiao Ning pressed further. "That foolish girl, Li Jiao, wished to offer her body as a price for my help in saving her mother, but I rejected her," Yi Fan asserted firmly. "Was it truly your refusal? Or was it Feng Fuguei who interrupted?" Xiao Ning shot back, rolling her eyes. "What do you mean by that? Am I the kind of person you think I am?" Yi Fan exclaimed, glaring. "Indeed, that is precisely the kind of person you are?" Xiao Ning nodded slowly. "You." Yi Fan gazed at Xiao Ning, at a loss for words, and thus directly broached the serious matter. "Are you able to sense the location of the last third-tier elite zombie within the school?" "It's behind the small grove at the back of our school," Xiao Ning replied without hesitation. "The small grove? Isn't that a place where couples often frequent?" Given Yi Fan's current strength, coupled with Xiao Ning's assistance, dispatching a third-tier elite zombie was a task he found exceedingly manageable. Consequently, he maintained a relaxed demeanor. "Is that all that's occupying your mind?" Xiao Ning shot him a disapproving glance once more. Yi Fan, in return, wore an expression of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the extent of Xiao Ning's prejudice against him. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the small grove behind Nanyang University. Upon traversing the grove, they emerged into a clearing, where approximately 7 or 8 individuals were assailing a towering zombie, nearly 4 to 5 meters in height. This particular zombie, when compared to those Yi Fan had encountered prior, bore a more benign appearance. It was evidently a zombie, unlike the grotesque serpent and mantis zombies he had seen before. "Someone beat us to it." Yi Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow, then turned to Xiao Ning, inquiring, "Tell me, where's this zombie's weakness? I shall eliminate it now." I can't see its weakness," Xiao Ning stammered, standing in place. "Why not?" A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Fan's eyes. It appears to be a fourth-tier zombie." Xiao Ning slowly turned her head, fixing him with her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Chapter 31. 4 Awakened Ones, Instant Annihilation. "What did you just say? How could a fourth-tier zombie possibly appear at this juncture?" Yi Fan stood frozen, his tone incredulous upon hearing Xiao Ning's words. "My perception is limited. Once a zombie's level surpasses my own significantly, I am unable to discern its weaknesses." Xiao Ning paused momentarily before continuing. "However, I can sense that this zombie's combat prowess far exceeds that of the third-tier elite zombies, and it is emanating a green light." Yi Fan instinctively glanced at the corpses strewn beneath the fourth-tier zombie, and realization dawned on him. Zombies ranked above third-tier possess evolutionary capabilities as they slay players. Their levels increase, akin to the leveling process in humans. These individuals were incessantly providing experience to the zombie, which explained how it had ascended to fourth tier in such a short span. These people are truly insane. Their levels are inferior to mine, yet they dare to challenge a fourth-tier zombie. Is that not tantamount to courting death? Yi Fan muttered, his brow knitted in concern. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Ning turned to Yi Fan, her expression earnest. "What do you think my chances are of defeating this fourth-tier zombie, if I were to strike now?" Yifan hesitated before asking. Almost non-existent. Xiaoning shook her head without a moment's thought. Very well, then let us withdraw promptly. Yifan declared decisively, turning to leave. After all, he had already faced death once, and given his fortuitous start this time, Yifan was particularly keen on preserving his life. The system's task mandated the elimination of 10 third-tier elite zombies, and he was merely 4 away from achieving the requisite number to level up to 20, rendering any risk at this juncture unnecessary. Xiaoning had initially assumed Yifan might attempt to engage, and had even prepared a way to persuade him to retreat. However, she was taken aback by how resolutely he chose to depart. Not wishing to squander time on the 4th-tier zombie, Xiaoning turned to follow Yifan. Yet, in that fleeting moment as she pivoted, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar off-road vehicle barreling towards the location of the 4th-tier zombie. The vehicle sped with remarkable swiftness, reaching the zombie in the blink of an eye, before accelerating once more to collide forcefully with it. Remarkably, the 4th-tier zombie exhibited no reaction, raising its hand, akin to a mountain, to strike down upon the oncoming vehicle. Witnessing this, Xiaoning felt her heart tighten. Nevertheless, the occupants of the off-road vehicle reacted swiftly, leaping from the car just in time. In the next instant, the vehicle was reduced to scrap metal. 4 individuals emerged from the wreckage. 3 men, the most formidable of whom was at level 15. This level was indeed formidable, considering Yifan had only recently reached level 18 through the signing and card drawing system. Accompanying the men was a striking woman clad in a black trench coat, her long legs adorned with stockings and perched in high heels, accentuating her already alluring figure. Xiaoya, sister, Yifan and Xiaoning exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in mutual astonishment. They exchanged glances once more. You actually know my sister? Xiaoya is your sister? They both exclaimed in disbelief. Yifan's mind was still reeling from the revelation, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Xiaoning and asked, so, are we still leaving? That's my biological sister. Moreover, she must be here at the school looking for me. How could I possibly leave? Xiaoning protested, her large, watery eyes wide with determination. But even if you stay, what good will it do? You cannot contend with a 4th-tier zombie. Yifan replied softly, I may not be of much assistance, but you could join forces with my sister and her subordinates. Together, you might stand a chance at defeating that 4th-tier zombie. Xiaoning seized Yifan's arm, preventing his escape. Did you not just say that my odds against a 4th-tier zombie are 0? It's best I avoid such risks. I'm heading back to the cafeteria. Yifan said with a wry smile. Yifan, according to my understanding of this game, the experience gained from a 4th-tier zombie is triple that of a 3rd-tier zombie, and defeating it would yield a wealth of materials to upgrade our safe house. Are you not the slightest bit tempted? Xiaoning urged passionately. I am not tempted. I believe that preserving my life is far more important, Yifan replied, shaking his head resolutely. You. Xiaoning regarded Yifan, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiaoya and her companions had commenced their assault on the zombie. Xiaoya, possessing the awakened ability of ice power, was the first to act, unleashing a flurry of ice knives that hurtled toward the 4th-tier zombie. The zombie, not particularly swift to begin with, found its movement further hindered by the icy projectiles. Meanwhile, a young man summoned a massive fireball, which hurtled down upon the zombie with tremendous force. The other 2 higher-level awakened ones, one of whom had awakened the ability of steel power, transformed his body into steel and charged directly at the zombie. The final awakened one moved with astonishing swiftness, taking advantage of the 4th-tier zombie's complete focus on the front. In the blink of an eye, he circumnavigated to the rear of the zombie, seemingly intent on launching a surprise attack. A fireball, akin to a cannonball, struck the zombie's body with tremendous force. Following closely behind, the awakened one endowed with steel-like strength landed a powerful punch on the zombie's head. However, it appeared that their attacks had little to no effect on the creature. The 4th-tier zombie effortlessly swatted aside the would-be ambusher, sending him flying, and then delivered a punch that propelled the steel-empowered awakened one backwards. Xiaoya, standing at a distance, was filled with disbelief. Perhaps it was her first encounter with such a terrifying zombie. Wasn't he this a bit too monstrous? Farther away, Yifan couldn't help but echo her sentiments with a gasp. Sister, be careful. At that moment, Xiaoning shouted urgently. Xiaoya abruptly turned her gaze towards Xiaoning, only to find the 4th-tier zombie's hand barreling towards her. Yijia, the young man awakened with the power of flame shouted, rushing to shield Xiaoya. The fist of the 4th-tier zombie collided with the young man, causing him to spew blood and crash into Xiaoya like a cannonball. The young man was instantly killed by the 4th-tier zombie's strike, while Xiaoya was severely injured by the impact, her complexion turning ashen. In an instant, the 4 strongest members of Xiaoya's team were utterly decimated. Thud, thud, thud. The 4th-tier zombie advanced towards Xiaoya with menacing strides. Xiaoning, seemingly frantic, dashed towards her sister. Xiaoning, don't come over. Get out of here. Xiaoya cried out urgently. Meanwhile, a glimmer of helplessness flickered in Yifan's eyes as he retrieved a mystical herb capable of enhancing all his abilities by 50% for 1 hour and consumed it. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body. Yifan charged towards the 4th-tier zombie, swiftly surpassing the dazed Xiaoning. As Xiao Ning gazed at Yi Fan's retreating figure, she found herself momentarily stunned, then whispered, "This jerk ISNT leaving? It seems he is not as indifferent as I thought." Xiaoya also caught sight of Yi Fan rushing in from the side, her heart equally astonished. She had not anticipated Yi Fan's presence in this dire situation. Chapter 32. Ultimately, it was a grave miscalculation. Thanks to the enhancement from the mystical herb, Yi Fan's speed far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Even the awakened ones found it hard to believe the velocity he displayed. "This person's speed is astonishing," murmured the crowd. "Isn't that a bit absurd? Has he somehow cheated?" In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan confronted the fourth-tier zombie, leaping high to swing his Kusanagi sword down towards its head. Since Xiao Ning couldn't discern the zombie's weak point, Yi Fan opted to strike at the head first. However, he underestimated the zombie's reflexes. With a swift motion, the zombie swatted at Yi Fan's Kusanagi sword, sending it flying from his grasp. Without his weapon, Yi Fan's situation appeared increasingly dire. Yet, he had no intention of fighting the fourth-tier zombie to the death. Rather, he hoped to gauge his capability against it. If he found himself lacking, he could always rely on his speed to escape. The zombie's hand descended towards Yi Fan. Reacting instinctively, he dashed forward just as the zombie's palm crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Had Yi Fan not been quick on his feet, that blow might have claimed his life. He reached the fourth-tier zombie and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding impact. The fourth-tier zombie staggered back 2 or 3 steps after enduring Yi Fan's strike. The onlookers could only stare in disbelief. Moments prior, Xiaoya and her team had hurled their off-road vehicle at the zombie without eliciting any response. Yet Yi Fan's punch had managed to push it back. Just how formidable was the power behind that blow? However, it seemed that Yi Fan's strike did not inflict any substantial damage on the zombie. Instead, it appeared to enrage it. The fourth-tier zombie retaliated with a swift palm strike. Though Yi Fan was fast, the exertion of his previous punch had drained considerable energy, leaving him unable to evade the forthcoming blow. Bang! Yi Fan was sent flying by the zombie's strike, crashing hard into the ground. Fortunately, his protective gear, combined with the enhanced defense from the mystical herb, spared him from severe injury. Yi Fan, the zombie's weak point should be its arms. Xiao Ning shouted after a moment of hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan rose and sprinted towards the location of his Kusanagi sword. In a flash, he bent down to retrieve the weapon just as the fourth-tier zombie's fist came crashing down. This time, he was prepared, narrowly dodging the punch by sidestepping. The zombie's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, embedding deep into the earth. At that moment, Yi Fan swung the Kusanagi sword fiercely towards the zombie's arm, severing one of its limbs. The creature let out a deafening roar, confirming Xiao Ning's intuition. Its weak point was indeed its arms. Although she could not discern the weakness through insight, her experience in eliminating numerous third-tier elite zombies had honed her instincts. Upon witnessing the severed limb, Yi Fan's expression transformed into one of exhilaration, for he saw a glimmer of hope to vanquish this zombie. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was left dumbfounded. The fourth-tier zombie, having lost an arm, underwent a transformation. Its physique began to shrink while its expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, and the once vacant eyes glimmered with a strange light. Die! The fourth-tier zombie uttered the harsh word directed at Yi Fan. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. It was the first time they had witnessed a zombie articulate speech. In an instant, the fourth-tier zombie accelerated, its form shrinking, yet its speed multiplying. Like a freight truck, it barreled towards Yi Fan with ferocious intent. Yi Fan's speed had reached an extraordinary level, yet he was still unable to evade the onslaught of the zombie. In an instant, an unprecedented agony swept through his entire being, followed by a violent eruption of blood from his mouth, propelling him backward with great force. At that very moment, a flicker of despair flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He realized that he had somewhat underestimated the combat prowess of the fourth-tier zombie. He had believed he could contend with the creature, and even if he couldn't slay it, he should possess the ability to escape. However, he now acknowledged that his thoughts had been naively optimistic. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Yi Fan's body slammed against the ground, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. How careless of me, he lamented with a wry smile upon landing. Xiaoya, Xiao Ning, and all others present stood frozen in place. They had initially thought that with Yi Fan severing one of the fourth-tier zombie's arms, there might be a glimmer of hope to vanquish the beast. But who could have anticipated that this was merely the beginning of a nightmare? Just as Yi Fan had instilled a fleeting hope in them, he was swiftly plunged into despair once more. Upon seeing Yi Fan collapsed on the ground, the fourth-tier zombie chose not to hastily deliver a fatal blow, but instead approached him slowly, as if he were merely an injured prey. It was not in a hurry to kill, it intended to torment him. The sound of the zombie's footsteps reverberated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. They had all lost the capacity to retaliate. Should Yi Fan perish at the hands of this zombie, their fates would undoubtedly mirror his. With the last remnants of strength, Yi Fan leaned on his Kusanagi sword and gradually rose to his feet. In the next moment, the fourth-tier zombie slowly raised its left hand and struck downward toward Yi Fan. Chapter 33. The one who ignites hope. Who will bring him hope? Xiaoya, Xiao Ning, and the others witnessed the fourth-tier zombie slowly lifting its massive hand. A glimmer of despair flickered in their gazes. They understood that if Yi Fan were to die by this creature's hand, their own demise would be inevitable. Before Yi Fan's appearance, they had resigned themselves to their fates, believing they were doomed due to the terrifying combat abilities of the fourth-tier zombie. Yet, Yi Fan's emergence had seemingly reignited a spark of hope among them. But now, the one who had once ignited hope, who could possibly bring hope to him now? Yi Fan exerted every ounce of strength in his body, striving to evade the zombie's impending strike, yet his limbs felt as though they were unresponsive. If only he could evade the blow, there would still be a chance for survival. Yi Fan continuously reassured himself in his mind. Alas, the recent battle had left him injured, and coupled with the significant depletion of his stamina, his speed had diminished to a point far below that of the fourth-tier zombie. He could only watch helplessly as the gigantic hand loomed over him, descending slowly. Yi Fan, dodge. You must dodge. Xiao Ning screamed from a distance, her heart wrenching and tears streaming down her face. Though she had always claimed to despise Yi Fan, witnessing him standing there, poised to be slain by the fourth-tier zombie, she found herself unable to contain her sorrow. She did not wish to see Yi Fan perish. She hoped he would survive. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Reduced to merely shouting, the system detected that the host's life was in danger. The host must escape immediately. Second warning. The system continued to alert Yi Fan within his mind. What good is your warning now? It's all over. Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing the system's reminder. The zombie's massive hand descended upon him like a small mountain, crashing down with overwhelming force. Xiao Ning and Xiao Ya, along with the others, instinctively closed their eyes, unwilling to witness Yi Fan being reduced to a pulp under the fourth-tier zombie's strike. Just as the zombie's hand was about to crush Yi Fan's head, a flash of crimson light shot forth, colliding forcefully with him. Yi Fan was propelled nearly half a meter away by the impact of the red light. Firewolf. Yi Fan looked up in astonishment, recognizing the form of the red light. The enormous hand fell before him, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. In the next moment, the firewolf altered its trajectory, charging toward the fourth-tier zombie, and collided fiercely with it. Wasn't the firewolf in cooldown? What is happening? Yi Fan gazed in shock at the direction of the firewolf. Responding to the host, the summoned creature will trigger its passive protection skill upon sensing that the host is in danger, sacrificing itself to provide the host with a chance to escape. Even summoned creatures in cooldown can activate the protection skill, the card sign-in system explained. Sacrificing itself? A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Fan's eyes upon hearing this. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated in Yi Fan's ears, akin to a bomb detonating before them. The fourth-tier zombie collapsed to the ground. What just happened? Xiao Ning exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Yu was equally perplexed. The sheer speed of the fire wolf had been so swift that none of them had discerned the source of the explosion. Did Yi Fan cause that explosion? Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and inquired. It seems so. I saw a flash of red light. A young man beside Xiao Yu hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood expressionless, gazing at the fallen fourth-tier zombie. System, what happens when a summoned creature triggers its protection skill and self-destructs? Yi Fan silently pondered. Once a summoned creature activates its protection skill, the host's summoner level will reset to 0, and the host must await the cooldown period to continue leveling up. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's previously tense demeanor relaxed significantly. So that means the fire wolf still exists. I can still summon it, right? Yi Fan continued to inquire. Due to the host's summoner level being reset, the next time the host utilizes the summoning technique, a random summoned creature will be called forth. Each time the summoner level resets, the summoned creature will differ based on the host's abilities. The system elaborated in detail. Yi Fan stood there, momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. So that means I can no longer summon the fire wolf. It is truly gone for good? The host may interpret it thusly. However, the summoned entity itself lacks life, and the concept of death does not apply. The system responded. Yet, I shall never see it again in this lifetime. It is as though it has perished. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The system, however, remained silent. For the system is merely an emotionless repository of data, incapable of empathizing with Yi Fan or offering solace. Its sole function is to convert its data into textual responses to Yi Fan's inquiries. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, his expression turning gravely somber, yet he chose not to utter another word. The separation of life and death. This is the second lesson of the apocalypse. Yi Fan had initially comforted Feng Fuguwei in this manner. Thus he felt unworthy of sorrow. Little did he anticipate that he had been saved twice by a mere summoned creature. Were it not for the assistance of the fire wolf, Yi Fan would have long since met his demise. At that moment, the severely injured fourth-tier zombie, which had been blasted by the fire wolf, slowly rose to its feet. Its skin was charred over large areas, and dark green blood flowed from its wounds onto the ground, creating a rather repulsive sight. Perhaps due to its injuries, the fourth-tier zombie moved with a notably diminished speed, its gait far less agile than before. Yi Fan, I will distract it. You find an opportunity to sever its other arm. At that instant, Xiao Yu seemed to have regained her composure. shouting towards Yifan. Slowly, Yifan raised his gaze to the approaching fourth-tier zombie. In truth, he had also regained some stamina, and if he chose to flee, he could likely escape. Yet, Yifan opted to grip tightly the Kusanagi sword in his hand. The parting of life and death is indeed not worthy of lament, for this world has descended into such chaos. However, certain vendettas must be avenged. Dozens of sharp ice blades hurtled towards the fourth-tier zombie's position. Upon impact, the zombie's speed evidently diminished even further. Yifan let out a roar, tears streaming down his cheeks. At that moment, he held nothing back, channeling every ounce of his strength as he charged toward the fourth-tier zombie. With a swift motion, the sword fell. The Kusanagi sword in Yifan's hand severed the zombie's remaining arm with ferocity. Boom! The fourth-tier zombie collapsed to the ground. The surrounding crowd transitioned from shock to jubilant ecstasy, erupting in a chorus of cheers almost in unison. Some individuals were so overwhelmed with emotion that they embraced one another. Their excitement stemmed not merely from Yifan's victory over a fourth-tier zombie, but rather from the sheer joy of still being alive amidst the apocalypse. Xiaoya exhaled deeply as she gazed in Yifan's direction. Were it not for him, it was likely that they would have all perished here. Chapter 34. Xiaoya's renewed invitation. After Yifan vanquished the fourth-tier zombie, he felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. He was utterly drained of energy, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Congratulations, host, for slaying the fourth-tier zombie. Only 3 third-tier elite zombies remain to complete the task. Came the notification from the card sign-in system. I've just slain a fourth-tier zombie. Surely there should be some reward? Yifan queried, utterly bemused. The host did not accept the task to slay the fourth-tier zombie. Hence, no rewards are available. However, the host will receive a player reward for achieving the first kill of a fourth-tier zombie. As the system concluded, the voice of the player system followed swiftly. Congratulations, player, for achieving the global first kill of a fourth-tier zombie. First kill rewards are as follows. 1 level 1 weapon enhancement gem. Note, the weapon enhancement gem can elevate weapon enhancement levels, significantly enhancing weapon statistics. Materials for upgrading the safe house. 1,000 pieces each of first-tier materials, iron, wood, and glass. Double experience points, 180. 1 S-rank card. A cascade of notifications echoed in Yifan's mind. At that moment, Yifan's level surged from 18 to 19, leaving him a mere 200 experience points away from reaching level 20. Perhaps due to his status as the first player globally to slay a fourth-tier zombie, the rewards were abundantly generous. The materials for the safe house and the S-rank card were self-evident in their value. Yifan was astonished that the system had bestowed upon him a weapon enhancement gem. In his previous life, he was aware of their existence, knowing that a single gem could procure enough supplies to sustain 100 individuals until their demise. This alone attests to the gem's immense worth. However, as an ordinary person in his past life, he was fated to remain distant from such treasures, merely hearing of them through others. In this life, Yifan had unexpectedly acquired a weapon enhancement gem at the onset of the game. Under normal circumstances, he would have been ecstatic. Yet, at this moment, he felt no elation, fully aware that this gem was earned at the cost of the Firewolf's life. Detection indicates the presence of unopened cards in the player's inventory. Would you like to open the card now? The system's prompt resonated slowly. Open. Yifan was eager to discover what this S-rank card might yield. Previously, he had obtained a job change book through an S-rank card. A card materialized before Yifan. As it gradually flipped over, a flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the Fire Essence skill book. The system's notification rang out. What is this Fire Essence skill book? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Yifan's eyes. To answer the host, upon utilizing the Fire Essence skill book, the host will gain the ability to manipulate fire, enhancing combat prowess through the power of flames. The card sign-in system elucidated. Does that mean I would possess abilities akin to those awakened with fire powers? Indeed. However, awakeners can only obtain one awakened ability upon awakening. While the Fire Essence skill book allows an awakener to retain their original abilities while gaining the power of fire. This item is exceedingly formidable. Does that mean I could possess both the summoner's abilities and the ability to control fire after using it? Yifan inquired hastily. Yes, but for abilities of S rank and above, each player may only possess one of the same type. Multiple S rank abilities cannot coexist. The power of fire is classified as D rank, while summoner abilities are A rank. Thus, they do not conflict. The system continued to explain. Currently, I possess the card sign-in system as an SSS rank ability, and summoner abilities are A rank, so they do not conflict. However, if I were to acquire an S rank ability, I would no longer be able to utilize this ability. Is that the implication? Yifan asked. Correct. Can I use this class change book or skill book for others? Yifan hastily inquired, his concern palpable. Certainly, it can be utilized by other players, but it is strongly advised against for the host to do so, as the method of obtaining class change skill books is solely through cards, which are exceedingly rare and precious. Yifan lay on the ground, overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, he comprehended why the system residing within him was classified as an SSS-level talent. The system was undeniably extraordinary. Firstly, cards, in and of themselves, were incredibly scarce. Yi Fan could acquire 5 cards within a week of sign-ins, all of which were at least A level. This meant that as long as Yi Fan lived long enough, he would amass a plethora of cards, among which would surely be formidable skill and class change books. Consequently, Yi Fan's abilities would continuously enhance, even allowing him to possess over 10 unique powers. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Host, would you like to use the Fire Essence skill book? Upon use, you will gain the ability to manipulate the flames. The system's voice resonated. I shall not use it. Yi Fan unhesitatingly declined. At that moment, Xiao Ning and Xiaoya had already approached him. Yi Fan, are you alright? Xiao Ning rushed to his side, calling out. Yi Fan turned to glance at Xiao Ning, noticing her eyes were slightly swollen and red, prompting him to chuckle and ask, what is the matter? Am I dying to cause you such distress? Who is distressed? I would be delighted if you were to die. Are you truly unwell? If you're fine, get up and stop pretending. Xiao Ning, realizing Yi Fan seemed to be unharmed yet still managed to joke, softened her tone considerably. I believe I am injured. I cannot move my body. Yi Fan replied softly. Really cannot move? Xiao Ning gently pushed Yi Fan, and upon witnessing his apparent lack of reaction, she retrieved a healing herb from her clothing and offered it to him. Eat this, and you will be able to move. Xiao Ning said, her concern evident. Didn't you give that healing herb to Lu Ziqiang? Why do you still have one? Yi Fan asked, astonished. I secretly hid one while you weren't looking. Xiao Ning pouted in response. Yi Fan frowned, his expression a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Please refrain from looking at me like that. Will you take it or not? Xiao Ning retorted, somewhat embarrassed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan snatched the herb and placed it in his mouth. Moments later, he felt significantly revitalized and extended his right hand towards Xiao Ning, saying, stop staring, and help me up. Could you please refrain from addressing me as though I am your maid? Xiao Ning exclaimed, her eyes wide. I was injured while trying to save your sister and her companions. How can you lack any gratitude? Yi Fan murmured as he stood. Stop with the lies. I know you well enough. You wouldn't have acted just to save my sister. You must have your own motives. Xiao Ning quickly saw through Yi Fan's intentions. Yi Fan felt a touch of embarrassment, as his actions had indeed been less about rescuing Xiaoya and more about the experience points and rewards from vanquishing the 4th-tier zombies. At that moment, Xiaoya hurried to Yi Fan's side and softly expressed, Yi Fan, I cannot thank you enough for saving us all. Without you, we might have perished here. No need for such formality. Yi Fan replied coolly, then turned to Xiao Ning, saying, can you learn to speak as eloquently as your sister? Just listen to how pleasant her words are. Humph. Xiao Ning shot Yi Fan a glare and muttered softly, if only my sister knew how despicable you truly are. It was quite a coincidence that Yi Fan knew Xiao Ning's sister. Upon realizing their relationship seemed special, Xiaoya felt a renewed desire to recruit Yi Fan. She had witnessed his capabilities firsthand, and if he were to join her team, it would significantly bolster their combat effectiveness. We merely met by chance. Yi Fan replied quietly. Sister, how did you come to know Yi Fan? Xiao Ning curiously asked Xiaoya. We crossed paths previously, and I attempted to recruit him, but he declined. Xiaoya explained with a smile before turning to Yi Fan. Since you know my sister, why not join my team? In this apocalypse, it would be mutually beneficial. Xiaoya extended her invitation once more, her sincerity evident. Xiao Ning also looked up at Yi Fan with anticipation, seemingly eager for him to accompany them. Chapter 35. Would you mind if he became your brother-in-law? Xiao Ning's eagerness for Yi Fan to join them stemmed from a profound, indescribable sense of safety she felt in his presence. She understood his strength better than anyone else. If he truly joined Xiaoya's team, the impact on them would be substantial. However, there was another reason for Xiao Ning's peculiar feelings. She simply wished for Yi Fan to remain by her side. Despite her disdain for him at times, regarding him as selfish and cold-blooded, she still yearned for his companionship. This sensation was undeniably strange. Both Xiao Ning and Xiaoya gazed at Yi Fan with eager anticipation for his response. Yi Fan hesitated momentarily before softly stating, I apologize, but I am accustomed to being alone and do not intend to join any team. He understood that joining Xiaoya's group would mean relinquishing his freedom and adhering to the team's commands, often having to consider the needs of others over his own desires. Yi Fan was not fond of such a notion. If you were to join my sister's team, we could hunt zombies together, and I assure you, your level would rise much faster than with others. Xiao Ning pleaded urgently. Indeed, due to Xiao Ning's abilities, Yi Fan could significantly enhance his efficiency in defeating zombies. In his previous life, Xiaoya had become the sole female leader of Nanyang City, and Yi Fan believed Xiao Ning played a considerable role in that success. She could accelerate the speed at which Xiaoya's team eliminated zombies and could also identify healing herbs, which were crucial. I think I'll pass. I'm used to being solo. Yi Fan shook his head at Xiao Ning. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's swift rejection, Xiao Ning's heart inevitably sank. Yi Fan, if you are willing to join my ranks, I can command all my subordinates, even myself, to heed your orders, thus liberating you from the constraints of the team, allowing you to pursue your desires unencumbered. Xiaoya is evidently more astute than Xiao Ning. She can discern the thoughts that linger in Yi Fan's heart. Such a sacrifice is not insignificant, is it? Yi Fan offered a faint smile before gently shaking his head in refusal. Xiaoya regarded Yi Fan with an impassive expression. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, she spoke softly. Very well, since you have made your decision, it seems futile for me to continue persuading you. Indeed, I will not waver on this matter, even if you were to employ the charms of a beautiful woman against me. Yi Fan jested. Xiao Ning shot him a fierce glare, pouting as she retorted, who would use such tactics on you? You must be dreaming. The beauty I refer to is not you, but your sister. I have no interest in a little girl like you. Yi Fan could not resist firing back at Xiao Ning. You. A flicker of anger flashed in Xiao Ning's beautiful eyes. Yet, Xiaoya merely chuckled lightly. Recognizing that Yi Fan was joking and choosing not to take his words to heart. Yi Fan, although you are unwilling to join my team, you are nevertheless my savior. If there is anything you require of me, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Xiaoya declared earnestly to Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated for a moment before softly replying. Well, I might indeed have a matter for you to help with. What is it? Xiaoya inquired eagerly. Are you aware of the existence of third-tier elite zombies? Yi Fan asked her. At this moment, he was merely 200 experience points away from leveling up to 20. Excluding the experience gained from defeating zombies, he could level up simply by completing system tasks. Yi Fan believed he must be the highest level human currently. I did encounter a few third-tier elite zombies on my way to the school, but due to my urgency to find Xiao Ning, we did not engage them. I can take you to find those zombies. Xiaoya replied, looking at Yi Fan. All right, let us wait until tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit tired today. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Xiaoya then suggested they exchange contact information within the system. Once a player's level reaches 5, the chat hall function is unlocked. And after reaching level 7, they can add friends through the system. After adding each other as friends, they could not only send messages and make calls over a distance, but could also engage in video chats, similar to mobile phone functions. Naturally, Yi Fan did not decline. Once they had added each other as friends, Xiaoya was able to see Yi Fan's level. You're already level 19? Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. If it weren't for your sister insisting on teaming up with me, I might have already reached level 20. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. How did you manage that? I kill zombies almost every day, and I'm only at level 10. Xiaoya found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Yi Fan, however, could not explain everything to her. He turned to Xiao Ning and said, let us exchange contact information too, so if you ever find yourself in danger, you can call for me. Although I don't wish to join your sister's team, we can still consider ourselves friends. After knowing you for so long, you finally said something that feels somewhat heartwarming. Xiao Ning replied cheerfully, adding him as a friend. After exchanging contacts, Yi Fan waved goodbye to the two and headed toward the cafeteria. Xiao Ning stood there, watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Have you developed feelings for Yi Fan? Xiaoya asked Xiao Ning bluntly. Sister, what are you talking about? Xiao Ning blushed instantly, her tone becoming flustered. Nothing. I was merely asking if you liked Yi Fan. Xiaoya replied calmly. How could I possibly like this insufferable brat? He is incredibly selfish and cold-blooded. Sometimes he clearly has the ability to. If one day Yi Fan were to become your brother-in-law, you wouldn't mind, would you? Xiaoya interrupted Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning was momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at Xiaoya, stammering, Sister, are you joking? I'm not joking. Yi Fan is currently at level 19. I believe he is among the highest level players in the country, perhaps even the world. This disparity may only widen. If I could become Yi Fan's partner, it would at least ensure our survival in this apocalyptic world. Xiaoya stated without a trace of emotion. But sister, how long have you known Yi Fan? Do you have feelings for him? Xiao Ning was somewhat stunned. Feelings are worthless in this world. What I desire is for us to survive, not to merely scrape by like those ordinary people. Xiaoya remarked, gazing expressionlessly into the distance. Xiao Ning found herself at a loss for words. That's why I asked you if you would mind if Yi Fan became your brother-in-law. Xiaoya turned her gaze back to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning was at a loss for how to respond. All right, from your reaction, I already know the answer. Let us hurry and get in the car. Xiaoya smiled lightly, then gracefully walked toward the parking area. Chapter 36, The Desperate Students. After parting ways with Xiaoya and Xiao Ning, Yi Fan returned to the school alone, walking through the playground. He observed the zombies wandering back and forth within the school grounds with an expressionless face. Many of these zombies were actually students and teachers, transformed into their current state after being infected. As game time progresses, the number of true zombies in this world will diminish, while the number of infected humans will continue to rise. Although these zombies lack formidable combat strength, their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and they possess the ability to infect others. Yi Fan had once witnessed tens of thousands of zombies besieging a shopping mall, a scene that remained etched in his memory for its sheer terror. These zombies will become the greatest threat to humanity's survival. However, at present, these zombies pose little risk to Yi Fan, as he has already distanced himself significantly in level from them. Zombies do not initiate attacks on humans whose levels are considerably higher than their own. This is a rule of the game. Unless there are humans nearby whom the zombies perceive as potential targets, not a single zombie would dare to assault Yi Fan, even if he walked among them. Although the levels of zombies may rise over time, they can never hope to match the extraordinary prowess of Yi Fan. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Fan returned to the cafeteria. "Brother Yi, you've returned." Lu Ziqiang promptly greeted him, noticing that his legs seemed to have nearly fully healed, allowing him to walk normally once again. "Brother Lu, how is Feng Fuguei faring?" Yi Fan inquired. Still concerned about Feng Fuguei's inability to come to terms with Li Tingting's death in such a short span. "He's doing quite well. His spirits seem to be relatively good." Lu Ziqiang replied with a smile. Just then, Feng Fuguei approached Yi Fan, scrutinizing him with keen eyes before asking excitedly, "Brother Fan? What about Xiao Ning? She hasn't met with any misfortune, has she?" "Xiao Ning is fine. She and her sister have already left the school." Yi Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, you scared me. I thought something had happened to Xiao Ning as well." Feng Fuguei exhaled in relief. Yi Fan glanced at Feng Fuguei and furrowed his brow, saying, "I didn't expect your recovery to be so swift. I thought you might need more time to recuperate. Brother Lu spoke with me earlier. His experiences are quite similar to mine. His brother also perished before his eyes. However, Brother Lu imparted a piece of wisdom that enlightened me, despite having returned to normal." Feng Fuguei still appeared quite despondent, as his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of vengeance for Li Tingting. "What did he say?" Yi Fan asked with keen curiosity. Brother Lu remarked that in this world, living is not truly living. Death is merely an end of suffering, and sometimes, death may indeed be a form of liberation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan slowly nodded and softly replied, "There is a certain truth to Brother Lu's words. At times, death can indeed be a release. Those of us who remain are merely fighting to survive. Brother Lu possesses great wisdom." Feng Fuguei feigned profundity, observing Feng Fuguei's demeanor. Yi Fan understood that Feng Fuguei was likely all right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the composure to engage in such pretense. "What wisdom do I possess? I merely have a feeling about it. Regardless, we must all strive to survive," Lu Ziqiang said with a hearty smile. "Great wisdom often appears as folly, Brother Lu. You truly embody this," Feng Fuguei promptly remarked. "All right, enough of the flattery. I've nearly eradicated the third-tier elite zombies within the school, and now I plan to lead you both out." Yi Fan paused, looking at the two before asking, "What are your plans after leaving the school?" Lu Ziqiang remained silent. Gazing at Yi Fan, "Are we really parting ways so soon?" Feng Fuguei asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "While I may not be able to assist everyone, if you two wish to stay by my side, I can take you to my safe house." Yi Fan had grown fond of Feng Fuguei and Lu Ziqiang's characters, leading him to consider keeping them close, as having additional allies would surely be advantageous. "I am eager to follow you, Brother Fan," Feng Fuguei exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Excellent." Yi Fan nodded at Feng Fuguei and then turned to Lu Ziqiang, asking, "Brother Lu, what are your intentions?" "Brother Yi, I am truly delighted by your willingness to have me, but my mother and sister are in our rural hometown near Nanyang, and I intend to reunite with them." Lu Ziqiang spoke softly. "Very well, go find your mother and sister. If you have nowhere else to go afterward, bring them to me. My safe house is located in the Boma shopping mall, and it is well stocked with supplies," Yi Fan assured him. Lu Ziqiang looked up at Yi Fan, clearly astonished. He had never expected Yi Fan to be so accommodating of his family. "Brother Lu, you need not worry. The supplies in the mall are ample enough for your mother and sister." Yi Fan gently patted Lu Ziqiang's shoulder. "Understood. I will reunite with them, and then find you," Lu Ziqiang replied excitedly. Yi Fan glanced at the time, realizing that only half an hour remained until the current zombie onslaught concluded. "Feng Fuguei, have the students prepare. Half an hour from now, I will lead them out of the school," Yi Fan instructed Feng Fuguei. "All right," Feng Fuguei responded. Then called out to the students in the cafeteria, "Stop lounging around. Get up and be alert. We will depart in half an hour." "Really? We can finally leave this dreadful place?" The students erupted into a flurry of excitement. However, Yi Fan remained stoic, watching the students without uttering a word. They might not comprehend that the world outside was far more terrifying than the confines of the school. Within the school, they had the cafeteria as a refuge, but outside, even their homes offered no absolute safety. "Enough of the commotion. Pack your belongings swiftly. We must prepare to set out," Feng Fuguei chided, continuing. "Let me emphasize, once we leave the cafeteria, everyone must stay close together. Do not wander off. If a zombie bites you, no one will be responsible for the consequences." As Yi Fan rested nearby, a nervous male student approached him, anxiety etched across his face. "What is it? Do you need something?" Yi Fan gently inquired. "Brother Fan, we have nowhere to go. We are all students from out of town. May we accompany you?" "We will do whatever you ask," the boy mustered the courage to say. At that moment, more students gathered around Yi Fan. "Brother Fan, we have nowhere to go. Brother Fan, leaving the school is a certain death. Please take us with you. We truly do not wish to perish outside." Perhaps one brave soul had broken the ice, prompting a tide of students to beseech Yi Fan for shelter. Initially, Yi Fan had no intention of concerning himself with these students. However, seeing so many of them standing before him, he felt a pang of empathy. After all, they were living, breathing individuals. No matter how cold-hearted Yi Fan might be, he could not bear to witness so many lives waiting for death. Chapter 37, 3 Requests. Upon witnessing the throng of students surrounding Yi Fan, Feng Fugui's expression mirrored a profound dilemma. He was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. On one hand, he understood Yi Fan's predicament. In the current predicament, even if Yi Fan possessed immeasurable abilities, it would be utterly impossible for him to procure sufficient resources to sustain these students. On the other hand, Feng Fugui couldn't bear the thought of abandoning these individuals, leaving them to languish here in despair. Thus, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Fan, we truly have nowhere else to turn. I implore you, please accept us. A young man, witnessing Yi Fan's silence, abruptly knelt before him with a thud. The others around them, naturally, followed suit, kneeling in unison. It was evident that they had all pinned their hopes on Yi Fan. They believed that only by aligning themselves with him could they secure their survival, for otherwise, they faced certain death. Please, all of you rise. Yi Fan exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Brother Fan, we genuinely have no path left. If you refuse to accept us today, we shall remain here on our knees. The leading young man shouted fervently. Yi Fan, feeling helpless, turned to Feng Fugui for guidance. Feng Fugui stood at a distance, frozen, uncertain whether to intervene on behalf of the students or to allow Yi Fan to take them in. Feng Fugui, go and ascertain how many are willing to follow me. Ideally, compile a list. Yi Fan commanded, his brow still knitted in concern. Understood. Feng Fugui finally responded, rushing to the young man still kneeling before Yi Fan, pulling him up and whispering, don't kneel here. Quickly help me tally the numbers. Right away, the young man nodded vigorously. A few minutes later, Feng Fugui returned with a division of those who wished to follow Yi Fan and those local students who opted not to join him. He organized them into groups of 10, instructing them to write their names on a piece of paper. Approximately half an hour later, he approached Yi Fan, speaking in hushed tones. Brother Fan, I have counted. There are over 700 people in the cafeteria. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by this figure, astonished that so many remained. More importantly, he recognized that these 700 might constitute the last remnants of this school. Out of a student body of over 10,000, a mere 700 had survived. The survival rate was alarmingly low. There are over 300 local students, while the remaining 400 are from elsewhere, all wishing to stay with you. Feng Fugui continued. Understood. Yi Fan nodded, standing before those eager students. They were all visibly excited, their eyes alight with hope. Do you all wish to follow me? Yi Fan inquired gently. Indeed, Brother Fan, we all wish to accompany you. They chorused eagerly. Then let me ask you this. Why do you want to follow me? Yi Fan pressed further. Silence enveloped the group. Each individual likely had their own answer. Yet uncertainty held them back from speaking. To survive, we must stick together, came a response from the crowd. Correct, survival is paramount. But do you understand what is most crucial for survival in this world? Yi Fan continued, his expression unwavering. The crowd fell silent again. Perhaps each grappling with their own thoughts, but hesitant to voice them, fearing their answers might be inadequate. To survive, one must possess the ability and courage to slay zombies. Yi Fan proclaimed, revealing his conviction. Therefore, if you wish to remain by my side, my first requirement is that you must be willing to confront zombies. Those who lack the courage may leave now. Yi Fan called out firmly. Do girls also have to fight zombies? A voice from the back asked timidly. In my eyes, zombies do not discriminate between genders. The same applies to me. Yi Fan replied bluntly. In an instant, more than 50 individuals from the initial group of over 400 departed, either deterred by fear or believing Yi Fan might exploit them as mere tools for combat. A small number left in search of what they perceived to be better options. To the remaining individuals, my second requirement is this. If you follow me, I will not provide food or water. You must seek these necessities for yourselves. If this demand seems excessive, you may leave now, Yi Fan declared. Upon hearing this, nearly half of the crowd dispersed, for their desire to stay with Yi Fan stemmed primarily from the hope of obtaining resources. Now, faced with the prospect of not only battling zombies but also being responsible for their own sustenance, many felt as though they were being reduced to mere free labor. My final requirement is that you must fully obey my commands and refrain from causing harm to others. To put it simply, the rules you followed before the apocalypse must still apply. I do not wish to witness any unruly behavior, Yi Fan stated, laying down his last condition. This time, very few students chose to leave, for the first two conditions had already been exceedingly stringent. Those willing to accept the first two conditions would naturally be amenable to the last. Feng Fugui, please compile the list of those who remain, Yi Fan instructed. Turning to Feng Fugui. Understood. Feng Fugui nodded eagerly and began to compile the list. Meanwhile, those students who had not joined the line looked on in bewilderment, seemingly convinced that Yi Fan intended to exploit those who remained. What they did not realize was that Yi Fan had no intention of exploiting these individuals. Rather, he felt a sense of pity for them and simply wished to offer them a chance. The three conditions he had presented were merely the most fundamental requirements for survival in this world. If they could not meet these basic demands, Yi Fan regarded them as little more than burdens, unworthy of his concern. Brother Fan, I have completed the count. There are still over 240 individuals remaining, over 130 boys and just over 100 girls. Feng Fuguei reported breathlessly. Find 4 trustworthy individuals you know. The 5 of you will form 5 teams and gather these people into your respective groups. Yi Fan instructed. Form teams? Feng Fuguei blinked in confusion, then asked, Brother Fan, how do we go about forming teams? Yi Fan, sensing Feng Fuguei's confusion, sighed softly before explaining the method of team formation. As soon as players formed a team, they could observe everyone's levels and survival status, facilitating the management of the group. Upon discovering the method of teaming up, Feng Fuguei sought out several acquaintances and promptly shared this strategy with them. Within approximately half an hour, the 240 individuals had successfully organized themselves into 5 teams, ensuring that the gender ratio in each was equitable. Ultimately, Yi Fan instructed each student to procure a weapon from the cafeteria, fully aware that combat was imminent, and facing zombies unarmed would pose significant challenges. Consequently, the students frantically seized every usable item in the cafeteria, even appropriating pots and pans used for cooking. Once these matters were addressed, the zombie assault finally subsided. Yi Fan slowly pushed open the cafeteria doors and stepped outside, followed closely by the students. However, perhaps due to the lesson learned from Wang Peng, they refrained from hastily parting ways with Yi Fan, opting instead to remain in his wake. After traversing nearly 50 meters, a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted ahead. The group looked up to witness hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies barreling towards their location, driven into a frenzy by the scent of the living. Brother Fan, what is happening? The zombie attack was supposed to be over. How can there be so many zombies still? One student exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. These zombies are truly formidable. Yi Fan calmly replied and turned to Feng Fuguei, instructing him to notify everyone to ready their weapons and stay close as he led them into battle. Understood. Feng Fuguei nodded vigorously. Chapter 38. The Awakened, Li Ke. The horde of zombies charged towards Yi Fan and his group with reckless abandon. The students who had initially hesitated to stay by Yi Fan's side were now paralyzed with fear, having never witnessed such a daunting spectacle. In stark contrast, Yi Fan remained composed, as he had anticipated this scenario, which was why he had earlier sent Feng Fuguei and the others to the cafeteria to gather weapons. Within the campus of Nanyang University, there were at least 10,000 students, yet now fewer than 700 remained alive. This grim statistic implied that over 10,000 souls had perished at the hands of the undead, with a significant portion, estimated at 30% or more, likely infected. Thus, even if the initial zombie assault had ceased, thousands of infected humans were still at large. Escaping this throng of zombies would be no simple feat. If Yi Fan were alone, the zombies would not have aggressively pursued him. However, with over 700 ordinary students trailing behind, the situation was markedly different. He advised everyone that the zombies' heads were their weak points, urging them to aim for the skulls during the attack. Drawing his Kusanagi sword, he turned to Feng Fuguei and said, "Let us proceed." Got it. Feng Fuguei affirmed. Yi Fan took the lead, while Lu Ziqiang positioned himself at the back to provide cover. As 2 awakened beings, their levels significantly surpassed those of the zombies, ensuring the safety of the students from the encroaching horde. Nevertheless, oversights were inevitable, and some zombies would inevitably slip into the crowd while Yi Fan and Lu Ziqiang focused on the main assault. Unfortunately, the students were left to fend for themselves against these intruding zombies, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. Those armed with weapons fared slightly better, but the unarmed students stood no chance against the relentless onslaught. Even Feng Fuguei, wielding his fire axe with every ounce of strength, could not save everyone. After approximately half an hour of fierce combat, Yi Fan finally led the group out of the school gates. Lu Ziqiang was the last to emerge. Upon exiting, he promptly secured the heavy iron gate to prevent the zombies from pursuing further. Once outside, they discovered the streets also teemed with zombies, aimlessly wandering while others feasted on the remains of the deceased. This scene appeared even more unnerving than that within the school, although the wider space outside meant the number of zombies seemed less concentrated. A brief glance back at the remaining students revealed a grim reality. Of the original 700, at least 200 had perished. Those armed with weapons had lost only 5 or 6. The surviving students gazed at Yi Fan with gratitude. Had he not directed them to the cafeteria for weapons, they might have met the same fate as those who had succumbed to the undead. Inside the school, zombies continued to batter against the iron gate, and it was only a matter of time before they breached it. I have fulfilled my promise. Those who wish to follow me, come forward. Those who do not, may disperse as you wish. Yi Fan called out to the students behind him. Some hurried off in small groups, while others remained. Brother Fan, I've changed my mind. I want to follow you. A boy rushed forward, shouting. Yi Fan recognized him as Li Ke, the very student who had initially pleaded to stay with him. However, after learning that Yi Fan would not provide food, Li Ke had chosen to depart. Now, he clearly had a change of heart. Indeed, Brother Fan, given the circumstances outside, my family is surely dead. Please allow me to accompany you, he implored. Brother Fan, I too have reconsidered. Please let us stay with you. Others echoed, their voices filled with urgency. Had they known the dire state of the outside world sooner, they would have willingly offered their services to Yi Fan for the mere chance to survive. There is no remedy for regret. I previously gave you an opportunity, but you failed to appreciate it, Yi Fan replied coldly. I advise you not to follow me any longer. Otherwise, I may find it necessary to eliminate you before the zombies do. With that, he resumed his forward march. Lu Ziqiang quickly caught up to Yi Fan, saying with a smile, Brother Yi, I'm off to find my mother and sister. I'll return to you once I locate them. Take care. Yi Fan nodded in response, watching Lu Ziqiang head off. Lu Ziqiang glanced at Yi Fan with a faint smile, then dashed onto the road and swiftly climbed into a private car. After tossing out a zombie's lifeless body from the vehicle, he started the engine and drove away with great speed. At this moment, Yi Fan was left with a multitude of students behind him, making it impossible for him to ride back. He had no choice but to walk. Meanwhile, the students abandoned at the school gate began to scramble in groups, desperately seeking ways to escape. Some opted for cars, while others chose motorcycles, and chaos ensued. Li Ku, why are you still standing there? Yi Fan has made it clear that he will not accept us anymore. We need to find a way to leave this place quickly. A boy shouted at Li Ku. Yet, Li Ku remained expressionless, rooted to the spot. Just then, a zombie charged towards him. Li Ku, watch out. The boy yelled in alarm. Bang. In the blink of an eye, Li Ku retaliated with a powerful punch that smashed into the zombie's skull, causing it to explode, showering red blood across Li Ku's left cheek. The boy stood frozen in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. It was then that he noticed Li Ku's entire arm had taken on a metallic hue. Yi Fan, mark my words, one day I will have you kneeling at my feet, begging for forgiveness for your refusal to accept me. Li Ku shouted ominously in Yi Fan's direction. Perhaps even Yi Fan had not realized that among them lurked an awakened one, Li Ku himself. However, Li Ku had consistently chosen to conceal his abilities, never having killed a zombie, which left his level stagnant at 1. After dispatching the zombie, Li Ku mounted a motorcycle parked by the roadside. Meanwhile, his friend was now surrounded by 2 or 3 zombies. Li Ku, help me. Don't leave me. Regardless of his friend's desperate cries for help, Li Ku seemed oblivious, twisting the throttle in a frenzy, and vanished down the street. The next moment, his friend met a gruesome end at the jaws of the zombies. Chapter 39. Return to the mall. Yi Fan and Feng Fugui led the remaining 200 students down the street in a grand procession. With the zombie attacks having subsided, pedestrians began to emerge onto the streets, frantically searching for anything edible. In the early days of the catastrophe, those who had reacted swiftly had already looted the stores, leaving little for the timid souls now desperately seeking food and water. Some even pried open manhole covers to drink the fetid water pooling below. The students trailing behind, Yi Fan grimaced at the sight, clearly unprepared for the grim reality that had unfolded outside. Yet Yi Fan remained tranquil, recalling how, in his previous life, he had once drunk from such tainted water to conserve resources for Li Ru's family. However, drinking from these sources was a gamble. Some would perish shortly thereafter, while others would emerge unscathed. Yi Fan noticed that many supermarket doors had been locked, indicating that someone had claimed these establishments for themselves. The apocalypse appeared to have manifested all its requisite elements. Perhaps due to the sheer size of Yi Fan's group, they attracted the attention of many ordinary people, who were unsure of the newcomers' origins and dared not provoke them. In this lawless world, mutual slaughter among humans had become commonplace. Brother Fan, if someone tries to steal our food, can we kill them? A student suddenly inquired. Absolutely not. Yi Fan replied firmly, shaking his head. Why not? The student's eyes flickered with confusion, for in a world like this, it seemed natural to fight for survival. Because you are human. If we lose our last shred of humanity, how are we any different from those zombies? Yi Fan spoke softly. The students nodded, though only partially comprehending. Yi Fan couldn't help but recall the moment when Li Ru's parents had taken his life. In that instant, he felt they might be more terrifying than the undead. He was also curious about the whereabouts of Li Ru's family now and whether that wretched Wang Zhou was still alive. Should he cross paths with Li Ru's family again, he would undoubtedly kill them without hesitation. His hatred for them was beyond words. After more than an hour, Yi Fan finally returned to the mall. The entrance had been battered with numerous holes, yet thankfully the door remained sturdy. Moreover, since Yi Fan had previously eliminated Wang Biao and others within, many were aware that a dangerous individual resided inside. Consequently, those attempting to breach the mall were mostly uninformed, and their numbers were few. Had hundreds arrived as before, even the strongest door would not withstand their onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan knocked forcefully on the iron door. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Cici and Jean Qianqian instinctively glanced outside. Yi Fan. A flicker of excitement danced in Song Cici's eyes as she hurried to open the mall's door. However, when the door swung open, both women were taken aback at the sight of the multitude of students following Yi Fan. Yi Fan, where did all these people come from? Jean Qianqian asked, astonished. These are the students I rescued from the school. They had nowhere else to go, so I brought them back, Yi Fan explained gently. Oh. Jean Qianqian nodded, choosing not to question further, for this was Yi Fan's domain, and he was free to bring whomever he wished. Feng Fugui stood beside Yi Fan, utterly dumbfounded. Both Song Cici and Jean Qianqian were exquisite beauties, possessing exceptional figures, appearances, and poise. Unlike many women in this apocalypse, They maintained their daily hygiene and had an abundance of clothes available in the mall, appearing utterly pristine and even adorned with makeup. After all, the mall housed numerous cosmetic stores, and with nothing else to occupy their time, the two had indulged. Which of you lovely ladies is the fool? No, I meant sister-in-law. Feng Fuguei stammered, running a hand through his hair as he stepped forward with a grin. Upon seeing Feng Fuguei, both Jin Xianxian and Song Cici instinctively took 2 steps back, their voices laced with tension as they exclaimed, Yi Fan, it's fine to bring back students. But why did you also bring back a zombie? Indeed, Yi Fan, how could this zombie have followed you back? And why is it capable of speech? Song Cici gazed at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with trepidation and unease. Meanwhile, Feng Fuguei wore an expression of utter despair, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Sisters-in-law, I concede that I may not possess the most appealing looks, but surely I am not so grotesque as to be mistaken for a zombie. Can you truly not discern that I am human? Despite hearing his words, Jin Xianxian and Song Cici remained hesitant to approach him. He is indeed a person. Yi Fan interjected with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Song Cici stepped forward to scrutinize Feng Fuguei, her tone shifting to one of astonishment as she remarked, He truly appears to be a human, albeit rather unfortunate in appearance. It's quite amusing. I've never encountered someone so unattractive before. Jin Xianxian chimed in with a bright smile. Sisters-in-law, my ears are perfectly fine. If you wish to mock me, could you at least do so discreetly? Feng Fuguei lamented, a touch of despair evident in his voice. Hearing this, Jin Xianxian and Song Cici erupted into giggles. Feng Fuguei then turned to Yi Fan and said, Brother Fan, you are indeed fortunate to have such exquisite beauties at home. I cannot help but envy you. Stop with the nonsense. We are merely friends. Yi Fan replied exasperately, then called out to the students behind him, You all sit down right now. The students, holding Yi Fan in high regard, complied and settled down to rest. All right. You two, cease your examination of Fuguei's face. I have some serious matters to discuss with the 3 of you. Yi Fan addressed Jin Xianxian, Song Cici, and Feng Fuguei. Hurry and give me something to do. I am utterly bored. Song Cici exclaimed, her health restored and eagerness palpable. Cici, you take 20 girls to the supermarket. Procure 500 loaves of bread and 200 bottles of mineral water and distribute them to the students. Each person receives 2 loaves and 1 bottle of water, no more. Yi Fan instructed her. The supermarket is stocked with so many supplies. Surely we could give them a bit more, as they seem rather hungry. Song Cici hesitated. These provisions are not gifts. They are loans that must be repaid. Yi Fan replied coolly. You are behaving like a heartless capitalist. Song Cici rolled her eyes in exasperation, as if only she had the audacity to speak to Yi Fan in such a manner. Xianxian, some students are injured. Please attend to their wounds to prevent infection. Yi Fan continued, ignoring Song Cici. All right. Jin Xianxian readily agreed. Fuguei, take those 4 captains and search this mall for suitable weapons for the students, especially replacing any makeshift tools like spoons or iron pots. Yi Fan instructed Feng Fuguei. Understood. Feng Fuguei responded promptly. Minutes later, Song Cici, Jin Xianxian, and Feng Fuguei busied themselves with their tasks. Yi Fan finally found a moment to rest and retreated to the safe house. Chapter 40. Fierce and Swift. Upon returning to the safe house, Yi Fan's first order of business was to upgrade its level. Originally, the safe house was at level 4, comprising merely 2 rooms. After expending 100 materials, Yi Fan elevated it to level 5, significantly expanding the room size and adding another room. This arrangement would suffice for Yi Fan, Jin Xianxian, and Song Cici. To ascend to level 6, however, would require 100 second-tier materials. Yi Fan converted all the first-tier materials in his backpack to second-tier. Yet he still lacked 10. Nonetheless, he understood that the current level was adequate, and there was no urgency to upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, he entered the bathroom and discovered that the bathtub still contained water, likely leftover from either Chu Cici or Jin Xianxian's baths. These extravagant girls have no concept of water conservation. How can they indulge in such lavish baths? Yi Fan thought, his expression one of exasperation. I must find a way to show them what real hardship feels like. Minutes later, Yi Fan tossed aside the stockings draped over the bathtub, shed his clothes, and jumped in. Although the water was somewhat cool, it was still quite comfortable. Having been reborn, he finally had a chance to relax. However, his mind was not idle. He pondered how best to accommodate the students. Originally, he had no intention of joining any organization upon his rebirth, as he believed it sufficient to focus solely on his own survival. Yet his current circumstances proved a timeless adage. With great power comes great responsibility. The students trusted him enough to follow, and thus he felt compelled to care for them. Meanwhile, outside, Song Cici, Feng Fuguei, and Jin Xianxian were working tirelessly. After all, there were over 200 students. Song Cici had to prepare 500 loaves of bread and distribute them individually. The students, upon receiving the bread and mineral water from her, were ecstatic, as they were in a state of extreme hunger. Even a single loaf seemed more delectable than anything they had previously consumed. This time, most students showed wisdom, typically eating one while saving another. and the same applied to the water. Jin Qianqian patiently bandaged the wounds of the injured, while Feng Fugui led a search within the mall for suitable tools like kitchen knives, cleavers, and hoes, assisting those without proper weapons in upgrading. The entire mall buzzed with activity. Yet, while Yi Fan lay in the bathtub, Jin Qianqian abruptly burst in. Her piercing scream echoed throughout the mall. Upon hearing her cry, Feng Fugui took a bite of his bread and muttered, "Brother Fan is just too formidable," right from the start. He didn't even warm up or ease into things, and now he got the sister-in-law screaming. Slowly opening his eyes, Yi Fan turned to Jin Qianqian and asked, "Why are you screaming upon seeing me bathe? Where did this bathwater come from?" "What do you mean? Where did it come from?" Jin Qianqian retorted, her large eyes wide with disbelief. "That is my bathwater. You pervert. What is so perverse about it? I merely used your bathwater. Allow me to show you what true perversion really is." Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Yi Fan chuckled softly before abruptly rising to his feet with a resounding splash. Yi Fan, are you out of your mind?" Jin Qianqian shouted once more, turning on her heel and striding towards the bathroom exit. "Brother Fan is truly something else," Feng Fugui remarked after sipping some water, continuing his commentary. Just then, Jin Qianqian unexpectedly dashed out from the safe house. Feng Fugui, taken aback by her sudden appearance, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is she already out?" Without counting the time it took to change, that seemed to take only a few seconds, right? Following closely, Yi Fan emerged from the safe house, having also changed his clothes. Feng Fugui hastily tucked away the bread in his hand and approached Yi Fan with urgency, saying, "Brother Fan, I can see that you are indeed impressive, but could your speed be a tad too rushed? Shall I contact that doctor my father consulted previously? The results are guaranteed to be satisfactory." "What are you talking about?" Yi Fan questioned, his brow knitted in confusion. "Brother Fan, what I mean is clear. We are all grown men here, and you still don't grasp it? Must I spell it out? How awkward." Feng Fugui grinned widely. "Go away, scram." Yi Fan, feeling a surge of annoyance, kicked Feng Fugui before striding towards the group of students. "Brother Fan, if you dare to confront it, as long as that doctor hasn't been devoured by zombies, I assure you he can cure you," Feng Fugui shouted after him. Yi Fan turned back, his irritation palpable as he glanced at Feng Fugui. Though he found Feng Fugui to be a decent fellow, he suspected that his mind might not function quite right, given his incessant rambling. Upon noticing Yi Fan's approach, the students all stood up. Yi Fan waved at them and spoke with a neutral expression. "There's no need to be so tense. We are not in a hierarchical relationship." Hearing this, the group settled back down onto the ground. "Have you all had enough to eat?" Yi Fan casually inquired as he took a seat at a table. "I'm full," a male student quickly responded. "Is one piece of bread truly sufficient?" Yi Fan chuckled lightly and continued, "I have a few things to discuss. The first is that today as 2 pieces of bread and water are not gifts, but rather borrowed provisions. Whenever you find yourselves with surplus supplies, remember to return them to me. Of course, I impose no deadline. Return them whenever you can." The group listened in silence. While Yi Fan did not lack for bread, he aimed to impart a crucial lesson. In this world, survival relies solely on oneself. No one will assist you without reason. Song Cece observed Yi Fan from a distance. Sensing a profound transformation in him, his tone and demeanor seemed to have evolved beyond the Yi Fan she once knew. "The second matter is that I will not permit you all to remain in the shopping mall. After consideration, I have decided to have you stay at a hotel adjacent to the mall." Yi Fan continued. The hotel boasted ample rooms, making it easy to accommodate the group. "Brother Fan, are there zombies in the hotel as well?" a male student asked cautiously. "Indeed, that brings me to the third matter. When the zombie assault commences, I will lead you into the hotel to combat the zombies. You will divide into teams as before, with each team under the guidance of their captain responsible for 2 floors. All supplies on each floor will belong to that team, to be distributed evenly by the captain." Yi Fan articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the group exhibited no signs of dissent. Rather, they appeared quite exhilarated. The prospect of obtaining supplies by eliminating the zombies within the building was precisely what they desired. "Is everyone clear on what I just explained?" Yi Fan inquired further. "Understood." They chorused in unison. "Very well, take a moment to rest. An hour from now, the next wave of zombies will begin. At that time, we will charge forward." Yi Fan gestured dismissively and then called out to Feng Fugui. "Feng Fugui, come here for a moment." "Brother Fan, have you changed your mind? I've told you before. This issue is nothing to be ashamed of. It must be addressed." Feng Fugui grinned, revealing his teeth. Chapter 41. The Assault on Honghua Hotel. Upon entering the safe house, Feng Fugui was instantly taken aback by its spaciousness. "Brother Fan, why is your safe house so large?" Feng Fugui knew that each player could configure their own safe house. But since these individuals had consistently followed Yi Fan, there had been no need for them to establish their own. After leveling up, the safe house expands. "However, I plan to have you all stay at the hotel. There are regulations regarding the distance between safe houses, so you won't need to set one up for now. You can find a suitable location for your safe house once you decide to part from the group." Yi Fan explained, reclining on the sofa. "Got it." Feng Fugui nodded, glancing up and down at Yi Fan before asking, "Brother Fan, I still don't know if that doctor has been consumed by zombies. So we shouldn't rush into the medical consultation. I will do my best to contact him. Bang. Yi Fan, showing no restraint, kicked Feng Fuguei in the rear, muttering under his breath, "When did I fall ill? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Fan, what illness do you have?" At that moment, Song Cici and Jean Qianqian returned to the safe house, coincidentally overhearing Yi Fan's remark. "Sister-in-law, don't you know what illness my brother has?" Feng Fuguei grinned widely. "I am just a friend of Yi Fan's. Stop calling me sister-in-law," Song Cici clarified, appearing somewhat bashful. Jean Qianqian, still perturbed by the earlier incident in the bathroom, ignored Yi Fan entirely and retreated into her own room. "Am I just left with one sister-in-law?" Feng Fuguei asked, blinking as he gazed at Jean Qianqian's departing figure. "I've told you, these two are merely acquaintances of mine. If you keep babbling nonsense, do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart?" Yi Fan warned through clenched teeth. Understood, understood. Feng Fuguei quickly nodded, grinning. "All right, let us return to the matter at hand." Yi Fan, weary of idle chatter, promptly sent a friend request to Feng Fuguei. Once Feng Fuguei accepted, Yi Fan proceeded to issue a trade invitation. Yi Fan had received a first kill reward for defeating a 4th-tier zombie, which included a skill book on the essence of fire. This skill book was quite beneficial for Yi Fan, as it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. However, considering his high level and the summoner class he possessed, he found confronting the current zombie apocalypse rather effortless. Thus, he resolved to gift this skill book to Feng Fuguei. Thus, Feng Fuguei could possess the power of awakening. In simpler terms, this skill book of the fire's essence could transform Feng Fuguei from an ordinary individual into an awakened being. The reason Yi Fan was willing to bestow this upon Feng Fuguei was his profound trust in him. Feng Fuguei accepted the trade invitation. Players can only trade items generated by the system. Real-world items can be traded directly in reality. The game system reminded. Without hesitation, Yi Fan declared, "Trade the Fire's Essence skill book to Feng Fuguei. The Fire's Essence skill book is extremely precious. Does the player wish to proceed with the trade?" The game system reiterated. It is imperative to note that this skill book can significantly enhance a human's combat prowess, rendering its value immeasurable in material terms, and few humans engage in trading such items. "Trade," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Trade completed. The Fire's Essence skill book vanished from Yi Fan's inventory. Feng Fuguei slowly raised his gaze to Yi Fan, then, with a tone of confusion, inquired, "Brother Fan, what treasure is this you have given me? Why does the system keep asking if I wish to use it?" "You will understand after you use it," Yi Fan replied expressionlessly. "Use," Feng Fuguei uttered softly. Moments later, he looked up at Yi Fan, his brow furrowed as he said, "Brother Fan, this thing doesn't seem very useful? I feel nothing after using it." No feeling. Yi Fan had never used the skill book either, so he was unsure of the outcome. "Wait a moment, Brother Fan, why is my hand on fire? Quickly get me some water." Feng Fuguei shouted at the top of his lungs. "Try to control the flame yourself," Yi Fan responded with exasperation. Seconds later, the flames in Feng Fuguei's hand vanished, and then reappeared out of thin air. He could even conjure fireballs from nothing. "Brother Fan, what is happening? Why do I suddenly feel as if I have superpowers?" Feng Fuguei urgently asked Yi Fan. "You have now become an awakened being, just like me and Lu Ziqiang. Each awakened individual possesses unique powers. Lu Gu's power is likely that of stone, while yours seems to be that of flame," Yi Fan stated with an impassive expression. "Wow, such an incredible ability exists. Does this mean it will be much easier for me to fight zombies with this flame?" Feng Fuguei exclaimed excitedly. Then after glancing at Yi Fan, he asked with a smile, "Brother Fan, is this thing quite valuable? Why did you give it to me? You don't harbor any ulterior motives, do you? Just take a look at your face. Do you truly believe I would have any such thoughts?" Yi Fan responded, utterly perplexed. "Now that you mention it, I feel reassured." Feng Fuguei grinned, as he was not adept at articulating his feelings, thus choosing to keep his gratitude to himself. One can only imagine how precious a gift that grants an ordinary person the ability to control flames must be. Even a fool like Feng Fuguei could grasp its significance. "Fuguei, I trust very few people, and you are one of them, which is why I entrusted you with this Fire's Essence skill book." Yi Fan paused before continuing. "What I need from you is quite simple. Manage these students well. I am accustomed to freedom, so I require someone I can fully trust to oversee them, someone with the capability to command their respect. Do you understand my meaning? Brother Fan, I comprehend your intent. As good friends, we need not speak further. I shall reciprocate your trust," Feng Fuguei assured Yi Fan earnestly. Yi Fan looked at Feng Fuguei and smiled faintly, unable to suppress his curiosity about whether someone like Feng Fuguei might betray him one day. After all, in this world, anything is possible. "Very well. There is nothing more to discuss. You may leave now," Yi Fan instructed Feng Fuguei. "All right," Feng Fuguei responded, then stepped out towards the safe house exit. "Fuguei, do not let me down," Yi Fan called out as he watched Feng Fuguei's retreating figure. Feng Fuguei paused for a moment, then turned to glance at Yi Fan and said, "Brother Fan, do not worry." The two exchanged smiles before Feng Fuguei exited the safe house. Half an hour later, the clock struck 9 in the evening. The next wave of zombie attacks will commence in 10 minutes. All players should prepare. This assault will last for 3 hours. The game system's notification echoed in the minds of all players. 3 hours later would be midnight, marking the final wave of zombie attacks for the day. Yifan stepped out of the safe house, where Feng Fuguei had already gathered all the students. Each student wielded weapons that appeared far less comical now. Yifan divided them into 5 teams, fully aware that casualties would likely occur once they entered the hotel. However, this was an unavoidable issue. I have but one request. All zombies within the Hanwha Hotel must be eradicated within 3 hours. Yifan proclaimed to the group with an impassive demeanor. Understood. They responded in unison. Yifan proceeded towards the mall entrance, with Feng Fuguei following closely behind the 200-some students, creating a remarkably imposing scene. Yifan had no intention of engaging in combat within the hotel. However, he feared the presence of third-tier zombies or even stronger third-tier elite zombies. So his personal presence ensured the students would not face annihilation. Furthermore, the majority of the zombies in the hotel were first-tier, with only a few second-tier, making this an ideal opportunity for the students to level up. Only by enhancing their levels could their combat power grow stronger, granting them the means to survive in this world. 10 minutes later, the zombie assault commenced once more. Yifan led the group into the Hanwha Hotel. The students, seemingly acclimatized to the current situation, displayed no trace of fear upon seeing the zombies in the hotel lobby. Instead, they charged forward with excitement, wielding kitchen knives. Fuguei, have everyone clear the lobby area first, then let each team operate independently. Bring the team leaders into a chat channel so that any developments can be communicated promptly to others. Yifan instructed Feng Fuguei with a stoic expression. Understood. Feng Fuguei replied quickly. Chapter 42, The Kidnappers in the Hotel Room. The Hanwha Hotel was a well-known 4-star hotel in Nanyang prior to the apocalypse, boasting excellent facilities and a vast number of rooms. However, it was precisely this design that resulted in a mass exodus from the hotel at the onset of the apocalypse, with many trapped in the lobby on the first floor, unable to escape, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of zombies. Yifan was acutely aware that the number of zombies in the hotel room area was relatively sparse. Conversely, the lobby on the ground floor was teeming with them. In order to facilitate the forthcoming cleansing operation, Yifan opted not to disperse the group immediately, but rather to concentrate their efforts on eradicating the zombies within the lobby. Feng Fuguei, along with the captains of each team, plunged into battle against the undead. Although the zombies vastly outnumbered the humans on Yifan's side, the students wielded reasonably effective weapons, and the zombies, lacking human intelligence, rendered the skirmish manageable for the students. Yifan stood quietly at the entrance, observing the students as they engaged in combat with the zombies. Even when a student fell victim to a zombie's attack, Yifan refrained from intervening. He understood that these zombies posed no genuine threat to the students' lives. At worst, they would sustain minor injuries. Should Yifan join the fray, it would create the illusion that they were in a perilous situation. He wanted them to grasp the true essence of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. After more than an hour, the zombies in the lobby had been effectively eliminated. Feng Fuguei approached Yifan, accompanied by the other 4 captains. Brother Fan, we've cleared the lobby, Feng Fuguei exclaimed excitedly. Please report the casualty status of each group. Yifan replied, his expression impassive. Group 1 sustained no fatalities, but had 7 injuries. Group 2 lost 1 member and had 5 injured. The captains swiftly summarized their respective team situations to Yifan. Fuguei, take the injured back to the mall for Jin Qianqian to examine them. The rest should take a moment to rest. Yifan instructed Feng Fuguei. Understood. Feng Fuguei nodded and beckoned the injured students to exit the hotel. Brother Fan, I have a question. Team 2's captain, Gowan, approached Yifan and spoke. What is it? Yifan looked at Gowan, who had left a rather muted impression on him, often quiet, yet fierce in battle against the zombies. I believe there must be survivors in this hotel. If we find them, how should we handle the situation? Gowan inquired. If these survivors wish to leave, they may do so after we finish clearing the hotel of zombies. If they prefer to stay, they will be integrated into your team. But they must be made aware of our rules. Yifan replied calmly. I understand. Gowan nodded lightly. A little over 10 minutes later, Feng Fuguei returned to the lobby. Yifan gathered the captains together and led them into a discussion channel. Group 1 is responsible for the 2nd and 3rd floors. Group 2 for the 4th and 5th, and Group 4 for the 7th and 8th. Yifan succinctly assigned the tasks to the 5 captains, continuing, as for resources, we will adhere to my previous instructions. Each team's designated floor S supplies belong exclusively to them. After completion, the captains will distribute the spoils fairly. Any captain found hoarding resources will face my wrath. The group nodded in unison upon hearing Yifan's words. Feng Fuguei blinked and asked, Brother Fan, why is no one going to the 6th floor? The 6th floor is the hotel's dining area, rich in supplies. To ensure fairness, I plan to have you all tackle it together at the end, with all resources divided equally among your teams. No one is to enter the 6th floor without my permission. Do you understand my intent? Yifan explained softly. Understood. Feng Fuguei nodded, somewhat disappointed. as he recognized the sixth floor's potential. I pulled you all into this discussion channel to facilitate communication among you. Teams that finish their tasks early may assist those who are still working, but collaboration requires negotiation. No one is to offer help without prior arrangement. Yi Fan asserted. The group nodded once more. Additionally, I am not here to supervise you. If any team encounters a Tier 3 zombie or a Tier 3 elite zombie, call for me, and I will assist in its elimination. You are responsible for Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies yourselves. Lastly, if you encounter any survivors within the hotel, ensure their safety first and seek their opinions later. You are allowed to eliminate zombies here, but under no circumstances may you harm humans. Do you comprehend? Yi Fan spoke rapidly, directing his words to the group. Understood. Feng Fugue and the others nodded in agreement. Well then, let us not waste any more time. Begin your assigned tasks. Yi Fan gestured with his hand. The teams rushed towards their designated floors to commence their cleansing operations. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan chose to accompany Gao and S team to the third floor, noting that Gao and's team had the fewest members but the highest proportion of females. Gao and often led the charge, yet he had never complained to Yi Fan about this arrangement, leaving Yi Fan with a favorable impression of him. Yi Fan understood that since he had accepted these students, it was imperative to manage them stringently. Otherwise, the group of over 200 would inevitably encounter problems. With Yi Fan's own energy being limited, he planned to identify suitable individuals to assist Feng Fugue in managing the students. Upon reaching the third floor, where the power system had completely failed, they were met with dim lighting, complicating their movements. Clear the zombies in the corridor first. Gowan called out, his expression stoic, as he brandished a baseball bat and advanced forward, with the others closely following behind him. Fortunately for Gowan and his team, the number of zombies on the third floor appeared to be relatively low. The dozen or so zombies in the corridor were swiftly dispatched. Gowan then organized the group into teams of 5 to inspect each room for any remaining zombies, optimizing their time efficiency. With little else to occupy him, Yi Fan began to assist in checking the hotel rooms. The other students seemed to have good fortune, as the open doors revealed no zombies. However, Yi Fan's luck took a turn for the worse when he casually pushed open a door to find 2 zombies gnawing on a woman's thigh. One of the zombies appeared to have been human not long ago, and the woman seemed to be deceased, her eyes wide with shock. Both the zombies and the woman were devoid of clothing, suggesting that they were likely a couple who had taken refuge in the hotel, only to be attacked by the undead. The man had transformed into a zombie, while the woman had become the meal for these 2 creatures. Yi Fan exhibited no hesitation as he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch directly to the skull of one of the zombies. Following that, he unsheathed the tsurugi and swiftly severed the head of another zombie. After dispatching these 2 foes, Yi Fan stepped into the room, intent on ascertaining whether any hidden zombies lurked within. Meanwhile, in a room on the 8th floor of the hotel, littered across the floor were discarded instant noodle wrappers and cigarette butts. 5 or 6 individuals were seated, engaged in a game of poker, while a woman and a middle-aged man were bound to chairs. The woman's face was obscured by a hood, rendering her features indistinguishable. Upon hearing the commotion from outside, the expressions of the group shifted instantaneously, and they set down their playing cards. Brother, something's amiss. There are footsteps outside, and it sounds like more than one person. A young man exclaimed urgently. A one-eyed middle-aged man, seated by the door, lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "Do not be afraid. We hold the upper hand here. Even if someone does arrive, what of it? You are all doomed. It must be my people coming to rescue me." A portly middle-aged man, bound tightly, shouted in excitement, his expression a blend of eagerness and desperation. The others in the room were momentarily struck dumb, for they understood that the people he referred to were military personnel. Should such forces indeed burst in, their fates would be sealed. Click. The young man racked the slide of his gun and aimed it at the middle-aged man's head, demanding, "Do you believe I want to blow you away before your people find this place?" The portly man stood frozen, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes, too frightened to utter a word, for he understood better than anyone the dire consequences of provoking these madmen. Chapter 43. Can zombies fire guns? Within the room on the 8th floor, the one-eyed man and his accomplices were, in fact, professional kidnappers. About a month prior, they had received a contract to abduct a man and a woman. Once the job was completed, they brought their captives to the Hanwha Hotel, awaiting payment from their employer to conclude the task. The one-eyed leader was aware that the middle-aged man was named Zhao Jianmen, likely associated with the military, while the woman was named Li Ziyu, though her true identity remained unclear to him. Their mission had seemingly gone without a hitch. But who could have predicted that the apocalypse would strike at such a critical moment? Countless zombies besieged the hotel. The kidnappers were oblivious to the turmoil outside, having chosen the hotel's sole windowless room for safety. They were acutely aware, however, that zombies roamed the premises, which is why they had refrained from venturing outside for several days. Thankfully, they had stocked the room with ample food and drink, allowing them to remain confined, patiently waiting for their employer to contact them. Days passed, 2 or 3 in total. "Brother, do you think it could really be the military coming?" The blonde youth asked hesitantly, glancing at the one-eyed man. "I don't know. Let us hope not." came the low response from the one-eyed man. Suddenly, the woman with the hood began to thrash violently. The blonde youth, visibly agitated, rushed to her and tore off the hood, glaring at her as he shouted, "What are you flailing about for? Do you believe I want to take advantage of you before you die?" The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, her features exquisitely crafted, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars. In her current state of distress, she evoked a sense of pity. "Brother, this woman is stunning," another remarked. "Indeed, brother. She is too beautiful. Why not let the brothers enjoy her a bit?" Another chimed in. "Exactly. We don't even know what is happening outside. We might as well indulge while we can." The others in the room displayed excitement at the sight of her beauty. However, Zhao Jianmin, bound to his chair, felt his expression shift dramatically upon hearing their words. He shouted, "If you dare lay a finger on Miss Li, you will all perish here." Meanwhile, the woman continued to struggle against her bindings, her mouth gagged, rendering her speechless. "Settle down, everyone. Have you forgotten what we are here for?" The one-eyed man admonished the group coldly. Instantly, the kidnappers quieted down, for it was evident that he commanded respect among them. They appeared to fear him greatly. The one-eyed man approached Li Ziyu and removed the tape from her mouth, then leaned in closely and asked, "What do you wish to discuss?" "I want to talk to you," she responded quietly. "Very well, speak," he nodded. "You must have heard the footsteps outside. It is clear that our rescuers have arrived. If you tell me who ordered my abduction, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, when those outside burst in, you will surely meet your end." Despite being confined for so long, Li Ziyu's ability to remain composed enough to articulate such a threat illustrated her remarkable temperament. The one-eyed man could not help but chuckle lightly at her words, responding, "Young lady, at this juncture, do you truly believe your threats hold any weight? This is your only hope for survival." Li Ziyu replied, her expression unyielding. "Rest assured, if I perish here today, you will meet your demise first. So spare me your bargaining. Let us both perish together if it comes to that." With that, the one-eyed man silenced her once more, sealing her mouth and returning to his place by the door. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted at the door. The kidnappers sprang to their feet, guns aimed at the entrance. The one-eyed man gestured for silence and instructed, "We do not have many bullets. Do not waste them. Once they breach the door, we'll fire a few rounds and then cease fire to negotiate. We still have the upper hand." "Understood." The group nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Ziyu's eyes sparkled with hope, knowing that salvation was finally at hand. Outside, a young man had been kicking the door repeatedly, but it remained unyielding. "Brother Gui, this door is strange. I've kicked it several times, and it won't budge." He called back to Feng Fugui. "I've told you countless times, from now on. Refer to me as Captain Feng, not Brother Gui. It sounds like you're calling a dog." Feng Fugui, utterly speechless, hurled an expletive at the young man before making his way to the door of the room. With a determined kick, he struck the door with considerable force. Now at level 7, his strength had significantly increased, and to his astonishment, the door flew open. However, at that very moment, the one-eyed man and his companions reacted almost simultaneously. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets whizzed toward the outside of the room. Feng Fugui, ever cautious, sidestepped after kicking the door open, fearing a horde of zombies might rush out. Little did he anticipate that this very maneuver would save his life, as the bullets barely grazed his body. When did zombies learn to shoot? This evolution is far too rapid. Feng Fugui shouted, incredulity lacing his voice. The one-eyed man, upon hearing his words, displayed a look of confusion, but having learned of the zombies' presence in the hotel over the past few days, he paid it little heed. Zhao Jianmin and Li Ziyu, however, were momentarily stunned. According to their reasoning, if it were truly military personnel breaching the room, they would undoubtedly rush in to eliminate the kidnappers. Could it be that they were not soldiers? A troubling thought flashed through Li Ziyu's mind. If they were not military, then who could they be? Her mind raced through various possibilities, but she was acutely aware that the kidnappers were armed with submachine guns and handguns, possibly even explosives. Therefore, if it were not military personnel coming to rescue them, their fate was likely sealed. In an instant, the glimmer of hope Li Ziyu had felt was extinguished, plunging her back into despair. Chapter 44. Do you not understand when I speak reasonably? On the 8th floor of Manhwa Hotel, after firing several rounds, the one-eyed man ordered a ceasefire. Listen up, whoever you are, we still have the hostages. So I will give you half an hour to prepare 2 vehicles filled with fuel, and then everyone needs to vacate the hotel. He called out in a low voice. He understood very well that both Li Ziyu and Zhao Jianmin were not ordinary individuals, and thus, those coming to their rescue would undoubtedly care deeply for their safety. Upon hearing the one-eyed man's proclamation, Feng Fugui wore a puzzled expression and, frowning, asked the young man beside him, "Did you catch what they shouted inside?" "It sounded like they wanted us to prepare 2 vehicles, but I couldn't hear clearly." The young man shook his head in response. "Why should I prepare vehicles for them? Are they my father?" Feng Fugui exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. "Captain Feng, it seems they are armed. If we charge in, we are bound to be shot." The young man cautioned. What is wrong with the world outside that they still have time to shoot at their own kind? I cannot fathom their mindset. Feng Fugui muttered under his breath before attempting to contact Yi Fan through the game system. Aware that he was ill-equipped to confront armed opponents, he believed the best course of action was to have Yi Fan handle the situation. Brother Fan, the situation on the 8th floor is a bit off. There are individuals in one room who are armed and just fired at us. Feng Fugue relayed in the chat room. Armed? Yi Fan responded, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yes, and it seems they have more than one weapon. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have already been dead. Feng Fugue recounted, his voice tinged with lingering fear. Understood, I'm on my way. Yi Fan replied succinctly, then dashed toward the 8th floor. A few minutes later, Yi Fan arrived on the 8th floor. Brother Fan, you finally made it. Feng Fugue rushed toward him. Where are they? Yi Fan inquired quietly. In room 803. Right over there. Feng Fugue pointed. Yi Fan cast a calm glance at the situation near the room, noting that the door was still ajar. Have they spoken? Did they mistake you for a zombie? Yi Fan asked, turning back to Feng Fugue. That shouldn't be the case. They even asked us to prepare vehicles. So they surely don't think I'm a zombie. Feng Fugue replied hastily. All right, I understand. Yi Fan nodded slowly and approached the side of the room. Is anyone still inside? Yi Fan asked softly. There are people, the one-eyed man replied nonchalantly while cleaning his handgun. I don't know what you're all about. But we have no enmity with you. Do you not realize the world outside has turned into an apocalypse? Yi Fan continued to call out. The one-eyed man chuckled softly, responding, I did see a few zombies in this hotel, but do you really think a handful of zombies could precipitate an apocalypse? You must take me for a child of 3. I am Zhao Jianmin. As long as you Zhao Jianmin began to plead for help. But the young man beside him slapped him across the face and glared, saying, Shut up. If you speak again, I'll shoot you. Having endured considerable mistreatment in recent days, Zhao Jianmin, aware of their ruthlessness, quickly silenced himself. I do not regard you as a child of 3. I merely wish to inquire what your intentions are by hiding in this room. Yi Fan replied helplessly. I have your people in my grasp. So prepare 2 vehicles at once. The one-eyed man shouted. Yi Fan hesitated briefly before responding. There are vehicles outside. Come out. And I assure you, I will not harm you. At that moment, Yi Fan seemed to grasp that the occupants of the room were a group of kidnappers who were oblivious to the true state of the world outside. Nevertheless, Yi Fan felt no hostility towards them, as their actions did not directly concern him. His primary goal was to extricate these individuals swiftly. The one-eyed man sensed something was amiss and chose not to respond. Your supplies must be dwindling. Do you intend to remain holed up inside indefinitely? I guarantee that as long as you come out, we will not inflict harm upon you. Yi Fan continued to call out. The one-eyed man hesitated before instructing the young man with the yellow hair. You go out and check the situation outside. Are you sending me to my death? The young man retorted incredulously. Are you out of your mind? They are in the room. If you go out alone, do you think they would dare to kill you? The one-eyed man shouted. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression softened slightly. He cautiously took his handgun and stepped out of the room. When he beheld the scene outside, he was momentarily dumbfounded, a smile creeping onto his lips. What is the situation outside? The one-eyed man inquired urgently. Brother, outside there's a group of students. They don't have guns, but they are armed with kitchen knives and such. Huang Mao quickly replied. Are you certain these individuals are not soldiers in disguise? The one-eyed man asked, somewhat astonished. And there are girls too. There's no way they're in disguise, Huang Mao asserted, convinced by the students' physiques that they were not faking it. After hesitating for a few moments, the one-eyed man ordered his men to bind Zhao Jianmin and Li Ziyu, then led them all out of the room. Upon exiting, the one-eyed man was surprised to find that no one was shooting at them. Most people were hiding at a distance and had no intention of coming to rescue anyone. Zhao Jianmin and Li Ziyu were filled with despair. They had not anticipated that after waiting so long, they would only be greeted by a group of students. Who was the one speaking to me just now? The one-eyed man inquired in a low voice. It was I. Yi Fan slowly stepped forward. The one-eyed man scrutinized Yi Fan before remarking. Did you not just say that the outside world is akin to the apocalypse? You may see for yourself. Yi Fan replied coolly. The one-eyed man hesitated briefly, then turned to glance out the window, his eyes reflecting shock. How could the outside world have transformed into this? He exclaimed incredulously. There are hordes of zombies, and humanity is nearly extinct. We merely seek a place to reside. We are not here to rescue your hostages. You may leave with your people, and I shall pretend I never saw you. Yi Fan maintained his composure while casting a glance at Zhao Jianmin and Li Ziyu, who were gagged and blindfolded. Unable to speak, Yi Fan had always preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. Very well, first procure us some food, and let those young ladies entertain my brothers for a while. Then we shall depart. The one-eyed man, fully aware that his men had been eyeing the beautiful Li Ziyu, believed Yi Fan and his companions were merely students, and thus felt emboldened to voice such outrageous demands. The female students, alarmed by his words, instinctively recoiled. Yi Fan's expression shifted, and after assessing the one-eyed man, he stated, I believe I have been quite courteous to you, yet it appears you are struggling to comprehend my words. What I mean is for you and your people to vacate this hotel immediately, or else I shall not be so accommodating. You will not be accommodating to me. The one-eyed man chuckled, raising his firearm. However, as he began to move, Yi Fan stepped forward, seized his wrist, and abruptly drove his knee upward. Thud! A resounding impact echoed as Yi Fan's knee collided with the one-eyed man's head. Fu Guei, get to work, Yi Fan shouted. Chapter 45. Is this a decapitation meal? Initially, the one-eyed man and his gang regarded Yi Fan and Feng Fu Guo merely as ordinary students, underestimating them entirely. Yi Fan had no desire to provoke these kidnappers, especially since they were armed, and the hostages held no significant connection to him. He had no intention of risking himself. However, upon hearing the kidnappers' intentions towards the female students, he resolved to take action. These students had followed Yi Fan back here out of trust, and he felt compelled to ensure their safety. Feng Fu Guo instantly reacted, conjuring a fireball and launching it at the kidnappers. The one-eyed man and his cohorts were utterly unprepared for the display of magic, causing chaos to ensue. Yi Fan moved with remarkable speed, swiftly incapacitating the kidnappers. Bind them all and confiscate their weapons. He commanded the students behind him, his expression devoid of emotion. After undergoing Yi Fan's rigorous training, these students were no longer the defenseless flowers they once were. They now faced the undead without a hint of hesitation, let alone when confronting humans. Within moments, the kidnappers were securely tied up by the students. Zhao Jianmin watched the scene unfold with exhilaration, realizing he was finally being rescued. Comrade, please untie me at once, he implored Yi Fan with palpable excitement. Yi Fan merely cast a detached glance at Zhao Jianmin before instructing Feng Fu Guo. Take these individuals to a room, and then continue clearing the zombies. Understood. Feng Fu Guo nodded in agreement. Yi Fan wasted no time on the captives, turning to leave. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Are you aware of who I am? Your actions now are no different from those of the kidnappers. If my people arrive, you will all be executed, Zhao Jianmin exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he shouted in agitation. Feng Fu Guo, showing no restraint, delivered a kick to Zhao Jianmin's rear. Glaring at him as he retorted, I find your incessant chatter rather grating. No wonder those kidnappers were keen to beat you. You truly deserve it. Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Zhao Jianmin bellowed in anger. Let me tell you, your identity matters not to me. The world outside is in ruins, and you continue to act as if all is well. Here, you will heed my commands, understood? Feng Fu Guo declared impassively. Zhao Jianmin hesitated for a few seconds, then chose silence, acutely aware that Yi Fan and Feng Fu Guo did not regard him with any seriousness. Continuing to speak would only lead to further suffering. To ensure safety, Feng Fu Guo confined Zhao Jianmin and Li Ziyu in one room while the kidnappers were locked in another. Once this was accomplished, he proceeded to clear the remaining zombies in the building. As the students' abilities progressed, their efficiency in dispatching zombies improved significantly. Many teams, having completed their respective floors, willingly assisted those still engaged in battle. Yi Fan had initially believed it would be commendable if they could clear an entire floor before the zombie assault subsided. Yet by 11 o'clock that night, every floor except the 6th had been purged of zombies. True to his word, Yi Fan gathered everyone together and directed them to the 6th floor dining area to eliminate the remaining undead. Upon entering the 6th floor, the students were greeted with expressions of sheer excitement, for the dining hall was brimming with supplies. Confident in their ability to handle the situation, Yi Fan made his way to the 8th floor to check on the room where the kidnappers were held. Upon entering the room, Yi Fan reached out and swiftly removed the tape from the mouth of the one-eyed man. Then, with an impassive expression, inquired, You must be the leader among these individuals, correct? Kid, I advise you to release me at once. This matter is beyond the capacity of a mere student like yourself. Be wary of the fire you may attract. Even now, the one-eyed man still dismissed Yi Fan's presence. Are you truly unaware of the state of the outside world? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly while munching on an apple. What happens outside is of no concern to me, the one-eyed man retorted, glaring fiercely. Allow me to elucidate. The world beyond has been utterly overrun by zombies. The former order holds no value in this new reality. Your status, honor, and background mean nothing now. Even the government has crumbled. So why persist in this charade? Yi Fan stated directly. What exactly do you mean? The one-eyed man sensed that Yi Fan's words were no jest. My meaning is quite straightforward. Your current predicament allows me to end your life with a mere gesture, without a thought for the consequences. Thus, it is in your best interest to cooperate fully, answer my questions truthfully, and refrain from irrelevant chatter, lest my temper lead me to truly harm you. Yi Fan tossed aside the apple core, maintaining a stoic demeanor. I can comply, but will you release us once I answer your questions? The one-eyed man asked. Blinking at Yi Fan, I bear no grudge against you. Should you remain cooperative, I shall certainly consider your release, Yi Fan replied with a smile. Very well. What do you wish to ask? The one-eyed man inhaled deeply before speaking. Who are the two individuals you have kidnapped? Yi Fan inquired softly. The man is Zhao Jianmin, the mayor of our city, Shilin. The woman is Li Ziyu. I am uncertain of her background, but I have heard she may have connections to the military and comes from a prominent family, the one-eyed man confessed, fully aware of Yi Fan's ruthless reputation. Upon learning their identities, Yi Fan could not help but furrow his brow. Although Zhao Jianmin was the mayor, in this world, such titles carried little weight, and he was not overly concerned. However, If Li Ziyu indeed had military ties, that could complicate matters significantly. Yi Fan understood that for a considerable time after the apocalypse began, the military had remained absent, engaged in purging zombies from their bases. Yet, once their resources were depleted, they would inevitably venture into the cities, potentially establishing their own dominion, for they possessed an abundance of ammunition, rendering ordinary civilians defenseless. Thus, Yi Fan found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with Li Ziyu. Mishandling the situation could lead to severe repercussions. Who ordered you to kidnap them? Yi Fan asked after a moment's hesitation. The one-eyed man slowly raised his gaze to Yi Fan and replied with a smile. Brother, that question seems rather superfluous. If they were bold enough to abduct someone of the mayor's stature, do you truly believe they would easily disclose their identities to us, the kidnappers? That is a valid point. Yi Fan nodded slowly and then sent a message through the chat system to Feng Fuguei, requesting some food and drink. Before long, Feng Fuguei entered the room, carrying a selection of cafeteria food. You all should enjoy a proper meal. After you finish, I will let you go. Yi Fan informed the one-eyed man. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man momentarily froze, then whispered, Brother, are you certain this isn't a last meal? Haha. I am not so particular. In this world, resources are paramount. If I truly intended to kill you, I would do so without hesitation. Yi Fan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man's expression visibly relaxed. Chapter 46. Do you still have a conscience? Yi Fan allowed Feng Fuguei and the others to watch as the one-eyed man finished their meal before escorting them out of the hotel. The one-eyed man initially intended to request that Yi Fan return their firearms, but given their utility in the apocalypse, Yi Fan declined. When the one-eyed group stepped out of the hotel and witnessed the grim reality outside, they were utterly stunned. Despite Yi Fan's repeated warnings about the apocalyptic state of the world, they could not have fathomed the extent of devastation he described. Little brother, what on earth happened here? The one-eyed man hesitantly asked Feng Fuguei. I cannot explain it. A horde of zombies just appeared suddenly, and this is the result. You all should be cautious. One moment of carelessness could cost you your lives. Feng Fuguei replied blandly before turning back into the hotel. After a brief contemplation, the one-eyed group located the off-road vehicle they had arrived in and retrieved several handguns and grenades from within. Boss, let us charge in and eliminate that Yi Fan. I suspect they have plenty of supplies. Given the state of the world, we might as well stay here in the hotel. Huang Mao exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Slap. The one-eyed man swiftly struck Huang Mao across the face, glaring at him. Do you have no conscience? Yi Fan spared our lives and even provided us a hearty meal. You want to turn on him now? What are you thinking? Huang Mao felt somewhat aggrieved but acknowledged the validity of the one-eyed man's argument. Regardless of the situation, Yi Fan, aside from taking their guns, had treated them fairly. Let us leave quickly. The one-eyed man commanded with a stoic expression. The young man at the wheel promptly started the vehicle. Little did Yi Fan know that years later, those he had spared today would save his life. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood hesitantly before the door of the room occupied by Li Ziyu and Zhao Jianmin, contemplating how to handle the two of them. Having released the one-eyed man, he worried that if he also let Li Ziyu go, she might misconstrue him as an accomplice of theirs and, upon contacting her military connections, return to exact revenge. However, if he chose not to release them, he could not bring himself to kill them outright. After wrestling with his dilemma, Yi Fan ultimately decided to push open the door and enter the room where the two were held. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Zhao Jianmin quickly shouted, Young man, if you spare me, I can overlook the events that transpired before. Huh, you don't still fancy yourself a mayor, do you? You would do well to set aside your airs. Before me, you are nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged man. Yi Fan retorted with a cold laugh. Zhao Jianmin blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the peculiar behavior of those around him. Why did they exhibit such a blatant disregard for him? Was it possible that his embezzlement had already come to light? Yi Fan chose not to engage with Zhao Jianmin. Instead, he confidently approached Li Ziyu and gently lifted the hood concealing her face. The moment Li Ziyu's exquisite visage was revealed, Yi Fan found himself momentarily entranced, utterly unprepared for her breathtaking beauty. Who are you? Yi Fan inquired softly, redirecting his gaze from her stunning features. I am merely an ordinary person. Li Ziyu replied with a calm demeanor. The one-eyed man has informed me that you appear to possess some military connections. Therefore, I advise you to speak the truth. Yi Fan observed, his tone steady. Li Ziyu hesitated briefly before murmuring, My father is in the military. Yi Fan smiled knowingly at her. He recognized that her statement was not entirely truthful. However, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further, as it seemed futile. I have already released those associated with the one-eyed man. Now, I am uncertain how to deal with the two of you, he said slowly. If you have let those associated with the one-eyed man go, then why not release us as well? Zhao Jianmin demanded, his eyes wide with agitation. Because this woman has military ties. I released those who kidnapped you, but I cannot be sure that you will not seek vengeance against me for this. Yi Fan explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Fan. She had initially perceived him as an ordinary individual, but she was astonished by the depth of his considerations. What do you plan to do with us? Li Ziyu asked, taking a deep breath. Very simply. There are two options. The first is that I could kill both of you. In that case, everyone would assume you perished at the hands of the one-eyed man, and no one would know that I was responsible, Yi Fan stated calmly, observing the flicker of fear in Zhao Jianmin's eyes, his body trembling slightly. And the second option? Li Ziyu inquired, maintaining her composure. The second option is that you both remain with us. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on you. But you will not be restricted as you are now. However, should you attempt to escape and I discover it, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Yi Fan replied with an unsettling tranquility. Li Ziyu regarded him in silence. Zhao Jianmin whispered, even if you control us, what difference does it make? The military will eventually find us. If the military can truly locate you, then you could serve as proof that I did not kidnap you, could you not? Yi Fan responded with a smile. I have a question. Li Ziyu suddenly interjected. Ask away, Yi Fan said, casting a glance at her. What is the outside world like now? Is it truly as dire as you say, a veritable apocalypse? Li Ziyu's concern for this matter was palpable. I cannot ascertain your definition of an apocalypse, but I believe that even if I were to release you, you would likely not survive more than 3 days. Yi Fan replied thoughtfully. Could you take me outside to see? Li Ziyu asked after a moment's hesitation. Of course, Yi Fan nodded slowly. Then proceeded to untie both Li Ziyu and Zhao Jianmin, leading them out of the hotel. As they stepped outside, the expression on Li Ziyu's face transcended mere shock. She gazed at the chaotic, darkened streets and the corpses strewn across the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is the voice in my head truly real? Is this world now overrun with zombies? Li Ziyu's voice trembled as she questioned Yi Fan. Indeed, Yi Fan affirmed with a nod. Thus, I recommend that you both remain with me. Should anyone truly find you, I will allow you to leave. But I do not wish for you to perish along the way. Otherwise, if someone were to discover my location, I may struggle to provide an adequate explanation. All right. Li Ziyu replied without hesitation, eager to stay with him. I can remain here. I can stay too, Zhao Jianmin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he surveyed the street filled with zombies. He concluded that remaining with Yi Fan was the safer choice, at least for now. Upon witnessing Li Ziyu and Zhao Jianmin's agreement to stay with him, Yi Fan entrusted Zhao Jianmin to Feng Fugui's care, while Li Ziyu was placed under Jin Qianqian's supervision. To Yi Fan, these individuals held little practical value. He merely feared that releasing them might inadvertently bring calamity upon himself or the students within the hotel. With the hotel thoroughly sanitized, Yi Fan instructed the captains to distribute the collected supplies evenly among the students. Some students promptly returned their provisions to Yi Fan, recalling their debts of 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water, while others opted to stash their supplies away, anticipating future shortages. As for the accommodations, Yi Fan organized them into groups of 4 per room. This arrangement would ensure that the students maintained a degree of combat readiness in the face of potential emergencies, providing mutual support in times of distress. By the time Yi Fan returned to his room after organizing everything, it was already past 2 in the morning. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, Yi Fan awoke, washed his face, and made his way to the living room. There, he discovered Li Ziyu, Jin Qianqian, and the beautiful Song Sisi enjoying breakfast. With an abundance of bread and milk available from the supermarket, Jin Qianqian and Song Sisi had been subsisting primarily on these items, while vegetables, fruits, and meats had long since spoiled due to the power outage, rendering them inedible. Li Ziyu adapted surprisingly well to the situation. She proved to be far more resilient than Yi Fan had anticipated. It was likely that a typical individual, having been confined for several days only to emerge into a world transformed into an apocalypse, would have succumbed to despair. Yi Fan, come join us for breakfast. Song Sisi called out eagerly. Yes, Yi Fan replied with a gentle nod, taking a seat and beginning to eat some bread. What are our plans for today? Jin Qianqian inquired. You all need only to remain here, Yi Fan instructed. Yi Fan replied calmly, expressing that it was indeed rather tedious to remain there. How about you take me out to hunt some zombies? Jin Qianqian asked with a bright smile. Yi Fan, somewhat exasperated, responded, taking you along would only hinder me. It's best if you stay put. Upon hearing this, Jin Qianqian pouted slightly, but chose not to press the matter further. Li Ziyu then slowly lifted her gaze to Yi Fan and quietly inquired, Is there something you need me to do while I'm here? Not at the moment. But I will inform you if anything arises, Yi Fan replied as he glanced at Li Ziyu. He was genuinely curious about her background and wished to uncover the mysteries surrounding her identity within the military. Just then, Yi Fan received a message from Xiaoya. Are we going to hunt the Tier 3 elite zombies today? Sure, just come to Longwei Mall and find me, Yi Fan replied. Xiaoya's response was a simple acknowledgement, after which the conversation fell silent. Previously, Yi Fan had devoted most of his energy to ensuring the safety of the students, delaying his pursuit of Tier 3 elite zombies, which had consequently hindered his leveling progress. Nevertheless, given his prior high level, he believed he would still qualify for the system's upgrade rewards. If you 3 have nothing pressing, it's best to remain in the safe house and avoid going outside. I will be stepping out today, Yi Fan said casually after nibbling on a bit of food, addressing Song Sisi and the others. Going out for what? Song Sisi promptly queried. What else could he be doing? obviously to hunt zombies. Jean Qianqian chimed in with a laugh. Upon hearing their exchange, Li Ziyu's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity, and she turned to Yi Fan, asking, what benefits are there in hunting zombies? Certainly, there are advantages. You can level up, enhancing your strength and various attributes, which would significantly aid your survival in this world, Yi Fan succinctly explained, casting a glance at Li Ziyu. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly asked, could you take me out to see the outside world today? I have never encountered a zombie, and I wish to know what they truly look like. Yi Fan stared at Li Ziyu, unsure of how to respond. Most people were doing everything possible to avoid zombies. Yet she wanted to accompany him to observe them. Zombies are exceedingly repulsive. I advise against going. Song Cece interjected. Still haunted by the memory of being pinned down by a zombie. I still wish to see. Li Ziyu replied impassively. Very well, if you truly wish to go. Then I shall take you to see, Yi Fan concluded, believing that witnessing the zombies would likely dispel her thoughts of fleeing, thus simplifying matters for him. A few minutes later, Yi Fan and Li Ziyu stepped out of the safe house. Outside, Feng Fuguei and several other team leaders awaited Yi Fan's emergence from the mall. Brother Fan, what shall we do today? Feng Fuguei asked cheerfully. After yesterday's exertions, everyone must be weary. Those who wish to rest may do so. Those who do not can be organized to search for supplies nearby. Any supplies found will belong to the finders, and if anyone forms a team, they should share equally. Just ensure they do not quarrel over food. Yi Fan suggested after a moment's thought. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. Fuguei, how is Zhao Jiamen faring? Yi Fan inquired. He attempted to escape last night, but my men caught him. I gave him a good thrashing and locked him in the small black room. Feng Fuguei grinned. All right. You can handle him. If he manages to escape, you will be the first I come looking for. Yi Fan replied with a slow nod. Brother Fan, rest assured. Even if I were to lose him, I would not allow that to happen. Feng Fuguei assured, knowing Zhao Jiamen's significance. Just then, a black SUV sped toward Yi Fan's position. Recognizing it as Xiao Ye's vehicle, he swiftly opened the door and climbed inside, with Li Ziyu following suit. Upon seeing Yi Fan enter the vehicle, Feng Fuguei couldn't help but murmur, Brother Fan is living quite the charmed life today, surrounded by so many beautiful women. When will I be able to enjoy such fortune? Enough with your daydreaming. Let us see when you can become as formidable as Brother Fan, Gowan retorted, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, once inside the car, Yi Fan noticed that not only was Xiao Ye present, but Xiao Ning was also seated in the passenger seat. Upon spotting Li Ziyu entering with Yi Fan, the two sisters exchanged a glance filled with unspoken complexities. The younger Xiao Ning, unable to contain her curiosity, directly asked Yi Fan, is that lady your girlfriend? Why not introduce us? She is not my girlfriend. I rescued her from a hotel yesterday, Yi Fan explained matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Xiao Ye felt a sense of relief wash over her. Xiao Ning, pouting slightly, retorted, I never realized you were so altruistic back in school. Is it only the pretty ones you save? Those less fortunate, you simply ignore? Well, if you ever find yourself in danger, I certainly won't come to your aid. Yi Fan nodded sincerely in response to Xiao Ning's statement. Upon hearing his reply, Xiao Ning trembled with indignation, her expression radiating fury. Chapter 48. Xiao Ye's trouble. After Yi Fan and Li Ziyu boarded Xiao Ye's vehicle, she drove towards Nanyang University. Previously, while searching for Xiao Ning, Xiao Ye had passed through a neighborhood where her team discovered the presence of Tier 3 elite zombies. However, at that time, due to their relatively weak abilities and their urgency to find Xiao Ning, they did not wish to waste time confronting the Tier 3 zombies. Yet, Xiao Ye was uncertain whether those Tier 3 zombies still lingered in the neighborhood, so she decided to take Yi Fan there to test their luck. Throughout the journey, Xiao Ning and Yi Fan bickered playfully, a situation Xiao Ye seemed accustomed to as she drove in silence. Li Ziyu, however, gazed out the window, frowning as she absorbed the drastic changes that had occurred in the world outside after being held captive by the kidnappers for merely a few days. Observing the zombies wandering the streets, Li Ziyu began to realize the veracity of Yi Fan's earlier assertions. The world had indeed transformed into a veritable apocalypse. Soon, the vehicle entered a neighborhood, and as it did, hordes of zombies rushed toward the car. Li Ziyu, witnessing the oncoming zombies, experienced a whirlwind of emotions, shock, astonishment, but most dominantly, fear. Xiao Yu exhibited an extraordinary composure as she suddenly pressed the accelerator with fervor. The vehicle surged forward, barreling towards the horde of zombies, mercilessly crushing them beneath its tires. In that instant, countless anguished wails erupted from the abominable creatures. Li Ziyu found herself at a loss for words to describe the scene unfolding before her. However, the expressions on Yi Fan, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Ye's faces remained eerily calm, as if this were a trivial matter of no consequence. Soon, Xiao Ye maneuvered the car into a square within the community. At the center of the square, a diminutive and frail zombie was voraciously gnawing on a human corpse. Upon sighting this creature, a flicker of excitement danced in Yi Fan's eyes. Although this zombie appeared significantly more formidable than those he had encountered previously, he was still certain it was a third-tier elite zombie. Tell me its weakness, Yi Fan urgently inquired of Xiao Ning. Upon hearing his request, Xiao Ning merely smirked and crossed her arms, retorting, "You have to plead with me first." Yi Fan, disinterested in bantering with Xiao Ning, promptly pushed open the car door and exited. Li Ziyu's eyes flickered with concern, fully aware of the plethora of zombies lurking outside. And she feared that Yi Fan's reckless descent from the vehicle could prove perilous. "Do not fret, those low-tier zombies wouldn't dare approach this fool," Xiao Ning reassured. Sensing Li Ziyu's trepidation, Li Ziyu was taken aback momentarily before glancing out the car window. Remarkably, upon witnessing Yi Fan step out, the zombies retreated in unison, showing no inclination to attack him. "What is happening?" Li Ziyu exclaimed incredulously towards Xiao Ning. "Yi Fan's level is far too high. Lower-tier zombies will not initiate an attack against him," Xiao Ning explained matter-of-factly. "Level?" Li Ziyu gazed at Xiao Ning, puzzled, realizing that she had fallen significantly behind her companions. Had it not been for Yi Fan's intervention, her survival in this world would have been exceedingly doubtful. After disembarking, Yi Fan dashed towards the location of the third-tier elite zombie. Given his elevated level, he required no assistance from Xiao Ning to effortlessly deal with the creature. After dispatching the zombie, Yi Fan returned to the vehicle. Xiaoya regarded him with astonishment, as if witnessing an ordinary individual effortlessly confront a first-tier zombie. Yi Fan's combat prowess had transcended that of his companions, creating a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Xiao Mei knew, "Let us set forth to seek the next target." Yi Fan cheerfully called out to Xiaoya. Without hesitation, Xiaoya revved the engine and continued the hunt for their next quarry. Li Ziyu observed Yi Fan with a mixture of awe and admiration, acutely aware of the disparity between him and an average person. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed. Yi Fan finally completed his task of eliminating 10 third-tier elite zombies. Upon accomplishing this feat, his level ascended to 20, with all attributes now boasting a value of 30. He was a mere 500 experience points away from reaching level 21. To Yi Fan's astonishment, he discovered he was the 578th player globally to achieve level 20. This revelation implied that there were at least 500 individuals worldwide whose combat abilities matched his, all possessing awakening powers of SSS rank. As such terrifying progression was simply unattainable otherwise. Yi Fan also received 3 antidotes and a serum for infection prevention as rewards. Additionally, he was granted materials for upgrading a first-tier safe house, which he promptly exchanged for 100 second-tier materials. With these resources, he would have ample materials to elevate the safe house to level 6. Furthermore, he acquired 2 A-grade cards. However, Yi Fan chose not to activate these cards immediately, knowing they could be exchanged for valuable items within the card signing system, and at this moment, he lacked for nothing. Thus he refrained from hastily opening them. After completing his task, Yi Fan intended to return directly to the shopping mall. Just then, Xiaoya received a voice message from her subordinate. As the conversation transpired within the confines of the system's chat room, Yi Fan and the others were unable to hear the details. Nonetheless, he sensed a grim expression settling on Xiaoya's face. Soon, she concluded the call and resumed driving, noticeably increasing her speed. What transpired? Yi Fan hesitated before inquiring of Xiaoya. "Nothing of consequence." Xiaoya gently shook her head. "If something has occurred that I can assist with, do not hesitate to inform me. Though I have not joined your organization, we can still consider ourselves friends," Yi Fan cheerfully reminded her. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, he was indeed grateful. The last time they faced a 4th-tier zombie, without Xiaoya's ultimate support, vanquishing it would have been a daunting task. Moreover, Xiaoya had aided him in locating the final 3 third-tier elite zombies that day. These acts of kindness were firmly etched in Yi Fan's memory. "Zhang Wanyan's men are currently heading towards my base. They are likely to arrive in half an hour. I fear my people may not be able to hold the base," Xiaoya confessed to Yi Fan in hushed tones after a moment's hesitation. "Your base?" Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by her declaration. "Indeed. I have converted a commercial street into a base, and my people are currently situated there." Xiaoya nodded slowly, meeting Yi Fan's gaze. "Then let us not return to the mall. We shall head to your location directly," Yi Fan suggested after a moment of contemplation. Xiaoya paused, then softly replied, "It's all right, as long as I can return before Zhang Wanyan's men arrive. He is not someone to be trifled with. It would be best if you do not involve yourself in this matter. If it were anyone else's predicament, I might turn a blind eye, but for yours, I shall certainly intervene. Let us head straight to your base," Yi Fan cheerfully retorted. Xiao Ning, glancing at Yi Fan, pouted and remarked, "I never expected you to possess a shred of conscience. Sister, you should take Yi Fan along. Those men of Zhang Wanyan are formidable opponents, and having Yi Fan with us may provide some assurance." After a few moments of contemplation, Xiaoya abruptly swerved the steering wheel, altering their course towards her base. Chapter 49, The Deal. Yi Fan was no stranger to the name Zhang Wanyan, having heard of him both before and after the apocalypse. Prior to the end of the world, Zhang Wanyan was a notorious gangster in Nanyang City, allegedly overseeing an entire district's entertainment venues, with numerous henchmen at his disposal. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Zhang Wanyan, an awakened individual himself, became the first leader to declare the establishment of an organization in Nanyang City, bolstered by a considerable number of subordinates. Within a mere month, he successfully eradicated all the zombies in a district and subsequently monopolized its resources. Yi Fan was also informed that Zhang Wanyan's relationship with Xiaoya had never been particularly amiable, which could very well be linked to the current conflict. Nevertheless, Yi Fan was astonished that Xiaoya, this woman, managed to conceive the notion of a base in such a short span of time. One must concede that she is indeed exceptionally intelligent, exhibiting capabilities that far surpass those of other women in this post-apocalyptic world. A month later, numerous bases, both large and small, would emerge throughout Nanyang City, some housing hundreds of individuals while others contained merely a handful. The purpose of these bases was to safeguard the resources they currently possessed and to withstand the impending zombie hordes. The first wave of zombies was anticipated to arrive a month after the game's commencement, initially consisting of only a few hundred, predominantly first-tier zombies. However, as time progressed, the number of zombies would significantly escalate, accompanied by the emergence of higher-tier variants. If a base lacked sufficient defensive capabilities, it would swiftly be overwhelmed by the horde. Crucially, the game system would not provide players with any notifications regarding the arrival of the zombie tide, implying that the horde could potentially strike during seemingly safe moments, thereby greatly increasing the difficulty for ordinary individuals to survive in this world. Throughout their journey, Xiaoya maintained a grave expression, while Xiao Ning appeared relatively composed, well aware of Yi Fan's prowess. Should Yi Fan choose to intervene, repelling Zhang Wanyan's followers would not pose a challenge. 15 minutes later, Xiaoya maneuvered her SUV to the entrance of a commercial street, where a towering iron gate, nearly 5 to 6 meters high, stood firmly closed. Upon recognizing Xiaoya, two young men hurriedly opened the gate, allowing her vehicle to enter the commercial area. After disembarking, Yi Fan conducted a cursory survey of the street, which extended approximately 2 to 3,000 meters, boasting hundreds of shops. Xiaoya promptly instructed her team to barricade the right exit of the street with concrete, steel reinforcement, and some abandoned vehicles. This effectively meant that the commercial street had only one exit, heavily fortified, with the formidable iron gate capable of thwarting the majority of zombies, alongside personnel assigned to guard it. The abundance of shops within the street, including 4 or 5 supermarkets, ensured a steady supply of provisions for Xiaoya and her group. Several fuel-powered generators roared to life, providing the essential electrical requirements for the entire commercial street. To Yi Fan's astonishment, he discovered an ancient well within the street, still filled with water. This revelation indicated that not only did Xiaoya's group have ample food, but they also need not worry about water resources. With water, electricity, and food in abundance, complemented by towering buildings on either side, this commercial street was indeed a veritable haven for survival. Initially, Yi Fan believed his own location within a shopping mall was commendable, but upon witnessing Xiaoya's commercial street, he became acutely aware of the disparity. "Did you arrange all of this?" Yi Fan inquired in disbelief, turning to Xiaoya. "Indeed, prior to the onset of the apocalypse, I played a survival game with Xiao Ning, which has afforded me some insights into planning a commercial street in this new reality," Xiaoya replied with a nod. At that moment, Yi Fan began to grasp why this woman had become the sole female leader of Nanyang City. In less than a week since the apocalypse began, she had established such a formidable base, a feat that was nothing short of remarkable. The multitude of shops meant that Xiaoya's followers would not need to search for housing or expend energy constructing safe havens. They could reside right here. However, Yi Fan also recognized the limitations of the commercial street. While it could comfortably accommodate a few hundred individuals, it would be insufficient for a larger population. Li Ziyu, closely shadowing Yi Fan, was equally astonished by the commercial street and could not help but ask Xiaoya, "Did the owners of these shops agree to your occupation of their premises? This commercial street originally belonged to my sister, and those shops were rented out by her. Furthermore, she chose to shelter them, so they naturally have no objections," Xiao Ning explained. Yi Fan, upon hearing this, couldn't resist glancing at Xiaoya, secretly marveling at her status as a true affluent individual. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he might never have encountered someone of Xiaoya's caliber. Just then, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached Xiaoya. Yi Fan recognized him from their previous encounter with a 4th-tier zombie. He too was likely an awakened individual. "Mr. Yi, you have arrived," the middle-aged man exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes upon seeing Yi Fan. "Yes," Yi Fan replied with a slow nod. "Miss, it seems Zhang Wanyan's men will arrive in about 10 minutes. The middle-aged man informed Xiaoya, his tone tense. "How many are they bringing?" Xiaoya inquired, her brow furrowing. "Over 10 vehicles, approximately 50 to 60 individuals," the middle-aged man responded. "Do they possess firearms?" This was perhaps the most pressing concern. "Unlikely." The middle-aged man shook his head. "That is reassuring." Xiaoya exhaled deeply, her greatest fear being that Zhang Wanyan's followers would be armed. However, they would likely have at least 15 awakened individuals, while their own numbers had dwindled to fewer than 5 capable of combat due to losses sustained during their previous school encounter. The middle-aged man's statement caused Xiaoya to furrow her brow further. The disparity in the number of awakened individuals translated into a significant difference in strength. "If Mr. Yi is willing to assist us, I believe this gap in power could be considerably narrowed," the middle-aged man suggested. turning his gaze towards Yifan. Xiaoya also looked at Yifan, while only Xiao Ning pouted and remarked, "Isn't Yifan here to help us? What other reason could he possibly have for coming?" Xiao Ning, refrain from making such presumptions. Whether Mr. Yi chooses to assist us is entirely his decision. We cannot impose upon him, Xiaoya admonished softly. Yifan then raised his gaze to Xiaoya and gently inquired, "What is Zhang Wanyan's purpose in coming here?" "They intend to seize my base." Xiaoya replied in a hushed tone. "Is this not merely a personal conflict between the two of you?" Yifan continued to probe. "Certainly not. He is aware of the abundant resources I possess here and recognizes it as a natural refuge, thus he seeks to take it. There exists no personal animosity between Zhang Wanyan and myself." Xiaoya quickly clarified. Yifan slowly nodded, then spoke softly, "Since that is the case, I can assist you. But I too have my conditions." "What conditions?" Xiaoya inquired. "1/5 of the supplies from this commercial street," Yifan stated bluntly. "Yifan, how can you be like this? You said we were friends before coming here, and now you're asking for supplies," Xiao Ning exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. "Indeed, we are friends. But my assistance to you would mean incurring the ire of Zhang Wanyan. Therefore, requesting a token of compensation is hardly unreasonable, is it? Besides, you know me well. I never engage in endeavors that lack personal benefit," Yifan retorted with conviction. "You scoundrel." Xiao Ning was so agitated, she nearly raised her hand to strike him. However, Xiaoya intervened, gently restraining Xiao Ning, and then said softly, "I can provide you with 1/5 of the supplies, but you must help me drive away Zhang Wanyan's people. Furthermore, should they return, you must offer me unconditional support." "Deal," Yifan replied with a cheerful grin directed at Xiaoya. Chapter 50, A Forceful Seizure. Xiao Ning glared at the shameless smile on Yifan's face, her anger boiling within her. It was evident that Yifan was taking advantage of the situation. Yet, she found herself without a better alternative, for Zhang Wanyan's men clearly possessed superior strength compared to Xiaoya's group. Thus, without Yifan's assistance, the situation for Xiaoya would be perilous. "Miss, Zhang Wanyan's men are already at our doorstep." At that moment, a young man rushed to Xiaoya, his voice filled with urgency. "Old son, go call for help," Xiaoya commanded the middle-aged man beside her. "Understood." Old son nodded and hurried away. In approximately 2 to 3 minutes, around 20 individuals emerged from various shops. Yifan briefly assessed the group, including Xiaoya and Xiao Ning. There appeared to be 6 awakened individuals, each above level 10. Such a formation yielded formidable combat prowess, capable of contending with even a third-tier elite zombie. At that moment, Yifan finally comprehended why Xiaoya and her companions had managed to establish themselves as formidable leaders in his previous life. It was not merely due to their luck or strength in the aftermath of the apocalypse, but rather because they had possessed a certain social standing and connections prior to the calamity. Thus, after the onset of the apocalypse, they could swiftly gather personnel and secure vital locations as bases. Xiaoya led the group directly towards the base's exterior. Upon exiting, more than a dozen black SUVs were neatly parked along the road in front of the base. In this apocalyptic world, where most roads were devastated, SUVs emerged as the favored choice for humanity. Their robust performance allowed them to traverse paths that ordinary sedans could not. A bald young man cheerfully leaped out from one of the SUVs, accompanied by a throng of 40 to 50 people, marching towards Xiaoya's position. Yifan squinted. Observing the individuals accompanying the young man, Old Son's assessment proved accurate. At least 10 among them were awakened, though their levels were comparable to those of Xiaoya's group, indicating that under normal circumstances, an awakened individual would only reach around level 10 at this stage. Such levels were indeed a rare sight in the small city of Nanyang. "Sister Xiao, this is our first meeting since the apocalypse, isn't it?" The bald young man greeted Xiaoya with a grin as he approached. Xiaoya appraised the bald young man, knowing he was Su Hu, the second in command under Zhang Wanyan. "Where is Boss Zhang?" Xiaoya inquired, her gaze icy and her tone calm. "Our leader unfortunately broke his leg while fighting zombies a few days ago and is currently recuperating," Su Hu replied with a smile. "How unfortunate," Xiao Ning remarked, pouting. "Xiao Ning, you're here too. It's been a while." Su Hu waved at Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning turned her head away, opting not to engage with Su Hu. "What brings you here today?" Xiaoya, uninterested in Su Hu's idle chatter, directly questioned him. "Sister Xiao, I'm in a difficult situation and have come to seek your assistance," Su Hu responded, displaying a degree of politeness. "Assistance? What can I do to help?" Xiaoya couldn't suppress a sarcastic laugh. "You must be aware of our dire circumstances, Sister Xiao. Not only are our supplies scarce, but we're also besieged by zombies. Several of our brothers have sustained injuries, and our location is unsuitable for recovery. Thus, our leader sent me to discuss with you the possibility of sheltering our injured until they heal. Rest assured, we will leave at the first opportunity," Su said, grinning broadly as he gazed at the alluring Xiaoya. "Unfortunately, we are also low on supplies, so we cannot accommodate your injured." Xiaoya paused before continuing. "However, I consider myself a friend of your boss Zhang, and I can provide you with some supplies and medicine. This way, you will have something to report back, correct?" Yifan stood quietly to the side, observing Su Hu. He understood well that the competition for resources and territory among various factions was a common occurrence in the apocalypse. Especially in the latter stages, as resources dwindled, such conflicts intensified. Many leaders, in their quest to bolster their organization's strength, had no choice but to absorb ordinary people into their ranks. However, the more people they brought in, the greater their demand for supplies. In this apocalyptic world, all resources had become non-renewable. As production of supplies was impossible, the only option left was to seize resources from others to bolster their strength. This created a vicious cycle. Many organizations faced the dual challenge of repelling zombie attacks while also contending with other factions for territory and resources, leading to internal strife. However, conflicts between organizations rarely lasted long, as weaker factions were often absorbed or annihilated by stronger ones. Ultimately, this resulted in the emergence of 7 major organizations within Nanyang, each controlling a district while maintaining a status quo, occasionally cooperating when faced with a zombie tide. Sister Xiao, don't jest with me. Who doesn't know that your commercial street alone boasts 5 large supermarkets, more than 10 small ones, and 3 or 4 pharmacies? The apocalypse has only just begun. How could your 20-plus people have exhausted all those supplies? Suhu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Are the ordinary people inside our commercial street not considered human? Don't they need to eat? Xiao Ning exclaimed, her large, watery eyes wide with indignation. Suhu let out a cold sneer, then lifted his head to address Xiaoya. Miss Xiao, are you certain you refuse to assist us? It was evident that Suhu had already resolved to tear off all pretenses when uttering these words. Suhu, did you fail to comprehend my earlier statement? I may lend you some supplies, but your people are absolutely forbidden from entering my commercial district. Xiaoya, renowned throughout Nanyang City as a formidable leader, remained entirely unfazed by Suhu's thinly veiled threats. Moreover, having already forged an alliance with Yi Fan, she spoke with even greater confidence. Since Miss Xiao shows no intention of negotiating in good faith, I shall waste no further words. Suhu sneered coldly and gestured with a slight wave of his hand. Tap, tap, tap. The 40 to 50 individuals behind him immediately advanced toward Xiaoya and her companions. Suhu, do you intend to resort to violence? Xiaoya inquired expressionlessly. Miss Xiao, our boss has given strict orders. We must secure a place for our injured comrades to recuperate today, by any means necessary. If you refuse to lend us your premises, we have no choice but to take it by force. Suhu paused briefly before continuing. Do not hold it against us. Miss Xiao, we are merely fighting for our survival. Chapter 51, The Battle Begins. After a series of negotiations, Suhu finally bared his fangs. The two sides stood in a tense confrontation, the atmosphere growing increasingly strained. Attack! Suhu bellowed to his followers. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd surged toward Xiaoya's group. In truth, they had been eagerly anticipating this moment, as everyone knew that Xiaoya's commercial district housed abundant resources. Seizing it would mean an end to their hunger, a paramount aspiration in this apocalyptic era. Xiaoya's forces charged forward without delay, and the two sides instantly clashed. Although outnumbered, Xiaoya's followers were her most trusted confidants, and their combat prowess clearly surpassed that of Suhu's ordinary men. Despite the enemy's numerical advantage of over 40, they fought Xiaoya's 20-plus defenders to a standstill. Yet Yi Fan understood that these ordinary combatants would not determine the outcome of the battle. The true deciders were Suhu and the awakened ones standing behind him. Must it come to this, Miss Xiao? Suhu asked with a mocking smile. You are the one attempting to invade my territory. And now you ask if it must come to this? Xiaoya retorted coldly, her brow furrowed. I truly have no desire to lay a hand on a beauty like you, Miss Xiao. Suhu chuckled lightly, then rolled his neck and cracked his knuckles. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he lunged toward Xiaoya. Tiger transformation. Suhu roared. In mere seconds, his body underwent a dramatic change. Enveloped in a coat of yellow fur that gave him the appearance of a genuine tiger, even his movements mimicking the beast's predatory grace. Seeing Suhu spring into action, Lao Sun immediately rushed to intercept him, positioning himself in front of Xiaoya. Lao Sun's awakened power was that of steel, and his body instantly hardened as if forged from molten metal. Boom! A deafening impact echoed as Suhu's fist collided violently with Lao Sun's chest. Yet Lao Sun stood firm, unmoved. Quite intriguing. Suhu sneered, glancing at Lao Sun before turning to shout at the other awakened ones behind him. Stop spectating. Let us finish them off quickly and feast to our heart's content. Hearing his command, the awakened ones unleashed their powers without hesitation and swarmed toward Xiaoya's group. A trace of anxiety flickered in Xiaoya's beautiful eyes as she swiftly gestured with her right hand. 5 or 6 blades of glacial ice shot toward the approaching awakened ones. Barrier force. A woman standing at the rear of the crowd shouted. A translucent barrier materialized before Suhu and his followers, effortlessly deflecting Xiaoya's icy projectiles. Fascinating, Yi Fan murmured, observing the battlefield with a faint smile. He had not anticipated that a small city like Nanyang would harbor so many awakened individuals, each possessing a diverse array of abilities. It appeared that most of these awakened ones had grown accustomed to their powers and understood how to wield them effectively. Consequently, battles among the awakened differed entirely from those between ordinary humans, resembling a clash of deities, each displaying their unique prowess. Although Xiaoya's side demonstrated superior coordination, they were outnumbered 2-1 by the enemy awakened. In less than 5 minutes, Xiaoya's forces began to falter under the relentless assault. Yi Fan, how long do you plan to stand by? Intervene now. Xiaolin, though awakened herself, possessed no combat capability. She cried out in agitation as she watched Xiaoya's defenders struggle. Yi Fan, however, was not idly delaying. He was carefully studying the combat styles of their adversaries, intending to identify and eliminate the most threatening awakened ones first to ease the battle. In truth, Yi Fan's own awakened ability was not combat-oriented, and his summoner skill was still on cooldown. To defeat these foes, he relied solely on his level advantage, leaving no room for carelessness. Dying at the hands of these individuals would be far more disgraceful than falling to the undead. Just then, Suhu landed a powerful blow on Lao Sun's chest, forcing him back several steps before he regained his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Suhu charged directly at Xiaoya. He knew well that capturing her would simplify everything. Xiaoya instantly released 5 blades of glacial ice, which shot towards Suhu at a terrifying speed. Barrier. The woman at the far end of the battlefield called out impassively. A barrier materialized before Suhu, perfectly intercepting Xiaoya's attack. Suhu closed in on Xiaoya and said coldly, "My apologies, Miss Xiao." With those words, he threw a devastating punch. His tiger form awakening granted him not only immense speed, but also fearsome strength. But just as his fist was about to strike Xiaoya, a figure suddenly darted forward and firmly grasped Suhu's wrist. Suhu suddenly raised his head, realizing, to his astonishment, that there were indeed awakeners beside Xiaoya. At that moment, he became acutely aware that he was unable to discern the level of the person before him. It is worth noting that Suhu had already reached the 13th rank, a status that could undoubtedly be considered quite formidable in Nanyang. Instinctively, he attempted to retract his fist, only to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he could not free himself from the grip of the individual before him. Though Suhu, in his tiger form, had experienced a significant enhancement in both strength and speed, such an elevation was contingent upon rank. Naturally, it paled in comparison to the terrifying improvements in physical prowess that Yi Fan exhibited upon leveling up. Bang! Yi Fan lifted his leg and delivered a kick directly to Suhu's abdomen. Suhu barely had time to register what had transpired before he was sent flying by Yi Fan's strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Brother Hu. The awakeners accompanying Suhu underwent a dramatic change in expression upon witnessing Yi Fan's effortless dispatching of Suhu. They understood that Suhu was the most powerful among them, and if Yi Fan could so easily send him flying, it implied that Yi Fan's strength likely surpassed that of the rest of them combined. Forget about the others, kill him. Suhu bellowed in agony from the ground. Upon hearing his command, the onlookers ceased their actions and began to scrutinize Yi Fan. You all retreat. Yi Fan shouted at Xiaoya's companions. He recognized that they had sustained injuries during the earlier skirmish and, if they continued to fight, they would not only be of no assistance, but could also complicate matters for him. I will handle this. At that moment, a young man in bear form shouted and charged directly towards Yi Fan. Barrier. A woman with barrier powers quickly erected a shield around the young man. Despite his bear form, the young man's speed was not particularly swift, and he lumbered toward Yi Fan. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, striking out like a heavy hammer, accompanied by a whistling wind, aiming straight for Yi Fan. In an instant, Yi Fan vanished from sight. The bear-like youth paused in confusion. Dahua, be careful, Suhu shouted. Chapter 52, like a hot knife through butter. Suhu never imagined that Yi Fan's speed could be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had appeared behind the bear-like youth and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding impact, the bear-like youth was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Without hesitation, Yi Fan darted like a bolt of lightning toward the other awakeners near Suhu. Barrier. The woman standing at the back of the crowd reacted quickly, raising a barrier in an attempt to thwart Yi Fan's advance. With a swift motion, Yi Fan swung his Kusanagi sword, effortlessly cleaving the barrier in two. The woman's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing her barrier shatter so easily, as it was the first time she had seen someone break through it with such ease. Stop gawking and attack together. An awakener shouted as he recognized the gravity of the situation. In an instant, the awakeners accompanying Suhu launched an assault on Yi Fan. Wind, fire, thunder, and ice. Various types of attacks surged toward him in a chaotic frenzy. However, the disparity in rank rendered Yi Fan's speed unimaginable to the other awakeners. He deftly evaded their onslaught, choosing to take them down one by one. Yi Fan's combat style, in contrast to that of the awakeners, was rather simplistic, relying solely on close combat or strikes with the Kusanagi sword. Had his summoner skills not been on cooldown, or if he had not given the Book of Fire's secrets to Feng Fugue, this battle would have been significantly easier for him. After evading the first wave of attacks, Yi Fan charged toward a middle-aged man. Like Feng Fugue, the middle-aged man wielded the power of fire for his attacks. Yi Fan's fist connected with the man's chest, and the middle-aged man's physical condition was no match for that of the bear-like youth. After taking Yi Fan's blow, he was sent flying, coughing up blood, and died on the spot. Suhu's expression was one of utter shock. He could scarcely comprehend the extent of Yi Fan's combat prowess. Xiaoya, Xiaoning, Li Ziyu, and the other awakeners regarded Yi Fan with incredulous eyes, as his displayed strength surpassed their wildest expectations. The awakeners accompanying Suhu seemed to have no capacity for resistance against Yi Fan. The ensuing battle could only be described with the phrase like a hot knife through butter. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Fan effortlessly eliminated the remaining awakeners. As for the ordinary individuals accompanying Suhu, they no longer harbored any desire to continue fighting, discarding their weapons and fleeing in haste. After all, it was the awakeners who provided them with confidence. Now that even the awakeners had been vanquished by Yi Fan, what purpose did further combat serve? Suhu lay on the ground, his expression a portrait of despair. He had set out without any inkling that such a formidable expert would be at Xiaoya's side. Had he known of this powerhouse's presence, even with 1,000 lives, he would never have dared to bring his companions along. Once Yi Fan concluded his dealings with Suhu's group, he slowly approached Xiaoya's side. "Thank you." Xiaoya expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yi Fan, fully aware that without his intervention, they would not have stood a chance against Suhu and his men. "You may deal with them as you see fit." Yi Fan, recognizing that Suhu and his associates were devoid of combat capability, chose not to eliminate them himself, but entrusted the matter to Xiaoya. After all, he had no personal grievances with Zhang Wannan. The conflict lay between Xiaoya and Zhang Wannan, while he merely played the role of an ally. Xiaoya took a deep breath and strode towards Suhu. Upon seeing her approach, Suhu's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily knelt before her, his voice trembling with urgency. "Sister Xiao, I was merely following orders, and we had no choice but to target you because we are truly struggling to survive. Please, for the sake of my brother, spare us." "Suhu, do you think my being a woman makes me an easy target for your bullying?" Xiaoya could not suppress a cold laugh, then continued. "In Nanyang City, there are countless places to accommodate you wounded souls, and an abundance of resources for you to seize. Why do you specifically choose to come here?" "This is all at my elder brother's behest. I am merely following his directives." Suhu stammered a reply. "I care not whose orders you follow. Since you dare to lay a hand on me today, if I do not make you witness the consequences, then will anyone feel free to threaten my side in the future?" Xiaoya questioned sternly. "Xiaojia, could you not spare me this once for my brother's sake? Do you truly intend to sever ties with him irreparably? Such a course of action brings no benefit to either side." Suhu pleaded, trembling as he knelt. Xiaoya slowly raised her right hand, her thoughts resolute. She must eliminate Suhu to set an example. Otherwise, her side would never find peace. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Lao Sun approached Xiaoya and whispered urgently, "Miss, Zhang Wanyan possesses numerous firearms, and there may even be awakened among them. Should you kill Suhu now, Zhang Wanyan will undoubtedly seek immediate retribution. Let him come if he desires revenge," Xiaoya replied, her expression calm. "As long as Mr. Yi remains with us, we can manage. But if he is absent, then we will be in dire straits. You must consider this carefully." Xiaoya paused, realizing the gravity of Lao Sun's words. She was aware that Zhang Wanyan was armed. Furthermore, Yi Fan had never indicated he would remain at the base. If she killed Suhu now, it would irrevocably escalate the conflict with Zhang Wanyan. Should Zhang Wanyan seize the opportunity to attack while Yi Fan was away, her situation would become exceedingly perilous. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoya's expression remained impassive as she addressed Suhu. "Return and inform Zhang Wanyan that this is the first and last warning. If your people dare to threaten us again, I, Xiaoya, will fight him to the bitter end. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Yi Fan, overhearing Xiaoya's declaration, could not help but furrow his brow. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose not to voice further objections, as this matter was not directly his concern. He was merely there to assist. "Thank you, Xiaojia. Thank you." Suhu's eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. "Begone." Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively at Suhu. He quickly rose and shouted to his companions, "Stop lying on the ground and get in the vehicle." After uttering this command, Suhu was the first to dash towards the off-road vehicle. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, Suhu kept a wary eye on Xiaoya as he ran. Chapter 53, The Relentless Thief Heart. Suhu and the injured awakens swiftly boarded the off-road vehicle. Meanwhile, Xiaoya narrowed her eyes, knowing full well that her character would never allow her to let Suhu and his companions go unpunished. The losses on her side were considerable, for out of 5 awakened had been injured. However, Xiaoya lacked the confidence to confront Zhang Wanyan directly unless Yi Fan agreed to stay at the base. Despite her repeated invitations, Yi Fan had declined each time, making such an outcome highly improbable. Ultimately, Xiaoya, beset by various pressures, was compelled to let Suhu and his companions depart. Once in the vehicle, Suhu's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "I never anticipated that this wretched girl would find such a formidable awakened, costing me both men and resources." Suhu had come with 10 awakened, losing 2 and leaving 8 severely injured, while the ordinary folk had suffered their own losses. Their predicament was truly dire. Huge losses, Tiger Brother, and we haven't even seized Xiaoya's pedestrian street. How shall we explain this to the elder brother upon our return? A young man whispered to Suhu. Suhu's expression darkened further at this remark, and he replied through clenched teeth, no matter what. We cannot return in such a disgraceful manner. We must present some results to the elder brother. What results? The youth asked, bewildered. Suhu slowly produced a black grenade from the vehicle's glove compartment and, gritting his teeth, declared, if Xiaoya perishes here, then we can easily justify ourselves to the elder brother upon our return. Tiger Brother, isn't this a bit too reckless? Xiaoya just spared us. Isn't this behavior rather dishonorable? The youth stammered. What has this world come to? As long as I can survive, I will do whatever it takes. Suhu shouted, flinging open the window without hesitation, aiming at Xiaoya's position, and pulling the grenade's pin before hurling it with intent. Meanwhile, after witnessing Suhu and his companions depart, Xiaoya turned to head back towards the pedestrian street, while Yifan had been vigilantly observing their exit. Just as he turned away, he saw Suhu's hand abruptly extend from the car window, tossing out a black object. Although Yifan had never encountered grenades before, he recognized it immediately. Judging by its trajectory, it was clearly aimed at Xiaoya. Watch out, Yifan shouted, rushing towards Xiaoya without a moment's hesitation. Xiaoya turned in bewilderment. But before she could comprehend the situation, Yifan had pushed her and Xiao Ning down beneath him. Boom. The grenade exploded with a deafening roar, creating a half-meter deep crater in the ground. The ordinary people standing beside Xiaoya had no time to react, instantly reduced to a bloody mist. Their bodies mangled and thrown nearly a meter into the air. Li Ziyu, being further from Xiaoya, remained unharmed, yet her eyes brimmed with shock. She had never anticipated that these so-called ruffians would possess grenades. It was as though everyone's ears had been rendered deaf in the moment of the explosion. Xiaoya and Xiao Ning were momentarily stunned, unable to grasp what had transpired. Are you two all right? Yifan asked softly, looking down at Xiaoya beneath him. I'm fine, Xiaoya replied softly. Xiao Ning appeared somewhat dazed, unable to utter a word. Yifan slowly rose to his feet, feeling a fiery pain in his back. Upon inspection, he discovered he was bleeding. Yifan's awakening power did not enhance his physical form, leaving him defenseless against bullets or grenades. Fortunately, he was wearing protective gear. Yifan's protective suit was rated A class, and in the instant of the explosion, it shielded him from a considerable amount of lethal damage. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he would merely be losing a bit of blood at this moment. Yifan, are you all right? Xiaoya asked anxiously upon seeing the blood streaming down Yifan's back. She was acutely aware that had Yifan not reacted in time, both she and Xiao Ning would likely have perished in the explosion. I'm fine for now, Yifan replied softly to Xiaoya, without a moment's hesitation, and immediately sprinted towards the direction of Suhu's SUV. Yifan, Xiaoya shouted, seemingly attempting to stop him. However, Yifan's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed more than 10 meters away. Is this lunatic out of his mind? He actually shielded that wretched woman Xiaoya from a grenade. Suhu's expression was one of sheer fury as he sat in the vehicle. He understood all too well that if it had not been for Yifan's intervention, Xiaoya would have undoubtedly met her demise. Brother Hu, it seems that fellow is closing in on us, the driver whispered to Suhu. A flicker of anger crossed Suhu's eyes upon hearing this, and he gritted his teeth, coldly stating, oh, so he likes to chase, does he? Even if I cannot kill Xiaoya today, I shall ensure your demise first. With that, Suhu wasted no time and retrieved another grenade from the glove compartment, hurling it in Yifan's direction. Yifan's reflexes were remarkably swift, easily evading the grenade. Suhu hesitated for a moment, then quietly urged the driver, this guy is too much of a freak. We can't waste any more time on him. Step on it. Understood. The driver nodded vigorously and immediately floored the accelerator, causing the SUV to surge forward at a much greater speed. Though Yifan was fast, catching up to a vehicle traveling at full speed was no simple task. Taking a deep breath, Yifan raised his Kusanagi sword and hurled it towards the SUV. The sword flew like a released arrow, piercing the left rear tire of the vehicle with pinpoint accuracy. As the tire was punctured, the already speeding SUV began to skid uncontrollably. The driver frantically turned the steering wheel, but to no avail. With a thunderous crash, the SUV collided violently with a street lamp. Upon seeing the vehicle come to a halt, Suhu's awakened companions chose not to stop, continuing their frantic sprint down the street. Damn it, useless fool. Suhu snapped, glancing at the driver, who had been knocked unconscious by the impact. Resigned, he kicked the driver out of the seat and attempted to restart the vehicle. However, before Suhu could drive away, Yifan had already reached him. The moment Suhu laid eyes on Yifan, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Yifan's speed was so terrifying. Just moments ago, Yifan had been several hundred meters away, yet he had closed the distance in an instant. Big brother, Suhu stammered as he called out to Yifan. With a swift motion, Yifan yanked the car door open and seized Suhu by the collar, dragging him out of the vehicle like a rag doll. Chapter 54. Why don't you stay tonight? Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Suhu pleaded, trembling as he was pulled from the car. Yi Fan disregarded his pleas and brought him before Xiaoya, unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground like a discarded puppet. What do you intend to do with this man? Yi Fan asked Xiaoya in a low voice. Sister Xiao, I was wrong. Please let me go. I truly regret it. Suhu hastily cried out to her. Suhu, I offered you a chance earlier, but do you think I am an easy target just because I am a woman? I let you go once. And you tried to kill me with a grenade. Do you truly believe I am a fool? Xiaoya's gaze was icy as she looked at Suhu, her voice as frigid as the winter wind. Sister Xiao, I truly did not mean it. It was an accident. Suhu stammered, his voice quivering. An accident? Xiaoya chuckled lightly at Suhu, unsure of how to respond to such a statement. Sister Xiao, on account of my older brother. Could you find it in your heart to spare me? I beg you. Suhu, ever the opportunist, was quick to change his demeanor, pleading for mercy. Old son. Xiaoya called out sharply. Here. Old son responded promptly. Break this man's arms and legs, but do not kill him. Let him suffer, but not too easily. Understood? Xiaoya commanded coldly. Miss, rest assured, I will ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. Old son, harboring deep resentment towards Suhu, growled through gritted teeth. Bring him here. Sister Xiao, please. Spare me. Suhu's desperate cries echoed down the street as he continued to plead, but Xiaoya's expression remained unchanged. Minutes later, Suhu's wails resonated throughout the pedestrian street. Meanwhile, Xiaoya hurried to Yi Fan's side and whispered, Suhu is somewhat important to Zhang Wanyan, so I won't kill him for now. He may prove useful in the future. Do as you see fit. He is of no concern to me, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. You're injured on your back. Come to my room, and I will take care of it for you. Otherwise, it might get infected, Xiaoya continued. All right. Yi Fan nodded lightly. Despite being an awakened one, he was not superhuman. His body was just like anyone else's, susceptible to illness and aging. Yi Fan followed Xiaoya to her safe house, while Xiao Ning was responsible for assisting those who had been injured. Upon entering the safe house, Yi Fan noted that it had likely been upgraded to level 5. The space was quite generous, and she had replaced some furniture, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere typical of a woman's room. I have sent my people to prepare supplies for you. I will not shortchange you on the 1/5 we agreed upon. Xiaoya suddenly said to Yi Fan, Since I got hurt because of you, can't you spare me a little more? Yi Fan asked with a playful smile. I have a large number of people here, so I truly cannot provide any more. However, if you find yourself in need of supplies in the future, you can always come to me. I will lend you whatever you require. Xiaoya's sexy lips parted and closed, and Yi Fan was somewhat entranced watching her. In an instant, he compromised and said, All right, anyway. For now I'm not short on supplies. Good, then let me help you treat your wound first. Just lie down on the sofa. I'll go find some disinfectant. Xiaoya gestured toward the sofa. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, then took off his clothes and protective suit. After the grenade attack, Yi Fan's protective suit was completely destroyed. When Xiaoya saw Yi Fan's bloody back, she was moved for a moment and didn't know what to say. At that time, there were still some pieces of grenade shell lodged in Yi Fan's back. After hesitating, Xiaoya said to him, Yi Fan, I don't have any anesthetic here. But these fragments can't stay in your body. What do you think we should do? Just take them out directly. I should be able to endure it. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Xiaoya didn't reply, but began carefully cleaning Yi Fan's wound. Once the wounds were mostly cleaned, she used tweezers to pick out the fragments one by one from Yi Fan's flesh. And Yi Fan, from start to finish, just lay there motionless, not making a single sound. Looking at Yi Fan, Xiaoya couldn't help but feel some admiration. After all, this kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. But perhaps Xiaoya didn't know, compared to the suffering Yi Fan endured in his previous life, the pain he was enduring now was utterly insignificant. More than half an hour later, Xiaoya was sweating on her forehead, but finally finished treating all of Yi Fan's wounds. Then she carefully bandaged him, and at last it was truly done. Yi Fan, I've finished treating your wound. Just wait for me a bit. I'll go take a shower and change clothes. Since she had hurried to help Yi Fan clean his wounds, Xiaoya hadn't had time to change. All right, go ahead. Yi Fan nodded slowly, then continued resting on the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoya turned and left. About 20 minutes later, Xiaoya came out of the bathroom wearing only a bath towel. When Yi Fan saw her, he froze on the spot. Xiaoya's appearance was just too sexy. Since she wore only a towel, large areas of fair skin were exposed to the air. Her long, white legs, her full, perky breasts, wrapped under the towel, yet seeming ready to burst free. Her sexy figure, her cold and elegant temperament, plus that delicate, pretty face. Yi Fan felt that any man seeing Xiaoya like this would be unable to suppress the impulse to push her onto the bed and properly teach her a lesson. Seeing the look in Yi Fan's eyes, Xiaoya couldn't help but feel a trace of pride. She stepped forward with her long, slender white legs and gracefully sat down beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, looked at her with some vigilance, secretly thinking, could this woman be planning to use a honey trap on me? If she really did use such a trick, Yi Fan wasn't sure whether he could resist. After all, Xiaoya was simply too beautiful. So beautiful it was almost unreasonable. Sitting beside him, Xiaoya also seemed to grow a little nervous. She didn't know what she should take the initiative to say. Yi Fan, I really want to thank you. counting today as 2 times. You've already saved me 3 times. Xiaoya hesitated, then said to him, it's nothing really. I only saved you today because of the supplies you promised me, right? Right now we're just in a cooperative relationship. Yifan replied calmly. Cooperative relationship? Hearing Yifan's words, Xiaoya froze, seemingly not knowing what to say. Well then, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yifan felt that if he stayed here, sooner or later he would fall for Xiaoya, and then wouldn't those supplies be gone? So he thought it best to leave early. Yifan. Just then, Xiaoya suddenly called out. What is it? Yifan turned and asked her. Why don't you stay tonight? Xiaoya's sexy lips trembled slightly as she softly said to Yifan. Chapter 55. To make her his own stay tonight? When Yifan heard what Xiaoya said, he was instantly stunned, his face showing utter shock. Xiaoya was actually using a honey trap on him. Well, you know, with just a man and a woman here alone. Isn't what you said a little inappropriate? Yifan said with an awkward smile. I didn't mean it like that. Xiaoya's pretty face flushed red, then she said softly. I'm worried Zhang Wanyan's people might come again tonight. So I hope you can stay. Tomorrow during the day, I'll have someone reinforce our gate. Then they probably won't be able to break in. So that is how it is. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Yifan's eyes. He smiled and said, I misunderstood. Sorry about that. What did you misunderstand? Seeing Yifan a bit shy, Xiaoya asked softly. And no, nothing. Yifan quickly waved his hand. Then can you stay tonight? Xiaoya asked again. Looking at Yifan. All right, since you've said it like that, and I can't just take your supplies for nothing, I'll help you all the way. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. You really agreed? Xiaoya asked excitedly when she saw him nod. It's just staying here one night, right? What is there not to agree to? Yifan said with a grin, sitting on the sofa. Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll change clothes. Then the two of us can go into the mall and find you a new outfit too. Because of the earlier explosion, Yifan's clothes were already in tatters. So Xiaoya wanted to find him a replacement. All right. Yifan nodded lightly at her. Xiaoya stood up, ready to go into the bedroom to change. But after just 2 steps, her foot slipped and she fell backward. Yifan's reaction was fast. He reached out and caught Xiaoya's slender, soft waist. Since Xiaoya was wearing only a towel, Yifan could clearly feel just how slim and soft her waist was. Are you okay? Yifan asked her softly. It's nothing. It's just that during the fight earlier I think I twisted my ankle. Then, when I squatted too long while cleaning your wound. It got worse just now. Xiaoya explained gently. Without hesitation, Yifan placed Xiaoya on the sofa, lifted her little foot, and gently pressed it. Does it hurt? Yifan asked softly. Yes, it hurts. Xiaoya nodded with a frown. It looks like your sprain is pretty bad. Luckily, I've got some medicinal wine here. I'll give your foot a little massage. It should help the bruising disperse faster. Otherwise, you might not even be able to walk tomorrow. Without waiting for Xiaoya's agreement, Yifan directly dripped the medicinal wine onto her delicate little foot and began gently massaging it. He had to admit, Xiaoya's feet were truly beautiful. At first, Xiaoya instinctively resisted a little. After all, in her eyes, such an act was far too intimate, and she had never had this kind of close contact with a man before. But after Yifan pressed a few times, an unprecedentedly soothing sensation immediately swept through her heart. It was impossible to describe with words, but it felt wonderful, and she couldn't help enjoying it. Her delicate, pink toes curled and stretched in rhythm with the pressure of Yifan's fingers. After a few minutes, Xiaoya involuntarily let out a soft moan. But she quickly realized what she had just done, and her pretty face turned as red as an apple. What's wrong? Did I press too hard? Yifan looked up at her seriously and asked. And no, that's not it. Xiaoya quickly waved her hand, then softly asked. How much longer do you need to keep massaging? About 10 minutes or so. The bruising in your foot should all disperse by then. Yifan replied earnestly. Okay. Xiaoya nodded shyly, her face still red. Then I'll keep going. Yifan looked at her as he asked. Okay. Xiaoya nodded again. Although she tried her best to suppress herself and not make any sound, such things couldn't be controlled by will alone. On strange little sounds began slipping out from her sexy lips. At first, Yifan barely managed to keep calm, but as Xiaoya stopped holding herself back, his own heartbeat began to speed up uncontrollably, especially with her jade-like foot in his hand. And with Xiaoya's entire body wrapped only in a bath towel, what man could resist the temptation of such a gorgeous, sensual beauty? Taking a deep breath, Yifan slowly moved his right hand up to her calf and began massaging her leg. As soon as Xiaoya felt his warm hand on her calf, she froze. She knew very well that Yifan was starting to lose control. Her heart began racing with nervousness. She didn't know what to do. Should she accept Yifan's actions, or should she stop him right away? Xiaoya admitted to herself that she did feel something for Yifan, and the feeling was strong. When he had saved her earlier, her heart had already been deeply moved. And in this apocalyptic world, Xiaoya understood better than anyone just how important Yifan's strength was. If she could truly become his woman, then she would have a real chance of survival. She could even rely on Yifan's power to protect those around her. But she was also torn. If she let this continue, would Yifan think she was just an easy woman? After all, they hadn't known each other for very long. As Yifan's movements grew bolder, Xiaoya's body gradually softened. She clenched her fists tightly, biting down gently on her lip, as though struggling with herself inside. But at that moment, Yifan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against her sexy, rosy ones. In that instant, Xiaoya's mind went completely blank. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gave up resisting. She wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck and began responding passionately to his kiss. With Xiaoya's response, Yifan's emotions were instantly ignited even more. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind: to make this beautiful, sensual woman completely his own. Chapter 56. The counterattack. Yifan and Xiaoya held each other tightly, kissing for several minutes. But Yifan soon grew unsatisfied. He reached for the towel wrapped around Xiaoya's body, wanting to pull it away. Just as his hand touched the towel, bang, 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 a series of urgent knocks came at the door. Both Xiaoya and Yifan froze instantly. Then Xiaoya quickly pushed Yifan away. "Big sis, are you in there?" Xiao Ning's soft voice called from outside. Xiaoya hastily straightened her hair and adjusted her towel, then pretended to be calm as she said, Ning, what is it?" "Nothing really. I just saw that you and Yifan went in together for such a long time. That bastard didn't he bully you?" "Did he?" As she spoke, Xiao Ning stepped into the safe house. Yifan stood there, looking helplessly at Xiaoya. This had been the perfect chance to push down the underground queen, but now it had been ruined by this little girl. He felt angry just thinking about it, but had no way to vent. Xiao Ning looked the two of them up and down. Because of the wound treatment earlier, Yifan had already taken off his outer clothes, leaving him shirtless, and Xiaoya was still wrapped in nothing but a bath towel. Seeing the two of them in such a state, Xiao Ning's face immediately flushed red. Her watery eyes glared at Yifan as she shouted, "Yifan, you bastard. Did you just bully my sister?" Ning, don't talk nonsense. I was just helping Yifan clean his wound, so he took off his shirt. And I just came out after taking a bath. Xiaoya explained, her voice a little guilty. Xiao Ning hesitated, then said nothing more. "Yifan, wait a bit. I'll go change my clothes. Then we can head to the mall and see if we can find something suitable for you to wear," Xiaoya said softly. "All right." Yifan nodded gently. A few minutes later, Xiaoya changed into a noble, sexy black dress, then took Yifan out of the safe house. But Xiao Ning, worried the two of them might do something inappropriate, insisted on following along. In the end, Xiaoya could only helplessly agree. The three of them wandered through the mall, picking out a few sets of suitable clothes for Yifan. Clothing wasn't that important to him, but since his protective suit had been destroyed, Yifan knew he urgently needed a new one. Protective gear was crucial for him, because his awakened powers didn't provide his body with any defense. If not for that suit earlier, even if the grenade hadn't killed him, he would have been seriously injured. After leaving the mall, Xiaoya arranged a room for Yifan in the commercial district. Li Ziyu opted to reside within Xiaoya's safe house, indulging in a comforting bath within her bathroom. After an exhaustive day, Yifan felt fatigued and, upon returning to his room, promptly laid down on the bed to rest. He began to savor the essence of Xiaoya in his mind. Truly delightful. So refreshing. Meanwhile, within Longwei Shopping Mall, Jin Qianqian, having attended to the injuries of the students, returned to Yifan's safe house, eager to enjoy a soothing bath. Song Cici, however, emerged from the safe house, clutching a notebook. "Cici, what are you off to at this late hour?" Jin Qianqian inquired softly. "I'm heading to the supermarket to tally our remaining supplies." After spending these past few days together, the bond between Song Cici and Jin Qianqian had blossomed, akin to that of sisters. Their inherently kind natures fostered a swift emotional connection, especially in the midst of such apocalyptic circumstances. "Wait for me. I shall accompany you," Jin Qianqian eagerly exclaimed. "There's no need. You've already exerted yourself all day. I'm merely counting our food supplies, which isn't strenuous work. Please, go rest." Song Cici promptly declined. With the influx of students, Jin Qianqian, as a doctor, found herself perpetually occupied. The students often sustained injuries while battling zombies, necessitating her to not only bandage their wounds, but also diligently check for signs of poisoning or infection. Conversely, Song Cici found herself with little to do each day, thus feeling reluctant to impose on Jin Qianqian's time. "All right, but if you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call for me." Jin Qianqian hesitated before conceding. "Understood." Song Cici nodded, then proceeded toward the supermarket. Jin Qianqian entered the bathroom of the safe house, locking the door behind her as she prepared for her bath. On another front, a black SUV sped recklessly along the highway. "Brother gang, how much longer until we arrive?" The young man in the passenger seat, clutching his abdomen, asked anxiously. "We're almost there. Could you refrain from incessantly hounding me?" The driver, a youth with bleached hair, scowled. Inside the vehicle were three individuals, none other than the kidnappers Yifan had encountered at the hotel while abducting Li Ziyu. After departing the hotel, the one-eyed leader sought refuge but found the streets teeming with zombies. After an entire day of fruitless searching, one of their companions had met a grim fate at the hands of the undead. Eventually, tensions flared between the bleached-haired youth and the one-eyed leader, prompting the former and his two companions to sever ties and part ways. After splitting, the bleached-haired youth casually commandeered a vehicle by the roadside, steering it toward the hotel. He recognized that adjacent to the hotel lay a shopping mall, undoubtedly brimming with supplies. After a day of hunger, Food and drink were their most pressing needs. Brother gang, up ahead is Hanwha Hotel. At this moment, the young man in the passenger seat shouted. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he slammed the accelerator, hurtling toward the hotel. Minutes later, he parked the SUV beside the road and whispered to his companions, when the time comes, follow my lead and do not alert anyone. Understood. His two companions nodded in agreement. Wang Gang retrieved a handgun from his waist, racked the slide, and stealthily advanced toward the hotel. Chapter 57. Consuming nutritious fare. Wang Gang, a professional kidnapper prior to the apocalypse, may outwardly appear lacking in intellect, yet his mind was quite astute. Upon arriving at the mall, he refrained from launching a direct attack, as he was unaware of the situation within. Based on his prior observations at the hotel, he estimated that Yi Fan's group could number in the hundreds. While the majority were students, should they all converge, even 10 lives would not suffice to spare him. Thus, Wang Gang resolved to ascertain the situation thoroughly before making any moves. He instructed his two subordinates to remain in the vehicle for backup, while he stealthily infiltrated the hotel alone. At that moment, only a single student was stationed at the lobby entrance. Appearing drowsy from the late hour and dozing off in a chair, Wang Gang quietly approached the student and aimed his gun at his head. The student jolted awake. Do not scream. If you do, I will shoot you without hesitation, Wang Gang whispered menacingly. Recognizing Wang Gang from the hotel incident, the student felt an instinctive fear wash over him. He understood all too well that Wang Gang had the capacity to carry out his threat. The student hesitated, contemplating whether to send a message through the game system, but most were asleep, rendering a text message futile. However, sending a voice message would certainly alert Wang Gang, so he ultimately abandoned the idea of calling for help. Come with me, Wang Gang commanded coldly. Reluctantly, the student followed Wang Gang out of the hotel. Once outside, Wang Gang ushered the student into the vehicle. What do you want from us? The student stammered. I will ask you questions, and you will answer them. Should I find you deceitful, I will not hesitate to end your life. Do you understand? Wang Gang stated, gun still pointed at the student's head, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes, yes. The student quickly nodded. Where's Yi Fan? Wang Gang was aware that Yi Fan was the cornerstone of the students and the strongest among them, so he intended to eliminate Yi Fan first and claim the supplies for himself. Brother Fan went out, and hasn't he returned today? The student hurriedly replied. Out. Wang Gang frowned slightly upon hearing this, but soon a smile crept across his face. He reasoned that Yi Fan's absence would simplify matters. Where are your supplies stored? Wang Gang licked his lips and continued to inquire. The supplies are all kept in the mall. The student stuttered. Is that the mall, then? Wang Gang glanced outside the vehicle. Yes. Is there anyone guarding the mall? Wang Gang pressed on. Vang's two girlfriends resided within a shopping mall, the entrance of which was exceedingly robust, rendering it impossible for an ordinary individual to force their way inside, thus eliminating the need for any guards. The student, devoid of any apprehensions, divulged all that he knew without reservation. I see, Wang Gang mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He was acutely aware that attempting to breach the mall would undoubtedly alert the students within the hotel. Should they emerge, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. Do you possess any means to compel those inside the mall to open the door? Wang Gang inquired, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized the student. Upon hearing his words, the student faltered momentarily, blinking in surprise and remaining silent. If you can persuade someone to open the mall's entrance for me, I assure you that your life will be spared. Otherwise, I shall end you right here, Wang Gang threatened, pressing the gun against the student's temple. I can only try. I cannot guarantee that anyone will comply, the student stammered, trembling under Wang Gang's menacing gaze. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and make an attempt, Wang Gang barked, yanking the student from the vehicle and forcibly guiding him toward the mall. After a moment of hesitation, the student approached the entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Gang and his accomplices positioned themselves on either side of the door, their firearms trained on the student, concealed from view by the mall's interior. Bang, bang, bang. The student knocked vigorously on the massive iron door, calling out, Dr. Jean, are you in there? My friend has just been bitten by a zombie. Could you assist? At that moment, Jean Shanxian was indulging in a bath while listening to music, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. Meanwhile, Song Cici, busy inventorying supplies within the supermarket, rushed to the sound of the knocking. Through the glass door, she recognized the student and, thus, lowered her guard. What is it? Song Cici asked. Sister Song, I am looking for Dr. Jean. My friend was bitten by a zombie. I fear he may mutate, the student replied, his voice quivering with genuine terror. All right, I shall open the door for you. The naive and kind-hearted Song Cici did not contemplate the potential dangers and promptly unlocked the glass door before opening the heavy iron gate. The instant the door swung open, Wang Gang surged in, his pistol aimed directly at Song Cici's head. Don't move, beautiful. If you do, I won't hesitate to pull the trigger, he coldly warned her. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Song Cici's expression reflected pure shock as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Fatty, find some rope and bind these two. Gag them to prevent any cries for help. Third, close the mall's entrance. Wang Gang calmly assigned tasks. Understood. His two lackeys replied promptly, one rushing to find rope while the other moved to shut the door. Moments later, Song Cici and the student were securely tied up and silenced. Wang Gang and his crew, unaware that Jin Qianqian was also present in the safe house, charged into the supermarket. Once inside, the trio began to voraciously consume the available provisions. Bro, you're the brains of this operation. Without you, we'd have starved to death here, Fatty remarked, shoving instant noodles into his mouth. Could you not indulge in such unnutritious fare? Why gorge on instant noodles? Wang Gang retorted, exasperated by Fatty's choices. Then what do you suggest is nutritious? Fatty asked, momentarily taken aback. Ham sausages, Wang Gang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 58, A Chaotic Night. Wang Gang and his two henchmen continued their gluttonous spree within the supermarket. Meanwhile, Song Cici tirelessly sought a means to free herself from her bindings. Though her efforts were in vain, these individuals were seasoned kidnappers, adept at their malevolent craft. She considered reaching out to Yi Fan or Feng Fuguei for assistance through the system, but alas, her rank was insufficient to make contact with anyone. After approximately half an hour, Wang Gang and his cohorts finally satiated their appetites and began loading supplies into their SUV. Initially, Wang Gang intended to seize control of the supermarket, but he realized that Yi Fan's formidable strength, coupled with the presence of Yi Fan's allies in the nearby hotel, rendered this ambition exceedingly difficult. After nearly an hour of labor, they managed to load various items, including bottled water, instant noodles, and Wang Gang's beloved ham sausages into the vehicle. In that moment, Wang Gang regretted not having brought a larger truck. The small SUV could scarcely accommodate their haul. As Song Cici observed the intruders, she discerned that their focus was solely on food rather than on capturing individuals, which allowed her some measure of calm. What do you intend to do with these two? Fatty inquired once the supplies were nearly loaded. Wang Gang appraised Song Cici with a cold smirk. This woman is quite attractive. I shall take her with me for my own enjoyment. Once I tire of her, perhaps I can trade her for more food. Sounds good. Following you is the right choice. We have food, drink, and a woman to entertain us. If we were with the one-eyed man, who knows where we would be digging in the dirt now? Fatty chuckled in response to Wang Gang's words, while despair filled Song Cici's eyes. She understood better than anyone the dire fate that awaited her if she fell into their hands. Fatty hoisted Song Cici onto his shoulder. However, due to the overwhelming amount of supplies in the SUV, there was no place to set her down. After a moment of deliberation, Wang Gang reluctantly discarded some of the provisions onto the ground and placed Song Cici in the trunk. Minutes later, Wang Gang started the vehicle and sped away. The student sat despondently on the ground, fully aware that if Yi Fan returned, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Time passed, and after Jin Qianqian finished her bath, she noticed that Song Cici had not yet returned. Concerned, she ventured out of the safe house to search for her. As she stepped outside, she spotted the bound student. Rushing over to him, she pulled the cloth from his mouth and asked urgently, "What happened? Why are you tied up? Where is Sister Cici?" "Dr. Jean, Sister Cici has been taken by those kidnappers," the student exclaimed, his voice filled with distress. "What did you say?" Upon hearing the student's words, Jin Qianqian felt her mind whirl in confusion. A group of individuals had just arrived, deceiving Sister Cici into opening the mall's doors, subsequently binding the two of us. They not only absconded with a considerable amount of food, but also abducted Sister Cici. The student deliberately omitted mentioning that it was he who had tricked Song Cici into opening the door. Jin Qianqian took a deep breath and dashed outside the mall. However, by that time, nearly half an hour had passed since Wang Gang and the others had departed. Left with no choice, Jin Qianqian rushed into the hotel and awoke the slumbering Feng Fuguei. "Sister-in-law, where's Fan Ge? Why are you here in the middle of the night?" Feng Fuguei rubbed his eyes and asked Jin Qianqian nonchalantly. "Song Cici has been taken. You need to contact Yi Fan immediately," Jin Qianqian exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency. "What?" Upon hearing Jin Qianqian's words, Feng Fuguei instantly became alert, his eyes widening in shock. "Stop dilly-dallying and contact Yi Fan right away," Jin Qianqian urged frantically. "All right, I'll call him now." Feng Fuguei began dialing Yi Fan incessantly through the system. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan and Li Ziyu drove towards the mall. Knowing that Yi Fan's friend had been kidnapped, Xiaoyan naturally offered her assistance. However, due to uncertainties regarding Zhang Wanan's potential actions the following day, Yi Fan declined her help. Throughout the journey, Yi Fan's expression was grave. To him, Song Cici perhaps represented the most significant person in his life. She was the sole woman who had genuinely cared for him, both before and after the apocalypse, without ulterior motives. In contrast, women like Xiaoya and Jin Qianqian were drawn to Yi Fan because of his abilities. Had Yi Fan not experienced rebirth, they would never have crossed paths. Yet, Song Cici was different. She would steadfastly stand by Yi Fan's side, regardless of his identity. Do not be overly agitated. If their motive was merely food, it's possible that Miss Song is not in any immediate danger. Li Ziyu attempted to console Yi Fan, noticing his grim demeanor. At that moment, Yi Fan was overwhelmed with regret, lamenting the fact that he had let the kidnappers go. Despite having been reborn, he could not comprehend why he still exhibited such mercy at this critical juncture. After approximately 10 minutes, Yi-fan finally returned to the mall. By then, most individuals had awakened. Upon seeing Yi-fan emerge from his vehicle, Feng Fuguei hurried over. "Fangirl," Feng Fuguei called out, his expression tense. "Have you uncovered the details? Who kidnapped Song Shishi?" Yi-fan inquired in a low voice. "We've established that it was those very kidnappers we previously released. Their SA youth with dyed yellow hair. Do you remember him?" Feng Fuguei responded hastily. "What about the one-eyed man? Is he involved in this?" Yi-fan asked through clenched teeth. "I'm not entirely certain." Feng Fuguei shook his head and continued. "One of our people was taken hostage by the yellow-haired youth, who then coerced Song Shishi into opening the mall's doors. How do you think we should deal with him? So one of our own was taken hostage. And it was he who tricked Song Shishi into opening the door?" Yi-fan could not suppress a derisive laugh upon hearing this. Indeed, otherwise she would not have opened the door so easily. Feng Fuguei nodded slowly. Chapter 59, A Narrow Escape? Yi-fan gazed at the student kneeling on the ground, bound and at a loss for how to proceed. "Fangirl, I truly had no choice. They forced me to do this." The student cried, his voice trembling. Yi-fan stepped forward, delivering a sharp kick to the student's head, glaring down at him as he shouted. "It was you people who begged me to take you in. Had it not been for me, you would have perished in that school long ago. I provided you with food and shelter, and now you betray my friend." "Fangirl, I thought they were only after food. I didn't consider the consequences. They had guns pointed at my head. I was left with no option." The student sobbed, kneeling before Yi-fan. Though Yi-fan understood the student's predicament, he felt the weight of betrayal. "So, to survive, you chose to endanger others?" Yi-fan asked, narrowing his eyes. "Fangirl, I truly had no other choice." The student pleaded, his voice hoarse. "Fuguei, kill him!" Yi-fan suddenly shouted, turning on his heel. "Fangirl, please, I beg you, don't kill me." The student exclaimed in terror. "Feng Fuguei, I command you to end his life." Yi-fan's voice was frigid. Feng Fuguei inhaled deeply, then pulled out a handgun, aiming it at the student's head. "Are you really going to kill him?" Feng Fuguei asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Kill him." Yi-fan's voice was as cold as ice. A gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced the student's skull, blood oozing forth. Jin Xianxian, Li Ziyu, and all present gazed at Yi-fan in disbelief, astonished by his mercilessness. He had truly killed without hesitation. Yi-fan could have spared the student, for he comprehended the coercion behind the act. His fury was not directed at the student due to Song Shishi's plight. Instead, his actions were a stark declaration of his stance to those present. "Do you all think me cruel? Do you believe I am venting my anger on him because of what happened to Song Shishi?" Yi-fan slowly turned to the gathered students. They lowered their heads, unwilling to speak. "Let me clarify. I did not kill him due to Song Shishi's misfortune, but because he was on duty tonight. His responsibility was to guard the entrance and alert everyone to any anomalies. Not only did he fail to notify anyone, he chose to cooperate with those who threatened him. Had the intruders been zombies instead, do you comprehend that within an hour, everyone could have perished due to his negligence?" Yi-fan shouted, his expression filled with rage. The crowd remained silent, heads bowed. "I understand that you are all students, yet do not forget that we are in an apocalypse. There may be no tomorrow. One moment of negligence could endanger everyone. If you consider me, Yi-fan, to be cruel, if you think my actions were unjust, you are free to leave now. I will not hold anyone back." Yi-fan continued to address the crowd. Yet, not a single person chose to depart. Because they understood that leaving this place would lead to their demise, no one dared to depart, right? Yi-fan inhaled deeply and then addressed Feng Fuguei, saying, "We have 3 hours until the zombie onslaught tomorrow morning. I want 5 captains to lead their teams to search for Song Shishi. We must see her alive or her body if she has perished. If we do not find her within 3 hours, everyone is to return here and continue the search after the zombie attack concludes." "Understood." Feng Fuguei quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi-fan turned and hurried outside the shopping mall, with Li Ziyu and Jin Xianxian choosing to accompany him in the search for Song Shishi. Feng Fuguei organized the remaining 200 individuals to drive off in various directions towards Nanyang. On the other side, Wang Gang, having abducted Song Shishi, was astute enough to realize that remaining in Nanyang would inevitably lead to being discovered by Yi-fan's people. Thus, he drove straight towards the outskirts of Nanyang. Song Shishi lay in the trunk, yet fortune seemed to favor her. A piece of rusted metal, approximately an inch high, was positioned perilously close to her head. She continually shifted her body, striving to bring her wrist closer to the jagged edge of the metal. Wang Gang and his accomplices were so absorbed in their triumph that they failed to notice her plight. After a few minutes, Song Shishi finally managed to touch the metal with her wrist and began to gently rub her rope against it, attempting to free herself. "Brother Gang, where are we headed? I'm getting impatient. That woman is simply too beautiful." The hefty man cheerfully inquired of Wang Gang. "Just find a random spot. I reckon Yi-fan won't be able to track us this far," Wang Gang replied after a moment of hesitation. Just then, Song Shishi successfully loosened the ropes binding her wrist, swiftly freed her feet, and, after a brief moment of contemplation, flung open the trunk and leapt out. As the vehicle sped along, Song Shishi landed hard on the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt, ignoring the pain coursing through her body. She gritted her teeth and sprinted forward. "Brother gang, she is escaping," the hefty man shouted upon hearing the commotion. Damn it, how could she still run? Wang Gang slammed on the brakes, flung open the car door, and yelled at his two companions, "Don't just stand there. Get out and chase her." Without hesitation, they leapt from the vehicle and pursued Song Cici. Being a girl, and having injured herself during her escape, Song Cici's speed was not particularly swift. In contrast, Wang Gang and his cohorts were seasoned kidnappers, their physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Originally, Song Cici had a distance of 200 to 300 meters between them, but within mere minutes, Wang Gang closed in to within 50 meters of her. "Little beauty, why do you keep running? I assure you, I won't harm you. I just want to have some fun with you," Wang Gang called out cheerfully. At this moment, despair engulfed Song Cici, yet she summoned every ounce of strength to continue her flight. "Little beauty, why are you running?" Wang Gang taunted as he closed the distance behind her. She dared not look back, focusing solely on her escape. Wang Gang reached out, intending to grab her by the hair, but at that instant, a hand unexpectedly seized his ankle. He instinctively glanced down, only to be astounded to find himself standing atop a zombie's arm. Almost immediately, more than a dozen zombies rose to their feet. Wang Gang and his two companions were instantly paralyzed by fear. "Brother Gang, what is happening? Didn't the zombie attack already conclude?" The hefty man stammered, staring wide-eyed at the approaching horde. "How the hell should I know?" Wang Gang bellowed in panic. They had not brought firearms when they exited the vehicle, and now a throng of nearly 30 zombies was charging at them. In the blink of an eye, Wang Gang and his companions were overwhelmed by the horde. Meanwhile, Song Cici had no inclination to glance back at Wang Gang's predicament. Her sole focus was on fleeing. If Wang Gang and his men had been faced with just 5 or 6 zombies, they might have stood a chance, but against over 20 zombies attacking simultaneously, they had no opportunity to retaliate. The night air was soon filled with anguished cries and desperate wails. Upon hearing the cacophony of screams from Wang Gang and his men, Song Cici felt her own terror intensify. She knew that the zombies were closing in behind her, and even if Wang Gang and his comrades perished, she too might succumb to their ravenous grasp. She ran aimlessly for several hundred meters when suddenly, lights appeared in the distance. A flicker of hope ignited in her heart. Could it be Fan's people? She pondered silently, but in the next moment, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. The vehicle skidded along the road for at least 50 meters before crashing into Song Cici. She was thrown backward, her body hitting the ground with a thud. "Did we just hit a zombie?" The girl in the passenger seat turned to the driver and asked, her voice trembling. "Miss, it seems like it was a person." The driver responded hesitantly. "A person?" The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she reached for the door to exit the vehicle. "Miss, it's too dangerous out there with the zombies." The driver quickly cautioned. "We can't just leave someone we hit," the girl insisted, furrowing her brow before opening the door and stepping out. The driver, feeling helpless, followed her closely. Once outside, the driver fired 2 shots at the 2 zombies approaching Song Cici, their heads exploding upon impact. He then rushed to her side, checking to confirm she was human, and felt for any signs of breath. "Miss, she is still alive," he shouted to the girl. "Let us get her in the car." The girl also brandished her handgun, firing 2 shots at the zombies ahead before swiftly returning to the vehicle. The driver chose not to squander time with the undead, swiftly turning to enter the vehicle and igniting the engine before darting forward. Barely half an hour had passed since the driver departed when Feng Fugue, accompanied by his team, rushed to the side of the off-road vehicle belonging to Wang Gang and others. "Captain, that vehicle appears to be the one belonging to the kidnappers," exclaimed one of the students at the wheel, his voice brimming with excitement. "Indeed, fortune has smiled upon us, for we have truly found it." A glimmer of exhilaration flickered in Feng Fugue's eyes as he called upon his team through their communication channel, summoning everyone to converge. He then sent a message to Yi Fan, detailing their situation. Given the abundance of zombies surrounding the off-road vehicle, Feng Fugue opted to delay their action, waiting for the majority of his team to arrive before disembarking. "Do you understand the significance of Sister Cici in Brother Fan's heart?" Feng Fugue shouted. "We do." The others replied promptly. "Quickly, clear away these zombies and rescue Sister Cici." With that declaration, Feng Fugue led the charge towards the throng of zombies. At that moment, he remained optimistic, for he knew that Song Cici had been abducted by these individuals, implying that she must be inside the vehicle. The off-road vehicle's windows and doors were intact, suggesting that she was likely unharmed. A throng of 40 to 50 individuals surged towards the zombies. After approximately 10 minutes, the undead were mostly dispatched. Feng Fugue hurriedly approached the off-road vehicle, yanking open the door with urgency. To his utter astonishment, he discovered that Song Cici was not inside the vehicle at all. Just then, Yi Fan arrived, disembarking and striding forward with purpose. "Brother Fan, Sister Cici isn't in this vehicle," Feng Fugue stammered, turning to face him. "Impossible. That student said there were 3 of them, and they came in a single vehicle. If Sister Cici isn't here, where could she possibly be?" Yi Fan exclaimed, agitation evident in his voice. "I checked inside. She is genuinely not there. If she were, I would have seen her." Feng Fuguei replied in hushed tones. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, glancing at the scattered corpses of the zombies around them. A chilling thought crept into his mind. Search for any sign of Cece's body, he said, nearly gritting his teeth. Understood. Feng Fuguei nodded quickly, instructing the students to inspect the bodies one by one. Meanwhile, Yi Fan sat despondently on the ground. The crimson moon hung in the night sky. In that moment, Yi Fan experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He feared that if he joined the others in searching for Song Cece's body, the sight of it would be too much for him to bear. Chapter 61. How can we prevent this? An hour slipped by swiftly. Feng Fuguei and the students had cleared all the corpses from the roadside. Hesitantly, he approached Yi Fan, unsure how to broach the subject. Did you find anything? Yi Fan inquired softly. Nothing. Feng Fuguei shook his head vigorously. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a hint of hope. For he understood that if Song Cece had truly fallen victim to the zombies, there would be nothing left of her. Clothing or personal effects would remain as evidence. The absence of her body suggested she might still be alive. We located the bodies of the 3 kidnappers. Although they are mostly devoured, we can still identify them as those we previously released. Feng Fuguei paused, then handed a necklace to Yi Fan, continuing. I found this necklace less than 200 meters from their bodies. It must belong to Sister Cece. Additionally, I discovered several zombie corpses nearby, all shot dead. Yi Fan listened to Feng Fuguei's words with a stoic expression. Take me to the location where you found the necklace, he said quietly. Certainly. Feng Fuguei nodded, and led Yi Fan to the spot where he had discovered the necklace. Yi Fan stood in the middle of the road, surveying the surroundings. Noticing a long skid mark on the pavement. Could it be that Cece was struck by a vehicle and taken away? He pondered, piecing together the scenario based on what he observed. This explanation felt the most plausible. Otherwise, if something had happened to Song Cece, it would be inconceivable that not even a body could be found. Thus, this news, while grim, was not entirely bleak for Yi Fan. At least he knew Song Cece was likely still alive. Yet, he remained in the dark about who had taken her and to where she had been taken. However, he understood that as long as he was alive and Song Cece still breathed, there was a chance to find her. System notification. A new wave of zombie attacks will commence in 15 minutes, lasting for a duration of 5 hours. At that moment, the system's alert echoed in everyone's ears. Yi Fan recognized that with the passage of time, the intervals between zombie assaults would lengthen, while humanity's window of safety would continue to diminish. Fuguei, inform everyone to return immediately. We cannot afford to waste time out here. Yi Fan urged Feng Fuguei in a low tone. Understood. Feng Fuguei nodded swiftly, rallying his team to board their vehicles and sending messages to other leaders, instructing them to return to the hotel. For Yi Fan, knowing that Song Cece was still alive brought him a measure of solace, and his agitation eased slightly, though not entirely. After approximately 30 minutes, Yi Fan returned to the shopping mall, while Feng Fuguei and the others entered the hotel. Have you found Cece? Jean Shanxian felt a heavy burden of guilt regarding Song Cece, believing that had she not been in the shower at that time, perhaps these events could have been avoided. Not yet. You needn't blame yourself too harshly. This is not your fault. Yi Fan replied softly. But what about Cece? Jean Shanxian burst into tears. She should still be alive. I will find a way to locate her, Yi Fan assured her quietly before stepping into Song Cece's room. Li Ziyu and Jean Shanxian exchanged glances, choosing silence as they returned to their own rooms to rest. Yi Fan sat on the bed, gazing at Song Cece's notebook, filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. The notebook contained records of all the supplies within the mall, along with various quantities of other items. He understood that the unfolding of these events was not due to the student or Jean Shanxian, but rather his own leniency. Had he been resolute in eliminating the kidnappers from the outset, such tragedies would not have occurred. Originally, Yi Fan believed that his rebirth had rendered him quite cold-hearted. Yet upon reflection, he felt that he still exhibited a measure of compassion. This realization was, in fact, the impetus behind Yi Fan's decision to eliminate that student. Slowly, he reclined on his bed, contemplating how he might locate Song Cece in the days to come. However, after considerable deliberation, he could not devise a suitable plan. With communication systems now entirely severed, distant contact could only be achieved through the gaming system. Unfortunately, Song Cece had not yet reached level 5, precluding her from accessing the chatroom feature. As for missing person notices or similar avenues, their effectiveness was negligible, particularly in this apocalyptic world. Thus, finding Song Cece amidst the vast sea of humanity would prove exceedingly challenging. The most prudent course of action would be to wait for Song Cece to reach out to him. Knowing his location, Yi Fan was confident that should she regain her freedom, she would seek him out without delay. There was also the pressing matter of how to manage the students to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. Yi Fan harbored little ambition for power. All he desired was to survive in this desolate world and avenge the Li family. However, the students insisted on remaining by his side, for without Yi Fan, their chances of survival in this dire landscape would diminish significantly. Thus, he realized that to genuinely avert recurrence of today's events, he had two options. The first was to relocate all these individuals to Xiaoya's base. However, Doing so would impose an immense burden on her, as she could only accommodate 50 to 60 trustworthy individuals. The addition of these students would mean a substantial drain on resources and the potential for internal strife. After a moment's hesitation, Yifan ultimately dismissed this notion. Since direct transfer to Xiaoya's base was unfeasible, he resolved to establish his own base and impose strict regulations on the students. Only then could he truly mitigate the risk of future incidents. Chapter 62. The most suitable location. The idea of establishing a base had long been on Yifan's mind. With a growing number of people under his care, it was imperative to find a suitable location to accommodate them. Although the mall was replete with supplies, it was flanked by main roads, making it impossible to completely seal off those thoroughfares. Currently, the situation was manageable due to the robust doors of the mall and hotel. However, once a horde of zombies emerged, those doors would be utterly inadequate to withstand the onslaught. This meant that Yifan needed to act swiftly to secure a new location. Otherwise, as prime spots became occupied, he would have to contend not only with zombies but also with other humans. Most individuals, aside from Xiaoya and Zhang Wanyan, lacked a sense of territoriality, which was a crucial aspect of survival in the apocalypse. If Yifan were on his own, he could easily find a safe spot to establish a sanctuary, provided he gathered sufficient supplies. Yet, the reality was that many lives depended on him, and he bore the responsibility for their safety. With this in mind, Yifan promptly contacted Feng Fuguei through the gaming system. "Are you asleep?" he inquired softly. "After such a significant event, I'm not in the mood to sleep." Feng Fuguei replied, his discontent evident. "Since you're still awake, come to my room. I need to discuss something with you," Yifan said casually. "All right." Feng Fuguei readily agreed. A few minutes later, Feng Fuguei entered Yifan's room, carrying beer, sausages, and peanuts scavenged from the supermarket. "I know you're feeling down. Let us have a drink," he suggested with a grin. "Sure, let us have a drink," Yifan replied without hesitation. Feng Fuguei opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Yifan, cheerfully stating, "Brother Fan, I believe this is all destined. Even though Sister Cece is missing, at least she is alive, and we will surely find her again." "I didn't come to talk about that," Yifan replied with a stoic expression. "Then what is on your mind?" Feng Fuguei asked, blinking in confusion. "Well, our current location may be safe for now, but I fear it won't remain so in the future. Therefore, I plan to establish a base," Yifan began. "Sounds good to me," Feng Fuguei replied nonchalantly while munching on his sausage. "I'll follow you wherever you go." "Who asked for your opinion?" Yifan shot him a bemused glance. "If you didn't want my opinion, why did you call me over? Just to waste my time in the middle of the night?" Feng Fuguei frowned. "I wanted to see if you had any thoughts on the base's location," Yifan explained. Well, Feng Fuguei hesitated before asking quietly, "I'm not sure what you require." "Quite simple. It must be sufficiently large. If I'm to establish a base, I'll need to expand our numbers to gain leverage in Nanyang and secure as many resources as possible," Yifan replied. "What about our school?" Feng Fuguei suggested, his eyes brightening. "I considered that, but while your school is spacious, the surrounding walls are weak and lack adequate defenses. If we move there, we'll need to reinforce all the walls significantly," Yifan elaborated slowly. "That won't do. We're all elite zombie hunters now. Who has time to play the mason?" Feng Fuguei retorted, pouting. "It must be large, secure, and ideally have a natural water source and a generator," Yifan mused. He had pondered this alone for quite some time, but could not pinpoint a suitable location. Xiaoya's pedestrian street was promising, yet he could not usurp her territory. "Brother Fan, I have a humble suggestion," Feng Fuguei suddenly declared in a more formal tone. "Spit it out quickly. Don't waste time with pleasantries," Yifan urged, growing impatient as he watched Feng Fuguei gnawing on chicken feet. "In the Yin district of Nanyang City, there exists a prison which I deem quite suitable for your requirements. My second uncle once resided within its confines. The walls tower 7 to 8 meters high, fortified with barbed wire and various defenses." Feng Fuguei grinned as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Yifan was momentarily taken aback. "What? Do you think it's inadequate? If you find it lacking, I can consider alternatives," Feng Fuguei continued, gnawing on a chicken foot. "Actually, this location seems quite promising." Yifan suddenly interjected. "See, I told you my mind is more than capable. If you were Liu Bei, I would undoubtedly be your Zhuge Liang." Feng Fuguei flashed a toothy smile. "You're nothing like Zhuge Liang," Yifan retorted with mild annoyance. However, one cannot deny that Feng Fuguei's suggestion held merit. The prison's fortifications would certainly withstand a horde of undead, and its resources were abundantly plentiful. Most crucially, prisons typically possess their own water supply and generators to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Yet, Yifan recalled that in his previous life, it appeared that no organizations opted to establish their bases within prisons. This implied that such locations could be perilously dangerous. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that no one had chosen to set up a base there. Nevertheless, for Yifan, the greater the peril, the higher the value it possessed. At that moment, a mission was triggered. "Please, host, establish a small survival base within 1 month with a minimum of 500 personnel. The reward for this mission is an S-rank card." Suddenly, the voice of the card sign-in system resonated. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a flicker of excitement crossed Yifan's eyes. He turned to Feng Fuguei and commanded, "Inform everyone that today is a day off. We shall assemble tomorrow and aim to seize the prison within a single day. Are we really going?" Feng Fuguei blinked in surprise upon hearing Yi Fan's declaration. "What do you think? Am I jesting with you?" Yi Fan replied, exasperated. "All right, I'll notify everyone now." Feng Fuguei slowly rose, then hesitated before asking, "Brother Fan, do you still want the chicken feet? Take them away, don't dally." Yi Fan waved his hand irritably. Chapter 63, The Underground Castle After Feng Fuguei Departed. Yi Fan reclined on Song Cc's bed to rest. He had not had the luxury of rest for the past couple of days, and it wasn't long before slumber overtook him. Meanwhile, Song Cici was being escorted by a man and a woman to Jinshin City, adjacent to Nanyang City. Upon awakening, she found herself sprawled across a large bed, her right leg encased in a cast. "Ah, you're awake." At that moment, the girl who had rescued Song Cici the previous night entered the room. Song Cici regarded her with caution before softly inquiring, "Who are you? Where am I?" "My name is Jin Wei, and you are in my home," the girl explained nonchalantly. "Last night, my driver accidentally hit you, so we brought you here. My home is exceptionally safe, free from zombies, and well-stocked with provisions, allowing you to recuperate without worry. No, once Yi Fan learns of my disappearance, he will undoubtedly be concerned for my safety. I must return to find him." Song Cici struggled on the bed, attempting to rise. "Is Yi Fan your boyfriend?" Jin Wei inquired curiously. "No, we are merely friends." Song Cici vehemently shook her head. "There are numerous zombies outside, and with your injury, my father forbids anyone from leaving. If someone were to escort you away, not only would you be in danger, but so would our people. Thus, I advise you to stay here and recover until you are well enough to leave," Jin Wei urged gently. "Can you find a way to contact my friend? His name is Yi Fan, and he is at the Longwei shopping mall in Nanyang City. I want him to know I'm safe, so he doesn't worry about me," Song Cici pleaded earnestly. "Can't you communicate with him through the game system?" Jin Wei asked, her brow furrowed. "No," Song Cici shook her head. Due to Yi Fan's protection, she had never killed a zombie, so her level remained at 1. "All right, if the opportunity arises, I will help you reach your friend. If you need anything, feel free to ask," Jin Wei promised. "Thank you." Song Cici nodded, resigned, as her leg had been broken, leaving her unable to leave until she healed. Jin Wei said nothing further and turned to exit. Emerging from Song Cici's room, Jin Wei found herself within a vast underground castle, approximately 10 stories deep. Numerous middle-aged individuals clad in white uniforms were dissecting a zombie. Jin Wei understood that these individuals were likely developing an anti-infection serum. Others were conducting human trials, attempting to create a substance that would endow ordinary individuals with powers and speed comparable to that of zombies. "Dr. Jin." At that moment, an elderly man entered the laboratory. The staff quickly greeted him. This man was Jin Wei's father, a renowned professor of human research in Huaxia, though many had deemed him a madman before the apocalypse. This castle was constructed by Jin Wei's father as a safeguard against the impending doom, stocked with resources sufficient to sustain hundreds for decades. Freshwater, electricity, and all necessities were abundantly available. There was a time when Jin Wei believed her father was indeed insane for spending billions and even borrowing money to create such a fortress, supporting dozens of researchers who studied mutated zombies, yet yielded no fruitful results over decades. The Jin family's fortunes were nearly depleted. Little did anyone anticipate that the apocalypse would eventually materialize, granting purpose to Dr. Jin's underground castle. Were it not for the sanctuary, Jin Wei and her mother might have long since succumbed to the jaws of the undead. "How is the girl you rescued doing, Doctor?" Jin inquired as he approached Jin Wei. "Quite well. Her spirits are stable," Jin Wei replied softly. "Good." Dr. Jin nodded approvingly before departing. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Yi Fan awoke and stepped out of the safe house. Feng Fuguei and several other team leaders had gathered everyone in the hotel lobby, awaiting instructions. Through their recent encounters with zombies, these students had developed a certain level of combat proficiency, and most were now equipped with conventional weapons rather than the makeshift clubs they had previously wielded. According to Yi Fan's understanding of this game world, once all the zombies in a specific area have been eradicated, that area will not witness a resurgence of the undead. For instance, this is the case with shopping malls and hotels. This rationale is precisely why Yi Fan opted against leading the group to the prison at night. Although the absence of system-generated zombies during the night may seem advantageous, the remaining zombies would still spawn the following day if not eliminated. Only by eradicating all zombies during the designated attack period can one ensure a complete resolution of the threat. "All the women, step forward," Yi Fan called out expressionlessly as he arrived at the lobby of the hotel with Jin Xianxian and Li Ziyu. The girls promptly emerged from the crowd. "From this moment on, you will no longer be responsible for killing zombies. Those wishing to learn bandaging and wound treatment, form a line. Those who wish to manage supplies, form another line," Yi Fan commanded, his face devoid of emotion. Over 100 girls instinctively divided into 2 orderly lines, with nearly equal numbers on either side. The girls interested in learning bandaging followed Jin Xianxian, while those wishing to manage supplies accompanied Li Ziyu. Yi Fan continued to direct them. Jin Qianqian and Li Ziyu led the girls away from the hotel. This decision had long been contemplated by Yi Fan, as although most of the girls had mustered the courage to confront zombies, their combat prowess was weak and their leveling rate significantly lagged behind that of the boys. Allowing them to continue fighting posed a danger to themselves and would burden the team. Thus, Yi Fan assigned all the girls to logistics, alleviating considerable pressure from Jin Qianqian. Originally, the management of supplies was to be overseen by Song Cici, but with her disappearance, Yi Fan decided to entrust the responsibility to Li Ziyu, who readily agreed. Brother Fan, may I also manage supplies? At that moment, Zhao Jianmin suddenly stepped forward, calling out to Yi Fan. Aren't you a man? Can't you understand that they need women? Feng Fuguwei, hearing Zhao Jianmin's words, delivered a swift kick to his rear. In recent days, Zhao Jianmin had been thoroughly subdued by Feng Fuguwei and no longer harbored thoughts of escape or boasted of being the mayor in front of others. Let us move. Yi Fan disregarded Zhao Jianmin and waved his hand, striding towards the hotel exit. Chapter 64, Yangshan Prison. To facilitate the daytime operation, Feng Fuguwei and several other leaders had procured 5 buses from the streets the previous night. Now, aside from the girls remaining in the hotel and shopping mall, there were still roughly 100 people left, making the 5 buses more than sufficient. Once Yi Fan boarded the bus, Zhao Jianmin immediately grinned and approached him. Feng Fuguwei swiftly kicked Zhao Jianmin's buttocks and glared, scolding, "Is this place for you to sit? Go to the back bus." "Captain Feng, I have something very important to discuss with Brother Fan," Zhao Jianmin insisted. Feng Fuguwei had begun to see success in managing Zhao Jianmin, who now feared departing the group. Knowing the consequences of disobedience, Feng Fuguwei's method was simple. He neither beat nor scolded. If Zhao Jianmin attempted to run, a zombie would be placed in his room. Presently, there were at least 7 or 8 zombies in Zhao Jianmin's quarters, and he lived with them day and night, probably developing an odd sense of companionship. What could possibly be so important? Get lost. If you don't perform well today, I'll send a couple more zombies to your room. Feng Fuguwei growled irritably. Wait. I truly have something. Zhao Jianmin shouted urgently. Let him speak. Yi Fan said expressionlessly. Only upon hearing Yi Fan's words did Feng Fuguwei relent and allow Zhao Jianmin to continue. Brother Fan, do we have paper and pen on this bus? Zhao Jianmin asked, still addressing Yi Fan with respect despite their age difference. What exactly do you want? Yi Fan inquired, clearly puzzled. Brother Fan, today we are going to Yangshan Prison, right? Zhao Jianmin asked. Yes. Yi Fan nodded. 10 years ago, I served as the warden of Yangshan Prison before being transferred elsewhere, so I am very familiar with its layout. I can draw you a floor plan. Zhao Jianmin grinned. Yi Fan was taken aback by this revelation. He hadn't anticipated that Zhao Jianmin possessed such a skill. What do you want in return? Yi Fan understood that Zhao Jianmin would not offer assistance without a motive, so he asked directly, could I have some food? And perhaps Captain Feng could remove the zombies from my room? I've been driven to the brink of madness. Zhao Jianmin's expression reflected genuine distress. All right, I accept your terms. Yi Fan nodded slowly, then turned to Feng Fuguwei. Get him a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, and find him some paper and a pen. Can I have a sausage too? Zhao Jianmin quickly asked. Old Zhao, aren't you being a bit greedy? Feng Fuguwei scolded, glaring at him. Forget the sausage. Zhao Jianmin hastily waved his hands. Fine. Just give him what he asks for. If he can indeed draw the layout, it will save us considerable effort. Yi Fan remarked, raising his gaze to Feng Fuguwei. Feng Fuguwei hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. A few minutes later, the 5 buses set off towards the prison. Meanwhile, Zhao Jianmin busily munched on his bread, concentrating on sketching the prison's floor plan. Yi Fan briefly glanced at Zhao Jianmin, noting that he appeared earnest in his task, producing a rather convincing drawing. After about half an hour, Zhao Jianmin finally completed the layout and cheerfully handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced over the floor plan with keen interest. His expression was one of excitement. This prison not only offered ample space, but also possessed facilities that entirely met Yi Fan's requirements. With this floor plan in hand, Yi Fan and his team could systematically clear the entire prison, significantly reducing both the time needed for the task and the potential casualties among their ranks. Well done. Yi Fan commended Zhao Jianmin verbally, who beamed with pride. Once we arrive at the prison, you will lead the way. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Jianmin felt as if his heart were plummeting. Brother Fan, I'm only adept at drawing floor plans. I'm not. Zhao Jianmin stuttered, attempting to explain himself. Yet Yi Fan paid him no mind, instead studying the floor plan intently. Due to the considerable distance between Yangshan Prison and the shopping mall, compounded by the fact that many roads in Nanyang City were now impassable, what should have been a routine half-hour journey took Yi Fan and his companions over an hour to traverse. Brother Fan, the prison is just ahead. Feng Fuguwei exclaimed as he hastened to Yi Fan's side. Do not approach the prison just yet. Park the vehicle to the side. I want a few team leaders to accompany me to assess the situation at the prison while the others remain in the car on standby. Yi Fan, uncertain of the number of zombies lurking within the prison and the fate of any survivors inside, was wary of the potential for ambush should they enter recklessly. After all, the prison guards were armed, and any firearms in the hands of adversaries posed a significant threat to Yi Fan and his group. Understood. Feng Fugue nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Yi Fan, Feng Fugue, Gaoan, and 3 other team leaders disembarked from the vehicle and strode toward the prison. Brother Fan, something feels off. This prison should be a high-risk area, yet there seem to be so few zombies around, Gaoan remarked, displaying his astuteness. His recent experiences had led him to deduce that areas abundant in supplies attracted larger hordes of zombies, while those with scant resources did not. Someone must have cleared out the zombies in the vicinity beforehand. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, observing the corpses of zombies littering the roadside, some decapitated, others shot, and a few burned. This indicated that the inhabitants of the prison were not only armed, but also included awakened individuals. This revelation suggested that the task at hand might be more complex than Yi Fan had initially anticipated. Chapter 65. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, only Yi Fan and Feng Fugue among the group were awakened, and if the opposing awakened individuals were numerous, Yi Fan could only focus on self-preservation, leaving over 100 students vulnerable. It dawned on Yi Fan that merely establishing a base was insufficient. He needed to recruit more awakened individuals to his side. As time passed, the gap between the awakened and ordinary people would only widen. The awakened were the decisive factor in determining the outcome of battles. Once we arrive at the prison, do not act recklessly. If someone emerges from within, avoid any confrontation. We must first ascertain the strength of those inside before devising a plan to seize the prison. Yi Fan instructed in a low voice after a moment's hesitation. All right, Brother Fan, we will follow your lead. Feng Fugue promptly nodded. Minutes later, they finally reached the prison's main entrance. As Yi Fan had surmised, the prison gates were firmly shut. Astonishingly, the playground directly in front of the gates was devoid of any zombies, indicating that the area had been thoroughly cleared. The prison's occupants had undoubtedly noticed Yi Fan and his group at the entrance. Inside the prison's security room, a young man whispered to a middle-aged figure, who was eating instant noodles. Brother Zhou, it seems we have visitors. The middle-aged man, clad in a tattered, blood-stained prison guard uniform, clearly had been a guard prior to the apocalypse. Brother Zhou glanced at the computer screen before him. Thanks to the presence of a fuel-powered generator, the prison maintained a regular power supply. Observing the youthfulness and small number of Yi Fan's group, he spoke with a hint of disdain. They must be clueless students. Just toss them a few loaves of bread and send them on their way. Understood. The youths in the security room nodded in agreement and grabbed their weapons. Heading toward the entrance. Brother Fan, what are we doing just standing here? Feng Fugue questioned, puzzled by Yi Fan's stillness. Wait, they should be arriving shortly. Yi Fan replied, his expression inscrutable. Just as he finished speaking, several individuals rushed out of the security room, heading directly for Yi Fan and his companions. Indeed, there are people here. Feng Fugue's eyes widened in surprise. The leading youth flung open the prison gates and nonchalantly tossed a few loaves of bread onto the ground, coldly declaring, take your food and get lost. This is not a place for you. Don't come back. Feng Fugue attempted to respond. Do you not understand my words? Get away from here. It's already generous of me to give you some bread. Do you need a beating to learn your place? The leading youth erupted, displaying an alarming level of aggression. Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you're talking to? Feng Fugue retorted, disregarding Yi Fan's previous instructions. Such a fiery temper for someone begging for scraps. The youth scoffed at Feng Fugue. Who is begging? I. Feng Fugue stepped forward, but Gaoan quickly intervened, pulling him back and whispering, Feng Fugue, didn't we agree to follow Brother Fan's lead? What are we waiting for? This punk is too arrogant. I must teach him a lesson today. Feng Fugue was in a state of agitation, no longer heeding the earlier advice. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, standing at the back of the group, wore a resigned expression, knowing that if they did not act, they would likely leave empty-handed. Teach me a lesson? The youth let out a derisive laugh and charged toward Feng Fugue. As the youth made his move, Yi Fan recognized his awakened status due to his incredible speed, clearly possessing enhanced agility. I will burn you to ashes. Feng Fugue summoned several fireballs that hurtled toward the youth. The latter was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fireballs, having underestimated Feng Fugue's abilities as an awakened individual. The youth's companions, reacting swiftly, joined the fray, and chaos erupted as they clashed. Yi Fan chose to observe the spectacle, confident that Gaoan and the others surpassed the ordinary individuals in strength. And Feng Fugue was likely stronger than the youth with enhanced speed. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, Gaoan and the others had subdued all the ordinary opponents. Feng Fugue unleashed flames upon the youth, who writhed on the ground, howling in agony, his face contorted in pain. This, in essence, elucidates the reasoning behind Yi Fan's decision to compel Feng Fugue and his companions to personally eliminate the zombies. In the apocalyptic realm, levels are of paramount importance. As long as your level can overpower that of your adversary, be it an awakened facing another awakened, or an ordinary person confronting another ordinary individual, a significant advantage is assured. Observing through the surveillance footage that the young men had all been incapacitated, the prison guard in the security room wiped his mouth and murmured, no wonder they had the audacity to approach the prison. It turns out he is an awakened. After uttering these words, the middle-aged man stepped out from the security room. Mere seconds later, he emerged, bellowing in fury as he charged toward Feng Fugue and his companions. The man's speed intensified, and his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. In the blink of an eye, the once modestly sized middle-aged man, standing at approximately 1.7 meters, morphed into a towering giant exceeding 2 meters in height. His muscles bulging ominously, as if each stride he took would send tremors through the earth itself. Naturally, Feng Fugue and the others were acutely aware of this imposing figure. "Brother Fan, what manner of monster is this?" Feng Fugue stammered, directing his question toward Yi Fan. Chapter 66. Complicated Circumstances. Gazing at the advancing giant, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with astonishment. He had encountered numerous awakened individuals before, yet this was his first encounter with someone possessing such extraordinary powers. The middle-aged man continued to grow, escalating from 1.7 meters to 2 meters, and by the time he reached the doorway, he towered over 3 meters. "You all shall perish here today." The youth, who had been grievously burned by Feng Fugue, grinned through gritted teeth. Feng Fugue glanced at the youth, then, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed 5 or 6 fireballs directed at the giant. Despite the man's increased size, his speed and reflexes remained unimpeded, effortlessly evading Feng Fugue's fireballs. "Brother Fan, I seem to be unable to handle this creature," Feng Fugue shouted urgently. A flicker of resignation crossed Yi Fan's gaze as he calmly instructed, "Step aside." Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Fugue retreated 2 paces. In the next instant, the middle-aged man leapt forward, raising his hand to strike down upon Feng Fugue. At that moment, his hand resembled a small mountain. With a resounding crash, Yi Fan dashed to Feng Fugue's side, raising his right hand to intercept the giant's blow. Upon witnessing Yi Fan block his strike, the middle-aged man was visibly taken aback. He had presumed that only Feng Fugue among them was an awakened, and had dismissed the others entirely. He never anticipated the existence of a second awakened. The fact that he could not discern Yi Fan's level signified that Yi Fan's prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Instantly, the expression on the middle-aged man's face shifted to one of anxiety. He sensed that these newcomers were not to be trifled with. He swiftly withdrew his right hand, launching a ferocious kick toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan sidestepped the assault with ease, then leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the middle-aged man's chest. The giant's colossal form staggered back 3 or 4 steps before colliding with the prison's heavy iron door. Remarkably, the door remained unscathed despite the impact. The middle-aged man glared at Yi Fan with simmering rage, yet he was painfully aware of the disparity in their strengths. Opting against prolonged confrontation, he turned to flee deeper into the prison. Yi Fan was determined not to grant the middle-aged man the opportunity to call for reinforcements. He quickly closed the distance and delivered a forceful kick to the man's thigh. The middle-aged man let out a piercing scream as his nearly 2-meter-tall leg bent at an unnatural angle, sending him crashing to the ground. Perhaps overwhelmed by pain, he began to shrink back to his normal size. "Take these individuals away," Yi Fan commanded, fully aware that the middle-aged man was no longer capable of resistance. His expression remained impassive as he directed Feng Fugue. "Understood." Feng Fugue responded eagerly, hoisting the middle-aged man and the severely burned youth toward the woods in front of the prison. Upon entering the woodland, Yi Fan appraised the middle-aged man with an unreadable expression. "I never anticipated encountering an awakened like you in this world. Your abilities have truly opened my eyes." The middle-aged man regarded Yi Fan with a cold stare, remaining silent. "I shall not waste words with you. If you wish to survive, answer my questions truthfully, and I shall spare your life." Yi Fan spoke in a low tone. The middle-aged man remained reticent. "Your name?" Yi Fan demanded. "You will not extract anything from me." The middle-aged man began, but was abruptly interrupted as Feng Fugue stomped down hard on the man's already injured leg. The expression on his face was one of sheer agony, his eyes becoming wild with pain. "Are you truly so confident that I cannot make you speak?" Feng Fugue retorted, embodying a spirit of relentless determination. "Let me remind you, if you cooperate, I may allow you to live. However, if you resist, I will ensure you wish you were dead. Do you understand?" Yi Fan stated with an impassive demeanor. The middle-aged man looked up at Yi Fan, then clenched his teeth, murmuring, "I understand. What is your name?" Yi Fan inquired again. "Zhang Feng." "What was your role in this prison?" Yi Fan continued to probe. "I was a guard in this prison," Zhang Feng replied without hesitation, clearly unwilling to conceal any information. "How many individuals remain in this prison? Who is currently in control?" "There are approximately 30 individuals left, the majority being inmates, with only a handful being guards," Zhang Feng explained slowly. "Do you dare to lie to me?" Feng Fugue shouted, stepping forward to stomp on Zhang Feng's injured leg once more. "I am not lying." Zhang Feng trembled with pain, gritting his teeth and crying out in despair. "Do you take us for fools? There are at least 1,000 inmates and several hundred guards in this prison, and yet only 30 remain? Who would believe such nonsense?" Feng Fugue exclaimed, feeling a rare surge of cleverness and raising his voice at Zhang Feng. "You are correct. However, when the zombies emerged, we promptly eliminated approximately 2,000 of them. Subsequently, the warden proposed collaborating with the inmates to eradicate the zombies within the prison," Zhang Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "And then?" Yi Fan inquired nonchalantly. After we joined forces with the inmates to clear out the majority of the zombies, they turned on us prison guards. The ordinary guards were slaughtered, while those of us who were awakened had the choice to join them. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to align myself with them to survive, Zhang Feng replied, his voice trembling. He then glanced at Yi Fan and asked, "Are you affiliated with those who arrived a few days ago?" "Who?" Yi Fan paused, taken aback. Chapter 67. We must eradicate the roots. After observing Yi Fan's reaction, Zhang Feng seemed to realize he may have let something slip, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. "I'm asking you, what people are you referring to?" Feng Fuguwei interjected, ready to act. "Don't strike," Zhang Feng shouted in distress, then whispered, "A few days ago, around 5 or 6 individuals arrived. One of whom was an ability user, and some were armed with guns. They were after certain inmates in the second prison district." "What does the second prison district signify?" Feng Fuguwei inquired with a sideways glance. Yi Fan regarded Zhang Feng with some confusion, as the layout provided by Zhao Jianmin did not include a second district. He began to suspect Zhang Feng might be attempting to deceive him. It turned out that the inmates within this prison were divided into 2 factions. One group controlled the prison, while the other comprised their adversaries, leading to frequent skirmishes. The warden, faced with this dilemma, had no choice but to allocate funds to construct the second prison district, thereby segregating the 2 factions. After our confrontation with those individuals a few days ago, the chaos allowed them to infiltrate the second district, which we knew was teeming with perilous zombies. So we refrained from pursuing them inside. Zhang Feng quickly clarified. "So, what you're saying is that the remaining 30 or so of you merely cleared out the first district, but you have yet to enter the second district, correct?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and questioned Zhang Feng. Yes, that is precisely it." Zhang Feng nodded eagerly. "How many among your remaining group are awakened? What are their power levels?" Yi Fan continued his inquiry. "Including myself, there are 10 awakened individuals here, with the strongest being the current leader, Huang Dali, who should be at level 15. Zhang Feng hesitated before responding. "Do they all possess firearms?" Yi Fan asked directly, given that he did not regard their combat capabilities highly. After all, the highest level among them was merely 15. While Yi Fan had already reached level 20, he felt confident that dealing with them would not pose a significant challenge. However, this presupposed that they were unarmed. Should they possess firearms, matters could become troublesome. "No," Zhang Feng shook his head resolutely. "Are you lying again?" Feng Fuguwei shouted, glaring intensely. "Can you refrain from resorting to violence? Is it too much to ask for you to let me finish speaking?" Zhang Feng exclaimed in frustration. "Can you speak without gasping for breath?" Feng Fuguwei retorted flatly. "My legs hurt," Zhang Feng lamented, nearly in tears from Feng Fuguwei's relentless torment. "Enough of this nonsense. Speak quickly," Yi Fan urged Zhang Feng. "The situation is as follows. Our prison's armory and significant supplies are located in the second district. However, the zombies inside are too terrifying for us to dare enter. While there are firearms in the first district, the ammunition is scarce. We have nearly exhausted it while combating zombies, so we currently have no guns." Zhang Feng spoke quietly. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slowly, finding Zhang Feng's account to be logically consistent and not a fabrication. "What shall we do next, Brother Fan?" Feng Fuguwei asked Yi Fan. At this point, Yi Fan had gathered a substantial understanding of the circumstances within the prison. If what Zhang Feng claimed was indeed true, then seizing control of the prison should not pose a significant challenge. However, Zhang Feng had also mentioned that crucial supplies were stored in the second district, meaning that if Yi Fan were to take over the prison, he would also need to cleanse the second district. This task would prove somewhat more complicated. "Stand down and release our people immediately, or we will storm in." Just as Yi Fan contemplated these matters, a voice suddenly rang out from beyond the trees. "They've come to us willingly, have they?" Yi Fan could not suppress a cold laugh upon hearing the voice from outside, then turned to Gaoan and the remaining captains, instructing, "Keep an eye on this person. If anything seems amiss, Gaoan, shoot him on my command." Prior to the operation, Yi Fan had handed a pistol to Gaoan, a weapon seized from the one-eyed bandits. "Understood, Brother Fan." Gaoan nodded vigorously. Yi Fan then stepped out of the woods with Feng Fuguwei in tow. A middle-aged man, flanked by around 30 armed individuals, awaited them. Most of these individuals were clad in prison garb, confirming that Zhang Feng had spoken the truth regarding this matter. "So, you're the one who abducted Zhang Feng?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Yi Fan coldly. "You must be Huang Dali, correct?" Yi Fan inquired expressionlessly. "Indeed, Zhang Feng is one of my men. Release him at once and return whence you came. I have no time to waste on you children." Huang Dali boisterously shouted at Yi Fan. Upon hearing Huang Dali's words, Yi Fan could not help but sneer, then replied coolly, "How fortuitous. I too have no intention of squandering time on you. I present you with 2 choices. The first is to vacate the prison with your group, and I shall grant you a chance to take some supplies with you. The second is that you and your entire group shall perish here." Yi Fan had never considered collaborating with Huang Dali and his men. The rationale was simple. As inmates, they had previously betrayed the prison guards, and allowing them to coexist with the students posed a risk of betrayal against Yi Fan himself. Yi Fan despised treachery above all else, and if Huang Dali could betray the prison guards, he would undoubtedly betray Yi Fan as well. As for Yi Fan's reluctance to take immediate action, it was simply because he understood that Huang Dali would not relinquish control of the prison based on a mere statement from him. After experiencing the ordeal with the yellow-haired individual, Yi Fan came to the realization that one must not show leniency in this ruthless world. Having made the decision to offend these people, he understood that he must be prepared to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 68, The Perverse Defense. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Huang Dali was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter confusion. The individuals behind Huang Dali were also visibly shocked. Although they were aware that Zhang Feng was no match for Yi Fan, they had not anticipated such audacious bravado in Yi Fan's speech. "Kid, do you intend to let us all walk out of prison?" Huang Dali blinked and inquired in a hushed tone. "Indeed," Yi Fan replied, his face devoid of emotion as he nodded at Huang Dali. Huang Dali let out a cold chuckle, stroking his chin as he remarked, "I initially thought you came for supplies, but it seems you have intentions of seizing our territory. Brother, why waste time here with this person? Just kill these two." At that moment, a youth beside Huang Dali whispered urgently. However, Huang Dali did not rush to attack Yi Fan. Instead, he regarded him with keen interest and asked, "Kid, with so many prime locations available, why have you chosen to come to our prison?" Huang Dali was acutely aware that, given Yi Fan's strength, it would be relatively easy for him to dominate a marketplace or any resource-rich area. Yet, he could not fathom why Yi Fan had set his sights on Yanshan prison. Yi Fan merely cast a calm glance at Huang Dali and replied, "Is it necessary for me to explain these matters to you?" Huang Dali's expression shifted dramatically, and gritting his teeth, he replied in a low voice, "Kid, I have no desire to waste time with you any longer. Hand over the people and return to where you came from. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Yi Fan gently tilted his head and inquired expressionlessly, "It seems you have made your choice then? Kill this brat." Huang Dali pointed at Yi Fan, his voice rising with agitation. The supernatural beings behind Huang Dali immediately rushed forward. Yi Fan, casting a nonchalant glance at Feng Fuguei, softly instructed, "Most of these individuals are exceedingly vicious criminals. Show no mercy, eliminate them all." "Understood." Feng Fuguei nodded vigorously, aware that Yi Fan was influenced by the earlier incident with the yellow-haired thug. At that moment, countless stones came hurtling towards Yi Fan, evidently indicating that Huang Dali's subordinates possessed the power of earth manipulation. Yi Fan swiftly evaded the barrage of stones with agile movements, while Feng Fuguei, having honed his control over fire through continuous combat, conjured a protective shield of flames around himself to deflect the stone projectiles. Simultaneously, the other awakened individuals surrounding Huang Dali unleashed their abilities. Their powers varied remarkably. Some could manipulate ice, others could burrow underground, and a few even had the capacity to fly. It was Yi Fan's first encounter with such a diverse array of awakened abilities. Moreover, the strength of these individuals was evidently superior to those under Zhang Wanan's command, as they had successfully eliminated all the zombies within Yanshan prison, indicating their higher levels. However, for Yi Fan, the current situation was far from dire, especially with Feng Fuguei as his ally. Furthermore, since Huang Dali's subordinates lacked firearms and grenades, Yi Fan could easily dispatch them merely by leveraging his superior level. With the Kusanagi sword in hand, Yi Fan darted into the fray. In the span of merely 10 seconds, 3 awakened individuals fell to his blade. Witnessing this, Huang Dali's expression transformed considerably. "Brother, this situation is rather grim. This kid's speed is astonishing, and our men cannot hope to stop him. Moreover, another fool is persistently bombarding us with fireballs from a distance. Whenever we attempt to attack him, he retreats into the woods," exclaimed the youth beside Huang Dali in a state of agitation. The fool he referred to was, of course, Feng Fuguei. Although Feng Fuguei's combat prowess was inferior to that of these individuals, he possessed sufficient cunning to realize that he was not the focal point of today as conflict. Yi Fan was. Thus, his role was to distract the awakened beings from afar. In the brief exchange between the youth and Huang Dali, 3 more awakened individuals perished at Yi Fan's hands. His speed was so extraordinary that he required no elaborate combat techniques. He simply relied on his sheer velocity to reach his opponents and sever their heads with a single strike. "I'll fight you to the death." Huang Dali seemed oblivious to the severity of the situation, roaring in fury as he charged toward Yi Fan. As Huang Dali ran, his form underwent a transformation, morphing from an ordinary middle-aged man into a hulking bear covered in dark fur. With a ferocious roar, he raised his massive paw and brought it crashing down toward Yi Fan. In that moment, Huang Dali brimmed with confidence in his physical prowess, believing that even the zombies struggled to inflict harm upon him. Additionally, he was the highest ranked among his peers. After Yi Fan dispatched another awakened individual with a swift strike, he vanished from sight in an instant. Huang Dali's powerful strike met only air, crashing violently into a large tree behind Yi Fan, which splintered under the immense force, a testament to Huang Dali's terrifying strength. At that juncture, Feng Fuguei summoned a dozen fireballs and hurled them at Huang Dali. However, to Feng Fuguei's astonishment, Huang Dali absorbed the fireball attacks with his own body, emerging unscathed. "Brother Fan, This man's defensive capabilities seem rather abnormal. Feng Fuguei shouted to Yi Fan. Yi Fan paid no heed to Feng Fuguei and swiftly closed the distance toward Huang Dali. Chapter 69, Cooldown complete. Yi Fan darted in front of Huang Dali with remarkable speed, raising his Kusanagi sword to strike down upon him. Initially, Yi Fan believed that, given his 5-level advantage and the 10-point boost from the system, even if he could not immediately dispatch Huang Dali, he would at least inflict significant injury. However, to his utter astonishment, Huang Dali once again withstood the blow with his own body. Yi Fan's strike merely left a scratch of approximately 1 centimeter deep upon Huang Dali's body, without inflicting any actual harm. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with astonishment. Despite having encountered numerous awakened individuals since his rebirth, he had never before witnessed such an intimidating degree of physical resilience. Seizing the moment while Yi Fan was still in shock, Huang Dali retaliated with a swift backhand, aiming directly at Yi Fan. "Brother Fan, be careful!" Feng Fuguei shouted frantically upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Yet, Huang Dali afforded Yi Fan no time to react. The blow landed forcefully on Yi Fan's body, sending him hurtling through the air. After soaring approximately 10 meters, Yi Fan collided with a large tree, subsequently spewing forth a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yi Fan was not wearing protective gear, resulting in his vulnerability to such an attack. This was the first time Feng Fuguei had observed Yi Fan at a disadvantage during a confrontation with another human, prompting him to act without hesitation. Launching an assault against Huang Dali from a distance. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan gradually rose to his feet, casting an impassive gaze in Huang Dali's direction. Although Yi Fan was also an awakened individual, his awakened powers did not directly enhance his combat prowess. Originally, he could have summoned entities to aid him in battle. However, due to the cooldown period of his summoning ability, he found himself unable to utilize this skill. To put it plainly, in the face of Huang Dali, Yi Fan possessed only a slight edge in terms of level, with no significant advantages otherwise. Moreover, the disparity in levels was not exceedingly pronounced. For Huang Dali had also attained level 15. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Fan grasped the Kusanagi sword and charged once more toward Huang Dali. At that juncture, Huang Dali appeared irked by Feng Fuguei's incessant interference, letting out a furious roar before pursuing Feng Fuguei with reckless abandon, demonstrating remarkable intelligence. Feng Fuguei did not engage Huang Dali head-on, but instead swiftly retreated into the forest. Seizing the opportunity while Huang Dali's attention was diverted entirely toward Feng Fuguei, Yi Fan wasted no time in lunging toward Huang Dali once more, raising his Kusanagi sword to strike. However, to Yi Fan's utter disbelief, his strike failed to inflict any damage upon Huang Dali. Huang Dali slowly turned to regard Yi Fan, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as he remarked, "Kid, are you a tad too naive? If I were entirely without merit, do you think I would dare to occupy this Yangshan prison?" Following this proclamation, Huang Dali raised his right hand and struck toward Yi Fan once more. Not only was Huang Dali's physical defense formidable, but his speed was also astonishingly rapid. Despite Yi Fan holding a 5-level advantage over Huang Dali, he narrowly evaded the impending blow. Had Yi Fan's level been even slightly lower, he likely would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Upon witnessing Yi Fan evade his attack, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Huang Dali's eyes as he muttered, "You, young one, are the fastest awakened individual I have ever encountered, managing to evade my strike. You are significantly better than the trash guards in the prison. Killing you might yield me considerable experience." Upon hearing Huang Dali's words, Yi Fan finally comprehended the reason behind Huang Dali's ascent to level 15. While it was true that Huang Dali had dispatched many zombies, it was equally significant that he had also eliminated numerous awakened guards. It is worth noting that the system does not award experience points for killing ordinary humans. However, slaying an awakened individual grants the killer experience based on the level of the victim. This indicates that the higher the level of the awakened being slain, the greater the experience gained. Yi Fan recalled that in his previous life, there existed a category of awakened individuals known as demon hunters, who thrive by hunting their awakened counterparts to continually enhance their own strength and rank. Temporarily abandoning his assault on Feng Fuguei, Huang Dali charged toward Yi Fan with a wild expression. With no other options available, Yi Fan found himself compelled to continuously dodge Huang Dali's attacks. After several minutes, Yi Fan managed to reach Feng Fuguei's side. "Brother Fan, at this rate, our stamina will inevitably be depleted. This is not a sustainable approach," Feng Fuguei exclaimed, his tone laced with urgency. Yi Fan too contemplated the predicament. Huang Dali's terrifying defense rendered Yi Fan's attacks nearly inconsequential, akin to mere tickling, and he struggled to devise a viable strategy against him. "Brother Fan, what if I summon our allies to distract him?" Feng Fuguei proposed hesitantly. "No. If those individuals appear here, they will become living targets for Huang Dali. Their presence would serve no purpose, only leading to their demise." Yi Fan replied with a stoic expression. "Then what shall we do?" Feng Fuguei began, but before he could finish, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick, propelling Feng Fuguei away, and braced himself to absorb Huang Dali's forthcoming attack. Yi Fan's body was sent flying once more, while a flicker of excitement crossed Feng Fugue's gaze. Realizing that Yi Fan had taken the hit to protect him, as Yi Fan soared through the air, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host. The summoner's cooldown has ended. You may now summon an entity once more. At that moment, Yi Fan was jolted from his thoughts, astonished that his summoning ability had concluded its cooldown just then. However, due to the previous summon of the Fire Wolf utilizing its protective skill, Yi Fan could only summon a new entity rather than the Fire Wolf itself. This realization filled Yi Fan with regret, as he felt as though he had lost the Fire Wolf. Shall the host proceed with the summoning? The system inquired once again. Summon. Yi Fan replied without a moment's hesitation, his curiosity piqued regarding what he would conjure this time. A radiant golden light enveloped Yi Fan, and soon a small black dragon, approximately half a meter in length, materialized beside him. The young dragon circled around Yi Fan, enveloped in a faint, ethereal green glow. Upon witnessing the presence of the black young dragon, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with astonishment. He never anticipated that he would be able to summon a dragon this time. Congratulations. Host. On summoning an S-rank summon, the Nether Dragon. As the host's summoner level increases, so too will the Nether Dragon's rank and combat prowess. The system's notification chimed once more. An S-rank summon? Yi Fan gasped internally. The last creature he summoned, the Fire Wolf, was merely a B-rank summon. Yet this time he had directly summoned an S-rank being. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the Nether Dragon's current level was still rather low. Thus its combat capabilities remained quite limited. Yet, once the Nether Dragon's level increased, the assistance it would provide Yi Fan could prove to be exceedingly formidable. What is that? How can there be a dragon? Indeed, what was happening? Huang Dali's subordinates displayed expressions of disbelief upon seeing the Nether Dragon beside Yi Fan. Even Huang Dali himself, gazing in Yi Fan's direction, exhibited a flicker of surprise, yet he hesitated not for a moment, rushing towards Yi Fan with determination. At that instant, his thoughts were starkly clear. He must eliminate Yi Fan before his awakened power dissipated, lest he face insurmountable repercussions. Thud. Just then, Yi Fan's body crashed violently against a large tree, and he fell heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan slowly rose to his feet, while Huang Dali was already charging towards him. At that moment, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented sense of pressure, for he knew how terrifying Huang Dali's defensive capabilities were. If he could not devise a method to harm Huang Dali, continuing the battle could very well lead to his demise. Before long, Huang Dali stood before Yi Fan, raising his right hand to strike down upon him. At that instant, the Nether Dragon suddenly unleashed a black mist towards Huang Dali. This black mist appeared to possess a terrifying corrosive quality. Upon contact with the dark fur surrounding Huang Dali's chest, it corroded as if subjected to sulfuric acid, instantly transforming into a puddle of pus. Huang Dali emitted a heart-wrenching scream, stumbling backwards several paces. Yi Fan stared in disbelief at Huang Dali, astonished by the sheer ferocity of the Nether Dragon's attack. Despite having exhausted every means to harm Huang Dali moments ago, the Nether Dragon had merely released a breath of black mist, resulting in such devastation. Host. The Nether Dragon's breath possesses formidable corrosive properties, significantly diminishing the enemy's defense. The voice of the card sign-in system echoed in Yi Fan's ears. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan instantly grasped the situation. Without a hint of hesitation, he grasped the Kusanagi sword and charged towards Huang Dali. Realizing the shift in circumstances, Huang Dali abandoned his attack on Yi Fan and turned to flee. The Nether Dragon, however, exhaled another breath, this time striking Huang Dali's thigh. Huang Dali screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Yi Fan swiftly advanced to Huang Dali's side, lifting the Kusanagi sword without a moment's hesitation, driving it directly into Huang Dali's chest. Thud. Thanks to the Nether Dragon's reduction of Huang Dali's defenses, Yi Fan's strike easily pierced through, striking the heart. Huang Dali stared in disbelief at Yi Fan, his expression one of utter incredulity. Just moments ago, he believed he would surely kill Yi Fan, but no one could have foreseen that in the next instant, Yi Fan would summon a dragon, and that dragon's attack would alter the course of the battle entirely. Blood trickled slowly from Huang Dali's mouth. Yi Fan withdrew the Kusanagi sword and plunged it down once more. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 21. The notification from the game system resonated in Yi Fan's mind. This signified Huang Dali's complete demise. Yi Fan gazed at Huang Dali's lifeless body, taking deep breaths. He understood clearly that without the timely appearance of the Nether Dragon, it would not have been easy to slay Huang Dali. Though Huang Dali's awakened power did not boast particularly high combat strength, his defensive capabilities were exceedingly formidable. Upon witnessing Huang Dali's death, his subordinates were left dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. They never anticipated that Huang Dali would perish so swiftly at Yi Fan's hands. Brother Fan, are you alright? Feng Fugue rushed to Yi Fan's side, his tone filled with concern. I'm fine, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze towards Huang Dali's remaining subordinates. As Yi Fan's eyes fell upon them, a flicker of anxiety crossed their faces, for they understood that with Huang Dali deceased, even if they banded together, They would stand no chance against Yifan alone. Chapter 71. The situation within the prison. Huang Dali's subordinates, upon witnessing the death of their leader, showed no hesitation. Each one chose to abandon resistance and knelt before Yifan. Big brother, we were coerced into attacking you by Huang Dali. We were merely trying to survive alongside him. Please spare us. One awakened being, level 10, pleaded passionately. Yifan glanced coolly at the awakened individual before turning to Feng Fuguei, saying, "Gather our people." "What shall we do with them?" Feng Fuguei inquired hesitantly after a moment's pause. "Let's confine them for now." After the previous incident with Huang Mao, Yifan had learned his lesson. He would not let these individuals go under any circumstances. While executing them outright seemed inappropriate, he deemed it prudent to detain them all for the time being, planning to address the matter later. Understood. Feng Fuguei promptly nodded in agreement, then began sending messages through the game system. Minutes later, Gao In and the others emerged from the woods, accompanied by Zhang Feng. The students who had been waiting in the bus arrived at the prison gates for the first time. Yifan instructed Feng Fuguei to ensure that Huang Dali's remaining subordinates were securely bound. A quick glance revealed that among them were 5 awakened beings, with the rest being ordinary individuals. Among the 5 awakened individuals, the highest rank was a level 10, yet he was severely injured and thus posed little threat. The other awakened ones were of considerably lower ranks, and if they wished to flee, there would be no need for Yifan to intervene personally. Feng Fuguei could easily handle them. After approximately 10 minutes, Yifan and his companions entered Yanshan prison in a grand procession. Previously, Zhang Feng had briefed Yifan on the conditions within the prison. Most of the firearms, ammunition, and supplies were stored in the 2nd district, while Huang Dali and the earlier guards had merely cleared the 1st district. Consequently, upon entering the prison, Yifan's group proceeded directly to the 1st district. Once inside, Yifan instructed Feng Fuguei to confine Zhang Feng and the others within the prison. The awakened individuals were bound with chains in their cells to prevent their escape, while ordinary people were all detained in a single cell. After all were secured, Yifan commanded all captains to conduct a thorough search of the 1st district to ensure no threats remained, be they hidden zombies or otherwise. As everyone busied themselves, Yifan wandered aimlessly through the 1st district. The 1st district was quite expansive, containing over 1,000 cells, each capable of housing 4 inmates, allowing it to accommodate over 4,000 individuals. This figure did not include the administrative buildings or the guards' quarters. If all available space were utilized, the 1st district could potentially house around 5,000 to 6,000 people. However, Yifan was acutely aware that accommodating such a number necessitated resolving the supply issue first. After all, the daily needs of 5,000 to 6,000 people differed vastly from those of 200. Yifan had relocated his base from the mall to the prison partly due to the latter's superior defensive capabilities, which would effectively withstand future zombie hordes. More importantly, he sought to cultivate a faction entirely his own. In this apocalyptic world, true survival demanded the establishment of one's own power. Yifan was disinclined to join another's faction. Thus he resolved to develop his own. After 2 to 3 hours of exploration within the prison, Yifan found the conditions largely as he had anticipated. Various facilities, including wells and generators, were adequately available. Regrettably, the majority of supplies, firearms, and ammunition were stored in the 2nd district's warehouse. Yifan soon arrived at the junction between the 1st and 2nd districts. A wall towering over 3 meters separated the two, topped with sharp shards of glass and electric fencing, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to scale. In the middle of this wall stood a robust iron gate, discernibly thick and secure. However, it was not locked, merely barred to prevent zombies from the 2nd district from breaching. Fangu. At that moment, Feng Fuguei approached Yifan. "Have you completed your tasks over there?" Yifan turned to Feng Fuguei and inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, our team has nearly finished clearing the 1st district. We encountered over 10 zombies and 3 of Huang Dali's former subordinates. The zombies have been eliminated, and the 3 individuals are now confined in a cell." Feng Fuguei promptly responded. Yifan regarded Feng Fuguei, then continued to question, "What supplies have you discovered within this prison?" "There aren't many supplies, only some rice, flour, and oil stored in the warehouse behind the cafeteria. I estimate these provisions will last us no more than 10 days, Feng Fuguei replied quietly. "Have any firearms been found?" Yifan pressed on. "Some have been located, but there are no bullets," Feng Fuguei answered. It appears Zhang Feng's information was indeed accurate. He was not deceiving us. Yifan mused. "However, the resources here are rather scant. Even if we transport everything from the mall, it would likely last us no more than a month." Feng Fuguei seemed to comprehend Yifan's thoughts. "Let everyone rest for 2 hours. After that, we will proceed into the 2nd district to clear the zombies. The resources within should suffice for a while." Yifan initially intended to delay action against the 2nd district, but given the circumstances, inaction seemed impractical. Chapter 72. Beyond the Iron Gate. Feng Fuguei arranged for the group to rest for 2 hours, while Yifan distributed the water and food prepared by Gao In and the others to the students. With the current 2-hour window of safety, the number of zombies in the 2nd district was minimal. Yifan planned to wait until the zombies began their assault before making his move. aiming to clear the entire second district within a day. This would allow for the consolidation of all resources within the prison. Of course, Yi Fan's primary objective was to acquire the firearms and ammunition stored in the second district. For true awakened individuals, firearms may not hold significant importance due to their unconventional combat abilities. However, for ordinary people, access to such weaponry would markedly enhance the combat effectiveness of Yi Fan's entire team. Before long, the 2 hours elapsed. Yi Fan understood that the number of zombies in the second district vastly exceeded those in the first, and their levels might also be considerably higher. Therefore, he did not instruct the group to split into smaller teams, but instead gathered everyone together. Although this approach was less efficient than dividing into teams, it minimized the potential for casualties. Open the door, Yi Fan commanded Feng Fuguei. Without hesitation, Feng Fuguei removed the iron bar securing the entrance to the second district. The moment the gate creaked open, countless zombies surged towards Yi Fan and his companions. Grasping his Kusanagi sword, Yi Fan charged forward, with the Yomi dragon closely trailing him, unleashing a torrent of dark energy at the approaching zombies. While the combat prowess of the Yomi dragon was inferior to that of the fire wolf, which could single-handedly dispatch zombies, the Yomi dragon's dark energy merely corroded the bodies of the undead, lacking the ability to eliminate them outright. Nevertheless, against higher-level elite zombies, Yi Fan believed the Yomi dragon's contributions would prove invaluable, as its ability to significantly lower the defensive capabilities of both zombies and humans was crucial. At this moment, within Yi Fan's team, only he and Feng Fuguei were awakened ones, while the others were mere ordinary individuals. Thus, it was natural for Yi Fan and Feng Fuguei to lead the charge, with the remaining students closely trailing behind them. Once the battle commenced, the duo worked in remarkable harmony. Yi Fan primarily took the front lines, wielding his Kusanagi sword against the zombies, while Feng Fuguei stood behind, conjuring fireballs with ease. At this juncture, Yi Fan felt a profound sense of regret, lamenting the decision to bestow the Fire Essence skill book upon Feng Fuguei. The exertion of cleaving through zombies with the Kusanagi sword was utterly exhausting, especially compared to Feng Fuguei, who leisurely cast fireballs while engaging in casual conversation. With Yi Fan's assistance, the students following behind found themselves considerably relieved, as their sole responsibility was to handle any zombies that Yi Fan overlooked. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had elapsed. The exercise yard of the second prison district had been thoroughly cleared of zombies. During this time, Yi Fan had vanquished approximately 100 first-tier zombies, over 30 second-tier zombies, and more than 10 third-tier zombies. Although these vanquished foes granted him a substantial amount of experience, he regrettably remained far from leveling up to 22. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his summoner level had ascended to 10, consequently elevating the level of his nether dragon to the same. The 10th level nether dragon was noticeably larger than before, though its method of attack had not significantly changed. It continued to emit dark breaths, albeit covering a larger area. Yi Fan occasionally questioned whether the nether dragon truly qualified as an S-rank summon, as its combat prowess seemed scarcely superior to that of the fire wolf. Brother Fan, there are no zombies left in the exercise yard. Should we head to the cells or the warehouse next? Feng Fuguei inquired, rushing to Yi Fan's side. The warehouse likely harbors extremely dangerous zombies. Let us first clear out the cells. Yi Fan replied in a hushed tone. Understood. Feng Fuguei nodded eagerly, rallying the group to march towards the prison cells with great vigor. The design of the cells in the second prison district mirrored that of the first, featuring a hollow center surrounded by individual cells. This layout allowed the guard stationed in the center to observe the conditions of all the cells, enabling them to swiftly address any issues that arose. The number of zombies within the cells was evidently fewer than those outside, allowing Yi Fan to delegate the task of clearing the cells to Feng Fuguei and the others. He proceeded alone to the topmost 5th floor of the cells. The 5th floor housed solitary confinement cells, starkly contrasting with the transparent design of the regular cells. The solitary confinement area was entirely enclosed, save for a small window. Sensing an unsettling presence on the 5th floor, Yi Fan opted to investigate the zombies there by himself. He checked each solitary confinement cell one by one. Initially, the situation appeared somewhat manageable, as the number of zombies was limited. However, as Yi Fan ventured deeper into the confinement area, the quantity of zombies began to increase, along with their levels. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Fan had dispatched 5 or 6 third-tier zombies. It's worth noting that he had spent an entire hour on the exercise yard, encountering only a little over 10 third-tier zombies. The swift encounter with 5 or 6 third-tier zombies here in under 15 minutes strongly indicated the presence of higher-tier zombies within. Minutes later, Yi Fan finally reached the end of the corridor on the 5th floor. Having nearly eradicated the zombies in the solitary cells, he found an iron door at the corridor's end. Lacking a map of the second prison district, he was uncertain of what lay beyond the door. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to gently push it open. The door was securely locked from the inside. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the heavy iron door. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door flew open, and upon witnessing the scene beyond, Yi Fan stood frozen in disbelief, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Chapter 73, Hell on Earth. As Yi Fan beheld the horrifying spectacle behind the iron door, his entire body trembled involuntarily. Having once died and lived through this apocalyptic world, he prided himself on having witnessed countless repugnant sights. Yet none could compare to the shock of the scene before him. In the dimly lit, damp basement, flickering yellow lights cast eerie shadows. While the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, countless corpses lay strewn across the floor, some unrecognizable, others missing limbs. Yet all bore expressions of profound fear and despair. Blood oozed from their wounds, pooling into dark crimson puddles that had long since congealed. At the center of the room stood a makeshift operating table, scattered with various surgical instruments, the blades and clamps glinting ominously in the dim light. Yi Fan had never encountered such a grotesque scene. The acrid scent emanating from the bodies made him feel nauseous. The absence of zombies in the room indicated that these individuals had perished at the hands of humans. Yi Fan could not fathom whether these people had been subjected to experimentation or were deliberately murdered. However, he felt the term hell on earth aptly described the harrowing scene before him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into this veritable slaughterhouse. Yet, as soon as Yi Fan entered the room, a figure lunged toward him, brandishing a chainsaw aimed at his head. Yi Fan's reflexes were exceptionally swift, allowing him to deftly evade the swinging chainsaw with a sidestep. The assailant, taken aback by Yi Fan's agility, discarded the chainsaw and reached for a firearm instead. The nether dragon unleashed a jet of dark energy towards the assailant, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Even an awakened individual would struggle to withstand the nether dragon's breath, let alone an ordinary person. Yi Fan swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the middle-aged man's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Recognizing this man as the likely perpetrator behind the murders in the room, Yi Fan showed no mercy, driving his Kusanagi sword through the man's hand, pinning it to the ground. The middle-aged man thrashed and howled in agony, emitting a series of anguished roars. Smack! Yi Fan placed his foot upon the head of the middle-aged man, then leaned in closer to inquire in a hushed tone, "Who are you?" The man glared at Yi Fan with bloodshot eyes, his expression twisted in an exceptionally sinister manner, yet he remained silent. "Did you kill all these people?" Yi Fan pressed on. "Indeed, it was I who did it." The man rasped in reply. "What is your identity?" Yi Fan continued. "I am the warden of this prison." The man hesitated before finally admitting. But wasn't he the warden already deceased? A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Fan's gaze. "The deceased was my brother. I am, in fact, the true warden." The middle-aged man seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, revealing no secrets from Yi Fan. "You exploited your position to establish a new wing in this prison, where you ruthlessly murdered these inmates, correct?" Yi Fan appeared to grasp the situation, quietly questioning the man. "I did not expect you to be so astute. Do you recall the series of mysterious disappearances that occurred in Nanyang a few years ago?" The man's tone was filled with pride as he addressed Yi Fan. "I remember." Yi Fan nodded affirmatively. That case involved the disappearance of over 30 individuals, predominantly women, with a peculiar mark left at each location, seemingly indicating that one person was responsible. The police spent considerable time investigating before apprehending the suspect, who was sentenced to death. Yet none of the missing victims were ever recovered. That case was orchestrated by me. I later found a scapegoat to take the fall. The bodies of those unfortunate souls have long been buried beneath the ground of this second wing, which I constructed both for my convenience in committing murder and to conceal their remains. The man licked his lips, his insanity palpable. "Why reveal this to me?" Yi Fan inquired, observing the man closely. "Because I know you will not spare me. This secret has been buried in my heart for too long. I can finally speak of it openly now, especially since the world is at its end. We are all destined to perish here." The man shouted hoarsely. "Since you claim to be the warden, do you know where the supplies are stored in this prison?" Yi Fan suddenly asked out of curiosity. "I do. They are in the warehouse, but you'll never get to them, for I have already been there, and it is swarming with zombies. Very formidable ones, I might add." The man retorted with a mocking laugh. "Brother Fan, what happened just now?" At that moment, Feng Fugue and the others had arrived at the door of the room. However, as soon as Feng Fugue uttered those words, he beheld the array of corpses within the room and immediately retched. The students behind Feng Fugue followed suit, succumbing to nausea. Although they had often encountered the bodies of humans slain by zombies, the grotesque reality of countless corpses clustered together was an entirely different level of horror. No normal person could possibly bear to witness such a sight. "Kill me. If you do, I will be completely liberated." The middle-aged man shouted coldly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, merely cast a fleeting glance at the man before quietly responding, "To kill you so easily would be a mercy you do not deserve. What do you intend to do?" The man was momentarily taken aback, his expression intensely agitated as he shouted at Yi Fan. "Feng Fugue!" Yi Fan called out sharply. "Brother Fan!" Feng Fugue, suppressing his disgust, hastened to Yi Fan's side. "Bind this man to the operating table and let him bleed out." Yi Fan gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. Chapter 74, All Familiar Faces. Feng Fugue and the others understood that the middle-aged man was a notorious murderer. Thus they felt no pity for him. Together, They swiftly restrained the man, binding him tightly to the operating table. Feng Fuguwei then took a knife and made a long incision in the man's leg, blood oozing from the wound. The man realized that Yi Fan intended for him to bleed to death, a fate far crueler than a swift execution. He cried out in despair, begging Yi Fan to end his life, but Yi Fan remained unresponsive. He believed that even in death, the suffering of this man could never atone for the souls of the victims who had perished. Yi Fan could not comprehend how such a monstrous killer could exist in this world. Yet, his cold demeanor and the sadistic method of the man's impending demise were not without reason. Among the victims who had gone missing was a girl who lived next door to Yi Fan. Her parents had nearly sold everything of value in their home in a desperate search for their daughter, yet they ultimately found no trace of her, leading to their ruin. Countless families had been similarly devastated by the hands of such scum, leaving Yi Fan to conclude that even 1,000 cuts would not be sufficient punishment for this middle-aged man. Keep a close watch on him. He must not escape, understood? Yi Fan instructed Feng Fuguwei in a low voice. Rest assured, Brother Fan. Feng Fuguwei nodded earnestly. Yi Fan chose not to waste any more time with the middle-aged man and stepped into the room beyond, sensing that there might still be voices within. After a few minutes, Yi Fan traversed a dimly lit corridor and entered a chamber resembling a cell. Inside, numerous individuals were bound hand and foot, sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Most appeared to be alive, mere victims yet to fall prey to the deranged killer. However, they seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness, possibly due to anesthesia or some other substance. Observing their attire, Yi Fan discerned that many were inmates from this very prison. After a moment's hesitation, just as he was about to call Feng Fuguwei and the others to assist in freeing them, he suddenly recognized a familiar face. Brother Lu? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he rushed toward the unconscious middle-aged man before him. It was none other than Lu Ziqiang, whom Yi Fan had met during his time at Nanyang University. After Yi Fan and the students left the university, Lu Ziqiang had gone to find his mother and sister, thus missing the opportunity to accompany Yi Fan and the others to the mall. So many days have passed, and Yi Fan had yet to receive any news from Lu Ziqiang. He could hardly believe that he would unexpectedly encounter Lu Ziqiang here. Nevertheless, what astonished Yi Fan even more was that the middle-aged man standing beside Lu Ziqiang was none other than the one-eyed kidnapper who had once abducted Li Ziyu and Zhao Jianmin. Yi Fan struggled to comprehend why these two individuals were present in the same place at the same time. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Fan fetched some cold water from the bathroom and splashed it onto Lu Ziqiang's face. Lu Ziqiang, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, instantly regained awareness. As he groggily opened his eyes and saw Yi Fan before him, he froze in place, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Brother Yi, what are you doing here? Lu Ziqiang stammered. A flicker of helplessness crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he deftly used the Kusanagi sword to cut the ropes binding Lu Ziqiang, softly responding. I was just about to ask you the same thing. How did you end up here? Lu Ziqiang did not immediately answer Yi Fan's question. Instead, he hurriedly checked the individuals around him, and, upon confirming they were all alive, he let out a long sigh of relief. Do you know these people? Yi Fan inquired. Puzzled. Yes, I have known them since before the apocalypse. After I returned home, I couldn't find my sister or my mother. They must have been devoured by zombies. Lu Ziqiang replied in a hushed tone. What is your relationship with that one-eyed man? Yi Fan continued after a moment's thought. Brother Yi, you know the one-eyed man? Lu Ziqiang gazed at Yi Fan, his expression now filled with even more confusion. Indeed, he kidnapped two individuals who were staying at a hotel adjacent to my mall. I managed to rescue them and subsequently let the one-eyed man and his companions go. Yi Fan succinctly recounted his acquaintance with the one-eyed man. Who would have thought the situation would be so coincidental? Lu Ziqiang mused, unsure of what to say next. What on earth is going on? Yi Fan inquired with keen curiosity about Lu Ziqiang's predicament. Brother Yi, the one-eyed man, the bearded fellow, and I are sworn brothers. Upon returning home and finding no trace of my mother, I encountered the one-eyed man, who had come looking for me. After discussing matters, we decided to check the prison to see if the bearded man was still alive. Initially, we clashed with the inmates of the first prison district, but we accidentally found ourselves in this second prison district, where we fortuitously stumbled upon the bearded man, Lu Ziqiang explained slowly. And then, Yi Fan pressed further. Although we found the bearded man, the number of zombies in this second prison district is overwhelming, coupled with our scant food supply. So, we were scavenging for supplies while evading the zombies when we encountered a middle-aged man who kindly offered us some food. However, it seemed he had drugged the food, leading to our current predicament, Lu Ziqiang said, his tone tinged with exasperation. Yi Fan, gazing at Lu Ziqiang, found himself at a loss for words, for he never anticipated that fate would lead him to inadvertently rescue Lu Ziqiang within the prison. Brother Lu, you are quite fortunate, had you not crossed paths with me. It is likely that you and your companions would have met your demise here today, Yi Fan remarked with a smile. Why is that? Lu Ziqiang asked, utterly perplexed. Because that middle-aged man who drugged you is a murderer, Yi Fan replied in a hushed tone. A murderer? Lu Ziqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of shock. Just then, Feng Fuguei burst into the cell where Yi Fan and Lu Ziqiang were located, accompanied by his men. Upon seeing Lu Ziqiang, Feng Fuguei's face mirrored the same astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected reunion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Fan quietly asked Feng Fuguei, "Is that man dead?" "He is thoroughly dead," Feng Fuguei responded promptly. "All right, first untie everyone and find a way to wake them up," Yi Fan instructed, his face impassive. "Understood," Feng Fuguei replied, and promptly set to work. After about half an hour, Lu Ziqiang and Feng Fuguei managed to rouse the others in the cell and free them from their bonds. There were a total of 10 individuals in the cell, all seemingly older than Lu Ziqiang. Besides Lu Ziqiang and the one-eyed man, the remaining individuals were likely friends of the bearded man from the prison. Once the group grasped the general situation, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Yi Fan, fully aware that, had it not been for Yi Fan's fortuitous arrival at the prison, they might have fallen victim to that middle-aged man's sinister intentions. Yi Fan also took the opportunity to inquire about the situation regarding Huang Mao. And upon learning that Huang Mao and the one-eyed man had parted ways shortly after leaving the hotel, he concluded that the one-eyed man was likely not involved in the abduction of Song Sisi, since the one-eyed man had gone directly to find Lu Ziqiang. He had no time to engage in that affair. As for the bearded man, his real name was Lin Beifa, the leader among the three brothers. Years ago, he had been wrongfully imprisoned, and due to some conflicts with Huang Dali in the first prison district, he had been transferred to the second district. The one-eyed man and Lu Ziqiang had come to the prison with the intention of rescuing Lin Beifa. Lin Beifa was also an awakened individual, and his level was relatively high, currently at level 9. This was why he had managed to survive in the prison. The individuals Lin Beifa associated with were all ordinary people, but they were not lacking in strength, having likely slain their fair share of zombies. Yi Fan understood that Lin Beifa and his companions possessed considerable combat prowess, at least significantly superior to that of the students. His aim in seizing the prison was to establish a base of his own. But relying solely on the students would make it challenging to ensure the safety of the base. If a zombie tide were to emerge, their combat capabilities would fall woefully short. Even if he were to capture the prison, he would need to continually recruit capable individuals to bolster their ranks. Lin Beifa and his group clearly fit the criteria he sought. "Brother Lin." Yi Fan hesitated momentarily before approaching Lin Beifa. "Brother Yi, please don't address me so formally. You are my benefactor. Without you, we would have likely fallen victim to that lunatic wielding a scalpel," Lin Beifa replied. A man in his 40s with a rugged appearance and a full beard, exuding a hearty demeanor. "Brother Lin, I previously mentioned to Brother Lu that once he finds his mother and sister, he should come to join me. In this world, if we can stick together, our chances of survival will surely increase," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, if Ziqiang wishes to stay with you, I have no objections whatsoever," Lin Beifa affirmed. Lin Beifa appeared somewhat perplexed by Yi Fan's intentions, chuckling as he spoke. "Brother Lin, I am not merely referring to Brother Lu, but rather suggesting that all of you might as well stay here with me," Yi Fan articulated softly. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Lin Beifa was taken aback, blinking in surprise as he inquired, "What do you mean, Brother Yi? Are you truly willing to take us in?" "Indeed. My forthcoming plan involves clearing the entire prison of zombies. In doing so, we shall secure a haven for ourselves. As for future matters, we can address them later. I cannot make any guarantees, but I can assure you that as long as I have food, you shall certainly have food as well," Yi Fan stated, gazing steadily at Lin Beifa. "If we all remain here, does that mean we must obey your every command?" A young man behind Lin Beifa asked, frowning at Yi Fan. "Absolutely," Yi Fan responded candidly, nodding in affirmation. He understood that order is paramount within a base. Thus, he refrained from indulging in empty rhetoric about collective discussions in times of trouble with Lin Beifa and his cohort. In Yi Fan's perspective, anyone who chose to stay must unconditionally follow his directives. Otherwise, regardless of their capabilities, he would never consider sheltering them. Lin Beifa seemed taken aback by Yi Fan's forthrightness. After blinking in astonishment, he turned to the one-eyed man and asked, "What do you mean by that, heir?" The one-eyed man chuckled lightly at Lin Beifa's words and replied nonchalantly, "Brother, I have a prior acquaintance with Brother Yi. He is a decent person and quite capable. Presently, he can provide us with food and shelter, which I find rather commendable. If you were to leave this prison, it wouldn't be long before the zombies would either kill you or you'd perish from hunger. Thus, it is better to remain here." The one-eyed man's statement was grounded in reality, as he had experienced life outside for a few days, and he was acutely aware of the horrors posed by the zombies lurking beyond. "Very well, since you have already expressed your opinion, I shall consent to stay with Brother Yi. Do any of you have objections?" Lin Beifa asked, hesitating briefly before addressing the others behind him. "I have no objections." "Neither do I." The group shook their heads in unison. Yi Fan smiled at Lin Beifa and gently remarked, "Brother Lin, since you agree to bring your companions, allow me to be frank. Most of us here are students and may not possess the combat prowess you do. However, their execution capabilities are commendable, which I value greatly. As long as you all adhere to my regulations, we can negotiate the rest. Brother Yi, you need not worry about that. From now on, we shall heed your instructions. Anyone who disobeys, I shall handle. Lin Beifa grinned widely at Yifan. Meanwhile, Lu Ziqiang regarded Lin Beifa with a glimmer of concern in his eyes, sensing that the forced amalgamation of these two factions might not yield favorable outcomes.